She spent her life believing she was utterly worthless, pawned off by a cruel father to a lowborn knight sent to die in a dragon's lair. For 3 agonizing years, Maxi waited in the shadows for a humiliating divorce. Instead, her husband returns as the continent's most terrifying war hero. Everyone expects him to cast her aside for a royal princess. But he doesn't. He sweeps her away to his fortress, unleashing a fierce, desperate obsession to finally claim her. His touch burns with a possessive hunger, treating his fragile, broken wife like an absolute goddess. Yet, as his intoxicating devotion deepens, the dark trauma of her past threatens to shatter their bond. What will this ruthless conqueror do when he finally uncovers the brutal secrets his wife is desperately hiding? As a young girl, Maximilian Croiso had a simple dream. A brave knight would one day appear and save her. But her reality is a cold, lonely altar. The priest's voice booms, asking if she will take the commoner knight, Riftan Calypso, as her husband and vow to follow him for the rest of her days. With all hope of rescue gone, her dream feels childish and foolish. Maximilian quietly accepts her fate. The wedding bells ring out, sealing the unwanted union and marking the beginning of her new life. As Maximilian anxiously awaits her husband, a maid delivers crushing news. The royal family is pushing for Riftan to marry the princess, and he might be coming to demand a divorce. Consumed by panic, Maxi questions if he would truly cast her aside after 3 silent years. Suddenly, the door flies open with a deafening crash. But it's not Riftan. Her cruel father, Duke Croiso, storms into the room. With a furious roar, he raises his cane and brings it smashing down, the impact making Maxi flinch in terror. The Duke roars, venomously berating Maxi for her filthy habit. Dismissing her as worthless, he explains that her husband is no longer a lowborn nobody. Riftan is now a legendary hero, the man who slayed the great red dragon, Secto. With his new status and rumors of a royal marriage, her father sneers that no man would want a stuttering fool for a wife. He cruelly compares her to her younger sister, Rosethel, leaving Maxi crushed and clutching her dress as all her deepest fears are thrown back in her face. The Duke roars that if Maxi were even slightly normal, he wouldn't be forced to grovel for Riftan's favor. Trembling, Maxi tries to explain that her new husband was sent to war the day after their wedding, but her father isn't listening. His face twists in rage as he raises his cane high. A sickening crack echoes through the room as the cane comes down. The force sends Maxi stumbling to the cold floor, gasping in pain. He looms over her, venomously ordering her to never talk back, her very voice filling him with disgust. The Duke's rage isn't for his daughter, but for his family's honor. He roars that he won't allow the House of Croiso to become a laughingstock by being cast aside by a common-born knight. His tirade is cut short by a sharp knock at the door. Riftan and his men have arrived. The Duke threatens Maxi, ordering her to stop the divorce or face the consequences. While a priest tends to her injuries with a gentle blue light, her father decides he can't trust her. He stomps out, determined to meet Riftan first. Left alone, Maxi stares at her reflection, overwhelmed by her father's cruelty. She believes a person like her could never change someone's heart. Gazing into the mirror, she wonders if Riftan would have stayed on their wedding night if she were half as beautiful as her sister. Her mind flashes back 3 years to the wedding day. Amid the idle chatter, a noble smirks at the Duke, questioning if congratulations are truly in order. The Duke coldly admits that while the groom wasn't to his satisfaction, the arranged marriage was simply unavoidable. The wedding guests whispered poison, calling Riftan a greedy commoner. The official story was that the Duke sacrificed his frail daughter to save his men from a dangerous quest. But Maxi knew the sickening truth. Her father had been ordered to slay a dragon and pawned her off to make Riftan go instead. The most twisted part? Riftan had originally refused the deal. The Duke had to trap him, forcing the marriage. Just as the ceremony ended, a knight burst in with a royal order, sealing their fate and sending Riftan to war. On her wedding night, a servant informs Maxi that it is time to go. As she walks through the cold halls, Maxi wonders if Riftan truly understands what he traded his life for. Her father stops her, his face twisted with contempt. He calls her useless, sneering that her miserable appearance is causing problems. He threatens her, demanding she prove her worth for once. If she dares to ruin his plans, he warns, her punishment will be far from simple. He turns his back, leaving his cruel words hanging in the air. As Maxi walked toward the bridal chamber, she felt completely worthless, convinced that nobody in the world could ever want her. She remembered the endless lessons on being a quiet, virtuous wife who must obey her husband's will. The thought of the imposing knight terrified her, and she worried he would be harsh. The servants offered no comfort, only warning that she must not displease her father by ruining the marriage. The heavy door creaked open, and the servant who led her there promptly fled, leaving Maxi to face her new husband alone as he turned to look at her. Riftan slowly closed the distance between them, his expression unreadable. He admitted she must be repulsed by him, but insisted they had a duty to perform. Then, in a surprising turn, he gave her a choice. He promised not to force her, asking if she wanted him to leave. Stunned by this unexpected kindness, Maxi could only shake her head and stammer out a no. Taking her answer as consent, Riftan declared they must fulfill their marital responsibility. He pulled his shirt over his head, revealing the powerful physique of a battle-hardened knight. Frozen with fear, Maxi watched as Riftan prepared to fulfill their marital duty. He suddenly stopped, asking if she wanted him to leave. Terrified of the consequences, she quickly stammered a no, telling herself to just endure it. But instead of being harsh, he leaned in close, his touch surprisingly gentle against her skin. He confessed that he couldn't stop himself either. Overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy, Maxi fell back onto the bridal bed, her heart hammering in her chest as the war hero sealed their vows and claimed his wife. Tears streamed down Maxi's face as she lay before her powerful new husband. Utterly terrified and inexperienced, she screamed in her mind that she had no idea what to do. As the long night wore on, the world outside their chamber seemed to disappear completely. But just when her panic reached its peak, a large hand gently cupped her cheek. Stunned by the unexpected tenderness from the intimidating war hero, Maxi could only let out a small, quiet sound, her fear momentarily replaced by profound confusion. Maxi jolted awake to an empty bed. The morning sun streamed into the massive room, but she was completely alone. Her new husband was gone. Without so much as a goodbye, Riftan had already left to join the war against the dragons. The weight of her father's words crashed down on her. She believed no one could ever want a dreary woman like her. After all, they had shared just one single night before he vanished, leaving her to wonder if she would ever see him again. 3 long years pass. Maxi is a shadow of herself, convinced she can't endure this empty life any longer. Suddenly, the heavy thump of armored boots shatters the silence, and her head snaps up in shock. It's him. Riftan Calypso has returned from war. The celebrated hero stands in the doorway, a formidable sight in his gleaming armor. He watches his trembling wife from across the vast, sunlit room. Frozen with fear, Maxi can only stammer, completely overwhelmed by the sudden return of the husband she barely knows. Maxi struggles to speak, finally stammering that he returned safely. But her father's cruel voice instantly floods her mind, screaming that no one would ever want a stuttering wife. The painful memory paralyzes her, rooting her to the spot. Before she can react, Riftan closes the distance in a blur of motion, his cape whipping through the air. He grabs her, his voice dangerously low as he demands to know what difference his return makes to her. His voice laced with bitterness, Riftan says she could at least pretend to be happy he's home. Letting her go, he turns away in frustration, muttering that he feels like he's returned a monster. Panic seizes Maxi. She can't let him leave like this. With a surge of desperation, she grabs onto his cloak, freezing him in place. Through building tears, she stammers that it isn't what he thinks. She was just so nervous she didn't know what to say. Hearing her shaky confession, Riftan lets out a heavy sigh. As Maxi flinches, her father's cruel words about her being useless flood her mind. But instead of punishment, Riftan's armored hand gently pulls the ribbon from her auburn hair, letting it cascade down. He leans in close, his intensity silencing her. Cursing her own tears, she's stunned when he asks her to just let him. The intensity of the moment deepens as Riftan moves Maxi toward the bed. But for her, it's not passion, it's pure terror. Her mind screams that she is scared. Suddenly, a loud clatter shatters the atmosphere. The knight Ursuline stands frozen in the doorway, horrified, stammering that he didn't expect to find his commander so brazenly occupied. Furious at the intrusion, Riftan orders him out. But as Maxi's heart pounds, Riftan turns back to her, his voice low and firm. He tells her to make them wait, choosing her over everything else. Riftan pulls away, seething with embarrassment. He curses his own impulsiveness, admitting he never intended for things to happen so publicly. As he stands abruptly to leave, absolute panic grips Maxi. She stammers for him to wait, terrified of her father's wrath if Riftan abandons her now. He coldly instructs her to have her maid pack her belongings to be sent later. Confused, she asks why. With a dead serious look, Riftan turns and asks if she's suggesting he should go to his home alone. He's taking his wife with him. Maxi's mind races. How could her father possibly allow this? Before she can stammer another protest, Riftan grabs her wrist. He doesn't wait for an answer, pulling her through the castle and down the massive staircase. As the main doors swing open, she sees a carriage and his knights waiting below. She nervously asks where they are going. Looking out over the courtyard, he simply states it is his land. Then, putting a firm arm around her, he declares this is exactly where she should have been all along. The carriage rattles away from the Duke's estate, carrying a stunned Maxi into an unknown future. Her mind flashes back to her frantic protests. She had insisted they needed her father's permission, but Riftan had shut down the argument with 3 simple, powerful words. You are my wife. Legally, she belonged to him, and that was the end of the discussion. As the forest blurs past the window, Maxi sits in a heavy, awkward silence across from her new husband, unable to believe she is leaving her entire life behind. Maxi glances at her stoic husband, her mind spinning with fear. She worries about what her father will do when he finds out she's gone. More importantly, she can't understand why Riftan would take her at all. Her father's cruel words resurface, reminding her that the king himself had offered Riftan the hand of Princess Agnes. She was a renowned sorceress, a stunning beauty who fought alongside him in the war. To Maxi, a wedding with a perfect princess seems like the only logical outcome for a hero like Riftan. As the carriage sways, Maxi's insecurities run wild. She is convinced Riftan will get a divorce. After all, no sane man would pass up a princess for a skinny fool like her, especially since their marriage was just a single night. She decides he's only keeping her out of a cold sense of responsibility. But then, a vivid memory from that night flashes through her mind, stopping her cold. The unexpected heat of his touch. A sudden blush floods her face as she realizes he wasn't exactly reluctant, leaving her completely flustered. As the carriage rattles on, Maxi presses her face to the window, completely mesmerized. It's her first time outside the castle, and the world is more beautiful than she imagined. Riftan watches her childlike wonder, but when Maxi catches herself, she quickly shuts the curtain, embarrassed. She shrinks into her seat, convinced she's annoyed him. Misreading her fear, Riftan's expression hardens. He asks if being with him is so terrible, demanding to know if she wants to go back. The thought of returning to her father is horrifying, and she quickly stammers a panicked no. Thinking fast to avoid being sent back, she stammers that she's never been in a carriage for so long. Riftan's frustration boils over. He states that they are supposed to spend the rest of their lives together, yet she trembles in his presence. Maxi is stunned he's talking about forever. He scoffs, saying even a peasant knows the importance of marriage vows, which seem to mean nothing to her. Grabbing her wrist, he demands to know why she stayed at her father's castle for 3 years instead of his land. Riftan's anger explodes. He reveals his men came to escort her multiple times, but she ignored them all. He accuses her of looking down on his land because she's a duke's daughter. Maxi is floored, stammering that she never knew. He presses further, demanding to know what she would have done if she'd been carrying his heir. Before she can answer, the carriage lurches violently to a stop. A knight's frantic shout warns of an ogre attack. Without hesitation, Riftan commands Maxi to stay inside no matter what, then bursts out to face the threat. Frozen in terror, Maxi clutches her head, her heart hammering against her ribs. Outside, the chaotic sounds of battle erupt. The Rem Dragon Knights are surrounded by hulking, red-eyed ogres. A blood-splattered Heberon bellows at his men to stop the beasts, but another knight warns that there are more on the other side. Unfazed by the massive creature before him, Riftan calmly raises his sword. In one clean, devastating motion, his blade flashes through the air, and the ogre falls. His face is a mask of cold fury, ready for the next one. Maxi tries to rationalize the chaos, recalling rumors of monsters appearing lately. But she never imagined they'd be so close to the castle. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she cautiously peeks out the window. A massive, snarling ogre with glowing red eyes fills the frame, terrifying her. She stumbles back, falling to the floor in a panic. Remembering Riftan's command to stay put, she struggles with what to do. Ignoring his warning, she throws open the door, only to trip and fall out onto the muddy ground right in the middle of the fight. A silver-haired knight lands hard in front of Maxi, shielding her from an ogre. He frantically yells at her to get back inside, warning her she's in the way. Stuttering with fear, Maxi tries to explain that the carriage was shaking violently. Amidst the chaos and clashing of swords, the knight is forced to rejoin the fray, leaving her exposed. As he rushes back toward the protected carriage, a massive shadow falls over Maxi. She looks up in pure terror to see a hulking ogre looming directly above her, ready to strike. Convinced this is the end, Maxi shuts her eyes tight, bracing for the worst. But instead of a final, crushing blow, a sharp slice cuts through the air right in front of her. Her eyes fly open just in time to see Riftan standing protectively over her, his expression a mask of pure, cold fury. He just took down the massive ogre in a single, lightning-fast motion. Overwhelmed by shock and relief, Maxi sways on her feet, barely registering Riftan's enraged voice as he screams out her name. As the world fades to black, Maxi hears Riftan screaming her name, his voice a distant echo. The last thing she wonders before collapsing is if this is her punishment. The chaos of the ogre attack is replaced by a far more terrifying memory from her childhood. A sharp, stinging sound cuts through the air, followed by her father's venomous voice ringing in her ears. He screams that she is useless, a worthless girl who can't even speak properly. The cruel words echo the years of torment she was forced to endure. Maxi's consciousness is dragged back into a terrifying memory. She's a child again, trembling before her towering father. His words are poison, wishing she had perished from illness like her mother. All she ever wanted was his love, but his voice echoes with insults instead, calling her a weak, foolish girl and a shame to their family. The venomous words shatter her spirit as she curls up, begging him to stop. Cold and alone, she desperately wishes for someone to hold her, believing her obedience would one day be enough. Maxi's nightmare drags her back to a desperate childhood hope. She once believed that if she were just obedient enough, her father would finally love her. But that dream soured long ago. Maxi's eyes flutter open to see Riftan looking down at her, his expression full of concern as he asks if she's awake. Maxi jolts awake in a strange bed, her voice trembling as she asks where she is. Riftan explains they're staying at an inn. He gently brushes her hair back, telling her that after she passed out, they had to leave the woods, which threw them off schedule. He sits down, his expression unreadable, and points out that she fainted when she saw him, not the monster. The memory hits her. After the fight, Riftan had rushed to her side, calling her name in a panic. But the sudden relief and lingering terror were too much, and she became ill. Maxi stammers an apology, flinching as she slides out of bed. But instead of anger, Riftan just offers her a bowl of water. His command is gruff, but his eyes show concern. She's stunned. Her father would have punished her for such weakness. Seeing her hesitation, Riftan reassures her it isn't poisoned. He even offers to get an expensive healer if she's hurt. The unexpected kindness makes her blush, realizing he's genuinely worried. Her brief moment of warmth is shattered, however, when she spots the dusty cobwebs in their shabby inn room. Maxi buries her face in the blanket, relieved that it smells clean. But that relief vanishes when she touches her shoulder and feels bare skin. She begins to tremble, stammering in confusion. Noticing her distress, Riftan asks if she's feeling sick again, offering to send for a healer. A blushing Maxi quickly clarifies that her clothes are gone. All of them. She's completely unclothed under the covers. Unfazed, Riftan sets a tray of food down with a thud. He bluntly informs her that she is wearing clothes and tells her to get up. Maxi stammers that the clothes she's wearing aren't hers. Riftan bluntly confirms it's his tunic, explaining her own dress was ruined and is being washed. He tells her there's no point hiding, since he was the one who cleaned her up. Horrified, Maxi asks what happened to her undergarments. He admits he ripped them off because she was turning blue and couldn't breathe. Flustered, Riftan explains he was just trying to loosen the strange garment. He snaps that after their wedding night, she shouldn't be so shocked by his touch. Convinced she's finally made him angry, Maxi spirals, fearing he'll abandon her for delaying their journey. But instead of rage, Riftan simply asks what's wrong and places a tray of warm soup before her. He tells her to eat, promising to buy her new clothes and more of her strange undergarments tomorrow. Baffled by his whiplash of anger and kindness, Maxi barely touches her food. Riftan grumbles that satisfying a noble's palate will be a headache, confirming her deepest fear, that he secretly regrets bringing her with him. Haunted by her father's cruelty, Maxi believes no one has ever truly wanted her. With a trembling voice, she finally asks Riftan why he's taking her with him at all. His jaw clenches, completely baffled by the question. Maxi lays her heart bare, admitting she knows he never wanted to marry her. She begs him, if he wants a divorce, he should just tell her now. If he's going to abandon her, he should do it while she can still go back. The word hangs in the air, stunning Riftan. He stares, utterly shocked. Divorce? Riftan's expression twists with a sudden, dark suspicion. He demands to know if she was with another man while he was away fighting for his life. Terrified, Maxi quickly denies it. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he asks why she would ever bring up divorce. Through her tears, Maxi explains the cruel rumors that everyone said he would abandon her to marry the royal princess. Believing she's only made him angrier, she braces for the worst. Instead, overwhelmed with frustration, Riftan suddenly scoops her up and carries her to the bed, stunning her into silence. Overwhelmed with frustration, Riftan suddenly pulls her into a crushing embrace, cursing under his breath. Maxi is completely stunned, stammering and asking what he's doing as she kicks her legs weakly. Ignoring her protests, he carries her straight to the bed and sits down, holding her securely in his lap. The raw anger in his eyes softens into a desperate tenderness. He leans in, burying his face in her hair and murmuring a question, asking if she's real. Then, looking her in the eyes, he finally smashes her greatest fear to pieces. He rejected the princess's proposal long ago. Riftan scoffs, revealing he told the king he must be crazy for suggesting a married man take another wife. With fierce intensity, he declares that marriage is a sacred vow. Still insecure, Maxi argues that the princess is beautiful and dignified, unlike her. Riftan dismisses this, admitting he can't stand the snobby princess's personality. Her heart throbs, realizing he knows the princess well enough to call her by name. He gently bumps his forehead against hers, telling her they are husband and wife, and warns her not to bring up such foolishness again. Riftan's expression softens as his hand boldly traces her side. Maxi gasps, stammering for him to wait and panicking that she's wearing nothing underneath her tunic. He just smirks, teasingly reminding her to use his name instead of just calling out, "Hey." Before she can react, he leans in and captures her lips in a soft kiss, leaving her completely stunned. He then pulls back, pressing a gentle, reassuring kiss to her forehead. For the first time, Maxi feels her racing heart begin to calm in his presence. Just as things intensify, Riftan suddenly stops, sensing her fear, a painful echo of their traumatic wedding night. He backs away, giving her a choice and assuring her he won't force anything. His gentleness sends Maxi into a panic, terrified he'll abandon her if she refuses. But then she remembers he rejected a princess for her. A new day dawns as sunlight streams into the bedroom. Maxi awakens in a total daze, her mind reeling. The traumatic memory of their first night suddenly feels like a distant lie. Instead of the pain she had braced herself for, the night was filled with an unexpected passion that left her breathless. A deep blush spreads across her face as she admits to herself she actually liked it. Seeing Riftan sleeping peacefully, she remembers his distress from the day before. Filled with a new, tender feeling, she gently strokes his hair. Watching him sleep, Maxi thinks Riftan looks surprisingly innocent. It feels strange, they were forced into this marriage, but his actions make it seem like he genuinely likes her. As she gently strokes his hair, his eyes snap open, and he snatches her hand. A flustered Maxi stammers his name, pointing out that it's morning. But Riftan just pulls her into a deep hug, admitting he was waiting for her to wake up. He asks if she's hurt, leaving Maxi absolutely stunned. He wasn't asleep at all. Riftan leans in, his voice low as he asks Maxi how last night was for her. She flinches, barely able to speak. Before she can answer, he kisses her again, admitting he liked it so much he could die. He confesses that he can't stop himself when he's with her, then bitterly calls himself a low-born man she was unlucky to marry. Maxi is completely stunned. Suddenly, a thunderous pounding erupts at their door. One of his knights is outside, yelling for the chief to wake up. Riftan's tender mood instantly evaporates, replaced by pure rage. Riftan roars at the knight outside, telling him to shut up and put the carriage on standby. He's pushing their departure back a day, period. Annoyed, he turns back to the bed, but his anger instantly vanishes when he sees Maxi hiding under the sheets. Gently, he asks if she's hurt, admitting he has a quick temper but needs her to talk to him. Mortified, Maxi realizes the room isn't soundproof. She stammers that everyone outside must have heard everything. To her utter shock, Riftan bursts out laughing, leaving her totally bewildered. Riftan leans in close, telling a blushing Maxi not to be embarrassed. He calls her an innocent noblewoman, reminding her they're husband and wife, and what they did was completely natural. Just as Maxi stammers his words back to him, a thunderous pounding erupts at the door. Annoyed, Riftan curses his rowdy knights. He gets out of bed, telling a shocked Maxi to wait while he gets someone to help her. From outside, a knight yells for his chief. Riftan roars back that he's coming, his patience completely gone. The door slams shut, leaving Maxi alone with her spiraling thoughts. Riftan's words echo in her mind. Their husband and wife, and their night together was perfectly natural. Still, her old insecurities creep in, making her question if it was just a duty. A knock at the door breaks her trance as a maid enters with a stunning gown Riftan prepared. Seeing her reflection in the rich, elegant red dress, a single thought surfaces. It's pretty. For the first time, she sees a glimmer of her own beauty. Maxi marvels at the gown, thinking it's far more beautiful than any her sister ever wore. But her excitement fades when she struggles to fasten the back, unable to reach the clasps. Not wanting to be a bother, she refuses the maid's help. Just as she panics, Riftan calls out, asking if she's dressed. He enters to find her flustered and apologizing. Instead of being annoyed, he tells her not to worry. Seeing her dilemma, the war hero calmly steps forward, announcing that he'll help her with the dress. A blushing Maxi stammers her thanks, but Riftan just brushes it off. He claims he bought the dress in a rush and promises her something much better later. For Maxi, though, this gown is a dream compared to the drab hand-me-downs from her miserable past. The old insecurities creep in, telling her she isn't the noble lady he believes her to be. Before she can spiral, Riftan shuts those thoughts down. He pulls her into an embrace, vowing to give her only the best and everything she was denied at home. With a firm "let's go," Riftan leads Maxi outside, but his knights are already running their mouths. One gripes about how long they took, while another scoffs about the special treatment for a duke's daughter. Riftan isn't having any of it and instantly shuts them down with a sharp warning. Once they're safely in the carriage, he tells Maxi to ignore them. He explains their issue is with her father, not her, and promises to put them in their place. But Maxi can only blame herself, believing their hatred is fair. Riftan's jaw tightens as he lets out a frustrated curse. He's absolutely livid with his men, internally vowing to make them pay for disrespecting his wife. But Maxi, watching him, finds his rage peculiar. He's more upset than she is. A small, amused puff of air escapes her lips. Surprisingly, she isn't scared, just filled with a strange, tingly feeling. Riftan's expression softens as he points out it's the first time she's ever smiled at him. Flustered, Maxi realizes that just surviving this marriage isn't enough anymore. A greedy part of her actually wants to stay. The group finally arrives in a small town, but trouble immediately finds them. A local official is trying to shake them down for money, and one of Riftan's hot-headed knights is ready to start a fight over the scam. Riftan, however, shuts him down, ordering him to just pay the man to avoid a scene on the duke's land. The knight then turns his condescending gaze on Maxi, telling her not to regret it when her pockets get lighter. She flinches, crushed by his words, just as they learn there's only one room for all of them. Summoning all her courage, Maxi tells Riftan she doesn't want to be alone. The knights, sensing the sudden shift, make hilariously awkward excuses to disappear. Riftan clears his throat and agrees they should head in, leaving Maxi secretly ecstatic that he actually listened to her. The reality of their lodging hits hard, though. It's just one big, rustic room for everyone. Seeing her hesitation, Riftan pats the makeshift bed beside him. He calls her over, and when she freezes, he gently pulls her down to sit with him by the warm, crackling fire. Maxi nervously scans their rustic lodging, her imagination running wild with thoughts of rats and insects. Riftan, however, quickly reassures her that it's just a bit dirty. He hands her a bowl of steaming potatoes, warning her to be careful. She takes a tentative bite, and her eyes widen in surprise. It's absolutely delicious. As they sit by the fire, he quietly tells her to eat more. Flustered, she insists that he should have some, but he gently tells her to just take it. Touched by the simple gesture, Maxi whispers a quiet thank you. As Maxi savors the simple meal, she realizes it's the first time anyone has ever stayed to feed her. It tastes better than any feast from her father's castle. Later, as everyone tries to sleep, Riftan suddenly pulls her close. Flustered, she stammers that his knights are right there. He brushes off her concern, telling her to stay still because it's cold before placing a gentle kiss on her shoulder. But they're not alone. A very awake Elysian glares from across the barn, completely scandalized by his captain's total lack of consideration. Riftan pulls Maxi closer, shooting a glare at the sarcastic mage, Ruth, and telling him to get lost. Unfazed, Ruth remarks that even stray dogs don't growl like that. He then produces a glowing red firestone, explaining he cast a warming spell on it for her. Looking over at the snoring knights, Ruth says that unlike them, she isn't built for the cold. He places the stone in her hands, adding that it's just to prevent him from the trouble of her getting sick. A blushing Maxi stammers her thanks, clutching the warm, magical gift. The mage lazily corrects Riftan, explaining that he's a sorcerer, not a knight, and introduces himself as Ruth. But Riftan is having none of it. He shoots the mage a death glare, telling him to get lost so they can sleep. Unbothered, Ruth leaves them be. Cradling the warm magic stone, Maxi marvels at the feeling. The gentle heat seeps into her, and wrapped in Riftan's arms, she drifts into a deep, peaceful sleep for the first time. Days later, she's become used to life on the road, no longer afraid of sleeping outside. But their cozy moment is history. The next day, Riftan is back on his horse, leaving Maxi all alone in the rattling carriage. Her old anxieties kick in as she remembers his flimsy excuses, too much luggage, not enough space. That night, it's the same story. He tells her to sleep in the carriage while he takes the night watch, walking right past her. The sudden distance is killing her. Maxi's heart plummets as she wonders if he's already tired of her, convinced she's now just a bother. Riding ahead, Riftan glances back at the carriage, catching Maxi's lonely sigh. Without warning, he halts the entire caravan, announcing a break. His knights grumble about the slow pace, and Maxi overhears, her heart sinking as she blames herself. As she steps out, a nasty leg cramp sends her stumbling. But before she can fall, Riftan is there, catching her and effortlessly sweeping her into his arms. He carries her into the woods for privacy, then bluntly asks if her constant apologies are a habit, leaving her completely baffled. Kneeling before her, Riftan rubs the cramp from her leg, bluntly stating she always claims she's fine. Maxi insists she is, but then she does it again, apologizing for bothering him. That's the last straw. Riftan's face hardens as he asks if she honestly believes she's an annoyance. Timidly, she explains that since he was sleeping alone, she assumed she'd irritated him. Visibly overwhelmed, Riftan slumps against her in pure exasperation. Without a word, he grabs her wrist and pulls her deeper into the woods, slamming his head against a tree in utter frustration. Sighing, Riftan mutters that she'll be the death of him. Then, in a sudden move, he yanks her into a crushing hug. Stunned, Maxi listens as he reveals the truth. He wasn't avoiding her because she was an annoyance. He was staying away for his own sanity, confessing how agonizing it is to be so close to her. Their intense moment is broken by some snickering knights nearby. Riftan just tells her to hang on, as they'll rest soon. It finally clicks for Maxi. He was never mad. A wave of pure relief washes over her. The caravan reaches an outpost, but it's eerily silent, with fallen guards scattered around. Looking up at the darkening sky, Riftan decides they have to take a shortcut to reach Anatole before nightfall. He tells Maxi the carriage can't make the journey, so she'll have to ride with him. She nervously agrees, and he lifts her onto his horse, settling her in front of him. He commands the knights to move out, telling Maxi it will be a bumpy ride, and she can lean on him. Her heart thumps against his back as she overhears the knights grumbling about having to return to the capital soon. Maxi's heart sinks, convinced she's the reason for the delay. The argument she overheard is all her fault. Her guilt is cut short when a scout screams a warning. They've stumbled into an ambush. 5 monstrous werewolves block their path. The knights instantly draw their blades, clashing with the beasts. Shielding her, Riftan calmly tells Maxi to close her eyes and that it will be over soon. Just then, a knight screams for him to look out. There's an attack coming from above. With a flash of steel, Riftan intercepts the unseen attacker from above. The hidden werewolf falls, taken down in one clean strike. The knights are stunned by the display of pure power. With his blade still drawn, Riftan calmly corrects his companion, Gable, stating there were 6 enemies, not 5. Gable explains that these dark beasts can use concealment spells and urges the group to move quickly. Tightening his grip on the reins, Riftan tells Maxi to hold on as he spurs his horse into a full gallop, the knights following close behind. As the sun dips below the horizon, Riftan brings his horse to a steady pace. He softly calls out Maxi's name, and she lifts her head just as they reach the top of a hill. Her eyes widen at the breathtaking sight before them. Bathed in the golden light is a magnificent castle overlooking a sprawling town. A proud smile touches Riftan's lips as he glances back at her. He declares that this is his land, his home. This is Anatole. Maxi is left speechless, completely in awe of her new home. As they gaze at the magnificent castle, Riftan explains that his land is rugged, home to miners and mercenaries. He admits the castle looks dreary, but insists the inside is spacious, though not as fancy as her old home. Maxi stammers that it's not dreary at all. It looks like a huge fortress. The thick walls, he says, are necessary because of the monsters in the area. Her face pales. He reassures her, boasting that no beast can breach his walls. Suddenly, a silver-haired mage named Ruth pipes up, cheekily noting they can't be sure after being away. Tired of all the talking, Heberon near the grumbles that everyone is starving and it's time to move on. As they approach the towering stone walls of Anatole, a lookout spots their banner. He pounds on the gate, his voice booming as he announces the return of the Lord and the Knights of Remdragon. With a heavy groan, the massive fortress doors swing open, welcoming the war heroes home after 3 long years. As they enter, the castle courtyard explodes with cheers. The people of Anatole roar with adoration, hailing Riftan Calypso as the dragon-slaying hero who saved the continent. Flower petals rain down as they chant praises for their lord and the Knights of Remdragon. Overwhelmed, Maxi's heart pounds in her chest. She's never seen such genuine joy. At her old home, people only cowered in fear of her father. But here, the atmosphere is warm and happy. This heartfelt welcome is completely foreign to her, leaving her utterly stunned by the contrast. Amidst the raucous celebration, Heberon tells Riftan the townspeople have prepared a massive party for them. But Riftan brushes it off, dismissing his knights to enjoy the festivities while he takes Maxi straight to the castle. Startled by his sudden decision, she grips his arm tightly. He just tells her to hold on. With the heavy clatter of hooves on stone, they ride through the creaking gates. Gazing up at the imposing walls, Maxi realizes this fortress is even more magnificent up close, a powerful and welcome change from the cold elegance of her father's home. Riftan's armored boots clang against the stone as he dismounts. An elderly steward named Rodrigo and the household staff greet him with deep bows, welcoming their lord home. When Rodrigo asks about the unfamiliar woman, Riftan firmly declares that she is his wife, brought home the moment he returned. Shocked by his public claim, Maxi nervously stammers her new name, Maximilian Calypse. Brushing aside further introductions, Riftan leads her through the heavy, creaking doors. They step into a vast, somber hall, and Maxi wonders who could have possibly managed such a grim-looking fortress in his absence. Riftan's voice booms through the hall, his face a mask of absolute fury. He roars at the terrified staff, demanding to know why the castle isn't lavishly decorated for his return when he sent more than enough gold. The suffocating anger sends Maxi spiraling into a panic. Her father's cruel words, useless, a shame, echo in her mind, and she feels like she can't breathe. Desperate to escape, she gives a small tug on Riftan's sleeve. He pauses, surprised, as she timidly stammers that she just wants to go rest now. Riftan's explosive anger melts away the moment he sees Maxi's fear. He gently reassures her that he isn't mad at her, then scoops her into his arms. Ignoring the shocked staff, he carries her straight to their chambers and sets her down on the bed. As Maxi quietly admires the high-end room, Riftan mistakes her silence for judgment. He bitterly asks if it looks shabby to her, admitting that compared to her father's place, his castle is nothing but a barn. The war hero's unexpected vulnerability leaves Maxi completely stunned. Riftan's frustration finally boils over. He internally fumes that it was her duty to manage the castle and that if she'd just come sooner, none of this would have happened. Maxi flinches, sensing his unspoken anger. His boots clack across the floor toward her, and she braces for the worst. But instead of lashing out, the mighty war hero kneels. He gently tells her that from now on, the castle is hers to manage, offering her an unlimited budget to redecorate. Taking her hand, he places a soft kiss on her knuckles, leaving Maxi utterly bewildered. Maxi's mind screams that Riftan doesn't know the real her, the useless daughter her father raised. But he ignores her inner turmoil, gently lifting her chin. He tells her this is her home now. The words stun her into silence. This is her home, a place to finally belong. Overcome with emotion, she shyly promises to make it cozy for both of them. A rare, warm smile spreads across Riftan's face as he agrees. The sudden intimacy makes her heart pound, and she blurts out that she wants a bath, sending him stomping from the room. Panic floods Maxi's mind. Riftan assumes she's a competent, educated noblewoman, but she doesn't know the first thing about managing an estate. If he finds out she's useless, he'll surely get rid of her. Since returning to her father is impossible, she resolves to prove her worth. Just as her bath is ready, Riftan appears, pulling his shirt off. He calmly tells her they'll bathe together. A flustered Maxi stammers in protest, but he simply insists that it's perfectly normal for a married couple to do so. Maxi soaks in the bath, wondering if Riftan's earlier words about this being her home were true.
Her peace is short-lived.
Riftan explains that it's normal for couples to bathe together, adding that northern ladies even serve as attendants for guests. Mortified by the thought, Maxi sinks deeper into the water. Suddenly, the huge knight is settling in right behind her. He gently cups her face, his touch surprisingly soft as he asks what she's thinking. Stuttering, she asks if she'll really have to assist his men, completely missing his attempt at intimacy. Maxi nervously reminds Riftan of her supposed duty to assist his men. His mood instantly darkens. He growls that it's nonsense, threatening to send any man who dares ask on a one-way trip to the underworld. Seeing her flinch in fear, he immediately softens. He pulls her close, insisting he'll wash her first since she's tired. As his hands gently move through the water, all the tension melts from Maxi's body. The warmth isn't just from the bath. For the first time in a long time, she feels genuinely cared for and, surprisingly, happy. Exhausted from the day's events, Maxi finally gives in to her fatigue, dozing off right there in the bath. Riftan notices her slump against him, a soft smile on his face, as he realizes she's fallen asleep. The next morning, Maxi wakes up alone in a grand, unfamiliar bed. A knock on the door reveals a maid named Ludys, who has been assigned to serve her. Ludys informs her that the Lord left early for the training grounds. Feeling a little lost, Maxi lets the kind maid help her get ready for her first day. As Ludis gently brushes Maxi's hair, the kindness is a stark contrast to the harsh nannies of her past. Once dressed in a beautiful gown, Maxi feels like a new person and wonders if Riftan would like how she looks. Eager to see him, she stutters while asking Ludis for directions to the training grounds. The small slip immediately sends her into a spiral of self-hatred as her father's cruel insults echo in her mind. Seeing her mistress's horrified expression, Ludis asks if she is all right, but a mortified Maxi just insists that it's nothing. Overcome with shame, Maxi hurries away. Her father's poisonous words echo in her mind, reminding her that a flawed master will be ignored and mocked by her servants. She's convinced that once the people here discover she stutters, they will treat her just as cruelly as everyone at home did. Lost in her spiral of fear, she doesn't notice Ludis following her. The maid's concerned voice cuts through her dark thoughts, gently offering to show her to the dining area. Surprised by the kindness, Maxi stops dead in her tracks. Maxi enters the grand dining hall, the reality of her new life in Anatole finally sinking in. She is met by Rodrigo, the castle's head steward. Desperate to act the part of a proper lady, Maxi forces herself to speak, shakily bringing up Riftan's offer to let her redecorate. Her voice trembles with every word as she braces for the scorn she expects her stutter to bring. To her shock, Rodrigo simply bows, kindly informing her that Lord Calypso has already ordered everyone to assist her with whatever she needs. Relieved by Rodrigo's gentle demeanor, Maxi agrees to a tour of the castle. The steward explains its long history, abandoned after a kingdom fell and monster attacks increased. But everything changed 10 years ago, when a young Riftan Calypso became its lord. He rebuilt the castle brick by brick, transforming it into a safe haven. Rodrigo proudly declares that Riftan's efforts tripled the population. Seeing the steward's genuine admiration, Maxi smiles, realizing just how much her husband is loved and respected by his people. As the tour continues, Maxi contrasts the warm atmosphere with the cold fear that gripped her father's castle. Rodrigo chuckles, humbly admitting the castle is a bit worn since Riftan focused on efficient fortifications over fancy decorations. Amused by his candor, Maxi stifles a giggle. The steward then asks if she enjoys tea. When she shyly agrees, he seems delighted, remarking that he'll have to order some quality leaves since the knights never drink it. The image of brawny warriors sipping daintily from teacups makes Maxi smile, agreeing it doesn't suit them. The tour continues into a grand but gloomy ballroom, covered in a thick layer of dust. Rodrigo admits with an embarrassed scratch of his head that it's never been used, since their only visitors are rough-and-tumble knights. He explains that with so few servants, they've focused on necessities, not luxuries. But seeing the castle's neglected state doesn't discourage Maxi. Instead, a spark of purpose ignites within her. She immediately instructs the steward to summon merchants, ready to transform this forgotten fortress into a proper home and embrace her new role. Maxi stammers, asking if the overgrown courtyard is the garden. The steward, sweating bullets, sheepishly admits they're too understaffed to have a gardener. Trying to move on, Maxi suggests the outbuilding, but Rodrigo explains it's now a dormitory for apprentice knights. Suddenly, the clang of steel cuts through the air as they stumble upon a training session. The steward panics, warning that Riftan hates spectators and they should leave immediately. As a flustered Maxi turns to flee, a strong hand suddenly grabs her wrist, stopping her dead in her tracks. The clang of steel rings through the training grounds as Riftan relentlessly pushes his men. He furiously scolds them for getting lazy, ordering them to complete an extra quota before they can even think about stopping. His exhausted knights grumble amongst themselves, wondering what could have put their commander in such a foul mood since dawn. Suddenly, Riftan's sharp gaze cuts across the yard. He spots Maxi, standing with the steward. His intense, angry expression instantly melts away, replaced by a faint, surprised blush as he stares at his wife. The knights break out in a cold sweat, completely terrified by their commander's bizarre expression. Before Maxi can even register his movement, Riftan is standing right beside her. He curtly dismisses his men, ordering them to take a 1-hour break in the dormitories. While the knights murmur that she's a bother, Riftan takes charge, announcing he will show her around himself. An awkward silence falls between them as they walk. Maxi glances at his large hand, and a flash of memory from the night before makes her face burn red. Noticing her sudden panic, Riftan asks what's wrong. Maxi stammers an apology, feeling like a burden for falling asleep on him the night before. Riftan just laughs it off, telling her not to worry about it. But she insists, worried that he must have been exhausted taking care of her. With a sly grin, Riftan admits he wasn't tired at all. In fact, he says the real issue was that he got a little too excited. The comment leaves Maxi completely stunned. Realizing his blunder, a flustered Riftan quickly clears his throat and turns away to continue their awkward tour. Riftan continues the tour, proudly explaining the fortress's defenses. He points out how guards patrol the walls day and night, rotating hourly to remain alert. With a confident smirk, he declares that no matter the enemy, this castle is absolutely unbreakable. Maxi's attention is suddenly caught by a tall, solitary tower, and she stammers, asking what it is. Riftan explains that's where their mage, Ruth, lives. He warns her to keep her distance, as Ruth has been setting up strange and troublesome magic circles everywhere, leaving Maxi completely baffled. Maxi's eyes sparkle with excitement, but her curiosity is immediately shut down. Riftan's mood darkens, and he firmly tells her not to even think about going near the mage's tower. Visibly crushed, she meekly agrees. Seeing her disappointment, Riftan sighs, admitting he's probably boring her. He confesses he's not good at expressing himself and doesn't know how to treat women. But Maxi realizes that's not true. A memory flashes through her mind of a younger Riftan at a formal event, completely ignoring the adoring women around him. He's always been patient with her. As Riftan speaks, Maxi's mind flashes back to the past. She remembers how all the women in the castle used to gush over him. In her memory, a younger Riftan stands at a formal party, his collar covered in lipstick marks from adoring ladies, yet he looks completely bored. She realizes he must have plenty of experience with women. The confusing thought makes her anxiously clench her dress. Noticing her distress, Riftan asks what's wrong. He gently reaches out and tilts her chin up, startling her with a sudden, soft touch. Riftan asks why she's shivering, and a flustered Maxi quickly blames the cold wind. Without another word, he sweeps her right off her feet, causing her heart to pound in her chest. He sternly tells her she needs to wear warmer clothes from now on. Softening his gaze, he then asks if she likes her new outfit. Maxi shyly agrees, silently admitting to herself that she's never owned anything so beautiful. Sensing her unspoken awe, Riftan promises to summon a seamstress, declaring he'll buy her hundreds of dresses. As Riftan carries her, Maxi is completely conflicted. He claims to be clueless with women, but she's seen his reputation firsthand. She timidly asks if he promises every girl the world, always saying he'll get them whatever they desire. Riftan's expression hardens. He declares that this isn't just empty talk. He swore he would give her a luxurious life in Anatole, a life just like the one at her father's castle. The intensity is too much for her. Overwhelmed, she asks to go rest. Seeing she's tired, Riftan agrees and turns back towards the castle. As Riftan carries her, Maxi is lost in a storm of insecurity. She wonders what he would think if he knew the truth, that she wasn't raised to be a proper lady, let alone a duchess. She's terrified he wouldn't treat her so well if he knew about her past. Would he even want her to stay by his side? The wind howls, echoing her turmoil. But then, Riftan stops. He looks down at her, his expression unreadable, and says her name, Maxi. His voice is quiet, but it cuts right through her anxious thoughts. A soft smile touches Riftan's lips as he gently takes her hand in his. At that simple, reassuring touch, a profound realization washes over Maxi. For the first time, she wonders if it's all right to be a little selfish, to want this life, to want him. He had promised her this was her home. Clinging to his hand, she finally lets herself believe his words. As flower petals seem to drift around them, she accepts her new truth. This place, with him, is her home now. Maxi sits by a crackling fire, thinking about how Riftan works from dawn to dusk. She remembers his parting words, that he had to go to the training grounds but would see her at the feast. Her spirits fall, but a maid named Ludys interrupts her thoughts. The kind woman places a tray with ginger tea before her, worried Maxi might catch a cold from her earlier walk. Touched, Maxi thanks her, wondering if this thoughtfulness was Riftan's idea. She takes a sip, and the relaxing warmth brings a small moment of comfort. Ludys the maid approaches, looking flustered as she apologizes for a mistake she made earlier that morning. But Maxi, with a gentle expression, insists it was fine and asks the maid to continue helping her. This simple kindness overwhelms Ludys, who was never treated so well at Croiso Castle. She tearfully squeezes Maxi's hands, vowing to do her best. As Maxi notes the surprising warmth of the people here, Ludys eagerly suggests a new dress for the feast, determined to show everyone just how beautiful the new Lady Calypso truly is. As night falls, Maxi is finally ready for the feast. Dressed in a stunning gown with sparkling jewels, she nervously asks the steward if she looks all right. He reassures her with a kind smile that she looks marvelous. But in her own mind, Maxi feels like a fraud. She sees her reflection and thinks she looks like a little girl playing dress-up, feeling completely awkward in the expensive attire. The lavish accessories don't feel like they belong to her, and she wonders why Riftan would even possess such things. This deep-seated insecurity just won't go away. Her mind spiraled with dark thoughts. These luxurious jewels felt so out of place in a rough knight's castle. A sickening realization dawned on her. What if they belonged to Riftan's old lover? Her jaw clenched with anxiety. Just then, the steward announced their arrival, noting the feast had already begun. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Maxi prepared for what was next. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a hall roaring with the chatter of countless knights, their voices echoing loudly as they feasted. The hall was filled with the boisterous laughter of feasting knights, but the ruckus immediately ceased when Riftan spotted Maxi. He called out her name, commanding her to come to him. A heavy silence fell as every single knight turned to stare at her. Riftan gestured for her to sit beside him and then addressed the room. He formally introduced her as his wife, Maximilian Calypse. With a dark, menacing glare, he warned every man present to afford her the respect she deserved. His message was undeniable. She was their lady now. One by one, the knights formally greet their new lady. Maxi clenches her hands, completely overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. Noticing she hasn't touched her food, Riftan leans in and asks if she dislikes it. She quickly stammers that it's delicious, but she just feels too pressured to eat with everyone staring. So, Riftan starts piling a mountain of meat onto her plate, teasing that even a small bird eats more than her. When Maxi protests that no woman could eat that much, he smirks and says he knows one who did. Maxi forces herself to eat, her mind spiraling with jealousy. Who was this other woman Riftan mentioned? Her dark thoughts are cut short when a knight asks if the rumors are true. Did Riftan really slice through a dragon's fiery breath? Maxi is stunned, as such a feat is legendary. Riftan just smirks, saying his sword is special. Another knight slams his mug down, proudly explaining that their captain's blade absorbs any magic it touches, growing stronger the more powerful the attack against it. This man is a living legend. The conversation shifts to an even wilder rumor, Riftan's legendary duel against Sir Quahol Leon, a notorious temple knight. While a more prim knight scoffs at the topic, the rest of the men are buzzing with excitement, calling it a clash between the continent's strongest warriors. Riftan completely brushes off their praise, humbly crediting his magic sword for the win, not his own skill. But his men aren't having it. They know a victory is a victory and practically beg him to tell them all the details of the epic showdown. The men shout over each other, eager to hear more war stories. Riftan finally gives in, beginning a tale about hunting the dragon sector. As the knights listen in awe, Maxi just watches them, struck by how casual and friendly they all are. This is nothing like the banquet she was forced to attend. Those were silent, suffocating affairs under her father's cold stare, always leaving her with a knot in her stomach. She knows he would find this lively gathering completely disgraceful, a thought that brings a strange mix of fear and relief. While her father would have called this chaos disgraceful, Maxi feels a spark of life she's never known. For the first time, she might actually be enjoying herself. Her happy thought is cut short when a hand taps the table right in front of her. Startled, Maxi's fingers fidget with her necklace as she looks up. It's Riftan. He's been watching her the whole time, his gaze intense and focused only on her, completely ignoring the rowdy celebration of his own men. It's like she's the only one in the room. Riftan cuts through the noise, dropping a heavy pouch directly in front of Maxi. She flinches, startled by the sudden attention, and nervously asks what it is. Without a word, he reaches over the table to open it. As he unties the bag, his knuckles lightly brush against her chest, the unexpected touch sending a jolt through her. He avoids her gaze, his expression unreadable and focused, leaving Maxi to watch with a pounding heart, completely bewildered by this sudden, intense gesture in the middle of the rowdy banquet. But Riftan's focus isn't on the pouch anymore. His hand moves to her thick, auburn braid, and the heavy plait of hair slips from her shoulder. Suddenly, Riftan's jaw clenches. He lets go and mutters a quick apology. Before anyone can react, he slams his hands on the table, announcing to the stunned knights that he thinks his wife is drunk and they'll be taking their leave immediately. Without warning, Riftan grabs Maxi's hand and pulls her straight out of the great hall, leaving her completely mortified. Behind them, the rowdy knight Heberon snickers, joking that since their captain is busy, it just means more fun for the rest of them. That was the wrong thing to say. Riftan stops dead, shooting a murderous glare over his shoulder. He coldly promises that if Heberon is still alive by morning, he'll personally see to him during training. With that final threat, he slams the door, leaving a terrified knight to his fate. Back in the hall, the mage Ruth dryly offers his condolences to the terrified knight, suggesting he might as well drink himself to death. Meanwhile, in the empty corridor, Riftan slams Maxi against the wall. Before she can even process what's happening, he captures her lips in a sudden, intense kiss. He pulls away just long enough to breathe, confessing he's wanted to do that all day. He admits he was barely holding back his jealousy while watching her look at other men, his possessiveness finally breaking through before he leans in again. Riftan's passion overwhelms him, his hands sliding up her leg. A panicked Maxi begs him to stop, stuttering that they can't be out here in the corridor. But he's completely lost in the moment, breathing against her neck that he wants her right here, right now. Without another word, he suddenly lifts her into his arms. Startled, Maxi calls his name as he begins marching up the massive staircase. Gritting his teeth, a sweating Riftan curses under his breath, annoyed by just how many stairs there are to climb. Riftan kicks the door shut and unceremoniously drops Maxi onto the massive bed. Flustered, she stammers that they should probably wash up first. He scoffs at her attempt to stall, cynically asking if she's just trying to fall asleep on him again like their first night. His voice softens as he promises to bathe her later, pleading for her to just be with him now. Without waiting for an answer, he starts pulling off his clothes, tossing them aside. Overwhelmed by his raw intensity, a blushing Maxi finally closes her eyes, surrendering to the moment. Riftan leans over Maxi, his kisses trailing down her neck as she whispers his name. Her body burns with a feeling she's never known, her hands clenching the sheets beneath her. But the intense moment is suddenly shattered by the ghosts of her past. Her father's cruel words from their wedding night flood her mind, calling her a wretch, demanding she act like a corpse. The passion vanishes, replaced by ice-cold terror that leaves her frozen. Noticing the sudden stillness, a confused Riftan pulls back, his voice filled with concern as he calls out her name. Seeing the sheer terror on her face, Riftan immediately stops. Instead of frustration, his expression softens with concern. He gently pulls her into his embrace, hushing her and whispering that it's all right. He holds her close, offering nothing but comfort as rain begins to patter against the castle window. Overwhelmed by this unexpected tenderness, a wave of emotion washes over Maxi. As he holds her, she softly whispers his name, realizing the man holding her is nothing like the monster from her memories. This is a moment of pure, gentle reassurance. Riftan softly complimented Maximilian, telling her that her hair was fluffy, like a red cloud. Flustered, she stammered that it was just uncomfortable and tangled, remembering her nursemaid's complaints about its dreary, ugly color. But Riftan completely disagreed, nuzzling against her shoulder. He told her he loved her cute curls and asked her to always leave her hair down for him. Dumbfounded, Maxi wondered why he liked something so hideous. Riftan then told her to stay in bed for the day, since it was raining and she must be tired. Wrapped in a blanket, Maxi's face turns bright red. She timidly reminds Riftan that he had mentioned being sore, her words trailing off in a fluster. In a moment of shared awkwardness, Riftan quickly covers her up completely. Later, as a fire crackles in the hearth, a fully dressed Riftan prepares for the day, strapping on his armor. Before heading out, he quietly pushes the door open, a soft smile on his face as he peeks in. He gently tells her that he will see her later before slipping away. As rain patters against the window the next morning, Maxi's maid, Ludis, asks how she'd like her hair styled. A memory of Riftan asking her to leave it down because he loves how it feels brings a deep blush to her cheeks. Still flustered, she asks for a simple braid instead. Refusing to spend the day resting, Maxi embraces her new role as the lady of the castle. She asks Ludis to summon the steward, Rodrigo, deciding she wants to explore the library. To her utter amazement, she discovers a grand, sprawling collection of books. Maxi is blown away by the sheer size of the library, which holds ancient books more valuable than gold. The steward, Rodrigo, arrives with the castle ledgers, admitting he's relieved she's here to take over. Though she feels overwhelmed, Maxi resolves to learn her duties step by step. As Riftan works tirelessly from dawn until late at night, Maxi pores over the complicated account books. Finally, the day arrives for her first official duty as lady of the castle. Waiting nervously to meet a merchant, she wonders if she can actually succeed. As Maxi waits, her father's cruel words haunt her, warning that servants always mock an incompetent master. Biting her nail, she resolves to maintain her dignity. When the head of the merchant guild arrives, she anxiously asks for him to be shown in. The merchant, Aderon Sooner, introduces himself with a polite bow. Fighting her nerves, Maxi catches herself before she can bite her nail again. She stammers a greeting, thanking him for coming despite the rain. He graciously replies that he should have come sooner and asks where she plans to begin the refurbishments. Stealing her nerves, Maxi tells the merchant she wants to start by replacing the castle's broken windows. This sets the guy off. He enthusiastically lists every kind of glass imaginable and offers to bring samples. A little dazed, Maxi agrees and adds curtains, carpets, and a chandelier to her growing shopping list. The merchant promises to come back tomorrow, fully prepared. Later that night, Maxi passes out in the library, completely overwhelmed by all the decisions. Someone gently taps her awake, and she instantly resolves to act more like a proper lady tomorrow. The next day, the merchant bombards Maxi with a sea of luxurious options. He shows her everything from gold-embroidered silk curtains to extravagant chandeliers, overwhelming her completely. Just as Maxi is drowning in expensive choices, a knock comes from the door. It's the steward, Rodrigo, who announces that the tailor has arrived. Confused, Maxi suddenly remembers Riftan's words. He had promised to fill her wardrobe with only the very best. Blushing, she realizes this was all his doing, a thoughtful surprise just for her. The merchant, seeing how overwhelmed Maxi is, suggests he return another day to give her time to think. The steward also notices her fatigue and offers to send the newly arrived tailor away, but she quickly refuses. This was Riftan's thoughtful surprise, and she can't just dismiss them. A husband and wife tailoring duo then introduce themselves. They explain that Lord Calypso himself ordered them to create her dresses of the absolute finest quality, with no concern for the cost. As they begin her fitting, Maxi feels like she's in a ridiculous dream, wondering why he would spend so much on her. As the fitting continues, Maxi seems completely disconnected. The tailor gently asks if she dislikes the hat, and Maxi quietly requests a smaller one. Afterward, she stumbles away, feeling totally drained from the meetings. The pressure to make the castle worthy of the continent's greatest knight is immense. She remembers the merchant even suggested marble floors. But the thought of spending so much money fills her with anxiety. Confused by all the different currencies, she considers asking Rodrigo for help but immediately stops, terrified he would think she's incompetent and look down on her. Maxi panics, realizing she's never even held a coin, let alone made a purchase. Suddenly, Riftan is there, asking why she's outside in such a thin dress. She quickly says she was heading back inside. He tells her it's cold and to wear a cloak next time. As they walk, she spots him hiding something behind his back. He quickly dismisses it as nothing. Maxi stops, deciding not to burden him with her problems. Riftan turns and shoves a bouquet of blue flowers into her arms, explaining he saw them blooming and brought some for her. Riftan sheepishly explains that the flowers looked nice in the field, but now they seem shabby. He awkwardly tells her to just throw them away if she doesn't like them. Maxi is stunned, immediately insisting she would never do that. It dawns on her that he braved the rain just to pick these for her. She gazes at the bouquet, whispering that the flowers are incredibly pretty. Holding them close, she inhales the cold scent of rain mixed with his own, and a comforting warmth spreads through her entire body. The unexpected warmth of his simple gesture brings tears to Maxi's eyes. Overwhelmed by a kindness she's never known, she clutches the bouquet and manages to whisper a thank you. Riftan seems completely taken aback by her powerful reaction. For Maxi, everything feels like a dream, and if it is, she never wants to wake up. Breaking the tender silence, a flustered Riftan suggests they go inside, muttering that he needs a bath. Later, the flowers sit beautifully in a silver vase, a treasured symbol of this fragile new beginning. The sun shines brightly, and Maxi feels a rare sense of peace. It's been a while since the weather was this nice, and she's happy it means Riftan can finally rest. Her mind flashes back to the stormy night before, when he told her to sleep while he stood guard. The thought of them being alone together makes her blush, reminding her of their awkward first night. Pulled from her memories, she's greeted by her maid, Liddies, who comments on the lovely weather, asking if Maxi is also happy the rain has finally stopped. Maxi tells her maid she's glad the rain has stopped. The conversation shifts to the flowers from Riftan, which have started to wilt. Liddies kindly suggests changing the water to help them last longer. Later, Maxi finds herself buried under a mountain of paperwork in the Grand Library. She sighs, completely overwhelmed by the estimates for the castle renovations. The numbers and currencies are like a foreign language to her. She realizes that as a sheltered noblewoman, she's never handled money in her life and feels completely lost in her new duties. Feeling a new sense of purpose, Maxi tells herself she has to work just as hard as Riftan. But a sudden knock at the library door shatters her concentration. She instantly panics, fretting that she looks a total mess. As the lady of the house, she has to maintain a classy appearance. The steward, Rodrigo, enters with an invitation. He explains that Riftan is eating with the knights and wants to know if she will join them. Maxi's cheeks flush. This is perfect. She had hoped to finish early so they could eat together, and even though the knights intimidate her, she remembers her promise and agrees. As Maxi approaches the dining hall, a furious argument erupts from within, stopping her dead in her tracks. She overhears Riftan coldly announcing that they leave in 3 days, and he won't repeat himself. His knights are in an uproar. Ursulin frantically insists Riftan must attend the king's victory celebration, warning him not to test the monarch's goodwill. Riftan counters that he just returned after 3 long years and has already sent word. But his men press on, terrified he's about to lose the king's favor, leaving Maxi frozen outside the door. The knights desperately try to make Riftan see reason, warning him that given the situation with Princess Agnes, snubbing the king is a terrible idea. They insist the monarch already distrusts his lords and is famous for holding a grudge. This will be seen as a direct insult. But Riftan coldly shuts them down, declaring the plan stands. Outside, Maxi is crushed. It all clicks into place. This fight, the disrespect to the king, it's all happening because he came for her. Drowning in guilt, she turns away, telling her staff she's suddenly tired and wants to eat alone in her room. Maxi flees down the hall, ignoring her attendants' worried cries. Alone in her room, the thought of Riftan leaving again in just 3 days is crushing. The guilt is almost too much to bear. Suddenly, the door creaks open and Riftan steps inside. He says he heard she was tired and should be resting. Startled, Maxi turns and stammers that it's okay, insisting he must be the one who's exhausted after leaving so early that morning. An awkward silence hangs between them, thick with unspoken feelings and worries about their future. Maxi's mind races with insecurity. She wonders if Riftan is tired of her, noticing he often comes to her room only when she's asleep. Pushing the anxious thoughts away, she tries to break the silence, stammering that she's glad it didn't rain. To her surprise, Riftan quietly murmurs that he wishes it would. The silence returns, heavier than before. As he cleans his sword by the fire, Maxi peeks over her book, her mind spiraling. Why isn't he saying anything? Lost in her worries, Riftan's voice suddenly cuts through, asking if something is wrong. Panicked, Maxi stammers that he must really treasure his sword, instantly scolding herself for the useless small talk. Riftan explains he's cared for it himself since he was 14, revealing he won the legendary weapon in his first ever competition. Her eyes light up with admiration as she asks if he was the victor, and he confirms it with absolute confidence. The revelation sends Maxi into a daydream, recalling the romantic stories where the tournament champion was rewarded with a lady's affection, a world she could only ever read about. Lost in her romantic fantasy, Maxi stammers that Riftan must have also received a kiss after his victory. But her daydream comes to a crashing halt when she realizes she said that out loud. Riftan stops dead, his expression unreadable as he questions her. Mortified, Maxi's face turns beet red. She frantically tries to explain, rambling about a story she once read where a knight was rewarded with a princess's affection. But Riftan coldly cuts her off, bluntly stating that's not what happened. He asks why she's talking about such embarrassing things, and her heart sinks. Trying to save face, Maxi stammers that a kiss from a noblewoman is a great honor for a knight. She rambles that it's tradition for the victor to then pledge a special vow to her. But Riftan coldly dismisses the idea as unimportant. Crushed, Maxi's mind spirals. She believes he must have already pledged himself to another noblewoman, and the thought is agonizing. Suddenly, Riftan slams his hand on the table, startling her. He leans in close, his intense gaze fixed on her, and quietly says perhaps before asking if she's okay, because she looks unwell. His intense proximity makes her heart pound. Riftan leans in, asking if she's sick, because she looks so pale. A flustered Maxi just hiccups, insisting she's only tired. Changing the subject, Riftan spots a miniature chandelier and asks if it's a toy. She clarifies it's a model for the banquet hall, instantly fearing his disapproval. But instead, he gently takes the ribbon from her hair. With a smoldering gaze, he promises to throw the most spectacular banquets in all of Whedon, just for her, acknowledging his home is nothing like her old life. Riftan gently holds Maxi's face, promising to get her everything she wants. But then he drops the bad news. He has to leave for the capital in a few days, though he'll return with tons of gifts. Maxi's heart plummets. The thought of being alone again is unbearable. Seeing her crestfallen face, Riftan suddenly pulls her close, burying his head against her stomach. He silently admits he doesn't want to go either. He just wants to stay. Shocked, Maxi realizes he's just as torn as she is, and she softly pats his head to comfort him. Lost in the moment, Maxi thinks to herself that she's barely holding back. Suddenly, Riftan's grip on her tightens. He looks up, his eyes burning with an intense fire as he warns her that she started this, so she better not regret it later. Completely flustered, Maxi stammers his name, but it's too late. He swiftly sweeps her up into his arms, ignoring her weak protests as he carries her from the room. As a storm begins to rage outside, the two are finally, truly alone together for the night. Downstairs, the Remdragon Knights are passing the time. Heberon entertains the group with a perfect, grumpy impression of Riftan, declaring they'll leave in 3 days and anyone with a problem can stay behind. The others roar with laughter. They joke about their commander's almost supernatural ability to predict the weather, questioning if he's even human. The ever-serious Ursuline scolds Heberon for his informal language, but he just brushes it off. He turns to the wizard Ruth, asking for his opinion. Ruth simply taps the table, calling them ridiculous, though he can't quite hide a smirk. Ursuline warns Heberon that Riftan would crush him for those jokes. The conversation shifts as Garrow asks Ruth if he knew the commander before he was a knight. Ruth reveals he met Riftan at only 16, shocking the others. They eagerly ask what their fierce leader was like as a kid. Ruth simply says there's not much difference. A flashback proves his point, showing a young Riftan kneeling over a massive slain beast in a storm, covered in its blood. Ruth explains he was even more reckless back then, living like he had no tomorrow. As rain patters against the windows, Heberon mentions he hasn't seen Riftan much. Another knight adds that the maids say he's been holed up in his room. The men can't believe their captain, who never showed interest in women, has fallen so hard for the Duke's daughter. Their gossip is cut short by a weary Ruth, who snaps at them to stop talking nonsense, so he can get to work. Heberon just laughs at his outburst. The next morning, sunlight streams into the bedroom as a thoughtful Maxi sits up in bed, a new day beginning. The morning after their intense reconciliation, a gentle Riftan holds Maxi close, asking if she's all right. Flustered by his sudden tenderness, she quickly insists she's fine. He offers her a drink, but she shyly tries to take it herself, silently wondering what he truly thinks of her now. Riftan gently insists, telling her he knows she's worn out and needs to rest. As he helps her, Maxi's old anxieties creep back in. She worries that staying in bed for 2 days will make the servants think she is lazy and undeserving. Riftan gently feeds Maxi a grape, but the simple gesture makes him lose all composure. He pulls her into a tight embrace, playfully nuzzling her neck. The man can't believe he's getting so worked up over fruit. His passion is cut short when Maxi notices a fresh scratch on his shoulder, and her face fills with alarm. She stammers an apology, anxiously asking if he's in pain. Touched by her genuine concern, Riftan gently takes her hand. He turns his face away for a moment, completely disarmed by her kindness. Riftan scoffs, mumbling that he fought a basilisk without a single scratch. Maxi, panicking, apologizes again and offers to get medicine for him. But her innocent concern is the final straw. Something inside the war hero snaps. He stares at her with raw intensity, calling her a terrifying creature before pulling her into a fierce kiss. They tumble back onto the bed as he realizes he knew from the start. From the moment he met her, he knew she was the only one who could ever truly leave a mark on him. Overwhelmed by his fierce passion, Maxi cried out Riftan's name. In the sanctuary of their room, the painful 3-year gap between them finally closed. A brilliant new morning dawns over the estate. Outside, vibrant blue butterflies flutter through the air, signaling a fresh start. In the master bedroom, Maxi sleeps peacefully, her auburn hair spread across the pillow. Her rest is gently disturbed by 2 maids, who enter quietly with a basin of water to help her prepare for the day. As Maxi stirs and sits up, looking beautifully disheveled, the maids offer a deep, respectful bow. A new day has truly begun for the lady of Castle Calypso. Waking alone, a familiar panic hits Maxi. She stammers, asking a maid if Riftan left her again while she slept. The maid calmly explains that the Lord is at the training grounds and won't depart until noon. Relief floods through Maxi. This time, she would get to see him off properly. Quickly dressing in a fine green gown, she hurries down the stone steps, her heart racing with a new thought. If she calls him for a meal now, she can spend just a little more precious time with her husband before he leaves. Riftan holds a serious meeting with his knights, discussing the upcoming royal celebration. While his men argue that everyone who fought deserves to attend, the mage Ruth wisely offers to stay behind and guard the estate. Riftan, looking relieved, agrees to the plan. But his focus is suddenly broken when he senses a familiar presence. He glances over and spots Maxi shyly peeking from behind a column. Without a second thought, he abruptly ends the meeting. Maxi, however, is frozen with anxiety, worrying that she's just interrupted something important. Maxi finally works up the courage to tell Riftan the meal is ready. He promptly dismisses his men, turning his full attention to her. He bluntly asks how she's feeling after their night together, noting she seemed a bit sore. A flustered Maxi insists she's fine, but Riftan just smirks, teasing that he wishes she had that same energy in the bedroom. Her shy reaction makes his playful mood fade. He gently cradles her face with his armored hand, calling her his innocent lady before turning away, visibly troubled by his own overwhelming feelings. Riftan suddenly pulls Maxi into a tight, desperate embrace, burying his face in her hair. He He confesses in a low voice that he really doesn't want to go. Maxi freezes, shocked by his raw emotion. Though she knows he has to leave, she can't help but wish he could stay just a little longer. Trying to comfort him, she stammers for him to hang in there. To break the heavy mood, she reminds him that their meal is ready. Releasing her, Riftan simply agrees, and they walk in a profound silence that feels all too short. The day of departure arrives. Riftan, clad in gleaming armor, turns to Maxi with a stoic promise that he will be back. As he prepares to leave, Maxi musters her courage, stammering for him to be safe and take care of himself. Her simple, earnest words stop him in his tracks. This was exactly what he needed to hear. Overwhelmed by emotion, Riftan leans down from his warhorse and pulls her into a shocking, passionate kiss in front of everyone. He leaves a beet-red Maxi completely stunned, her heart pounding in her chest. He promised he would be back soon, and a blushing Maxi earnestly replied that she would be waiting for him. With a quiet "all right," Riftan gave the order to move out. The knights thundered away from the castle, leaving a stunned Maxi to watch them go. As they disappeared over the hills, the castle steward, Rodrigo, approached from behind. He observed that his lord had changed, revealing that this was the first time Riftan had ever promised someone he would return so quickly, giving Maxi a new, hopeful perspective on her husband. Rodrigo tells a stunned Maxi that the positive change in Riftan is all thanks to her. He reveals that before Riftan, Anatole was a barren wasteland. The Lord poured his own fortune and sweat into building the walls, rebuilding the land, and fighting monsters to protect everyone. But he never saw it as a home until she arrived. Despite the staff's kindness, Maxi is crushed by self-doubt. Her father's cruel voice rings in her head, reminding her that everyone knows she is absolutely useless and doesn't deserve this. Maxi's hands ball into fists, wrinkling the fabric of her dress. She realizes that Riftan and everyone in the castle might be treating her well for now, but her father's cruel sneer flashes in her memory. The old fear comes rushing back, suffocating her. She's terrified that once she gets used to this kindness, she will be thrown away all over again. The thought sends her spiraling, making her feel as though the very ground is crumbling away beneath her feet, leaving her to fall into an endless abyss. Riftan's absence hits Maxi hard. The crushing anxiety from her spiraling thoughts takes a physical toll, and she collapses with a high fever. The servants rush to her side, chalking it up to the stress of the move. As the head maid, Ludis, watches over her through the night, her gentle words of concern bring a tear to Maxi's eye. This simple kindness is a warmth she's never known, and it terrifies her. She's afraid if she gets used to this feeling, she will become greedy for something she's convinced will be ripped away. Riftan and his knights thunder through a dark forest, their horses' hooves echoing in the dead of night. But they aren't alone. A low growl cuts through the silence, and pairs of glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows. A pack of vicious monsters lunges. The knights react instantly, their swords a blur of motion. Blades slice through the air, cutting the beasts down. Leaning back, exhausted and bloodied, Riftan curses the shortcut he took. He wonders why there are so many monsters near the capital, complaining that they just keep coming. The knights are exhausted. Hebron gripes that this shortcut is a total disaster, even for a battle lover like him. But the pristine Ursuline just calls them all soft, earning a furious glare. Riftan, however, is somewhere else entirely. A memory of Maxi's gentle voice floods his mind, her promise to wait for him echoing clearly. The thought electrifies him. Snapping back to the present, he grips his reins and barks an order. Anyone who falls behind is on their own. He has to get back to her, and he won't let anything slow him down. Riftan's knights cry out, acknowledging his command. They spur their horses, galloping at full speed through the dark. Back at the estate, Maxi is finally on her feet. The head maid, Ludis, fusses over her, warning her about the chilly air since she was just sick for 2 days. Maxi insists she's fine, but as she explores the grounds, she's shocked. She spots a little boy straining to carry a heavy bucket of water. Maxi can't believe even children have to work this hard here. This world is completely different from her own. From a balcony, Maxi watches a man praise a young boy for his hard work, playfully ruffling his hair. The child beams, happy just to be useful. This simple, genuine joy is a world away from everything Maxi has ever known. She wistfully wonders when she'll ever be able to smile so freely. But the pleasant thought is instantly crushed by a chilling memory. Her father's voice screams in her mind, cruelly telling her that if she couldn't be born a man, she should have at least been normal. The brutal words overwhelm her, and she sinks down, defeated. The maid, Ludis, finds Maxi on the balcony and rushes over, asking if she's cold. But Maxi is lost in a memory of Riftan's gentle words, how he told her this was her home, how he promised to return soon. His kindness cuts through the memory of her father's cruelty. A sudden, fierce resolve hardens her expression. She clutches her dress, determined not to disappoint him. She decides she will become the perfect lady of the house, a role she can excel in even if he eventually decides to leave her. Maxi looks out from the balcony, filled with a new sense of purpose. She vowed to change, to become the perfect lady of the house in the hopes that Riftan would let her stay. Her first move was to boldly call for a merchant to begin her renovations. But her grand plan immediately crashes into reality. Down in the library, the mage Ruth looks completely exhausted. Surrounded by ledgers, he asks her just how many mistakes she's made. It turns out that ordering marble tiles at an outrageous price was a massive miscalculation. Her new role is already off to a rocky start. Ruth flatly corrected her, stating the currency should be dirhams, not lirams. A confused Maxi nervously asked if there was a big difference. It was a massive one. 1 liram is worth 12 dirhams. Ruth deadpanned that if they went with her numbers, Lord Riftan would go bankrupt and have to hunt another dragon just to pay for it. Stammering, Maxi admitted she didn't know how to manage a ledger. Ruth, completely unimpressed, decided he'd just tell the butler. Panicked, Maxi shot up, desperately reminding him he promised to help her. With her massive budgeting blunder barely contained, Maxi is completely on edge. It's a huge step down from a few days ago, when she stood on the staircase and ordered a total mansion makeover. Full of naive confidence, she declared they'd get fancy glass windows and a brand new marble floor for the banquet hall, starting immediately. But that was then. Now, she tiptoes through the castle, terrified of what the wizard thinks. The servants aren't helping either. The second they spot her, they drop into a deep, silent bow, making her feel even more isolated. As evening settles over the castle, Maxi sits hunched over a desk in the library, completely out of her depth. Letting out a long sigh, she admits to herself that she still doesn't understand anything. The sheer scale of the repairs needed is overwhelming, the list of supplies endless. Doubt creeps in as she wonders if she's even doing this right. The weight of her anxiety becomes too much. Utterly exhausted, she finally slumps over, laying her head on the desk. Her deep sigh echoes through the silent library, startling a hooded figure working nearby. A loud bang suddenly shatters the silence. Maxi jolts upright, heart pounding as she spins around, demanding to know what that sound was. From the shadows, a tired voice complains about how noisy she's been. A figure emerges from behind a mountain of books and pulls back his hood. Maxi stares, completely floored. It's Ruth, the castle wizard, looking utterly unimpressed with her disturbance. Stammering, she can only sputter his name in shock, having no idea he was even in the room with her. Ruth groggily complains that he was just getting some decent sleep. Annoyed, he asks Maxi why she's been so noisy lately. Completely flustered, Maxi stammers, questioning when she was ever making noise. Ruth smirks, informing her that she's been groaning nonstop in the library, which has seriously disrupted his naps. The horrifying realization dawns on Maxi. He's been in here the entire time, watching her struggle. Utterly mortified that her private moments of stress were being observed, her face flushes a deep shade of crimson. Maxi stammers in disbelief, insisting she thought she was alone. Unimpressed, Ruth calmly raises a finger to his lips, reminding her that it's a library and it's rude to be loud. She fires back that he's the one using it as a bedroom. He begins to explain that perhaps she was unaware of his situation. As the only sorcerer in the castle, he's constantly being hounded. People bang on his door at all hours, demanding healing magic and herbs. The library, he reveals, is his only sanctuary from the endless requests. Ruth explains that while he understands people's desperation, being hounded day and night is just too much. Feeling guilty, Maxi quietly apologizes for the disturbance. Changing the subject, Ruth casually asks what she was doing in the library anyway. Her eyes land on a specific book on the desk, and she asks if it's the ledger. The second she reaches for it, his relaxed vibe shatters. He lunges forward, grabbing her wrist and yelling at her not to touch it. His sudden, panicked reaction leaves Maxi totally frozen in shock. With a trembling hand, Maxi desperately begs for the ledger back. Ruth glances at the figures and his jaw drops. He demands to know how much she's been spending. Maxi stammers that Riftan told her not to worry about money, but this only infuriates Ruth more. He snaps that she should have just asked for help if she needed it. And so, her lessons began. Later, he clarifies he meant she should ask the steward, Rodrigo. Stunned, Maxi points out that he's the one who already agreed to help her. Maxi explains she couldn't ask the steward for help because he'd think she was incompetent. Amused, Ruth mutters that she's just as brazen as her husband. This gets a rise out of Maxi, who hotly denies it, insisting she and Riftan are completely different. With a slight blush, she stammers that he's responsible, loyal, and a truly great man. Annoyed by the detour, Ruth sighs and demands she focus. He starts pointing out every single mistake in the ledger, leaving a flustered Maxi struggling to keep up before he finally calls it a day. Completely drained, Ruth calls it quits for the day. Maxi collapses onto the desk, her energy spent as she stammers out a thank you. As the sun sets, she genuinely tells him that because of his help, she was finally able to cut down on spending. Staring at her, Ruth mutters to himself that she's just as insufferable as her husband. He abruptly pauses and turns to leave without another word. Confused by his sudden coldness, a startled Maxi calls out his name, wondering where he's going. Out in the garden, Ruth brings up Maxi's new landscaping plans. She nervously stammers, worried Riftan won't approve of her changes. Ruth immediately points to a massive, gnarled tree, warning her that ordering it uprooted will cause problems. Confused, Maxi argues the tree is clearly dead and would make better firewood. But Ruth explains that the people of Anatole believe spirits reside in trees, so they are hesitant to cut them down. He adds that this one is a sacred oak, connected to the famous legend of Sir Wygru, a story every child has heard. Ruth launches into the epic tale of Sir Wygru, a legendary hero who ended a dark war with a holy sword and founded the entire Rohirrim Empire. The story goes that after his duty was done, he ascended to heaven on a white dragon. Ruth explains this legend is especially important to the people of Anatole, as they believe the dragon took off from a hill right outside the castle. But the most famous part, he reveals, is the love story between the great hero and the nymph who resides in that very oak tree. Ruth explains the heartbreaking end to the legend. The people believe the nymph is still waiting in that oak tree for Sir Wygru to come back. This belief is so sacred that every spring, the local maidens go to the fields to sing songs celebrating her endless love. The horrifying realization hits Maxi like a ton of bricks. She stammers, asking what would happen if she turned their sacred tree into firewood. Ruth confirms her fears, stating bluntly that the people would hate her for it, even if they hid it behind polite smiles. Ruth explains that the people of Anatole simply love the legend of Sir Wygru far too much to let the tree go. Maxi's mind races in a panic. She knows she can't just leave a ghastly, dead tree in the middle of her garden, but now she's stuck. Noticing her distress, Ruth lets out a heavy sigh. He glances at her, taking pity on her difficult position. He offers a compromise, suggesting that he'll see if there's a way to magically revive the ancient oak, potentially saving both the tree and her reputation. Word of Maxi's decision spreads like wildfire through the castle staff. In the kitchens, the maids gossip while peeling vegetables, one confirming that their new lady has tasked the sorcerer with reviving the ancient, dead oak tree. The conversation shifts to admiration for her work ethic, noting how she stays late in the library planning renovations. They recall how terrifying Lord Calypso was upon his return, but how Maxi bravely shielded them from his fury. They all agree. He's handsome but intimidating, yet a completely different man when he's with his wife. The maids agree, one exclaiming she's never seen the Lord smile so brightly before. They dismiss the rumors about Princess Agnes, recalling how Riftan threatened to kick anyone out of the castle who disrespected Maxi. As the gossip turns to how grand Maxi's former home was, the head cook slams his hand on the table. He cuts them off, proudly stating that the food in Anatole is far better than at Croiso Castle. He knows it for a fact, because he's seen the pure joy in their ladies' eyes every single mealtime. The castle staff chatters while they work, relieved their new lady isn't demanding like the rumors suggested. They agree she seems nice, and that they can't always trust gossip. Meanwhile, inside the library, Ruth has been hard at work. Maxi watches him, her heart sinking as she immediately worries that she's messed up again. Her anxiety fades when Ruth puts a document down on the desk with a soft thud. He looks up, confirming that he thinks his plan to save the tree should work, finally offering her a solution. Ruth confirms that he didn't find any mistakes in her work. Maxi practically deflates with relief, thankful she hasn't messed up again. With the tree problem solved, Ruth moves on to her next lesson, finances. He gestures to the stacks of coins on the desk, picking up two different types. He explains one is a silver dirham from the southern continent, and the other is a liram. Maxi's eyes sparkle with genuine curiosity as she compares the vastly different sizes. Ruth just sighs, unimpressed by her enthusiasm, and asks what she wants now. Maxi asks if they use coins from the fallen Rohirrim Empire, a question so basic it leaves Ruth speechless. He rubs his face, muttering that the empire fell ages ago. He never imagined he'd have to answer something so fundamental. Deciding she needs a history lesson, he asks what she knows about their continent. Maxi correctly explains it's made up of 7 kingdoms. Ruth then spreads a map on the table, explaining how 10 old kingdoms were once united to form the Rohirrim Empire, which later fractured into the 7 they know today. Ruth continues the lesson, pointing to their kingdom of Whedon on the map. He explains that for ages, the new kingdoms fought endlessly over territory until a truce was called 30 years ago to fight monsters. The wizard's tone darkens as he reveals the man who took advantage of this chaos was none other than Duke Croiso. Maxi's father had seized valuable land from the fallen Roem family. However, when the truce began, another kingdom demanded he return the stolen territory. To secure his claim and avoid losing half his land, the Duke hatched a new plan. Ruth reveals the Duke's master plan. He married Maxi's mother, a direct descendant of the ancient Roem line, to legitimize his land grab. He gripes that the Remdragon Knights even had to mediate the dispute years ago. He then remarks that he supposes the Duke found an alternative solution. Maxi's hands clench into tight fists. She understands his unspoken meaning, her sister Rosetta's engagement to the royal family. The memory hits her like a physical blow, recalling how her father's cruelty intensified, afraid she'd hinder the match. Seeing her pained reaction, Ruth quickly backtracks, apologizing. Flustered, Maxi insists she wasn't uncomfortable, her mind was just elsewhere. To steer the conversation, she asks about currency. Ruth explains they use southern coins because their trade system is more advanced. He breaks down the different types, shekels for commoners and the ultra-rare dant for the elite. Made from the legendary metal orichalcum, only 600 dants exist in the entire world. Maxi is left speechless when Ruth reveals the biggest shocker of all. Her husband, Riftan, owns 160 of them, which he found 6 years ago in a monster's den. Ruth explains Riftan used to hunt monsters like a man possessed, collecting priceless treasures. He reveals Riftan originally had 200 dant coins, but spent 40 of them rebuilding Anatol's infrastructure. Maxi is stunned by the sheer cost, but her surprise only infuriates Ruth. He slams his hands on the desk, yelling that 20 dants would have been enough. Riftan just overpaid to rush the job. Fuming, the wizard grabs the new renovation plans, refusing to approve ridiculously expensive glass windows and a crystal fountain, demanding they cancel the pointless extravagances immediately. Ruth's financial lecture isn't over. He points to the plans, scoffing at the cost of tiling the Great Hall in marble and calling Maxi out of touch. Flustered by his outburst, she quickly stammers that she wants to cut down on her orders. But a panicked steward, Aderon, explains that it's too late. The orders have already been placed. Maxi begs him to reconsider since construction hasn't started, but it's useless. The entire performance is a sham. Riftan is just completely fed up with Ruth's constant nagging about the budget. With the supplies finally here, the castle renovations explode into action. The entire estate is a whirlwind of activity as workers carefully haul expensive marble tiles, their excitement spreading to the servants. The head steward, Rodrigo, reports directly to Maxi. He confirms that the banquet hall and main living quarters have been fitted with premium crystal glass windows, just as she ordered. Showing her practical side, Maxi instructs him to use cheaper glass for the barracks and library, while the remaining windows will simply get basic sheepskin coverings and shutters. With the new supplies in, a servant asks Maxi where the wall lamps and braziers should go. Finding her confidence, Maxi gives clear orders. The best pieces will light up the main halls and corridors, with others sent to the kitchen and the barracks. But even as she steps up, a wave of doubt washes over her. She's been so focused on the massive renovations that she completely forgot about preparing the estate for winter. Determined to get everything under control, she reviews the ledgers and plans a full inventory inspection, hoping to surprise Riftan when he returns. While walking through the castle, Maxi overhears some maids buzzing with excitement. They love how the place looks and are sure Riftan will be happy. Their praise brings a pleased blush to her cheeks, but her confidence quickly shatters. That nasty voice of doubt whispers in her ear, what if Riftan thinks she was too extravagant? She panics, trying to recall Ruth's approval, but all she can picture is his annoyed face. Pushing the spiraling thoughts away, she redirects her focus and marches off to inspect the stables. At the stables, the head stableman dashes over, surprised to find Maxi there alone. Catching her breath, she explains that she's checking on winter preparations. The man lists their problems. They need new partitions for the stalls, but their tools are old, and they're short on wood. They'll also need a lot more hay. With newfound confidence, Maxi promises to order everything. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the stableman bows deeply. Walking away, Maxi clutches her ledger, feeling the weight of her duties, but realizing she handled the interaction without her usual anxiety, a quiet personal victory. Maxi walks through the castle grounds, a quiet moment of reflection washing over her. She realizes her tongue doesn't feel so stiff anymore. She's definitely stuttering less now. A sudden breeze rustles the trees, and leaves dance in the air around her. As she touches a lock of her fiery hair, a warm memory surfaces. Riftan once told her it looked like red clouds. The thought brings a deep blush to her cheeks. Gazing up at the distant fortress, she whispers his name, hoping with all her heart that he has arrived safely. Maxi's pleasant thoughts of Riftan quickly sour. She imagines him at the victory celebration, a celebrated hero surrounded by beautiful, refined noble ladies. Her old insecurities rush back with a vengeance. What if one of those women succeeds in catching his eye? The terrifying question echoes in her mind. Will he regret his decision to stay with her? A sudden voice asks what she is doing there alone, shattering her dark thoughts. Startled, she spins around to find two of Riftan's knights, Elysian and Garrow, emerging from the trees, one chiding the other for frightening her. Maxi quickly insists it's all right, recognizing the two as squires from the banquet. Her mind races, unsure how to properly address them. Before she can figure it out, the silver-haired boy places a hand on his chest, introducing himself as Elysian Rovar. His brown-haired companion follows, presenting himself as Garrow Levakian. Stuttering slightly, Maxi gives her own name, Maximilian Calypse. When asked if she is taking a stroll, she quickly claims to be inspecting the castle. Elysian warns her that it's dangerous to be alone and passionately offers his protection. Elysian's face falls, thinking she finds him untrustworthy. Not wanting to hurt his feelings, Maxi quickly agrees to let them escort her for a bit. The young knight lights up, vowing not to let her down. As they walk, Maxi notes that these two are far less intimidating than the older, scarier knights. A voice suddenly calls out, startling her. The castle's wizard, Ruth, approaches and asks why she was at the forge. Flustered, Maxi explains she heard merchants visit less in winter and wanted to check if they needed anything. Elysian reveals they're also heading to the forge because he broke his sword again. He wonders if he'll ever be a tenth of the knight Riftan is, but Garrow calls his goal unrealistic. Elysian explodes with passion, insisting his friend doesn't understand Riftan's true greatness. Surprised, Maxi stutters, asking if her husband is really that skilled. Elysian declares great is an understatement, calling Riftan a legend reborn who defeated other top knights. He proudly admits Riftan is his role model, leaving Maxi completely speechless at this new perspective on her husband. Elysian eagerly asks if she has ever seen Riftan swing his sword. Maxi's hand clenches the book she's holding. She quickly claims she has, but her mind races. Feeling the pressure as his wife, she decides to stretch the truth. With a burst of confidence, she declares that she saw Riftan cut a giant in half with her own eyes. Getting carried away, she raises a fist and proclaims he took down 10 of them in an instant. The squires are absolutely floored. Elysian begs for more details, causing Maxi to freeze, caught in her own lie. Maxi, caught up in her own epic tale, begins to recount the battle for the squires. She explains they were in their carriage when a terrifying shriek ripped through the air, so loud, she thought the sky was collapsing. Before she knew it, Riftan was outside, his sword already drawn with blinding speed. Fully committed, Maxi swings her arm dramatically. She declares that with a flash of light, Riftan sliced the giant's arm clean off. Throwing her hands up, she adds that as the beast raised its arms, its blood poured down like rain. Getting lost in her story, Maxi stutters that blood sprayed everywhere, insisting it took half a day just to wash it all off. But she suddenly stops, sensing a presence behind her. She peeks around a corner, and her face drains of color. It's the mage, Ruth. He's calmly sharpening a tool, mentioning they considered changing their white dragon emblem to black after their armor was soaked from that intense battle. With a sly grin, he looks right at her, adding it was the same fight she witnessed. Maxi is completely frozen.
Busted.
One of the squires spots Ruth and asks what he's doing. The mage explains he was just making something for Maxi. The squire then blurts out that Maxi was telling them an epic story about Riftan fighting 10 giant ogres, asking if Ruth saw it too. Ruth slowly repeats the claim, a sly look on his face. Maxi's heart pounds. She never expected to be caught. Instead of outing her, Ruth just asks if she's told them about the werewolves yet. He describes a horde so massive it could cover a mountain, leaving the squires speechless. Maxi wants the ground to swallow her whole as the squires stare, waiting for her story. Ruth, with a smug look, asks her to share the finer details of the werewolf battle. Completely cornered, Maxi stammers, at a total loss for words. Seeing her panic, Ruth smoothly gives her an out, saying they shouldn't steal her time since she's busy. Relieved, Maxi quickly agrees and tries to dash off. But before she can get away, Ruth stops her. He says all the talk of battle nearly made him forget. He has news for her. Ruth hands Maxi a letter, explaining Riftan sent it using a magical device. Her heart pounds as the mage reveals the news. Riftan is leaving the capital as soon as the celebrations end. At their pace, he should be back in about 10 days. Annoyed, Ruth mutters that Riftan couldn't even stay a bit longer to humor the king. The squires buzz, thinking he's rushing back because of the werewolves. Completely flustered, Maxi stammers her thanks before making a quick excuse about the forge and darting away. Mortified, Maxi makes a run for it, leaving Ruth's teasing and the squires behind. She clutches the letter from Riftan, the parchment feeling surprisingly warm against her arms. The news of his return pushes away her embarrassment. But later, standing in his private study, a familiar anxiety takes over. While reviewing household lists, her eyes drift to his desk and bed. She wonders why he still chooses to sleep in here, all alone, instead of in the bedroom they are supposed to share. Her old insecurities begin to bubble to the surface once again. Later, Maxi finds Ruth in the library, surrounded by towers of books. He looks over her expense list and raises an eyebrow, asking who's going to use all the scented oil and soap. Maxi stammers that she thought the knights might like them for the saunas. Ruth scoffs, telling her those rugged men would hate smelling like flowers and that she should just order enough for herself. He then takes the list, saying he wants to add a few things. As he writes, Maxi peeks over his shoulder and is stunned. He's ordering expensive books. Flustered, she protests that he can't use the castle budget for such extravagant personal items. Unbothered, Ruth simply states that knowledge is the greatest asset of all. Ruth dismisses her worries, grandly declaring the books are for the library where everyone can read them. Maxi is stunned by his hypocrisy. She always has to tiptoe around him in here. Pointing at his makeshift bed among the book stacks, she stammers that no one will feel welcome with him living there. But the mage is completely unbothered. He coolly states that his tower is too cramped, and since the library is the cradle of knowledge, it's his cradle too. Maxi trembles with silent rage. This guy is unbelievable. First the tower and now the library? Maxi fires back that improving his skills isn't for Anatole's benefit, it's for himself. She stammers that she knows the books aren't about magic. Ruth coolly asks how she's so sure. Finding her voice, Maxi retorts that after 22 years in a library, she recognizes philosophers' names and they can't afford this. Ruth snaps, asking if she wants her future child to be a sword-swinging fool. Maxi freezes, her face flushing red. Unbothered, the mage states that it's natural for couples to have children, and surely she'd want to raise a clever one. Maxi gets lost in a sudden daydream, picturing a child that resembles Riftan. But Ruth quickly snaps her out of it, pointing back to the list. He dramatically holds up the parchment, declaring that knowledge is more precious than gold. He insists it's the greatest inheritance she can give her future child. Completely flustered, Maxi shouts that the child isn't even born yet. Unfazed, the mage fires back that it will be too late by then, arguing that a child needs knowledge to grow, leaving Maxi utterly stunned. Down in the castle kitchens, a grim scene unfolds as a stained table drips dark red liquid into a bucket. Suddenly, Ruth, with a shadow covering his face, slices a knife cleanly through the air. He brings the blade down with a heavy thud, continuing his bloody work. A panicked servant steps forward, sweating and stammering for the masters to allow him to take over. He insists, practically begging to be the one to do the task, but the mage completely ignores the poor man's pleas, remaining focused on the job at hand. Elysian the squire pleads with Ruth to let him take over the task, but the mage just flashes a disturbingly cheerful smile. He insists it's fine, explaining that they need to know what cutting into a living creature feels like. As the terrified maids watch, Ruth brings the knife down with a heavy thud, sending the fish's head tumbling. Having been told by Rodrigo that the squires had prepared a special meal, a pale Maxi confronts the steward. She cries out his name, frantically telling him he failed to mention what the scene would be like. The head chef suggests Maxi wait somewhere more comfortable, but Elysian loudly objects. He calls the idea ridiculous, pointing out that she's brave enough to have witnessed the aftermath of a giant ogre fight. After all, she's the wife of Sir Riftan, the greatest knight in the land. Cornered, Maxi forces herself to agree, stuttering that the scene is nothing to her. But when another squire holds up a fresh fish, Maxi shuts her eyes, trying to will the gruesome sight away. The enthusiastic Elysian just grabs it, finishing the job with a triumphant shout. Elysian cheerfully asks Maxi if she's ever tried the fish they're preparing. To pass the time, he asks her to tell them about the werewolf encounter. He holds up a fish, proudly declaring it a gift for the exciting story she told them the day before. Flustered but finding her footing, Maxi begins to speak. The young squires lean in, their heads turning in unison to hang on her every word. She's amused, thinking they look like cute puppies. Suddenly, a sharp cough from the doorway interrupts her story, breaking the spell. Maxi continues her story, stuttering as she describes the knights climbing the hill. With every step they took, she explains, werewolves were sent flying everywhere, covering the ground in the chaos of the battle. For a brief moment, she's amazed at herself, never thinking she could speak so happily in front of strangers. Her story is cut short when the chef announces the food is ready. He presents a steaming plate of grilled fish, telling her it tastes best fresh off the grill. Maxi just stares down at the meal, her eyes wide with surprise. Maxi carefully slices into the fish and takes a hesitant bite. Her eyes immediately widen in delight as she declares that it's delicious. The unique fish from the mountain streams is so soft it practically melts in her mouth. Seeing her happy reaction, the young squires beam with pride. One excitedly promises they'll catch another good one just for her. Looking down with a small, genuine smile, Maxi quietly says she looks forward to it, feeling a sense of simple joy she hasn't felt in years. Looking outside, she watches the vast sky shift from bright afternoon blue to the warm oranges of sunset, finally settling into a peaceful, starry night. For the first time, she feels a sense of quiet belonging, safe within the walls of her new home. Maxi's mind drifts back to a massive task Riftan gave her, to completely redecorate the castle. She remembers the worry she felt, staring up at the grand, vaulted ceilings and empty halls. Never before had she been trusted with such a huge responsibility. But she poured her heart into the project, and soon, luxurious new furnishings began to arrive. The maids watch in awe as a stunning red carpet is unrolled, gasping at its beauty. This small success is a quiet victory for Maxi, a taste of pride she's never known. Gazing upon the stunning red carpet, Maxi feels a surge of genuine pride. All her hard work was finally paying off. She makes a mental note to thank the person who helped her find such skilled workers and beautiful materials. Suddenly, a familiar voice snaps her out of her thoughts, commenting on how unrecognizable the castle has become. It's Ruth, the resident mage, casually observing that Riftan is in for a big surprise. Startled, Maxi shyly asks if he thinks her husband will actually like the changes. Ruth just shrugs, asking why he wouldn't, since he's the one who asked her to do it. Annoyed by his vague response, Maxi huffs, asking if it would kill him to just give a simple compliment. In a sudden burst of drama, Ruth theatrically declares that the splendor is blinding him, that it's the peak of all beauty. But the act lasts only a second before he shatters it with a massive stretch and a yawn. Ignoring Maxi's unamused stare, he nonchalantly announces that he's finished the magic reagent for the tree. He asks if she'd like to test it out, and instantly, her irritation vanishes, replaced by a bright, excited flush. On a bright, sunny day, Maxi and the maids gather in the courtyard, their attention fixed on the giant, lifeless oak tree. Giggling with excitement, two maids hold up a large sheet, ready for the spectacle. Ruth steps forward, his playful demeanor gone. He approaches the ancient tree and gently places his hand on the rough bark, preparing to channel his magic. Maxi watches, completely captivated, her heart thumping in her chest with anticipation. All her hopes for the castle's restoration now rest on this single, magical moment. With a final glance at Maxi, Ruth's playful demeanor sharpens into focused intensity. He declares it's time to begin. Maxi swallows nervously, her hands twisting together as she watches him pick up a vessel filled with a glowing, vibrant green potion. With a steady hand, he pours the thick, magical liquid onto the gnarled roots of the lifeless oak tree. The shimmering green substance slowly seeps into the ancient bark. Placing his hand flat against the trunk, Ruth prepares to channel his power, and the real magic starts now. Ruth takes a deep breath, his eyes snapping open with intense focus. He thrusts his hand towards the sky, yelling for the magic to rise. Then the real performance begins. He launches into a ridiculously dramatic chant, calling out to the great merciful god of earth for power. With his arms thrown wide, he begs for healing hands to fill his humble servant. Watching from the sidelines, Maxi is completely baffled. She can only stand there and wonder if all magic spells were always this over-the-top and theatrical. Maxi watches, completely bewildered. The holy magic she's seen before was never this theatrical. While the maids gasp in awe at the spectacle, the real reason for the performance suddenly clicks in her mind. She remembers Ruth's clever plan. If everyone witnesses a grand, flashy attempt to magically revive the tree, no one will question her when it inevitably fails and has to be cut down. His over-the-top chanting and dramatic poses aren't for the tree at all. It's a calculated show for the servants, and she's finally in on the secret. Ruth tries to justify his theatrical performance, thinking that at least this way, the servants will know they did everything possible to save the tree. Maxi smirks, convinced he's just enjoying the attention. But her amusement vanishes in an instant. A powerful blue energy suddenly erupts, engulfing her in a brilliant light. The playful act is over. With intense focus, Ruth unleashes a massive surge of genuine magic. An incredible wave of power slams into the dead oak, causing the ancient tree to glow with an otherworldly aura. This was not part of the plan. The maids watch in absolute awe, completely mesmerized by the brilliant spectacle. Bathed in the glow of real magic, Maxi finds herself captivated. She reaches out, discovering the swirling blue energy isn't just beautiful, it's surprisingly warm. As her fingers brush against a tendril of light, a tiny spark zips into her skin and vanishes. Staring at her hand in confusion, she wonders if she actually absorbed it. Ruth, holding a crackling sphere of power, then drops a bombshell. He calmly reveals that this unexpected event means she has a natural affinity for mana. Stunned, Maxi asks about this mana affinity. Ruth explains it's the most basic requirement to learn magic, the foundation upon which all skills are built. For a fleeting moment, a wild idea sparks in Maxi's mind. Could she become a sorceress? But Ruth immediately shuts her down, waving his hand dismissively. He compares it to being naturally quick, helpful for a swordsman, but it doesn't make you a master. The hope vanishes from Maxi's eyes. Of course, she couldn't do it. Her old insecurities rush back as she clenches her fists, convinced she's not good at anything. Just as Maxi's hopes crumble, Ruth adds that her mana affinity is actually a rare talent, calling her a woman full of surprises. Flustered, she asks what he means. He lists her qualities: surprisingly short-tempered, prone to exaggeration, and a sore loser. Ruth admits he first thought she was just a fragile noble lady, but she's becoming far more interesting. He insists it's a compliment, but Maxi isn't buying it. After he claims exhaustion, she calls him shameless, having seen him sleeping in the library. Changing the subject, she sulks and asks if the tree was saved. With a bored look, Ruth explains he just infused it with the Earth's mana. If his magic worked, leaves will grow again. The catch? They won't know for sure until spring. Some time later, Maxi is deep in her duties as the lady of the castle. Ludys approaches her with a problem. They're running out of time to make winter clothes for the guards. She suggests buying the rest, but then gets flustered, worrying that the heavy workload from the nonstop construction is too much of a burden. Maxi tentatively asks Ludys how many supplies she should order. The head maid suggests buying half, confident they can make the rest. Agreeing, Maxi jots down the order, also adding leather straps, threads, and needles to the list. Growing more comfortable in her role, she even remembers to have the kitchen's needs checked. But the moment of calm is shattered when another maid sprints into the hall, shouting that there's an emergency. Down at the castle gates, a group of imposing, hooded figures on horseback has arrived, their presence immediately signaling trouble. The heavy castle gate slams shut as a guard reports that a man claiming to be a Lividonian noble has arrived with his knights. As the sound of horse hooves echoes from beyond the walls, Ruth grimly notes the timing is suspicious. Everyone knows Anatole's knights are away celebrating at the capital. He warns that if the man is a real lord, refusing him entry could provoke a massive conflict. Gripping her cloak, Maxi's fear turns to resolve. She is the one who must protect Anatole, and with Ruth and Sir Oberon by her side, she will be brave. A guard yells from the wall, refusing to open the gates unless the visitors show identification. The man on horseback grows angry, yelling that he already told them he lost his papers and that their duty is to welcome him with respect. As the standoff intensifies, Maxi steps forward onto the battlements, her presence drawing the stranger's attention. He looks up and asks if she is the Lord of Anatole. Before she can respond, Ruth calmly states that he is a mere servant. He then turns to her, respectfully calling her my lady, cementing her authority. Taking a steadying breath, Maxi walks to the edge of the battlement. Below, the man on horseback flashes a smug grin, introducing himself as Rob Midahas, a lord from Lividon. He claims he's only come to congratulate the knights on their dragon victory and hopes they'll welcome him in. Though her heart pounds with fear, Maxi forces herself to remain calm. She swallows hard, then confronts the stranger, stuttering that she heard he has nothing to prove his identity. The challenge hangs in the air, a direct defiance of the smug lord. The smug lord insists they lost their papers, but Maxi stands firm, her voice shaking as she declares she cannot defy her husband's orders. She tells him to return with proper identification. Suddenly, a powerful horn blast shakes the entire courtyard, silencing the battle for a split second. A soldier's triumphant shout rings out over the mayhem. The Remdragon Knights are here. Maxi's eyes widen in disbelief. After 3 long years, could he truly have returned? Through the pouring rain, a lone figure on a massive warhorse appears on the ridge, an army of knights materializing behind him. The villagers break down, weeping with relief as their saviors finally arrive. The sight is too much for Maxi. Her strength completely leaves her, and she collapses forward. Before she can hit the ground, a knight rushes to catch her. As tears stream down her face, one thought echoes in her mind. The castle guards erupt in joyous shouts, screaming that their lord has returned. But the attackers aren't celebrating. cursing their awful timing as the tide of battle turns against them. The heavy clatter of hooves announces the arrival of Riftan Calypso, looking every bit the hardened war hero. His intense, furious gaze sweeps over the chaos, locking onto the scene before him. He never imagined he'd return to find his home under siege. Seeing the thunderous look on her husband's face, Maxi instinctively flinches, terrified by his intimidating presence. The attacker's blood runs cold. Riftan's gaze is pure ice as he sarcastically notes the guests who have shown up in his absence. Behind him, the ground trembles under the heavy, rhythmic advance of the Remdragon Knights, an unstoppable wave of steel and fury. As his own warhorse takes a single, deliberate step forward, Riftan's voice cuts through the tension. He asks his men what one calls uninvited guests. The chilling question hangs in the air, sealing the invader's fate before the real fight even begins. The knight Ursuline Ricado coolly identifies the invaders as trespassers. Nearby, the red-haired Heberon near the cracks a bloody grin, correcting that they're more like thieves. But the casual banter dies as Riftan's voice cuts through the air, low and lethal. He snarls that they had the nerve to cause trouble on his land. For their foolishness, he promises their tombstones will be a testament to their mistake. The terrified enemy leader shouts his noble title, but Riftan scoffs, unimpressed by his status. The Lord makes a final, fatal error, claiming Riftan's people were the ones who offended him. The enemy lord desperately tries to save his skin, claiming his attack was just a little scuffle that got out of hand after his honor was insulted. But Riftan isn't listening. His icy gaze sweeps over his fallen men and the shattered gate before settling back on the fool. A chilling smirk forms on his face as he repeats the man's excuse with deadly calm. His warhorse takes a single, menacing step forward, and the sound of his massive sword being drawn slices through the air. Seeing his doom approach, the lord stammers a weak apology. Riftan's eyes burn with cold fury. He declares that since the man brought his forces to attack, it can only mean war. As his massive sword glints menacingly, Riftan lays out his response. He'll take the lord's head, then ride to his land and reduce it to ruins. The terrified lord tries to invoke the Seven Kingdoms Treaty, warning that his king won't forgive this. But Riftan coldly informs him he lost that protection when he destroyed the gate. The lord's final, desperate threat about his own army falls on deaf ears. With a chilling smile, Riftan tells the doomed lord that he will very much look forward to this. The noble flinches, seeing pure fury in Riftan's eyes. With a roar, he raises his massive sword, bringing it down in a devastating arc. Just as the blade is about to finish the job, a desperate voice cries out his name. A gauntlet hand suddenly clamps onto Riftan's arm, freezing the deadly swing mere inches from the terrified man on the ground. Someone has dared to interfere. The hand that stopped the final blow belongs to Elysian, the young silver-haired knight. He rushes forward, desperately pleading with Riftan not to finish the job if the Lord's claims are true. He argues for caution and protocol, insisting that war only brings loss when they could seek compensation instead. Riftan's gaze turns icy as he asks if his authority is being questioned. Before Elysian can respond, the golden-haired knight Ursuline steps in with his blade drawn, flatly disagreeing. With rage in his eyes, Riftan rejects protocol, declaring he'll just invade the Lord's lands himself. As the knights continue to argue, Ruth anxiously warns that this course of action will definitely lead to war with Livadon. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension, scolding the men for their crude display. He demands they stop sullying the lady's sight and show some proper chivalry. The words snap Riftan out of his bloodlust. The rage on his face melts away, replaced by pure shock. His eyes widen in horror as he turns, finally noticing Maxi sitting alone on the ground, looking absolutely terrified by the chaos. Riftan's jaw clenches, pure fury in his eyes. He grits out a single question: why the hell was his wife here? Ruth calmly explains that as the lady of the castle, it was natural for Maxi to handle disputes in his absence. We see how it went down. Maxi ordered the invaders to surrender, but their leader tried to bargain his way out. Back in the present, that same man is on his knees. Riftan looms over him, coldly asking if he expects mercy after attacking his land, giving him a chilling choice. The invader leader trembles under Riftan's chilling ultimatum: surrender or face the consequences. Riftan's eyes practically glow with intensity as he demands an immediate choice. The pressure is too much. The man's courage completely shatters, and his sword slips from his grasp, clattering onto the dirt. Seeing their leader defeated, the other invaders quickly drop their weapons. The castle erupts in cheers as the knights move in to bind the prisoners and haul them to the dungeons. With the threat gone, a guard rushes to Maxi, anxiously asking if she's all right. The guard steadies Maxi as she stumbles, but she insists she's all right. A wave of pure relief washes over her. With Riftan here, everything will be fine. But her hope shatters when he stomps over, his expression absolutely furious. He looms over her, his voice a low growl as he demands to know what she was thinking. Trembling, she explains that she heard there was a problem. Riftan's rage explodes. He roars, questioning what she could have possibly done. The verbal onslaught is too much, and Maxi slumps forward, completely defeated. Crushed by his words, Maxi can't even try to defend herself. His accusations hit too close to home, echoing her father's cruel taunts that she's useless. She believes him. Just as she's lost in her despair, Riftan reaches down. Instead of more anger, he effortlessly lifts her into his arms, holding her securely against his chest. His expression is grim and unreadable. Without another word to her, he turns to his knights and gives a curt order. He's heading to the castle first, and they are to clean up the rest of this mess. Without another word, Riftan turns and mounts his horse, settling Maxi securely in front of him. The steady sound of hooves on the dirt is the only thing breaking the tense silence as they ride towards the castle. His face, once blazing with fury, is now a cold, unreadable mask. Maxi glances up at his grim profile, her heart sinking. She recalls how kind he had been, but now that same man has gone completely ice-cold. A shiver runs down her spine, and it has nothing to do with the evening air. The entire ride back is agonizingly silent. Maxi is trapped in her thoughts, fighting the desperate urge to beg him for forgiveness, to plead with him not to hate her. As they arrive at the castle, staff members rush out to greet their lord. But Riftan ignores them all. He dismounts, still carrying Maxi, and strides past the bowing steward. With a face like thunder, he gives a single, curt order to send his horse to the stables before marching determinately into the building, his grip on his wife never loosening. Riftan charges up the grand staircase, his grip on Maxi unyielding. She desperately clings to the hope that he might see the renovations she oversaw and calm down. But one look at his face crushes that thought. He's too furious to notice anything. Trembling, she stammers a request to be put down, saying she can walk on her own. His response is a single, brutal order to be silent. He kicks their bedroom door open with a deafening thud, and Maxi's heart plummets, certain he's about to discard her for good. Inside the room, Maxi's mind is racing. She braces for a storm of angry words, terrified he might treat her with the same cruelty her father once did. She can't understand his rage. She was only trying to fulfill her duties as the lady of the castle. After a tense moment, Riftan turns from the window. He closes the distance between them, each heavy step echoing her heartbeat. But instead of the punishment she expects, he pulls her into a fierce, solid embrace, looking down at her tear-streaked face with overwhelming emotion. He finally sets her down, cornering her against the wall. His voice is a raw, desperate growl as he demands to know what she would have done if he hadn't arrived in time. Shaking, Maxi stammers that she never thought the creatures would dare attack the castle gates. But her excuse only ignites his fury. He roars that she shouldn't have been there in the first place, his rage overwhelming her. It's a storm born from the absolute terror of what could have happened, of what he almost lost. His towering rage finally cracks, revealing the pure, undiluted fear beneath. He orders Maxi to never, ever put herself in danger again, his voice raw as he demands her understanding. She can only nod, stunned by the revelation. He pulls her into a desperate hug, confessing his blood ran cold the moment he saw her at the gate. He didn't ride day and night just to find her like that. Seeing his raw vulnerability, Maxi's own fear melts away. Her hand rises and gently caresses his cheek, finally seeing the terrified man beneath the war hero. Maxi finally understands. His rage wasn't because she overstepped her duties. It was pure, unfiltered worry for her safety. A small, fragile wave of relief washes over her. At least he doesn't hate her yet. Seeing the grime and blood on his armor, she realizes he rode, without stopping. He mutters that if he'd been a moment later, things would have been so much worse. Filled with guilt, she apologizes. Riftan gently pushes her back, his voice now soft as he asks if she's hurt. She quickly reassures him that she's fine. Riftan pulls off his heavy gauntlet, his eyes never leaving hers. He demands that she show him, not trusting her words. Maxi's face burns red, her heart pounding in her chest. He insists on seeing for himself that she is truly uninjured. Before she can process his command, his hands are at her dress, deftly undoing the laces. His voice is a low, dangerous growl as he vows to inspect every inch of her. For every scratch, every bruise he finds, he promises, a head will roll. His protectiveness is overwhelming, almost terrifying. Riftan's inspection begins, his touch sending a jolt through Maxi as he searches for any injuries. His gaze freezes on a faint bruise blooming on her shoulder. His voice drops to a lethal whisper, declaring that counts as one head. Terrified, Maxi stammers that she just bumped into a shelf in the library, but Riftan's eyes burn with disbelief as he commands her not to lie. She insists it's true, but the tense standoff shatters. He suddenly pushes her back onto the bed, a piece of his gear clattering to the floor. His hands move over her, searching for any harm until his gaze freezes on a raw scrape. The sight changes everything. His expression darkens as he vows this has sealed their fate. A wave of pure terror washes over Maxi, triggering a memory of her father's threat. The Duke had warned that if Riftan dared to cause trouble, it would ignite a full-blown war. Maxi quickly explains that she just tripped, pleading with him not to punish anyone over a simple accident. But Riftan's rage is beyond reason. His fist clenches tight as he seethes. Invaders not only trespassed on his land, but harmed his wife. He decides that ending them isn't nearly enough punishment. He needs to make an example of them. Hearing this, Maxi's real fear surfaces. She stammers that if war breaks out, he'll have to leave. She would be all alone again. Her vulnerable confession stops him cold, his fury faltering as he gently grazes her cheek. His rage evaporates, replaced by an overwhelming, desperate longing. He crushes his lips to hers, showering her face and neck with feverish kisses. His hand tightens on her as he breathes out his confession. She was all he could think of, and the weeks apart had felt like an eternity. He gently pushes her back onto the bed, his presence all-consuming. An unfamiliar heat floods Maxi's senses, a jolt so powerful it makes her gasp his name. After 3 long years, the fire between them finally ignites. An undeniable pull makes Maxi reach for him, wanting him closer. Riftan intercepts her hand, his voice strained as he pleads for patience. He kisses her fingers, completely overwhelmed by the effect she has on him. As the moment intensifies, he's over her, admitting he can't hold back and should have taken his armor off first. Lost in the feeling, Maxi breathes his name. In a powerful shift, she completely surrenders to the moment, telling him not to hold back. Their connection finally becomes absolute, washing away 3 years of distance and doubt. An intense wave of desire washes over Maxi. She wants to claim him, to take him, and finally make him hers. The bed frame groans under their passion as Riftan whispers her name, his gaze filled with pure adoration. Maxi still sees herself as a pitiful thing, so the way he looks at her, completely captivated, feels impossible. The beautiful man's awe is overwhelming. Tears stream down her face. In the quiet aftermath, a fire crackles softly as Riftan stands by the hearth. The peace is broken by a faint sound, causing Maxi to stir from her deep sleep. Her eyes flutter open, blinking in the warm glow of the room. Noticing she's awake, Riftan's voice comes through, soft and low. He asks if he woke her, remarking that she's a surprisingly light sleeper. Flustered, Maxi sits up and admits she didn't even feel him leave the bed. He turns and begins walking back toward her. Riftan stands over her, gently teasing that she must be exhausted from their passionate night. As a deep blush spreads across Maxi's face, his tone shifts. He explains that he had to leave the bed to interrogate the intruders they captured in the forest. Clenching his fists, Maxi nervously asks if the man's claims were true. Riftan confirms the man was a noble, but a liar. He wasn't a lord or an heir. He was a thief who stole his family's heirloom and fled after being passed over. Still shaking, Maxi asks if the intruder came to harm him. Riftan scoffs, saying the man wasn't that crazy. He explains the thief's plan was to raid the treasury while the knights were away, never thinking Riftan would return so quickly. His voice darkens as he reveals the man had powerful backup. He growls that men like that deserve the harshest punishment. But before he can finish his furious thought, Maxi gently places a hand on his leg. His angry words catch in his throat, the simple touch halting his rage completely. Riftan's burning anger instantly cools. Looking at Maxi, he admits she was right. Leaving for war now would be awful. The bed creaks as he moves closer, leaning over her with a determined gaze. He promises that first thing tomorrow, he's sending a message to the intruder's father demanding compensation. With the threat handled, he buries his face in her neck. Maxi is suddenly struck by his scent, roses. A soft giggle escapes her, and she wraps her arms around his head, pulling him into a comforting embrace. Riftan pulls back, asking if something is funny. With a blush, Maxi stutters that his hair smells like roses. The fierce commander actually looks a bit shy, admitting he figured she'd like it if he smelled nice, but now worries it isn't very manly. The confession stuns Maxi. She can't believe she ever thought this man would be as violent and terrifying as her father. All her preconceived notions crumble in an instant. Reaching up, her hands gently cup his face, seeing the truly considerate man before her for the very first time. Her hand still cupping his face, Maxi stutters that she likes the rose scent and insists he is always manly. Riftan is completely disarmed by her earnest words, murmuring that she's adorable. Overwhelmed by the tender moment, he can no longer hold back. In one swift motion, he sweeps in and captures her lips in a deep, passionate kiss, catching her completely by surprise. The sudden intimacy silences her as all her fears finally begin to melt away in the face of his undeniable affection. Riftan gently pushes Maxi back onto the bed, completely lost in the moment. He whispers that he'll be using this rose soap forever now. Breathless, Maxi tries to protest, stuttering that they've already been together. But Riftan firmly declares that she started this and can't stop now. She's the one who fanned the flames. The night passes in a blur of passion. The next morning, when a servant asks where she'll have her meal, a more confident Maxi replies that she will eat in the main dining hall, ready to face her new life. With her maid Luddies waiting, a newly determined Maxi makes her way downstairs. The castle staff bows as she passes, but her mind is set. She refuses to just sit around while Riftan works himself to the bone. She has plans of her own. Stealing her nerves, she steps into the dining hall. The boisterous chatter of the knights immediately stops. Every single head turns to stare, freezing her in place. The silence is deafening until one knight finally breaks the tension, politely asking how her injuries are faring. A sleepy man with white hair, Ruth, breaks the silence with a huge yawn. Brushing off her stuttered excuse that it was just a scratch, he pulls out a chair for her and orders a servant to bring her some food. Maxi sits down, completely baffled. She thought the knights only ate in this hall on special occasions. The room is uncomfortably quiet, and she finally asks where Riftan is. Ruth casually informs her that her husband is already out inspecting repairs on a steel gate he was unhappy with. Ruth explains that Riftan is now demanding a magical barrier for the castle. He complains that his lord has always been obsessed with defenses, and now some noble has made him even worse. Trying to be positive, Maxi stutters that safer is always better, right? Ruth dramatically declares that he's the one who has to create the device and will surely be worked to death. As a hearty stew is placed before her, Maxi reflects on how difficult his job must be. But just as she lifts her spoon, Ruth stops her, asking if she can do basic mathematics. Sitting across from the moody mage, Maxi tries to break the heavy silence. She stutters a small compliment, telling him the soup is very good. Ruth turns with an icy glare, completely unimpressed. He asks if this is really how she plans on repaying his kindness. Flustered, Maxi quickly tries to explain that she isn't skilled enough to help with his complex magical work. But Ruth just cuts her off, snapping back that he already knows that. He obviously has a different kind of task in mind for her. The exhausted mage runs a hand through his hair, insisting he wouldn't ask if he weren't so desperate. He reminds Maxi that he helped her before, but she stutters back that she isn't qualified. Ruth quickly clarifies it's just simple documentation and math. A burly, red-haired knight tells the mage to quit pestering the lady. Ignoring the interruption, Maxi considers the offer and finally agrees to help. Overjoyed, Ruth thanks her profusely. As they walk off, the knight mutters that they seem to be getting along just fine now. The red-haired knight clears his throat, suddenly complimenting Maxi on how much better the castle looks now. Caught off guard by the praise, she stutters out a shy thank you. But the friendly atmosphere is shattered when another knight, Ursuline, scrapes his chair back loudly. He coldly tells the others to go if they're done eating. As the men get up to leave, one politely addresses Maxi before Ursuline slams the door behind them. Maxi is left sitting in stunned silence across from the ever-moody Ruth. Maxi slumps over the table, utterly dejected. Seeing this, Ruth sighs, telling her she can't really blame the men for their attitude. He explains that her father, the Duke, had wronged them all. While stirring a pot, he begins recounting their grueling dragon campaign. Flashes of the terrifying beast and the harsh, bloody battle reveal the true cost of their fame. Ruth gravely states they were lucky to survive, as the dragon was no ordinary monster to be slain. Ruth explains that Maxi's father knowingly forced Riftan into that deadly campaign. To add insult to injury, the wife Riftan received in return made no effort to fulfill her duties. Shocked, Maxi stammers, trying to protest, but Ruth clarifies that this is simply how the knights have seen things until now. Utterly devastated, Maxi whispers that she truly didn't know, her hands clenching in her lap. Ruth tells her there's no point dwelling on it. Regardless of their opinions, she is Riftan's wife and should ignore them unless they are blatantly disrespectful. Crushed by the weight of Ruth's words, Maxi leaves the dining hall and trudges aimlessly through the castle. The truth hits her hard. She finally understands the knight's resentment. She feels like a total fraud, playing the part of the lady of the castle while having been completely ignorant of the mortal danger her own father put them in. Maxi knows that telling them she didn't know would just sound like a pathetic excuse. Lost in her guilt, she's suddenly pulled from her thoughts as a maid calls out her title. A maid approaches the distraught Maxi, telling her that Lord Riftan is looking for her. She asks Maxi to please follow her to the garden. Once there, Maxi finds the courtyard is a whirlwind of activity, with servants and knights hustling about, moving crates and supplies. Standing in the middle of the organized chaos is Riftan, his expression grim and unreadable. His gaze immediately locks onto her as she arrives. He calls out her name, his voice cutting cleanly through the noise, and Maxi stops short. Facing the husband, she feels she has utterly failed. Maxi stammers, nervously asking what all the commotion is. Riftan simply smirks, reminding her that he did promise to bring gifts. He commands her to come here, his voice low as he reaches out and takes her smaller hand in his. A blush creeps up Maxi's neck as he gently guides her forward. He stops before a magnificent white horse, its mane flowing in the breeze. Riftan proudly presents the stunning steed to her, declaring that it is her gift and asking what she thinks of it. Riftan explains he chose this horse just for her, figuring his own massive warhorses would be too rowdy. He notes that while this mare is young, she's well-trained and manageable. Completely stunned, Maxi stammers that she's never seen such a beautiful animal and asks if it's truly for her. Riftan confirms it is, teasingly adding that no one else there would ride such a dainty horse. He leans in closer, a soft smile on his face as he asks if she likes the gift. Blushing bright red, Maxi enthusiastically agrees, admitting she's never received such an amazing present before. Overwhelmed by his generosity, a deep blush spreads across Maxi's face. Riftan's intense gaze softens at her genuine happiness, and he closes the distance between them. Gently tilting her face towards his, he leans down and captures her lips in a tender, breathtaking kiss. Pulling back, he tells her he wants to show her the rest of her gifts. Maxi stammers in disbelief, asking if there's more. With a proud smirk, Riftan gestures to the courtyard, declaring that everything there is hers. Maxi stares, completely floored by the mountain of crates and supplies. Walking through the newly decorated grand hall, Riftan suddenly brings them to a stop. He turns to Maxi, his expression softening as he finally comments on the castle's magnificent new look. He mentions that Rodrigo told him how hard she worked on everything. Looking up at him with anxious eyes, Maxi timidly asks if he really likes it. A warm, proud smile crosses Riftan's face as he assures her that he does. In fact, he was completely surprised by the incredible transformation when he came downstairs that morning. Riftan admitted that for a moment, he thought he was in a completely different castle. Blushing with relief, Maxi confessed she was worried when he didn't say anything. Riftan chuckled, questioning how he could have paused his protective outburst just to compliment the decor. He explained that after seeing his wife in danger, nothing else mattered. Even if the walls were gilded in gold, he wouldn't have noticed. Gently patting her head, Riftan reassured her that the danger was all in the past now, and she shouldn't let it bother her anymore. Riftan announces it's time to open her presents. He reveals a breathtaking gown, complete with a lavish fur-trimmed cloak. He tells her he knew she would look lovely in it, leaving Maxi to stammer a quiet thank you. But her joy fades as she clutches the fabric. The thought that she looks like a princess sends a wave of insecurity through her. Noticing her sudden silence, Riftan's expression falls. He gently asks what's wrong and if she doesn't like his gift, completely confused by her sudden change in mood. Maxi stammers that the gift is truly beautiful, wondering how he ever found the time. With a soft smile, Riftan explains it was his fault she had to leave everything behind at her father's castle. He felt it was only right to make it up to her. Touched by his unexpected thoughtfulness, Maxi's heart aches. She whispers that all the gifts are lovely. But Riftan isn't finished yet, announcing there's more. As he continues to treat her like a princess, a familiar wave of dread washes over Maxi, making her feel like a fraud. Maxi's mind raced. She reasoned that she hadn't actually lied to him. Riftan was the one who simply assumed she was worthy of all this kindness. Her spiraling thoughts were cut short when he called her name, startling her. Riftan announced he had to check on the prisoners and told her to stay and open the rest of her gifts. Giving her a small smile, he promised to see her at dinner. As he walked away, a maid brought another box forward, asking if she was ready to see what was inside. Overwhelmed by all the attention, Maxi quickly changed the subject. She told her maid, Liddy's, to put the gifts away so they could focus on their duties. Liddy's led her to the castle storerooms, where a shocking amount of meat was hanging to be cured for the winter. Liddy's explained they had to prepare double the usual amount now that the knights were back. Though she was confident the food would be ready in time, she voiced a new concern. She worried they wouldn't be able to finish making winter clothes for the guards. As Maxi discussed getting more help for the winter preparations, the young Squire Elysian suddenly rushed toward her. He frantically checked if she was all right after the attack, furious that anyone had dared to harm her. Another squire, Garrow, told him to calm down, pointing out he was making Maxi uncomfortable. Frustrated, Elysian confessed he felt useless, wishing he'd been a knight, so he could have protected her. Touched, Maxi reassured him she was safe because Riftan had been there. At the mention of his hero, Elysian's mood instantly flipped, proudly boasting that the cowards surrendered immediately. Maxi found Elysian and Garo sneaking into the kitchens, and she playfully asked what they were doing. Embarrassed, Elysian confessed they smelled the delicious food and had to sneak away from practice. While Garo fretted about what the commander would think, Maxi quickly told the chef they were just cooking some sausages. In a show of kindness, she asked him to prepare a plate for the hungry squires. A moment later, a platter of steaming hot sausages was placed before them, and the boys stared in awe. A small, genuine smile graced Maxi's face. With her duties still on her mind, Maxi announced she was going to check the stables. But the day quickly turned to night, and she found herself busy in her study. Ludys entered with a message. Riftan was going to be late and told her to eat dinner without him. Seeing how late it was, Maxi decided to just have her meal in her chambers. As she stood up to leave, the exhaustion of the long day suddenly hit her. Her strength gave out, and she collapsed heavily onto the floor, completely drained. As the fire crackled, Maxi reflected on her busy day. Here, at least, she didn't have to pretend she didn't exist like back at Croiso Castle. She was genuinely happier. But her old insecurities quickly surfaced, and she questioned if she deserved this kindness. It made no sense why Riftan was so good to her when her own father had treated him so terribly. A wave of determination washed over her. Clenching her fists, she vowed to do everything in her power to protect this new life and keep this blessing from ever leaving her side. On the cold, windswept battlements of the fortress, a soldier stood watch against the twilight sky. Another guard approached from behind, calling out to get his attention. He announced that the man's shift was finally over and that he was there to take his place. The relieved guard started to leave, complaining about how freezing it was on the walls. His replacement just laughed, telling him not to be a wimp and that he would see him later. The massive stone castle stood silently as the exchange of duty was complete. Maxi's eyes fluttered open, the moonlight revealing that she was wrapped in Riftan's strong arms. She had no memory of him getting into bed and wondered when he had arrived. For a moment, she suspected he was just pretending to be asleep again and tried to push him away. But then she paused, realizing he must be genuinely exhausted. The poor guy hadn't had a proper rest since returning from the war. A wave of tenderness washed over her as she gently brushed his hair from his face, a soft smile on her lips. A blush crept onto Maxi's face as she watched him. She thought there must be something wrong with her, because she even found him adorable when he was asleep. Deciding he desperately needed his rest, she carefully slipped out of bed. As she quietly began to get dressed, a sudden thud echoed from the direction of the bed. Unaware, she continued to prepare for the day. Meanwhile, deep in the castle, the kitchens were already bustling with activity as bakers pulled fresh loaves of bread from the ovens, announcing that it was almost breakfast time. Maxi wandered down to the castle's bustling kitchens. A surprised cook greeted her, asking what brought the lady there so early. Stuttering, Maxi explained that she had just woken up and didn't want to disturb the lord. She timidly asked if it was all right for her to stay. The man smiled kindly, offering her fresh bread and rabbit stew for breakfast. As she was enjoying the warm meal, a familiar voice suddenly spoke from behind her, asking why she was awake. Maxi froze on the spot, a piece of bread halfway to her mouth. The kitchen door creaked open, revealing the castle's mage, Ruth, looking completely exhausted. He sarcastically commented on her nice, early breakfast, adding that he hadn't eaten since dinner thanks to a special task from Riftan. Maxi tried to explain she had other duties, but Ruth insisted that strengthening the estate's defenses was the top priority and he needed her help. He then played his final card, explaining that by assisting him, she would greatly alleviate Riftan's worries. Hearing that it was for Riftan's sake, Maxi's resolve wavered. With her resolve broken, Maxi agreed to help. Ruth led her not to his tower, but to the castle's enormous library, which was an absolute mess of books and scrolls. Confused, she asked why he was working here. The mage complained that his tower was out of space and that Riftan had given him a non-negotiable one-week deadline. He then set down some tools and explained her task was simple. All she needed to do was copy diagrams, assuring her it would be easy as long as she could do basic math. Ruth revealed the mountain of parchments were the plans for a powerful magical device. Stuttering, Maxi guessed the device must be gigantic based on the complex diagrams spread across the table. Ruth corrected her, explaining the device was only pumpkin-sized. The parchments were actually for magic runes, tools that amplify a mage's power by 100-fold. Maxi questioned this, having seen him cast spells without them before. With a shrug, Ruth admitted that was only possible for basic spells after a ton of practice. Advanced magic required these complicated tools. Maxi correctly guessed they were making a device with advanced magic. She then asked if anyone could use magic just by drawing the runes. Ruth bluntly told her they were useless without knowing how to activate them, as magic has to be harnessed, not created from nothing. Maxi countered, saying she'd seen ordinary people use magical items. In response, Ruth revealed a large, brilliant red gem. He explained this was a magic stone, a special artifact that contained its own magical energy, allowing even non-mages to power magical devices. Ruth explained that the magic stones were basically power sources, allowing even ordinary people to use magical devices. He placed the brilliant red gem into Maxi's open palm. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stared at the incredible artifact, feeling like she'd been given a glimpse into a whole new world. A sharp clap from Ruth snapped her out of her daze. He declared that her curiosity was satisfied, and now it was time to work. With a warning that he'd lose his tower if they delayed, he guided her to the desk to begin copying. Ruth praised Maxi's work, telling her it was almost perfect and that she had exceeded his expectations. Stuttering, Maxi said that even she could handle this much, but she was glad to be a help. Just as she was feeling a bit of pride, the door slammed open, startling them both. Riftan stood there, his arms crossed and a dark, possessive look on his face. He said he'd been told she was here all morning. His voice dripped with ice as he demanded to know what they were doing in the tower alone. Riftan's icy gaze swept across the messy tower, demanding to know what was going on. Unbothered, Ruth simply stated they were making the device Riftan had requested. The knight's suspicion flared, and he accused the mage of using his wife as a way to get back at him. Ruth denied it, explaining that he couldn't ask the knights for help. He clarified that Maxi was the only person in the castle who was literate and could do arithmetic. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, Riftan sneered, asking if it was better to ask the lady of the land. Sensing his fury, Maxi gently tugs on Riftan's sleeve. She insists the work isn't hard, and she wants to help protect Anatole from any more harm. Riftan's expression softens as he promises their home will be safe, telling her she doesn't have to put herself in danger. But Ruth just smirks, mocking Riftan's concern over a quill. This enrages the knight, who yells that the mage's inventions tend to explode. Unfazed, Ruth coolly states he's making a protective artifact. Caught in the middle, a nervous Maxi begs Riftan not to be angry. Riftan's anger melts away into a heavy sigh. He clarifies that he isn't angry, he's just worried about her. Relenting, he tells Maxi she can help Ruth, but forbids her from overworking herself. He then shoots a death glare at the mage, warning him against any dangerous experiments. Ruth scoffs, asking what kind of person Riftan takes him for. Ignoring him, Riftan grabs Maxi's arm, calling Ruth a loose cannon before pulling her out. As they leave, Ruth asks if he's going out without armor. Riftan replies that he's taking a break, then slams the door shut. Riftan gently takes Maxi's hand, telling her they'll need warmer clothes as the wind is chilly. A nervous Maxi asks where they're going. With a soft smile, Riftan reveals she has her own horse now, and he wants to take her for a ride. Still worried, Maxi suggests he should rest in bed. He smirks, saying he's not some old man who needs bed rest. Then he leans in, teasing that if she insists they spend their time in bed, he won't complain. Maxi is left a blushing, speechless mess. Riftan pulls a blushing Maxi into a tight embrace, a smug smirk playing on his lips. He admits her offer is tempting, but insists they're going out today because he wants to ride across his land with her. At the stables, he introduces his powerful warhorse, Talon, calling him perfect despite his nasty temper. Riftan fondly reveals that owning a horse has been his dream since he was a child. A stable hand watches, jealous of the doting display. Riftan then turns to the stunned Maxi, asking if she has come up with a name for her horse yet. Startled, Maxi stammers that she hasn't picked a name. Riftan gently encourages her, explaining that a horse follows its master better once it's named. When a flustered Maxi asks what she should call the beautiful white mare, he simply reminds her that the choice is entirely hers. An image of a knight's banner, emblazoned with a proud steed, flashes through her mind. With a soft blush spreading across her cheeks, she quietly suggests a name for her new companion, Rem. Riftan smirks, teasing Maxi by asking if she named the mare Rem just because she's white. A flustered Maxi quickly defends her choice, stuttering that she just likes the sound of it. With a soft smile, Riftan accepts her answer and asks if she's ready to go. Soon, their horses' hooves tread gently on the path. He notices her stiff posture and correctly guesses she isn't an experienced rider. Maxi admits she rarely rode and almost never left her father's castle. Riftan reveals he'd heard rumors she was kept hidden due to her delicate nature. Maxi stammers, surprised she had such a reputation. Riftan explains that since her father is one of the most powerful men on the continent, people were naturally curious about his reclusive daughter. Her seclusion only fueled the gossip. He then drops a bombshell, revealing he knew a knight who once snuck into Croiso Castle just for a glimpse of her. Maxi's hand tightens on the reins, thinking the knight must have been disappointed. When Riftan asks why, she murmurs that he went through so much trouble just to see an ordinary woman. Maxi blushes, believing herself to be nothing special. But Riftan immediately shuts that down, his intense gaze fixed on her as he calls her alluring. Stunned by the unexpected compliment, she can only manage a stammered thank you. He leans in closer, murmuring that his passion for her is real and that she knows he doesn't say things he doesn't mean. He then asks if she's already forgotten their night together. Seeing her shocked face, he misreads her reaction and offers to turn back, but Maxi shakes her head fiercely and urges her horse forward. Riftan smirks, playfully calling it a pity their intimate moment was cut short. With a confident grin, he tells Maxi they should hurry before the sun sets on the castle. The steady clatter of their horses' hooves echoes against the stone as they finally ride beyond the towering fortress walls that once confined her. A breathtaking mountain pass opens up before them, signaling the true start of their long journey. For the first time, Maxi is riding away from her past and toward an unknown future with her husband. Riding through the vibrant autumn woods, Riftan glances over at Maxi, bluntly remarking that he didn't realize she was so terrible at riding. Flustered, Maxi stammers that she already told him she didn't have much experience. Riftan calmly advises her to relax, explaining that horses can sense a rider's tension. He then gives her more specific instructions, telling her to loosen her upper body and squeeze her thighs to match the rhythm of the horse's movement. He's trying to guide her, turning a moment of criticism into a lesson. Riftan leans in with a smug grin, teasing that her current posture is just like when she's on his lap. Mortified, Maxi sputters his name, insisting he shouldn't say such improper things. He just smirks, asking why it matters when they're alone. He then points out how she's much less shy during their private moments, which sends Maxi into a total panic. The comment hits her so hard that she completely loses her focus, wobbling precariously on her horse, stunned speechless by his shameless flirting. Just as Maxi loses her balance, Riftan acts in a flash. He tells her to calm down, reaching over and yanking her clean off her saddle. In one smooth motion, he pulls her onto his own horse, settling her securely in front of him. He leans in until his lips are right by her ear, and Maxi freezes, completely flustered by their sudden closeness. With a low, amused laugh, Riftan teases that it looks like he'll have to teach her everything again, starting with how to properly sit on a horse. Flustered, Maxi insists she'd be able to ride better if he would just leave her alone. With a cocky smirk, Riftan challenges her to prove it. He instantly spurs his horse into a full gallop, leaving her behind in a cloud of dust. But just as she panics, he slows to a gentle trot, letting her catch up easily. As they ride side by side, Maxi realizes he's just teasing her, purposefully keeping a pace she can manage. He glances over, unexpectedly asking if she likes animals, even though she doesn't ride much. Stunned by his question, Maxi stammers, asking how he could possibly know she likes animals. Riftan glances back, explaining that he saw her during one of his visits to her father's castle. A memory flashes back to a younger Riftan, watching from a distance as Maxi sat peacefully in the garden, gently stroking a cat purring in her lap. He tells her he remembers it well because the entire scene was just so soft and serene. This unexpected glimpse into his past leaves Maxi speechless. A single tear rolls down her cheek, but it's accompanied by a small, touched smile. Maxi dismisses the memory, explaining the cat was just a bad hunter that she used to feed secretly. Riftan muses that the cat was just repaying her kindness by being adorable. Suddenly, his mood shifts. He reaches over, snapping a branch from a tree as he bluntly asks what else she likes. Maxi is stunned into silence. He presses on, telling her she's a complete mystery who never talks about herself. Leaning closer, he demands to know why she's so reluctant to let him in. Maxi flinches, wondering if he truly doesn't understand. With tears in her eyes, Maxi quietly admits that no one ever really asked for her opinion before. Riftan accepts this, then immediately tells her to open up about her likes and dislikes. Flustered, Maxi turns the question back on him, pointing out that he's just as private. Smirking, Riftan decides to go first, listing off his preferences: horses, wine, greasy food, gold, jewels, and powerful weapons. He waves it off as typical guy stuff, nothing impressive, leaving Maxi utterly shocked by his blunt and materialistic answer as their horses plod along. Riftan then asks what she hates. His own answer is swift and intense: liars and incompetence. A visible chill runs down Maxi's spine, his words striking a deeply personal nerve. He explains that he's seen too many arrogant scumbags abuse their power and can't stand people who deceive others. Pressing her for an answer, Maxi tries to be vague, but he refuses to let her off the hook. She finally admits she loves all kinds of animals. When he asks for more, she quietly adds that she also loves reading, as it was her only escape. Riftan mentions that he heard she spends most of her time in the library. Maxi confirms it, complaining that the resident wizard Ruth uses the rare books as blankets. Riftan offers to drive the rascal out, but she knows she'd never hear the end of it. He observes that the two of them seem to get along well. Maxi explains that while Ruth is a fussy nag, he's a good person who helped her a lot. Riftan then pulls his horse to a halt, demanding her answer for their exchange. He asks what she hates most, causing Maxi's expression to darken as she clenches her jaw. With a trembling voice, Maxi finally gives her answer. The thing she hates most is herself. Riftan is completely stunned, asking her what she just said. Looking down, her expression full of a lifetime of pain, she repeats the words clearly. Her confession silences him completely. The only sound is the steady clip-clop of hooves on the dirt path. Riftan watches her ride ahead, utterly floored by her devastating admission, the weight of her self-loathing now hanging heavily in the air between them as they journey on in silence. The heavy silence stretches on as they ride through the open fields, the only sound being the steady rhythm of their horses' hooves. Suddenly, Riftan pulls hard on his reins, bringing his powerful warhorse to an abrupt stop. He glances over at Maxi, deciding they should take a break right there. Maxi is completely winded, huffing for air with a flushed face, her anxiety on full display. Riftan's sharp eyes don't miss a thing. He tells her to just breathe, remarking that he can practically feel her heart pounding from where he's sitting. With one swift motion, Riftan lifts Maxi down from her horse. Still flustered, she tries to explain her pounding heart, stammering that it feels like a tiny drum is beating inside her. A wide grin spreads across Riftan's face. He pulls her into a gentle embrace, murmuring that her metaphor is adorable. They find a peaceful spot under a large tree as autumn leaves drift down around them. Watching the quiet landscape, a look of genuine calm finally washes over Maxi, a stark contrast to the storm that was just raging inside her. Maxi timidly admits the scenery is lovely. Riftan agrees, telling her it's even better in the spring when the fields are covered in wildflowers. The idea of spring in Anatole seems to captivate her. Noticing the chill in the air, he pulls her closer, wrapping his massive cloak around them both. With a smirk, he asks where her shy side from earlier went. He then reaches into his pack and reveals a bottle of wine. Popping the cork, he offers the bottle to a wide-eyed Maxi, ready to share a drink under the autumn sky. Maxi hesitantly takes a sip of wine as Riftan watches her with an intense gaze, murmuring that he'd like some, too. He takes the bottle and downs a few big gulps before the mood suddenly shifts. With a serious look, he cuts straight to the heart of the matter, asking her why she hates herself. The question hits Maxi like a physical blow. It's the one thing she prayed he wouldn't bring up. Flustered, she deflects, stammering as she turns the heavy question back on him, asking if he's ever felt that way himself. Riftan's answer is surprisingly honest. He admits he has hated himself countless times, but never to the point where it was his default response. Flustered, Maxi insists there's nothing to hate about him. A small smile plays on his lips as he asks her to enlighten him. She stammers a list of his qualities, calling him the world's most powerful knight, strong and clever. Riftan is taken aback by clever, admitting he's usually just called a big oaf. Maxi quickly argues that his revered status proves that can't possibly be true. Riftan presses for more, a smirk on his face as he asks what else she sees in him. Peeking up at him, Maxi timidly adds that he is honorable and a great leader. With a blush creeping across her face, she finally blurts out that he's also handsome. Riftan seems genuinely surprised, asking if she really thinks so. Flustered, Maxi retorts that of course he knows. He leans in closer, wondering how he could have possibly known. She insists that she has eyes and can see what everyone else does, causing his jaw to tighten intensely. Riftan's expression hardens. He reminds Maxi that she used to shudder every time she saw him, looking at him as if he were an ogre. He insists her face showed pure horror, not admiration, and that she looked like she'd faint if he took a single step. Breaking down, Maxi finally confesses she was scared. She stammers that he was bigger, seemed callous, and always looked so angry. Hearing her vulnerable confession, Riftan gently turns her around, wrapping her protectively in his cloak. He softly asks if he still scares her now. She silently shakes her head no. Riftan reaches forward, gently cupping Maxi's face before closing the distance between them. A deep blush spreads across her cheeks as she stammers his name, insisting they shouldn't be so familiar out in the open. She tries to push him away, but he holds her steady, reassuring her that it's fine since they're alone. Pulling her even closer, he promises he'd sense anyone approaching from a mile away. Looking deep into her eyes, Riftan makes a solemn vow, telling her to trust him because he will never hurt her. His promise hangs in the air as he captures her lips in a tender kiss. His hand gently grazes her skin, and he buries his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. He murmurs that she smells like winter. They sink into the soft grass under a magnificent golden tree, lost in their own private world. Holding her close, Riftan's voice is thick with emotion as he promises that everything is all right now. He vows that he will never, ever hurt her again, sealing the promise with unwavering conviction. Lying in the soft grass, Maxi realized Riftan smelled just like she did, like the brisk winter wind. As his familiar scent completely enveloped her, a new clarity washed over her. He had just promised never to hurt her again, but she suddenly questioned if he ever truly had. Maxi searched her memories for a single moment of cruelty from him, a single reason for her deep-seated fear. But nothing came to mind. She finally understood her terror was a phantom from her past, and that with Riftan, she was completely and truly safe. In the castle corridors, the maids can't stop gossiping about Maximilian. One whispers to another that their new lady is surprisingly kind. The second maid breathes a sigh of relief, admitting she was terrified when she heard the Duke's daughter was arriving. She'd expected a cruel tyrant, recalling horrible rumors about nobles who brutalized their staff over tiny mistakes. But Maxi is the complete opposite. They marvel at how she has brought so much life to the estate, even asking the sorcerer to save the great oak tree. Her kindness has completely won them over. But while some maids are won over, others remain suspicious. One of them, and scoffs that she doubts Maxi ever actually cared about Anatole. She claims the Duchess only bothered to show up after Lord Calypso became a famous war hero. Another maid calls her out, pointing out Anne's hypocrisy as she sews with the expensive fabric their new lady gifted them. Flustered, Anne stammers that she can't be expected to wear rags. Their bickering is cut short when a senior maid orders them to get back to sewing. When Maxi first arrived, the castle staff was divided. Many were suspicious, whispering about her prestigious family and her mysterious 3-year absence. But the next morning, a knock comes at the couple's door. A maid announces she's brought breakfast. A flustered Maxi quickly tells her to come in. The maid enters, setting down a tray of hot food before politely excusing herself with a warm smile. This small, kind gesture shows how things are changing. By seeing Maxi's hard work and genuine care for Anatole, the once distrustful servants are slowly beginning to accept their new lady. As Ludis the maid enters, a flustered Maxi, held protectively in Riftan's arms, shyly thanks her. Ludis leaves with a knowing smile. She understands now that the staff's changing attitude is because of the Lord's obvious affection for his wife. Everyone sees how Riftan treats her like a priceless jewel, his gaze constantly seeking her out despite his mountain of duties. As the door closes, Ludis glimpses the couple again. Though Lady Maximilian isn't used to such doting attention, she doesn't seem to mind. Ludis prays her lady's days in Anatole will finally be peaceful. While they work, Ruth compliments Maxi, calling her surprisingly skilled and a quick learner. A blushing Maxi brushes off the praise, saying it's natural to improve with practice. She groans, looking at the piles of documents, and admits she thought magic would be more grand than just paperwork. Ruth stretches, explaining that magic is highly academic and the flashy spectacles are saved for battle. Hearing this, Maxi's heart pounds with excitement. Clutching a scroll, she asks if he was once a sorcerer from the legendary Mage Tower. With a heavy sigh, Ruth confirms he was indeed a sorcerer from the legendary Mage Tower. As Maxi gets starry-eyed, he quickly shuts down her fantasy. He explains that high mages are bound by strict rules to prevent them from misusing their incredible power. Watched constantly, they're basically forced to spend their entire lives inside the tower. Ruth bluntly admits he didn't want that life, so he ran away. Shocked, Maxi asks if that's even allowed. He just laughs, confessing that to them, he's a traitor, leaving Maxi stunned by his shameless attitude. Curious, Maxi asks if he met Riftan right after leaving the Mage Tower. Ruth confirms he did, explaining Riftan was already a famous mercenary. He describes the 16-year-old as handsome, well-built, and an absolute lunatic. The mage shudders, recalling how Riftan would fearlessly charge ogres with just a dagger or leap into a drake's mouth to end it. Horrified by these stories, Maxi asks if her husband is still so reckless. Ruth considers this, admitting that while Riftan still rushes into danger, he doesn't gamble with his own life like he used to. Ruth explains that the last time he saw Riftan risk everything was during the dragon campaign. Maxi flinches, anxiously asking what happened. The mage reveals Riftan's terrifying secret. He can absorb an opponent's magic and turn it into his own blade aura. Facing the legendary dragon, Riftan swung his sword directly into its fiery breath, absorbing the most powerful magic in the world. This insane gamble created a blade aura strong enough to end the beast, but the slightest mistake would have incinerated him instantly. A cold chill runs down Maxi's spine, her face pale with fear. Ruth explains that this very act is what made Riftan the continent's most valiant knight. But as Maxi's heart hammers in her chest, a terrifying realization hits her. The feat everyone praises was a death wish. He could have died. A wave of dread washes over her as she pictures her fate, trapped in her father's castle forever, with only one awful memory of him. Noticing her trembling, Ruth quickly apologizes for his tactlessness. Maxi forces a smile, stammering that she was the one who asked, desperately trying to convince herself that everything is okay now. Maxi's mind spirals with dread. She knows Riftan will soon be called to another campaign. It's his duty as a knight. A horrifying image of a shattered, blood-stained shield flashes in her mind. What if he doesn't return this time? What would become of this land? And more importantly, what would become of her? She realizes just how fragile her newfound happiness is. As if summoned by her very fears, Riftan appears. He calmly informs her that he's going on a raid in 2 days. Maxi looks up, utterly stunned, asking him to repeat what he just said. Maxi stammers, asking where he is going. Riftan calmly explains it's just a routine goblin sweep beyond the mountains that should only take a few days. Worried sick, she asks if it's dangerous. Riftan smirks, finding her concern amusing. He asks if she's really worried he'll get hurt by a goblin, scoffing that they're less of a threat than hunting rabbits. Her face flushes with embarrassment. Bravely, she asks if he could just leave them alone then. His smile vanishes instantly. He says her name, his voice deadly serious, reminding her that his duty is to protect this land. Maxi flinches back, immediately stammering an apology for being so presumptuous. Riftan explains patiently that while goblins seem weak, they multiply at an alarming rate. If he doesn't handle them now, they'll become a massive problem for the entire region. It's his job to prevent that. He sinks onto a chair with a heavy sigh, running a hand through his hair. He looks up, his gaze softening as he assures her he isn't mad. Holding out his hand, he gently asks her to come here. Surprised, Maxi takes a tentative step forward. Riftan suddenly pulls Maxi into a tight embrace, burying his face in her fiery hair. He quickly reassures her, listing the security measures he's put in place. The new gates are steel, the prisoners will be gone tomorrow, and Ruth is finishing a magical device. He promises that everything will be fine, and she has nothing to worry about. Looking up at her with a heavy heart, he admits he hates leaving their warm bed for the frozen ground. But he tells her solemnly, he must uphold his duty. Maxi's face flushes, touched by his reluctant confession. Maxi stammers that she understands. Later that night, Riftan holds her close, already fast asleep. But Maxi's mind is wide awake. She knows her husband is different. He's tenacious, working from dawn to dusk without rest. She tells herself she shouldn't worry over something so unlikely. Still, her heart throbs with pain at the thought of him sleeping on the frozen ground. She wonders if this constant solitude is her fate as a knight's wife, musing that perhaps nobles use separate rooms to protect themselves from this very heartache. As her heart throbbed, Maxi wondered if she had grown too attached to her husband. Suddenly, a fiery sphere of magic erupted in the sky, shaking the castle walls with a deafening boom. While the people below cheered wildly at the dramatic display, Maxi was speechless, frozen in shock. From the battlements, Riftan watched with a satisfied nod, confirming his new magical device was working perfectly. Down below, the mage Ruth gave the command, and the massive gates began to creak open for the knight's departure. From the courtyard, an exhausted Ruth asks if the grand display was truly necessary. Watching from the ramparts, Riftan smirks, explaining it was a show of force to deter any potential invaders. Maxi realizes the spectacle wasn't just a test, it was also to reassure the citizens of Anatole. Amazed by the power of the small devices, she asks Ruth what they are made of. The mage casually reveals they're crafted from basilisk bones. Maxi stares in shock, barely able to stammer out the word bones, as she processes the incredible rarity of the material. Ruth casually explains that most magical devices are made from the bones of basilisks and wyverns due to their high magic resistance. Maxi recoils in disgust. Seeing her horrified face, Ruth smirks, asking why she's so bothered when she's surely handled bones while eating. Flustered, Maxi insists that monster bones are completely different. Just then, Riftan cuts in, ordering Maxi to return to the castle. He'll ride out to hand the intruders to the Lividonian envoy. He then commands Ruth and Heberon to escort her and prepare for a goblin raid. Heberon sighs, disappointed he won't get to sleep in a real bed. As they rode, Heberon called Ruth thick-skinned, but the mage just shot back that it was merely his opinion. Watching them, Maxi couldn't decide if they got along, but a small smile grew on her face. She figured they must enjoy each other's company. Suddenly, Ruth asked if they could stop at the market for herbs. Heberon instantly shut him down, snapping that he should do personal errands on his own time. The knight's harsh tone made Maxi flinch, realizing his bad mood was because of her. Noticing her distress, Ruth coolly told Heberon to drop the attitude. Ruth calls Heberon out for treating Maxi like she's invisible. The flustered knight tells him to drop it. The mage explains that with winter coming, this is the last chance to buy supplies from peddlers. When Maxi nervously suggests they should leave, Ruth insists it's important for her, as the lady of the land, to see the market. This clicks for Maxi. Soon after, they're at the bustling market, where Ruth smugly holds his haul of herbs, pretending they barely meet his standards. Heberon immediately calls him a liar, revealing he bought every single herb available. Heberon wasn't finished, accusing Ruth of clearing out all the magic stones, too. This reminded Maxi to ask why the merchant had weighed his coins. Ruth explained it was to check for fakes. Counterfeiters were shaving gold dust from real coins, reducing their weight. He then proudly held up a shiny new coin, boasting about its perfect angles. Heberon snorted, asking if that's why he was so stingy earlier. Ruth coolly replied that he preferred the term frugal. As they bickered, Maxi's attention was suddenly caught by something in the distance. What was that? While the knights continued their bickering, Maxi's attention drifted to a nearby stall. Her eyes fixated on a collection of colorful, braided trinkets, and she wondered what they were. She turned to ask Ruth about them, but when she looked back, the stall had completely vanished. Before she could make sense of it, a towering shadow fell over her, making her flinch. A deep, familiar voice spoke from right behind her, explaining that they were ornaments for sword belts as a hand held one out for her to see. The voice belongs to Sir Heberon, who casually explains the trinkets are talismans meant to bring good luck. He shows Maxi how to tie one to a sword, but she timidly points out that Riftan doesn't use one. Heberon smirks, confirming that their commander is too proud for superstitions. A small smile touches Maxi's lips as she agrees that sounds just like him. Heberon then cleverly suggests that Riftan might make an exception if the gift came from her. Caught off guard, Maxi immediately worries about how expensive they must be. Heberon assured Maxi the trinkets were cheap and, without a second thought, tossed a coin to the merchant, telling him to keep the change. A flustered Maxi promised to repay him, but he just laughed it off, saying he wasn't stingy like a certain sorcerer they knew. As they walked, a shout echoed through the market. Someone was yelling for the sorcerer, scolding him for running off alone again. Maxi sighed in frustration. Ruth had vanished. Later, overlooking a distant village, the knights got serious. With a dangerous raid on the horizon, they needed to decide who would go. Elysian announced that he, Gable, and a couple of squires would handle the raid, saying it was time they got some field experience. Ruth smirked, declaring he'd finally get some peace, but Heberon immediately threatened to have the commander drag him along. Unfazed, Ruth countered that Riftan knew it was safer to keep him at the castle for emergencies. Heberon relented, promising a loud training session by Ruth's tower upon their return. As the knight rode off, Ruth cheekily hoped he wouldn't get beaten by a goblin, leaving Maxi alone with her thoughts. Ruth sighed, saying he couldn't wait to get some rest and complaining about a device that had been torturing him. He then genuinely thanked Maxi, admitting her assistance had saved him days of trouble. A flustered Maxi stammered that she was glad she could help. A sly grin spread across Ruth's face as he offered to give her another opportunity to assist him soon. Panicked, Maxi tried to object, but he simply asked if they should head back. As they rode toward the castle, she wondered if she would ever truly be a part of their group. Maxi wondered what it would be like to be truly accepted by the knights, to tear down the walls that kept her apart from their easy camaraderie. Her daydream was interrupted by a gentle sensation. Riftan stood behind her, carefully brushing her long red hair as they looked at their reflection in the mirror. He softly announced that he was all done. A deep blush spread across Maxi's face as she stammered her thanks, insisting he shouldn't have bothered. In response, Riftan simply leaned in and placed a tender kiss upon her hair. Riftan told Maxi to just let him, explaining he wouldn't be able to feel her hair for a while. He leaned in and gave her another gentle kiss, causing her to freeze up completely. Noticing her sudden stiffness, he questioned her. A flustered Maxi stammered that it was a thank you kiss. Overwhelmed, Riftan suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, groaning that she was making it incredibly difficult for him to leave. A baffled Maxi insisted she hadn't done anything, completely unaware of how her innocent gesture had just turned his world upside down. Riftan promised they'd settle things when he returned, muttering that he was completely out of time. Just as he turned to leave, Maxi nervously called his name. She shyly held out a small, braided ornament, explaining that Sir Heberon told her it was a good luck talisman for a sword belt. Though he had paid, she was the one who chose it. Her face bright red, she meekly asked if he would accept it. But Riftan's expression suddenly darkened, his heart thumping in his chest. Maxi instantly panicked, certain she had just made a terrible mistake. Maxi's heart hammered against her ribs. She thought she should have picked a different color, anything but clashing orange and red. Stuttering, she told him he didn't have to take it if he didn't like it. Before she could finish, Riftan cut her off, demanding she give it to him and snatching it from her hand. Maxi's eyes widened in disbelief. But instead of anger, Riftan was blushing furiously, trying to hide his face. He suddenly pulled her into a tight, desperate hug, sincerely thanking her and promising to cherish her gift. Riftan pulled back just enough to whisper a promise that he'd be back soon, asking her to wait for him. Tears filled Maxi's eyes as she watched him, her heart aching. She couldn't believe such a small trinket made him this happy. He was a hero who deserved so much more. As he pulled her into one last embrace, she pressed her hand against his back, tearfully begging him to be safe. In that moment, a powerful resolve took root in her heart. From now on, she would give him anything, do anything for him. 2 days after the knights left for the raid, the first snow fell on Anatole, blanketing the castle in a quiet chill. Inside, the only sounds were the crackle of the fire and the rustle of fabric as the maids worked. Maxi sat among them, a needle in hand, but she wasn't sewing. Her eyes were unfocused, her mind completely elsewhere as she stared into the distance. She was totally dazed, lost in the memories of her emotional goodbye with Riftan, her heart still aching from their departure. Luddy's voice suddenly cut through the quiet, snapping Maxi from her daze. Together, they gazed out the window at the garden, completely covered in a fresh blanket of snow. Maxi stammered, recalling she'd heard the winters in Anatole were mild. Luddy's confirmed they usually were, but admitted this year felt different. She quickly followed up with a reassuring smile, praising Maxi's excellent management. Thanks to her, she explained, they had plenty of firewood for the colder days, and all the servants would be receiving new winter clothes very soon. Luddy's beamed with gratitude, telling Maxi they couldn't thank her enough for all her effort. Blushing, Maxi shyly insisted she hadn't done much, but a genuine smile finally broke through her sadness. She was just glad they had prepared in time. Seeing this, Luddy's felt a wave of relief. To lift her spirits further, she offered to bring lunch, tempting her with sausages and pumpkin pie. Just as Maxi eagerly agreed, a sharp knock echoed at the door. Rodrigo the butler stood in the doorway, calling for the lady of the castle. Rodrigo entered, announcing that the sorcerer, Ruth, needed to see her urgently. Confused, Maxi welcomed him in. Ruth stepped into the room, his expression grim, and paused before delivering the horrifying news. Monsters had breached the castle walls at dawn. A chill ran down Maxi's spine. Ruth quickly explained that while the guards had handled it, the damage was severe. He urgently requested servants and a long list of medical supplies to tend to the wounded. Dread filled Maxi. Monsters inside their walls? With Riftan gone, this crisis fell squarely on her shoulders. Maxi, desperate, told Rodrigo to summon a messenger at once. They needed to ask the church for help, but Ruth quickly shut that down. He explained that Anatole didn't have any high-ranking clerics capable of using holy magic. For most of its history, the territory was isolated, only joining a parish after Riftan's fame spread. Summoning a healer was impossible. The realization hit Maxi like a tidal wave. Was Ruth the only healer in the entire land? As she began to panic about what could happen, Ruth snapped his fingers, cutting through her fear and telling her to focus. He would prepare the herbal supplies. She needed to ready the servants. Snapping out of her fear, Maxi stammered that she would tell the servants immediately. A new resolve hardened her expression. She was the mistress of Calyp's castle, and with Riftan gone, she had to stay strong for her people. Grabbing a cloak, she rushed outside to where the wagons were being prepared. But as she approached, the young knight Elysian stopped her, asking if she truly intended to join them on the dangerous trip. Maxi's newfound confidence shattered, and she anxiously asked if she would only be a nuisance. Elysian quickly clarified that she wouldn't be a nuisance. He was just surprised. He insisted her presence would be a great help, formally inviting her into the carriage. Relief washed over Maxi, her face beaming as she happily agreed. Inside the rumbling carriage, the two sat in silence. Suddenly, Elysian broke the quiet, asking if she had ever treated an injured person before. All of Maxi's newfound confidence evaporated in an instant. Shaking nervously, she admitted that she had never done it before, leaving the young knight deep in thought. Elysian, seeing her inexperience, decided to give her a crash course. He handed her 2 pouches, explaining one held medicine to stop bleeding and the other held antidotes. He instructed her to clean wounds before applying pressure and to give the antidote to anyone with a fever or strange coloring around their injury, warning that monster claws were often venomous. When Maxi nervously asked why he couldn't just use healing magic, Elysian revealed his limits. He explained his mana was only enough to fully heal 10 people. The rest would require manual treatment. Elysian gives Maxi a final pep talk, reassuring her that the servants will follow her commands. He asks her to focus on helping the injured and to call him if she needs anything. Clutching the medicine pouches tightly, a nervous but determined Maxi stammers that she understands. With that settled, Elysian announces it's time to get to work. But as she steps out of the carriage, the brutal aftermath of the fight hits her full force. The ground is soaked in red, and the bodies of fallen monster wolves are scattered everywhere. As Maxi fought back a wave of nausea from the grim sight, the mage Ruth calmly identified one of the creatures as a werewolf. He realized this was how the monsters had managed to scale their walls undetected. Before he could think of a new plan, 2 knights rushed towards them, shouting his name with desperate relief. They urged him to come quickly, delivering the shocking news that Sir Ricardo had injured his shoulder. Maxi froze, stunned to hear that one of their most formidable knights had been hurt in the fight. A knight quickly explained the dire situation. They'd missed the distress signal in the fog, arriving only after Sir Ricardo had been forced to fight a horde of werewolves all on his own. As Ruth and the others rushed to the injured knight's side, the mage gave Maxi one final, crucial order: have the servants boil as much water as they could. Taking a deep breath, Maxi found her voice. She commanded some servants to get a fire going while ordering the rest to follow her to the supply tent for bandages and cloths. Maxi was utterly overwhelmed by the chaos. Cries of pain filled the air as knights scrambled for supplies, their desperate shouts for more bandages and water echoing through the camp. Her confidence shattered, and she felt completely useless in the face of so much suffering. Just as panic took hold, a sharp cry for medicine snapped her out of her fear. She wasn't there to get in the way. Stealing her nerves, Maxi approached an injured soldier, declaring that she would help. With newfound resolve, she began cutting a clean strip of cloth. Remembering her lessons, Maxi cut the fabric from the soldier's leg and began cleaning the injury. She stammered an apology, struggling as the smell of blood made her feel sick. But she refused to back down, reminding herself she couldn't get this wrong. With focused determination, she pressed a clean cloth firmly against the injury, applying pressure with all her might. After a tense moment, she carefully lifted her hands. The bleeding had finally stopped. Taking a shaky breath, Maxi looked up, flushed and exhausted but successful. Relieved, Maxi looked down at her hands. She had followed Ruth's instructions perfectly. Her heart pounded as she hoped her messy bandaging was enough. Seeing the other servants also tending to the wounded, she took a shaky breath and resolved to keep going. She moved to the next soldier, ready to help. But as the man groaned in pain, her eyes widened in absolute horror. His injury was far more severe, a devastating sight that was completely beyond her basic skills. Panicked, she knew she needed Ruth, but he was still busy saving Sir Ricardo. Just as she reached for the injured man, a sharp voice ordered her not to touch him. It was Ruth. He explained the soldier's bone was dislocated and needed to be set immediately, a task he couldn't manage alone. He turned to Maxi and asked for her assistance. Stealing her nerves, she agreed. An awful crack echoed as Ruth forced the bone into place, and the man thrashed in agony. Ruth yelled for Maxi to hold him down while he cast a healing spell. Struggling against the soldier's strength, Maxi held on as a soft light began to glow. As Ruth cast his spell, a warm, golden light shimmered from his hands, enveloping the injured soldier. Maxi watched in awe, finding the gentle glow strange. It triggered a painful memory of her past, when her father's mage used a harsh, cold blue magic that felt like shattering ice. She had always believed healing was supposed to be a painful ordeal. But this light was different. It was soft, warm, and comforting. As the magical light faded, the soldier's pained expression softened as he finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. Ruth examined the sleeping soldier, revealing traces of poison. He gave Maxi an antidote, telling her to steep it in water for the man when he awoke. Eager to help, she immediately agreed. Seeing how drained Ruth was, Maxi realized the heavy toll his magic took on his body. But she felt invigorated, ready to do more. Determined, she decided to get firewood herself. Stepping outside, however, a foul stench filled the air. It grew stronger until a sickening realization hit her. The air reeked of burnt meat, and her eyes widened in absolute horror. Maxi stared in horror at the massive burning pyre. The knights shouted orders to burn the remains and warned everyone to stay away from the potentially toxic smoke. The sickening realization finally dawned on her. The foul stench was from the aftermath of the ogre battle. Overwhelmed by the smell, she dashed into the woods, her stomach churning violently. Leaning against a tree, trembling, she wondered how anyone could stand it. Suddenly, she remembered her purpose. She wasn't just a bystander. She had to get firewood for the injured soldier's antidote. A sudden voice cuts through the woods, and Maxi whips around, startled. It's Garo Levakian, one of Riftan's knights, approaching with a look of deep concern. He asks what his lady is doing in a place like this. Flustered, Maxi stammers that she was just looking for firewood. Garo glances down, noticing her distress. He firmly states that someone of her stature shouldn't be out here and that they must return. When she insists she's fine, he stops dead in his tracks, asking how he could possibly not worry about the commander's wife. Suddenly, another knight with golden hair appears, his tone dripping with disdain. He questions why the commander's wife is loitering around and orders her to stop her pointless activities and leave. The knight then commands Garo to escort Maxi back to a carriage immediately. But as Garo steps forward to obey, Maxi shoves him hard, sending him stumbling back in shock. With a fiery glare, she stands her ground, defiant. Garo, completely stunned by her unexpected resistance, can only stammer her title in disbelief. The knight's dismissive tone hits a nerve. He calls her efforts futile and orders her to go back. But instead of shrinking away, a fire ignites within Maxi. Fighting through her stutter, she declares that it's the lady's duty to see to any disturbance on the estate. Clenching her fists, she demands to know by what right he calls her duties futile. With a final burst of courage, she tells him to mind his own business and sprints off into the woods, leaving the knight completely stunned by her sudden defiance. As the knight desperately calls for Lady Calypso to wait, Maxi is already gone, running through the woods. Panic sets in as she pants, realizing she actually talked back to him. The brief moment of courage evaporates, replaced by familiar dread. She worries he now sees her as just an arrogant stutter. Skidding to a stop, Maxi is overwhelmed by the crushing certainty that all the knights despise her. Tears welling in her eyes, she bitterly accepts her fate, figuring a little more hatred won't change anything for her now. As Maxi wallows in her despair, a hand suddenly grabs her arm. It's the mage, Ruth, and he looks completely drained. Forgetting her own troubles, Maxi offers him antidote tea and cloths, asking if he's feeling better. She notices he's still using magic to treat the wounded, even though he's supposed to be resting. Ruth admits he couldn't just stand by, but the effort costs him. He winces, clutching his neck in pain, explaining he's now completely out of mana. Worried, Maxi suggests a healer, but he reveals the only good one works at a place they can't call from. Ruth explains the faraway healer can't take everyone, so they must prioritize the most critical cases. He then shocks Maxi by declaring that they will have to treat the rest of the wounded themselves. Stunned that he's including her, she nervously asks what she can possibly do to help. Ruth casually lists applying compresses and splinting limbs before adding sewing deep wounds to the list. Maxi goes completely pale. Seeing her horror, he clarifies that he will do the sewing. She just needs to assist. With a grin, he tells her to stay focused. Stealing her nerves, Maxi promises to do her best. She's immediately thrown into a chaotic rush, working tirelessly through the night. Alongside the mage, she splints limbs, applies compresses, and assists with tending to the knight's serious injuries. When it's finally over, Maxi is so exhausted she completely collapses. Recovering by the crackling fire, a new feeling emerges through her fatigue. She's amazed and proud. Under Ruth's calm guidance, she actually helped people for the first time, learning fascinating things she never could have imagined back at the Croiso estate. As Maxi rests by the fire, marveling at all she learned, a knight quietly approaches. It's Garo, one of Riftan's men, and he shyly offers her a bowl of hot rabbit stew. He admits it isn't fancy castle food, but it's edible. Maxi starts to refuse, but her stomach betrays her with a massive growl. Realizing she completely missed lunch, she blushes bright red and accepts the meal with a quiet thank you. Garo just tells her to eat up before it gets cold, turning away from her flustered expression. Maxi takes her first bite of the warm stew and her eyes light up. It's absolutely delicious. As she eagerly eats, Garo approaches her again, but the mood suddenly shifts. He drops into a deep, formal bow, startling her as he begs for forgiveness. Completely confused, Maxi watches as the knight apologizes, explaining that it was above his station to speak to her so casually. Flustered, Maxi quickly stammers that he has nothing to apologize for, insisting she was the one who was too sensitive. She pleads for him to rise. Garo firmly disagrees, insisting he was the one who crossed the line and that she is completely faultless. Hearing this, Maxi blushes deeply and stammers out a thank you, causing an awkward silence to fall between them. Suddenly, A figure emerges from the dark. It's the frosty, silver-haired knight, Elysian. Worried, Maxi asks if something has happened. Garrow quickly explains he was just apologizing for his rudeness, but Elysian gives them an icy look before turning away, completely uninterested, just as the patrol knights return to camp. The patrol knights return, and the camp's wizard, Ruth, approaches Maxi. He informs her that since the werewolves are gone, she should go back to the castle. A bit surprised, Maxi asks about him, admitting she thought she'd have to stay overnight. Ruth explains he will remain, as his mana needs to recover to heal anyone who might get sick later. Wanting to be useful, Maxi stammers that she should stay as well, but he firmly shuts her down. He insists she's already done more than enough. His words crush her, and her heart pounds in her chest as she wonders if she was just a burden. Just as Maxi's spirits sink, Ruth's expression shifts into a sly smirk. He admits that, honestly, her staying would be a huge help. But then he drops the real reason, asking her to imagine the fit Sir Riftan would throw if he heard his wife stayed up all night in a village house. That thought instantly gets through to her. He gently urges her to return to the castle and rest, reassuring her that everyone would feel much better. Garrow immediately steps forward, offering to escort her back. Maxi reluctantly agrees and tells Ruth to take care. The next day, Maxi wakes up feeling absolutely terrible, her whole body throbbing with exhaustion. She groans that it feels like she's been beaten all over. Hearing a cough, her maid Ludys enters and asks how she's doing. Though trembling, Maxi weakly insists she's fine. Not believing her, Ludys prepares a warm, soothing bath. As she gently tends to Maxi, Ludys explains the water should help her aching muscles. Maxi quietly affirms the temperature is fine, accepting the kind gesture from her dedicated maid, who clearly saw right through her tough act. Ludys suggests Maxi rest for the day, noting the chill outside. But Maxi, relaxing in her bath, stammers that she was hoping to visit the library to read a book. Delighted, Ludys promises to have the servants light a brazier to warm the room, explaining it's cold since the mage wasn't there to magically heat it. Maxi gratefully thanks her. Later, feeling much better, she makes her way to the grand library. Pushing open the door, she finds the massive room is already brightly lit and steps inside, ready to find her book. Inside the grand library, Maxi is on a mission. The chaos from the ogre attack is still fresh in her mind, recalling the desperate search for a healer. Anatole is isolated and surrounded by monsters, meaning an attack could happen at any moment. Determined to be more useful next time, she decides to learn about remedies herself. She rummages through the tall shelves, but comes up empty. Frustrated, she wonders where the medical books could be, especially since Ruth practically lives here. Just then, her eyes land on a messy stack of books in the corner. Flipping through the dusty pages, Maxi grins. She's found them, a whole collection of books on medicinal herbs. But as her fingers trace the spines, one particular volume catches her eye. It's written in the ancient tongue. She wonders if it's about forgotten cures. Sounding out the strange words, a jolt of shock runs through her. She can actually read it. All those years she spent hiding in her father's library, learning this dead language to escape him, were not a waste. For the first time, her past feels like a strength. With her heart pounding, Maxi wonders if learning all this will finally make her more helpful. Full of purpose, she vows to read every single book. As the snowy night deepens, she dedicates herself to studying, but her hope quickly fades. The ancient texts are useless. Illustrations are faded and the remedies are bizarre, like sprinkling ash on bruises or soaking hair in egg wash for a fever. Defeated, she realizes her efforts were for nothing. All she can do is wish there was another healing magic user in Anatole to put her mind at ease. But Maxi quickly dismisses the thought. Getting another healer is highly unlikely. Anatole is just too remote to request a high-ranking cleric, and wealthy nobles use their fortunes to hire any talented mages for themselves. She recalls a powerful declaration. Instead of waiting for healers to cross the treacherous mountains, they would build peace and prosperity right here. Her eyes stinging from the long hours of reading, Maxi decides to take a few books back to her chambers. As her lonely footsteps echo down the cold stone corridor, the crushing weight of her failure returns in full force. As Maxi walks, repressed thoughts swarm her mind. She knows learning a few remedies won't make a real difference, but she can't just do nothing. This desperation isn't about being a helpful wife, it's raw fear. Maxi is convinced she's not the sophisticated Lady Riftan sees her as. She lives in terror of the day he discovers the truth, certain his affection will scatter like dust. Clutching the books, she hopes that if she can find just one thing she's good at, maybe he'll let her stay, even if he grows tired of her. Maxi clutches the books, shivering. The castle feels empty and wintry without Riftan's warmth. Desperate, She wonders what she must do to finally secure her place by his side. Her thoughts drift, imagining his strong arms wrapping around her, chasing away the crushing apprehension. But it's just a fantasy. As the vision fades, only the sound of her lonely footsteps remains, echoing through the cold, dark hallway, leaving her more alone than ever. A few days later, Maxi is on her way back to the library when Ludi stops her. The maid gently asks if she'll be spending another day buried in books. Maxi confirms she will, asking for a light meal to be sent, so she doesn't have to stop. With a quick, grateful smile, she dashes off to continue her research. Ludi's watches her go, her expression filled with concern. She thinks about how little her lady has been eating lately, praying that she doesn't push herself to the point of sickness. Days blur into a haze of ink and parchment as Maxi buries herself in ancient texts. She scribbles furiously, desperate to understand, but the words just won't stick. Finally, with a heavy sigh, she slumps over the desk, utterly defeated. Tears of frustration well up as she admits she can't grasp half of what she's reading, feeling like another one of her efforts has been a complete waste. Just then, the library door creaks open. A calm voice calls her name. Maxi looks up, startled, to find the wizard Ruth standing there. Ruth's voice cuts through the silence, making Maxi jump. He asks what she's doing there. Totally flustered, she stammers that she just happened to be around. She quickly asks when he returned and if the patients have been treated. Ruth approaches, confirming he got back last night and everyone is healed. His eyes land on her scattered notes, and he asks if she's studying medicine. Blushing, Maxi admits she thought it would be smart to learn a few things, just in case another monster attack happened. Ruth quietly considers her explanation, simply saying he understands. Ruth praises her initiative, finding it quite commendable. He casually asks when she started studying, then snatches up her notes for a closer look. Maxi's face flushes with heat. She's mortified, thinking he'll see how little she actually understands. Internally, she fumes that the cheeky mage should have asked permission. But before she can protest, Ruth cuts her off. He looks up from the ancient text and asks a single, direct question, whether she is fluent in the ancient tongue. Maxi visibly flinches, his words striking a nerve. The weight of her inadequacy crashes down on her. Maxi stammers that she learned the ancient language as a child. Her hands clench as a traumatic memory floods her mind. Her father, forcing her to recite poems. The Duke's enraged voice thunders in her head, calling her a good-for-nothing child and a disgrace to the family name. He roars with fury, his hand raised in anger over her failure to learn. The harsh words still cut deep, a wound that never healed. Back in the present, Maxi's voice cracks as she looks away, admitting to Ruth that she was never any good at it. Ruth isn't buying her excuses for a second. Looking at her notes, he points out that her writing proves she's actually pretty skilled. Flustered, Maxi clenches her fists, stammering that she only knows the basics because she enjoys reading. She insists she can read and write the ancient language, but that's the limit of her talent. The mage watches her, his expression unreadable. Then he drops a bombshell. Looking directly at her, he asks a simple question. Why doesn't she just learn magic instead? Maxi's eyes go wide, completely stunned. Maxi jolts, stammering in utter shock. But Ruth is already on a roll, ecstatic about his own brilliant idea. He declares that learning magic is way better than learning medicine. A sly grin gives away his true motive. If she can cast healing spells, his own workload will shrink. Maxi immediately sees through his lazy plan. She timidly reminds him that he once called magic a highly complex field, convinced she could never handle it. But Ruth waves her doubts away, clarifying that the hard stuff is only for advanced magic. Basic spells are a whole different game. Maxi stutters, asking what basic magic even is. Ruth explains it covers all non-elemental spells, like simple healing, restoration, and even levitation. She can't believe that's considered basic. But Ruth smirks, pointing out that she has mana affinity, is good with numbers, and knows the ancient language. She already meets all the requirements. He promises that with just a few months of practice, she'll be casting spells in no time. Her heart pounds in her chest. Hesitantly, she asks if he really thinks she can do it. Ruth just shrugs, saying there's no harm in trying. Her heart pounds in her chest. Maxi thinks back to how difficult the magical device was at first, but Ruth's confidence is contagious. A spark of hope ignites. With his help, maybe she really can do this. Clenching her fists, she declares she'll do her absolute best under his guidance. Ruth is thrilled, telling her to meet him in the library tomorrow afternoon, as he needs time to prepare. When she nervously asks what for, the mage pulls a massive book from a shelf and slams it onto the table with a heavy thud. He's found their starting point. Maxi stares at the huge stack of books, stammering as she asks what they are. With a sly grin, Ruth explains they're just basic tomes on the fundamentals of magic. She nervously peeks inside and sees they're written in the ancient tongue, but he reassures her they aren't too difficult. Just as she thanks him, his attitude completely changes. He abruptly grabs her shoulder, shoves her out of the library, and awkwardly tells her to return to her chambers. Maxi is left standing in the hall, completely baffled by his sudden and bizarre behavior. Before she can process what's happening, Ruth lets out a massive yawn, announcing he'd like to rest in a more familiar environment. He bids her farewell until tomorrow, and the heavy library doors slam shut, leaving her completely alone in the hallway. Maxi is beyond annoyed, grumbling to herself about his incredibly brusque attitude. Deciding there's no point in complaining, she clutches the heavy books to her chest. She'll just read them in her own room. With new purpose, she turns and walks down the quiet, sunlit corridor, ready to begin her training. Sunlight streams through the high windows, illuminating the long stone corridor. Maxi clutches the heavy magic tomes to her chest, her knuckles white. Despite Ruth's bizarre mood swing, a fire has been lit inside her. A fierce determination takes hold. Her quiet footsteps echo through the hall, each one marking a step away from her past self. This isn't just a walk back to her room. It's the first real step on a new path, a journey to prove her own worth. And she is more than ready to begin. Late into the night, Maxi sits propped up in bed, completely engrossed in the magic tomes. Just as Ruth had said, the ancient text isn't difficult for her to read at all. His words echo in her mind, that despite her weak mana, she had all the necessary skills to learn magic. For the first time, a spark of real hope ignites within her. Could she truly become a sorceress? Her imagination runs wild, picturing herself as a powerful mage, conjuring massive fireballs and summoning storms to decimate her enemies, just like Ruth. As she drifts off, her mind is filled with a wonderful fantasy. She pictures Riftan calling her name before pulling her into a powerful, crushing hug. A proud smile spreads across his face as he tells her she's incredible and that he's so proud of her. The daydream fades, leaving Maxi clutching the heavy book in her bed, her heart pounding with a thrilling new excitement. She can't remember the last time she truly looked forward to a new day. Filled with purpose, she can't wait to learn magic and surprise Riftan upon his return. But Maxi's sweet dream quickly becomes a high-level magic nightmare. Her first lesson with Ruth is intense. The sorcerer is in his element, excitedly explaining complex formulas about recurrence and mana sensitivity. While he's buzzing with passion, poor Maxi is completely lost, her brain practically smoking. Beaming with pride, Ruth explains how he simplified a 42-step procedure to just 5 simple steps. He turns to her, grinning, asking if it isn't super easy. Her internal scream says it all. Not at all. Later, Ruth finds her passed out on the desk, utterly defeated by magical math. Ruth calmly asks Maxi what part is giving her trouble. A wave of despair washes over her as she stammers that she knew she could never learn this. But Ruth isn't letting her quit. He launches into a lecture, declaring that magic is for tenacious minds who are ruthless in their quest for knowledge. Overwhelmed by his words, Maxi sees a vision of a powerful, ancient sorcerer. Stealing her resolve, she quietly agrees to try again. A wicked grin spreads across Ruth's face as he eagerly wipes the board clean, ready for round 2. Sensing her renewed resolve, Ruth switches tactics. He promises to start from the absolute basics, assuring Maxi he'll explain things as many times as she needs. Still nervous, she agrees to try again. The wizard pauses, then grabs a piece of charcoal with a flash of inspiration. He starts scribbling, explaining that an invisible force called mana exists in the world. Mages draw this mana into their bodies and concentrate it, and that condensed energy is what becomes magic. Completely baffled, Maxi asks if they aren't the same thing. Ruth turns, clarifying they are fundamentally different. Ruth explains that magic is an unstable energy forced into existence inside a person. Seeing Maxi's blank stare, he changes tactics, deciding to show her instead. He tells her the mana floating in the room is in perfect, natural balance. Then, with a sly grin, he trails off mid-sentence. He snaps his fingers, and the calm shatters. A massive pillar of fire erupts in his hand, blazing with wild energy. He holds the magical flame effortlessly, finally demonstrating the raw power he was trying to describe. With a smug grin, Ruth explains that by inserting his own mana into the world, he disrupted its natural equilibrium. This flickering fire in his hand, he declares, is magic. It's an unnatural anomaly, and nature itself resists it, constantly trying to return to its perfect, balanced state. He calls this resistance negation. As he speaks, the flame sputters and vanishes into thin air. He concludes that this is why all magic eventually fades. For the first time, a look of genuine understanding dawns on Maxi's face. Maxi hesitantly interrupts the lesson, reminding Ruth that he previously said a rune was needed to cast a spell. With a sly grin, the wizard confirms he did, in fact, use one. He uses a cooking analogy, scribbling on the board. Manna is the ingredient, he explains, but the rune is the recipe. The rune acts as a detailed guide, determining where to conjure the magic, what shape it takes, and how much power to use. Seeing Maxi diligently taking notes for the first time, Ruth smugly asks how she's feeling about it now. Maxi stammers that she's finally starting to get it, but quickly mumbles that controlling mana still feels impossible and the principles are too confusing. Unfazed, Ruth tells her they'll get to that later. He rummages through his robes and dramatically presents her with a small leather pouch. Inside is a sparkling crystal. He explains it's a special stone that helps build mana affinity by absorbing energy and getting warm. By holding it and focusing, she can strengthen her ability to perceive magic. Maxi is completely captivated, admiring how beautiful the stone is. Ruth announces they'll focus on improving her mana sensitivity, but his lesson plan involves a mountain of new reading material. A massive stack of books slams onto the table, making Maxi jump. With a wicked grin, the wizard explains these are tomes on arithmetic, geometry, and metrology, the required cornerstones of all magic. Maxi stares in horror at the impossibly thick volumes. Unfazed, Ruth cheerfully tells her to read them all by their next session. Drowning behind the paper fortress, Maxi anxiously wonders if she can really learn magic at all. Maxi dives headfirst into her magic studies, her quill scratching across parchment day and night. She's completely consumed by the challenge. But her intense dedication starts to worry her maid, Luddies. Watching from the sidelines, Luddies notes that Maxi has barely touched her food for days. Her ladyship looks exhausted, with sunken eyes from reading until the candles burned out. Luddies tried suggesting a walk for some fresh air, but Maxi refused, completely absorbed by her books. Helpless, Luddies wonders what she can possibly do to help her overworking mistress. Luddies interrupts Maxi's intense study session, her face full of concern. She explains that the horses get dispirited being cooped up all winter. With a knowing smile, she suggests Maxi get some fresh air and visit her mare. Remington hearing the horse's name, Maxi remembers her ride with Riftan, realizing she hasn't seen the animal since that day. Feeling a pang of guilt, she reluctantly agrees to a short break. Bundled in a warm cloak, Maxi steps outside, the chilly air a welcome shock as she finally takes a moment to breathe. As they walk, Luddies remarks that servants had to break ice just to get water from the well. The biting cold makes Maxi's thoughts immediately fly to Riftan in the mountains. She anxiously asks how long the nights have been gone. Luddies confirms it's been almost a week, longer than Riftan had planned. Maxi tries to rationalize the delay, but inside, she's spiraling. While everyone else seems calm, she can only imagine the worst. Riftan, gravely injured or struggling against the bitter cold, unable to come home. Her unease grows with every passing moment. Consumed by her worry for Riftan, Maxi wishes she could be by his side to keep him warm. 2 agonizing days crawl by. Then, high on the castle watchtower, a guard spots a familiar party on the horizon. He scrambles to alert the others. A deep, powerful blast from the copal horn echoes across the entire estate, halting everyone in their tracks. A maid rushes to Maxi, breathless with excitement, announcing the signal for a return. A look of stunned hope crosses Maxi's face as the maid confirms it. His lordship is back. Riftan has finally come home. The news hits Maxi like a lightning bolt. He's really back. Forgetting everything, she takes off running, leaving a stunned maid calling after her to grab a coat. She doesn't listen, flying through the castle halls as the staff murmurs about the lord's successful raid. Maxi bursts outside into the cold air just as the gates open to reveal Riftan and his knights. Overwhelmed with pure, unadulterated relief, she breathes out his name. Hearing her call, Riftan immediately turns, his sharp eyes finding her in the crowd. A triumphant grin spreads across Riftan's face as he calls out her name. In one powerful, fluid motion, he sweeps Maxi completely off her feet and pulls her into a tight embrace. Pressed against his armor, she clutches his thick cloak. The biting chill of the mountains still clings to him, along with the scent of winter wind and cold steel. All her fears evaporate, replaced by a single, overwhelming thought. He's really back. He's home. Still held tightly in his arms, Maxi manages to stammer out a welcome, her immediate concern being if he was injured on the raid. But Riftan has no time for words. He silences her worries instantly, pulling her into a deep and possessive kiss right there in front of everyone. The knights look on, completely stunned by their commander's bold public display. Lost in the overwhelming reunion, Maxi's senses are flooded. The world fades away, and all she can do is surrender to the moment, whispering his name against his lips. While the knights stand there, completely frozen in shock, Maxi's mind goes into overdrive. She just threw herself at him in front of everyone. Mortified, she tries to stammer his name, but Riftan isn't listening. He whispers that if he knew this kind of welcome was waiting, he would have come back instantly. As Maxi nervously points out that they have an audience, Riftan cuts her off with a simple, possessive answer. He couldn't care less. Overwhelmed by his intense declaration, she is left blushing and teary-eyed, completely in his grasp. With a loud groan, Riftan decides he's done with a public spectacle. In one swift motion, he scoops a stunned Maxi up into his arms. Heberon, one of his rowdy knights, laughs and tells his captain to go take care of the fire he's holding. Ignoring the crude joke, Riftan marches past them and barks orders at his steward, Rodrigo, to prepare food and baths for his men. When asked about his own bath, Riftan simply demands a change of clothes first, carrying his mortified wife away without another word. Riftan carries a blushing Maxi all the way to their private chambers, shutting the door behind them. He finally sets her down but keeps her pulled impossibly close, burying his face in her hair and confessing just how much he's missed this. Maxi, still flustered, stammers that he feels cold from being outside. But Riftan just scoffs at her concern. His intense gaze locks onto hers as he pulls her even tighter, declaring that he's anything but cold. He tells her plainly that he burns for her. Maxi barely has time to stammer his name before Riftan begins peppering kisses along her neck, holding her tight. His voice is a low rumble as he asks if she understands now, confessing that he has never wanted her more in his entire life. Overwhelmed by his raw honesty, she feels her face flush with heat. His gaze never wavers from hers as he declares that he must take her now. He gently lowers her onto the bed, his grip possessive and sure, finally sealing the promise that began on their wedding night. In the quiet aftermath, Riftan notices tears streaming down Maxi's face. His intense passion instantly shifts to gentle concern. Cursing under his breath, he tenderly wipes a tear away and asks if he hurt her, admitting he didn't mean to be so rough. Maxi stammers that she's all right, but he sees right through it, remarking that's what she always says. He pulls her closer, placing a soft kiss on her temple, his actions finally showing a vulnerability that matches his words, bridging the gap between them. Overwhelmed, Maxi questions why he cares about her feelings at all. Her father taught her that a husband has every right to his wife, regardless of her pain. She stammers that it didn't hurt, trying to brush off his concern. But Riftan sees right through her, a small smile playing on his lips as he asks if that's really true. His hand slides down her side, pulling her closer as he whispers that it's time to continue. Before a flustered Maxi can respond, a sharp knock at the door shatters the moment completely. A servant's voice suddenly cuts through the door, announcing that the bath is ready. Maxi's face flushes a deep crimson with utter mortification. The horrifying thought hits her like a lightning bolt. Did they hear everything? The passionate mood is completely shattered. Later, a frustrated Riftan tries to cool his head in the steaming bath, but his wife is still clearly on his mind. He softly calls her name, and back in the bedroom, Maxi flinches under the covers, her heart pounding in her chest. Riftan, lounging in the bath, puts on a dramatic show of exhaustion. He claims he's too tired to even lift a finger and cheekily orders Maxi to come bathe him. Still hiding under the covers, she accuses him of lying. But Riftan lays it on thick, whining about sleeping in the freezing mountains for 10 days. He groans that his whole body aches, and his toes are numb. His guilt trip works perfectly. Reluctantly, Maxi slips out of bed and walks toward him. A triumphant smirk spreads across Riftan's face as she approaches. Riftan beckons Maxi to join him in the steaming bath. Clutching her robe, she nervously stammers that she doesn't need to get in. But Riftan's smoldering gaze pins her in place. He tells her plainly that he hasn't had enough of her yet and urges her to hurry. Before she can argue, her foot slips on the wet floor. Maxi tumbles into the water with a huge splash, landing right in his arms. He instantly pulls her into a passionate embrace, their tender moment finally arriving. Overwhelmed with emotion, a single tear rolls down her cheek. He breathes her name, asking if she wants this as much as he does. Without another word, he lifts her from the water, their shadows dancing in the candlelight as he carries her to bed. All the years of separation and misunderstanding finally melt away as they share their first true night as husband and wife. Afterwards, nestled securely in his arms, a peacefully exhausted Maxi finds she can barely move a finger. As she drifts to sleep, Riftan pulls her closer, placing a gentle kiss on her before succumbing to his own deep slumber. Maxi jolts awake, flustered to find Riftan watching her intently. She nervously asks if he isn't tired after everything. With a low voice, he compares himself to a starving man finally presented with a feast, telling her she looks incredibly tempting. Brushing her hair from her face, he gives her wonderful news. He has cleared the mountains of monsters and won't have to leave again until winter ends. He promises they can finally enjoy their time together, planning future trips to go riding or even see the ocean when the weather warms. Riftan tells Maxi about a beautiful lake he wants to show her. Blushing, she shyly agrees that she would like that very much. He pulls her closer, deciding they'll wait until it's warmer to go. As she squirms comfortably into his embrace, Maxi feels her heart pound against his chest. In his arms, the biting chill of the cold stone castle finally begins to melt away. All the gloom is replaced by the incredible warmth coming from the man holding her, and a sense of peace settles over her. As Maxi basks in the warmth of Riftan's embrace, she realizes the cold silence of her past has been replaced by the steady beat of his heart. She can no longer deny it. He has filled her hollow world to the brim. But this beautiful feeling sparks a terrifying new fear. What if Riftan decides he doesn't want her anymore? The thought shatters her peace. Jolting awake, Maxi sits bolt upright while Riftan sleeps on. Her heart thumps with sheer terror as she wonders how she could possibly live on if he ever left. Lost in her thoughts, Maxi nearly dozes off at her desk, a stray drop of ink spoiling her work. Her maid, Ludis, calls her name, but before she can explain, the door creaks open. It's Riftan. Startled, Maxi turns as he walks in and asks if she slept well. She immediately apologizes for waking up so late, explaining she heard he was already making his rounds. Brushing aside her concerns, Riftan pulls her into a warm embrace and places a tender kiss on her forehead. He reassures her that she doesn't need to match his routine. Riftan smirks, teasing that it's his fault she's so tired. Before Maxi can even process his words, her face flushes a deep crimson as she stammers his name in surprise. Just outside, Ludis peeks in on the sweet moment before quietly shutting the door with a knowing smile. Riftan announces that he's come to fetch her, placing a gentle kiss on her hand. Confused, she asks where they're going. He wraps a warm cloak around her shoulders, cryptically revealing he has something to show her right there within the castle. Riftan leads Maxi to the stables, where tiny meows fill the air. He explains he found some kittens that morning while visiting his horse, Talon, who was spooked by the tiny trespassers. Maxi's heart aches as she strokes one, feeling how bony it is. They must have been starving for days. She wonders aloud if they were abandoned, and Riftan agrees it's likely. He suggests taking them inside for milk. Maxi's eyes light up with pure joy, asking if they really can. Delighted, she declares she'll take them to her room immediately. Maxi joyfully tells Riftan she's never had cats in her room before. Her father, she stammers, wasn't fond of animals and forbade even his own hunting dogs from entering the castle. She confesses that she used to sneak out to the garden just to play with them. Hearing about her lonely past, Riftan's hand clenches into a tight fist. He abruptly asks if she would like a hunting dog as well. Startled by the sudden offer, a flustered Maxi looks up at him, insisting that the kittens are more than enough for her. Riftan clenches his fist, telling Maxi she can always tell him if there's anything she wants. His gaze intensifies as he vows that her life here will be even more lavish than it was at Croiso Castle. But the promise completely backfires. The mention of her old home makes Maxi's heart pound with fear, dredging up painful memories. She quickly stammers that she is truly content. Seeing her terrified reaction, Riftan lets out a heavy sigh. Later, he sits alone on the floor, quietly watching the kittens as they eagerly lap up their milk. Later, Maxi sits on the floor, perfectly content just watching the kittens. Riftan breaks the comfortable silence, asking if she has any names picked out for them. Completely shocked, Maxi stammers, asking if she should be the one to decide. He insists, pointing out that she'll be their main caretaker anyway. When the tiny black kitten hisses at him, Maxi immediately accuses him of teasing the poor thing. Baffled, he denies it. She shyly reveals the names she's already chosen, Ron, Laura, and Roy, from a favorite childhood fairy tale, earning an angry meow from the kitten. Riftan, lounging by the fire, calls out to Maxi. With a sly grin, he tells her to leave the kittens and come sit with him, patting the spot beside him. Maxi's face instantly flushes crimson. He innocently asks what's wrong, insisting he just wants to hold her. Flustered, she stammers that he's lying, claiming she can tell by the look on his face. Before she can protest further, he gently pulls her into his lap. Tucked securely against his chest by the crackling fire, Maxi feels an unfamiliar wave of safety and comfort. Wrapped in Riftan's arms by the crackling fire, Maxi feels a sense of peace she has never known. But Riftan's serious tone cuts through the calm. He clenches his jaw, asking if she's comfortable in Anatole and if there's anything else she needs. Startled by the sudden intensity, Maxi quickly stammers that she lacks nothing and is genuinely happy here. Hearing her answer, Riftan pulls her even closer, his tight embrace revealing a hidden tension. Maxi realizes he was genuinely apprehensive, waiting anxiously for her response. Maxi's heart thumps in her chest. She realizes he's afraid she, a duke's beloved daughter, is miserable here. To calm his worries, she quickly starts listing all the things she likes about his home. She stammers that she feels safe within the strong walls, loves the mountain view, and appreciates the kind servants. But her last point gets his attention. The food is far better than at Croiso Castle. Riftan's grip tightens as a small, amused grin forms on his face. As she gushes about the delicious meals, he leans in and surprises her with a soft kiss. Riftan murmurs that he's happy the food is to her liking. He gently toys with her earring, making Maxi flinch as a deep blush spreads across her face. He leans in closer, whispering her name, the intimate atmosphere thickening between them. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door shatters the moment. Visibly furious, Riftan jolts up and demands to know who it is. A voice from the hall identifies himself as Sir Gable, the commander. He announces that everyone is gathered and is waiting for Riftan in the council room. Riftan lets out a heavy sigh, telling the knight he'll be there shortly. Before heading to his meeting, he pulls Maxi into his arms, placing a gentle kiss on her head. The moment he leaves, the head maid, Ludys, enters with a team of servants. She cheerfully announces they are there to help Maxi prepare for the grand banquet. A flustered Maxi stammers that it seems a bit early for all this, but the maids are already bustling with excitement, ready to get their lady dressed for the big celebration. The maids waste no time, laying out a stunning array of elegant gowns and shimmering jewels. Ludys explains there's a banquet to celebrate Riftan's victory, and Maxi must look absolutely perfect for the occasion. Completely stunned, Maxi can only stammer that the dresses are beautiful. Beaming with pride, Ludys reveals that she and her husband designed them. She declares her mission is to make Maxi the star of the evening. Before Maxi can even react, the maids are buzzing with excitement, eagerly pulling her into a whirlwind of fashion and preparations. The maids buzzed with excitement, fawning over a veil they called as delicate as fairy wings. They placed Maxi in front of a mirror, dressed in a stunning white and gold gown. Ludys proudly told her the dress suited her best. A blushing Maxi could only stammer that she thought so too. With the dress chosen, the maids moved on to her hair. They decided to weave her auburn locks into an elegant braid, adorned with topaz and diamonds, certain she would outshine everyone at the grand celebration. The maids put the finishing touches on Maxi's hair, deciding that elegant braids fastened with amber pins would perfectly complement her auburn locks. Once every shimmering jewel is in place, Ludys proudly announces that she's ready. Standing before the mirror, Maxi is left completely breathless. She can hardly recognize the regal woman staring back at her. When Ludys asks if she needs any adjustments, a flustered Maxi stammers that everything is perfect. For the first time, she feels like royalty, overwhelmed by her own stunning transformation. The maids erupt with excitement, gushing that Maxi is stunning, like a nymph of light. Their positive Riftan will be completely blown away. Ludys gently presents a warm cloak, explaining that the banquet hall will get chilly later. She kindly wishes Maxi a wonderful evening. Deeply moved by their genuine care, an emotional Maxi stammers her thanks to everyone. With her transformation complete, she is escorted out of her chambers and into the cold, snowy night, making her way towards the grand celebration being held in the brightly lit castle. Maxi arrives at the entrance to the grand hall, the sounds of a rowdy celebration echoing from within. She dismisses her maid Ludys, nervously asking her to look after the kittens. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she steps inside the bustling room filled with feasting knights. Instantly, the silver-haired Elysian spots her, calling out a friendly greeting. He waves and asks if she has been well, causing Maxi to freeze. She remembers with a jolt that he was the one who saw Riftan carry her away the day before. Maxi stammers a greeting, and an overjoyed Elysian explains he just returned from his first raid with Riftan, calling it the best 10 days of his life. Relieved, Maxi kindly asks if he was injured. Blushing, the young knight admits he got a bit bruised after tripping, which Sir Heberon endlessly teased him about. Before he can ramble on, another knight grabs his shoulder, cutting him off. Garrow firmly tells Elysian to save his stories for later and escort Maxi to her seat. Apologizing for his excitement, Elysian quickly changes gears and offers to lead her to the feast's best dish. Elysian excitedly points to a massive roasted boar, telling Maxi it's absolutely divine. He moves to take her cloak, but another hand suddenly reaches out. A deep voice coolly instructs the young knight to pass the cloak over instead. Maxi freezes, her newfound confidence instantly shattering. A wave of anxiety crashes over her. Was her dress too extravagant? Would everyone laugh at her? Bracing for humiliation, she hands over the cloak. In that moment, the entire boisterous hall falls dead silent. Maxi peeks through her lashes, her heart sinking as she assumes the worst. Maxi's mind spirals, convinced everyone is staring in horror at her clumsy attempt to dress up. But the silence is shattered by an awestruck Elysian. He gasps that she looks absolutely splendid, like an elf from a fairy tale. Barely daring to believe it, Maxi asks if he's being serious. The young knight passionately insists she's always been lovely, but is truly breathtaking tonight. He continues to shower her with compliments until Maxi is bright red, internally begging him to stop. The deep voice from before smoothly cuts in, asking what she would like to eat. Flustered, Maxi shyly asks Elysian if he knows where Riftan might be. The young knight's tone becomes serious as he explains that Riftan is stuck in the council room. He's in a critical meeting with a few other knights, discussing a sudden and dangerous migration of monsters from the west. The grim news sends a chill down Maxi's spine. Before she can process it, a new voice cuts in. The rowdy knight Heberon near the approaches with a wide smirk, giving her a smooth greeting and remarking that it's been a while. Maxi stammers, trying to bring up the events of the previous day. But Heberon just smirks, leaning in and playfully asking what exactly happened. The question sends a jolt of humiliation through her as she flashes back to the terrifying monster attack, where Heberon had mockingly yelled at her in the middle of the chaos. Completely flustered, she quickly changes the subject to the monster migration. Heberon's expression turns serious. He confirms the bad news. Trolls from the north are showing signs of moving down towards Anatolium. Heberon continues, explaining that no one knows what's disturbing the monster's habitats, but it will directly affect Anatole. Garo chimes in, confirming this is why their last raid took so long. They were investigating the mountains. Maxi quietly says she understands, but her mind is already spiraling. A terrifying memory of a past monster attack floods her vision. The fire, the chaos, the utter devastation. Frozen with fear, she wonders if that same horror is about to be repeated and how many innocent people will be lost this time. Seeing her spiral, Heberon realizes he said too much. He quickly reassures her that she has nothing to fear. After all, the Remdragon Knights will protect Anatole from any invasion. Just as Maxi processes this, Elysian cuts in with a huge, cheerful grin, holding up a massive piece of roast boar. He tells her to stop worrying and try some instead. He eagerly describes the crispy skin and incredibly tender meat, promising her that a big slice dipped in thick cameline sauce is downright heavenly. Maxi can only stare, stunned by the sudden offering. Shaking off her fear, Maxi makes a new promise to herself. She'll study harder and do everything she can to help Anatole. Just then, Elysian asks how the boar tastes, and she stammers that it's delicious. The knights are thrilled, offering her even more food. Garo notices she must be thirsty and pours her a drink. Maxi thanks him politely before downing the entire goblet in 2 massive gulps. A stunned Garo comments he never knew she enjoyed liquor so much. Flustered, Maxi denies it, but Garo just laughs, pointing out she's drinking like a fish. Noticing her empty cup, Garo generously pours Maxi even more wine. She briefly wonders if she's overdoing it, but convinces herself it's perfectly fine to have a drink or 2 with a meal. Taking another large swig, she impresses the onlooking knights who start cheering for her. As they crowd around to ask if she enjoys the liquor, Heberon suddenly pushes through the group. He looks absolutely appalled, declaring that serving roast boar with only wine is a complete disaster, leaving everyone stunned by his dramatic outburst. Heberon agrees with his own dramatic outburst, declaring that she shouldn't drink something so bland with such amazing food. With a sly grin, he presents a bottle of what looks like much stronger liquor, telling her it's a better match for the boar. He challenges her, saying he's sure the commander's wife can handle it. The title shocks Maxi for a second, but she quickly regains her composure. Stuttering slightly, she agrees and demands he pass it over immediately. Soon after, the world begins to gently sway as a tipsy Maxi hums happily. Feeling as light as a feather, a very tipsy Maxi sways in her seat. The world around her goes blurry as she holds up her cup, slurring that she wants some more. A knight happily obliges, encouraging her to drink up. But as she downs another gulp, she overhears the men whispering. One admits he thought she was just a cheerless, self-absorbed noblewoman. The comment cuts through her drunken haze. She whips around, furiously declaring that she is not self-absorbed, only to mumble a moment later that maybe she can't deny it. Stung by their words, Maxi grips her cup tightly. She's not cheerless. In a sudden show of defiance, she chugs the entire drink and slams the heavy cup back on the table. The knights are stunned into silence. Hiccuping, Maxi explains that she's just not used to talking to so many people. She glares at the massive men, declaring that they're the reason she's been so sullen because they're all so intimidating. With a final drunken flourish, she demands they all shrink a little, sending Heberon into a fit of laughter. Heberon laughs, firing back that she's the one who's too small, jokingly asking what she was doing while everyone else was growing. He reassures her it's not too late, pouring more liquor into her cup, while promising she'll grow as tall as a pine tree if she just eats and drinks more. Completely falling for it, a hopeful Maxi stammers if she can still grow. Heberon proudly boasts that he's been drinking since he was 13, and that's how he got so big. Odd. Maxi calls it his secret, as two younger knights nervously debate whether to stop him. Inspired by Heberon's tall tale, a flushed Elysian holds out his cup, demanding a drink so he can catch up. A giggling Maxi agrees, stammering that she wants more too. But just as she lifts her goblet, a large hand snatches it from her grasp. The raucous laughter cuts off instantly. An enraged Riftan looms over the table, his expression thunderous. With a voice as cold as steel, he glares at the stunned knights and demands to know what the devil they think they are doing. A tipsy Maxi turns to her husband with a flushed, happy face, stammering that she was just trying to grow taller. But her cute explanation does nothing to calm Riftan's rage. His glare could freeze fire as he demands to know why on earth his men got his wife so drunk. Heberon nervously explains that she was having fun, and they got carried away. With a violent crash, Riftan slams the metal goblet onto the table, his grip crushing it completely. He asks if messing with his wife is their idea of fun. Before Riftan can finish his threat, a completely flushed Maxi dazedly nods in agreement, then promptly dozes off. Seeing her out of it, Riftan lets out a heavy sigh and effortlessly sweeps his wife into his arms. He turns back to his terrified men, a wicked smirk spreading across his face. He advises them to eat well and rest up for the night. They'll need all their energy for the punishment waiting on the training grounds tomorrow. The knights flinch in absolute terror as their commander carries Maxi away, leaving them to their impending doom. Back in their chambers, Riftan tries to wake his wife, muttering about his good-for-nothing knights and just how much they let her drink. Suddenly, his frustration is cut short. With a sleepy little chuckle, a flushed Maxi leans in and gives her stunned husband a quick peck on the shoulder. But before Riftan can even process the affection, she's out cold again, fast asleep in his arms. He tries to get her attention, but it's no use. Left holding his completely unconscious wife, the flustered commander can only let out a heavy sigh. Looking down at his sleeping wife, Riftan whispers a little warning for her as well, telling her she'd better be prepared for what's coming tomorrow. The next morning, the sound of meowing pulls Maxi from her slumber. Her head is pounding and her stomach burns from the night before. As she stumbles out of bed, looking completely disheveled, a familiar voice cuts through the haze. Riftan smirks from across the room, teasingly asking if the ale-tippling lady is finally awake. Maxi freezes, startled by his sudden appearance. Riftan keeps up the teasing, remarking that she was quite the spectacle last night and that he had no idea his wife was such a heavy drinker. Mortified, Maxi stammers that she's not, insisting it was her first time drinking so much. Suddenly, Riftan's playful demeanor vanishes. He walks over and places a cup in her hands, his voice dropping low. He gives her a single, firm warning. He never wants to see her drunk among a group of rowdy men again. Ever. Hearing the clear threat, Maxi just stares, strangely unafraid and utterly confused. Riftan's voice drops, demanding to know if she has any idea how reckless she was. A timid Maxi quickly stammers that it won't happen again. With a heavy sigh, he mutters that if he had his way, things would be different. But then, his anger seems to fade. He tells her to drink the hangover tea and rest for a while. As he turns to leave, Maxi nervously asks where he's going. A dark, menacing energy fills the room as Riftan looks back, a dangerous smirk on his face. He cracks his knuckles. He's got business to attend to. Riftan heads out, announcing he's got some business to handle on the training grounds. He promises to save the rest of his lecture for the evening. The door slams shut, leaving a baffled Maxi alone with her throbbing headache. Later, she runs into the wizard Ruth, who greets her with a cheerful wave. But this dude is here to roast her. He casually asks if she grew taller overnight. Mortified, Maxi stammers that he's being disrespectful. Unfazed, Ruth points out he knows of no lady who can drink half a barrel of ale alone, not even counting the wine. Ruth keeps the jabs coming, telling a fuming Maxi that Sir Heberon couldn't stop singing her praises after last night. The wizard smirks, calling her a natural since she seems perfectly fine today. Flustered, Maxi stammers that it was only the herbal tea that cured her splitting headache. Unconvinced, Ruth promises there will be more chances to test her skills, but she shuts that idea down fast. He then switches topics, asking about the books he gave her. Maxi nervously admits she's struggling to understand the material and has one volume left. But the teasing stops as Ruth admits he's genuinely impressed. He tells a stunned Maxi she's progressing way faster than he anticipated. completely caught off guard. She stammers that he's the one who told her to finish the books today. Ruth just grins, pointing out she even took detailed notes on the difficult parts. He tells her to get ready because class is in session, and he's going to explain everything. A flustered but determined Maxi quickly agrees, grabbing her quill as the lesson begins behind closed doors. Ruth gives her a rare, serious compliment, telling her she's completely mastered the concept. A blushing Maxi is totally floored by the praise. She stammers that he's just a really good teacher. When he looks confused, she explains that he must be frustrated teaching someone like her, yet he's been so patient. A small smile plays on Ruth's lips. He tells her she's a highly motivated and talented student. He then adds that their lessons remind him of his own time studying at the Mage Tower. Maxi is completely confused. She stammers, asking Ruth if he didn't leave the Mage Tower because he hated it there. A nostalgic smile plays on his lips as he corrects her. It was the stuffy rules he disliked, not the tower itself. He gets a faraway look in his eyes, describing the legendary home of the mages, Nornui. He calls it an island where hundreds of ambitious mages gather to sharpen their intellect and hone their skills. Lost in the fond memory, he admits there's truly no place like it. Her heart thumping with excitement, Maxi asks if all mages have to study at the Mage Tower. Ruth just gives her a deadpan look, pointing out that she's currently studying magic just fine in Anatole. He explains that the tower is only necessary if you want to learn elemental magic. Seeing her confusion, Ruth realizes his oversight and reminds her that mana is made of 6 elements. A blushing Maxi correctly lists them all: wind, water, earth, fire, light, and darkness. He explains that elemental mages specialize by isolating just one of these powerful forces. Ruth explains that elemental mages focus their training on accumulating the pure energy of a single element. This specialized magic is a whopping 10 times more powerful than spells using multiple elements. A confused Maxi stammers, asking why it isn't better to use all of them. Ruth then quizzes her on the fundamental principles of magic. She nervously recalls that it's about disrupting nature's balance. He praises her, explaining that more instability equals more power. Using an analogy of stacked bricks, he shows how a wobbly tower is easier to topple, and Maxi finally understands. Ruth confirms her understanding is spot on. To gather that much elemental energy, he explains, a mage needs a special rune inscribed on their body. He holds up his wrist, revealing an intricate red marking. These, he clarifies, are reserved only for the top-tier mages at the tower. Maxi's eyes sparkle with an idea, and she stammers, asking if getting a rune would make it easier for her to learn. But Ruth immediately crushes her budding hope. He flatly states they don't give those out to just anyone, suggesting she focus on basic spells first. Flustered, Maxi snaps that he's being rude, insisting she was only asking a simple question. Unfazed, Ruth stands up and ends their lesson for the day. He cheekily suggests she join the knights for dinner, telling her to ride the momentum since they found her so amusing. Mortified, Maxi shrieks his name, sputtering that she does not want to be anyone's amusement. Suddenly, a dark figure appears in the doorway. It's Riftan, and his expression is unreadable. He demands to know what they're still doing in the library at this late hour. Riftan states that the maids told him Maxi's been hiding in the library since noon. Unimpressed, Ruth retorts that some people prefer reading to swinging swords. Ignoring the mage completely, Riftan leans in close to Maxi, telling her it's time to go. He's already arranged for their dinner to be brought to their room. When Maxi frets over the messy books, he coolly instructs her to let someone else clean up. A confused Ruth asks why they aren't eating in the dining hall. Riftan smirks, explaining he wore the nights out after they simply offered Maxi a drink. Riftan scoffs, explaining that seeing his knights so out of it made him realize how soft they'd become. He simply put them through some intensive training to set them straight. Taking charge, he tells Maxi it's time to leave. She nervously says goodbye to Ruth, who just waves them off with a bored expression. As Riftan pulls her down the hall, she asks if he's still angry, promising she'll never drink that much again. He stops, his grip on her hand tightening. Ignoring her apology, he demands to know if Ruth is always with her in the library. Confused, Maxi stammers that Ruth is always in the library when she visits. Riftan just hums, his expression unreadable. He suddenly asks if she finds the mage annoying, calling him a crafty fox who's always conducting strange experiments. But Maxi quickly defends Ruth, insisting she's the one who bothers him. She explains that he's taught her so much and was a huge help when she first arrived. At her praise, Riftan's face instantly darkens into a thunderous scowl, leaving Maxi completely bewildered by his sudden anger. His voice low, Riftan asks if she likes intelligent men. The question completely blindsides Maxi, who flushes beet red and blurts out a frantic denial. She insists that while she has the utmost respect for the mage, she's never thought of him in that way. Gripping her dress nervously, she tries to convince him by listing all of Ruth's flaws. She calls him stubborn, overly critical, and a nag who has an opinion on absolutely everything. Panicked, she insists she could never see him as anything more than an annoying, know-it-all teacher. Flustered, Maxi accidentally confesses that the man she likes is Riftan. The words hang in the heavy silence, and she instantly regrets everything. Mortified, she tries to backtrack, stammering that her ideal type is someone dependable, chivalrous, and a good horseman, basically describing her knight husband in perfect detail. Her words hit Riftan so hard that he just walks straight into the stone wall with a loud thud. He's completely short-circuited by the confession, leaving Maxi to stare in stunned silence, utterly confused by his bizarre reaction. With his face shrouded in shadow, Riftan's voice is a low rumble as he asks Maxi if she hasn't tempted him enough. The question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken meaning. Before she can process his words, he shoves her back against the wall, trapping her with his body. Panicked, Maxi tries to tell him to wait, but her plea is lost. He crashes his lips against hers, cutting off her protest with a deep, demanding kiss. All the jealousy and pent-up frustration finally explode as he pulls her tight against him. The wine glass clatters to the floor, forgotten. The passionate moment is interrupted when they realize the maids have witnessed everything, their eyes wide with shock. Unfazed, Riftan coldly dismisses them. Once the door shuts, a mortified Maxi panics, asking how she will ever face them again. He pulls her into his arms, casually asking why it matters. She explains that she spends all day with them, but Riftan just smirks. He reminds her she spends most of her time with Ruth anyway, his words hitting her like a ton of bricks. Maxi quickly denies it, stammering that she spends more time with the maids. Riftan's voice is low as he counters that as her husband, he should be the one she sees most. Before she can argue, he gently takes her hand, admitting he knows he's been far too busy. He brings her knuckles to his lips for a soft kiss, his intense gaze never leaving hers. He tells Maxi that from now on, when he's around, he wants her to focus only on him. Her heart thunders in her chest as she gives a tiny, silent nod. The tender way Riftan looks at her always leaves Maxi speechless. After a peaceful night together, she's nudged awake by a small cat. Riftan, already dressed for the day, gently tells her to go back to sleep. Still looking groggy, she sits up and insists she's awake. He leans in close, his face just inches from hers. As the winter deepens, Riftan stays at the castle more often, and Maxi finally begins to learn about the simple man she married. Maxi notices that Riftan prefers plain, durable clothes, never wearing flashy brooches or jewel-studded belts. But she realizes his simple tastes don't extend to her, especially when she remembers the mountain of gifts he sent. Later, as maids help her into an elegant blue gown, it dawns on her that he loves seeing her adorned in beautiful things. She finally understands the kind of life he wants for her, one of complete luxury, with servants waiting on her hand and foot, a stark contrast to his own Spartan lifestyle. Maxi realizes Riftan's obsession with luxury for her is complex. It's like he simultaneously envies and scorns high society, trying to prove he can provide for a duke's daughter. Though she's doing her best not to disappoint him, a new terror sets in. Other nobles are set to visit Anatole in the spring. Panic rises as she imagines Riftan seeing truly refined ladies and realizing she's just a clumsy imitation. Her thoughts spiral. She can't even host a banquet. Suddenly, a sharp snap cuts through her frantic thoughts, breaking the silence. To overcome her insecurities, Maxi buries herself in studies with the castle's wizard, Ruth. He sternly reminds her to focus, explaining she must master the basic theories before moving on to runes. Maxi stammers that she's trying but feels tired. Just then, a maid arrives with steaming herbal tea, and Maxi's eyes light up at the comforting smell of ginger and honey. But as the maid offers some biscuits to go with it, a loud slam echoes through the room. Ruth has clearly had enough of her distractions. To ease Riftan's discomfort, Maxi started bringing her maid, Luddies, to her private lessons. But it's painfully obvious that Luddies and Ruth can't stand each other. Cutting through the tension, Ruth asks about her mana training. Maxi nervously admits she hasn't made much progress. This puzzles the wizard. He reveals that he's actually surprised, explaining she has a natural talent for absorbing mana and should be a fast learner. Stunned by the news, Maxi questions if her body is truly that special. Ruth reminds Maxi of how her hands absorb his magic, explaining her body is primed for it. He says that developing such a strong mana pathway typically requires a mage to infuse an apprentice with magic from a very young age. This explanation triggers a horrifying memory. Her heart pounds as she flashes back not to training, but to the constant magical healing she received as a child. Maxi realizes with dawning horror that her unique talent was forged not by lessons, but but by surviving the aftermath of her father's cruel punishments for years. Shaken by the terrible truth, Maxi questions if her ability is just a product of past trauma, her knuckles turning white as she grips her teacup. Noticing her distress, Ruth calmly reassures her there's no need to rush, certain she'll improve with practice. A small, hopeful smile touches Maxi's lips as she agrees. But then, her expression shifts to one of fierce determination. She decides it doesn't matter how she got this power. The only thing that's important is how she chooses to use it from this moment forward. As Maxi explains a complex magical formula, Ruth praises her, confirming she's mastered the concept. But their lesson is cut short when the door swings open. Riftan strides in, telling Maxi he knew he'd find her there. He explains he ended the night's training early because of the harsh weather. He walks up behind her and gently kisses a lock of her red hair. He quietly complains that she's been cooped up in the library since morning, teasing that she's spending more time there than in their bedroom. A flustered Maxi quickly denies his claim. Riftan leans in close, murmuring that the time she spends in their room isn't nearly enough for him. Ruth, visibly annoyed, snaps at them to save their displays of affection for when they're alone. In response, Riftan defiantly kisses Maxi's cheek, telling the mage to simply look away. With a smug grin, he announces they're leaving and grabs a stunned Maxi by the arm. She stammers, asking about his duties, but Riftan reveals he's already handed them off to another knight. He's made up his mind. He's taking his wife back to their room. Blushing furiously, Maxi protests that the sun is still high. She insists it would be improper to spend the rest of the day in their room, worried about what the servants would think. As a last resort, she clutches her magic book, stammering that she hasn't finished it. Riftan, unimpressed, tells her she can read it another time. When she argues she meant to finish it today, his expression darkens. He demands to know what's so compelling about the book before forcefully tugging it right out of her hands. Riftan raises the book, inspecting its complex pages before demanding to know if Maxi is trying to learn magic. Before she can answer, Ruth calmly interjects. He asks if Riftan wasn't aware, revealing that he's been tutoring her ladyship for the past few weeks. Ruth adds that Maxi has a real talent for magic, and he's surprised her husband didn't know. Before the mage can finish a sentence, Riftan slams the book shut with tremendous force. His expression darkens instantly, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, cold fury. Riftan's voice is pure ice as he asks who gave Ruth permission. The mage explains they started the lessons while Riftan was away on the goblin raid. Maxi is completely baffled by his rage. She just wanted to learn basic spells to be useful and make him proud. Sensing the danger, Ludis gently pulls her back. Ruth stands to mediate, pointing out that healing magic would be a great help. But Riftan isn't listening. His fury erupts as he roars that he doesn't need any help, his terrifying anger silencing the entire room. Riftan's explosive anger suddenly melts away as he turns to face Maxi. She flinches, but his voice is unexpectedly soft and serious. He tells her he didn't bring her here because he needed help. He just wants her to lead a comfortable life, explaining that magic is far more draining than she understands. Confused, Maxi stammers that she wasn't planning on doing anything dangerous. She just wanted to be helpful. This only reignites his rage. Gritting his teeth, Riftan roars that he already told her he doesn't need her help, his voice terrifyingly final. Riftan's harsh anger softens into a pained look as he tries to explain himself. He tells Maxi that he's not trying to refuse her support, but the damage is done. Maxi is terrified, wincing as she stammers a broken reply. Seeing her fear, a wave of frustration washes over Riftan. He reaches forward and firmly takes the magic book from her trembling hands. Frozen in shock, Maxi can only stare up at him, her eyes wide with fear as he looms over her, his dark gaze intense and unreadable in the suffocating silence. Riftan's rage disappears, replaced by a chilling calm. With a deadpan voice, he tells her to do as she pleases. Before Maxi can even process it, he turns his back and storms out of the library, his dark cloak billowing behind him. The door slams shut with a thunderous crash, rattling the entire room and leaving Maxi completely alone and shattered. Later, she searches for him, only for the head steward, Rodrigo, to inform her that Riftan rode out of the castle grounds that afternoon. He wasn't armed, but that does little to calm Maxi's fears. Lying awake in the dark, Maxi anxiously bites her thumb, her mind racing. She replays their fight, desperately trying to understand what made Riftan so furious. She worries that offering her help was a grave insult, triggering his deep-seated hatred for incompetence. Her spiraling thoughts are cut short by the rattle of the bedroom door swinging open. Maxi flinches under the covers as heavy footsteps echo across the room. They slowly approach her bed before coming to a dead stop right beside her in the suffocating darkness. The figure beside the bed is Riftan. His anger has faded, leaving only a quiet solemnity. He gently reaches out, his thumb brushing Maxi's cheek, noticing her lip is swollen and bleeding from her anxious biting. The unexpected touch makes her jolt upright. With wide, terrified eyes, she desperately clasps his hand, her voice shaking as she calls his name. A wave of pained concern washes over Riftan's face. He looks down at their intertwined hands, then back at her tear-stained face, softly whispering her name in return. Tears stream down Maxi's face as she stammers a desperate apology, begging Riftan to forgive her. Seeing her so broken shatters something within him. In a sudden move, he yanks her off the floor and into a bone-crushing hug. He buries his face in her hair, his voice thick with emotion as he pleads with her to stop apologizing. He tells her she's done nothing wrong and can study magic or do whatever she wants. His only request is for her to finally stop being so afraid of him. Still in his arms, Maxi tries to convince him she isn't scared. But Riftan immediately calls her bluff, pointing out that she's trembling. He sighs in frustration, running a hand through his hair. He can't believe they're back to this right after he finally saw her smile. Maxi stammers, trying to explain the real problem. Her mind flashes back to a painful memory, Riftan telling her he didn't need her. With tears in her eyes, she asks if it was wrong to want to help, confessing she just wanted to feel useful for once. Riftan's frustration finally erupts as he shouts that she doesn't have to do anything to be useful. His anger quickly fades into a weary sigh, and he pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. Confused by his pained expression, Maxi tells him he can do as he pleases, so he shouldn't look at her like that. Her deepest fear echoes in her mind, the unshakable belief that he could walk away from her at any moment without a single regret, making his current display of emotion feel utterly confusing. Maxi's mind screams that she's the one who is truly terrified, utterly convinced he'll turn his back on her and never return. As Riftan holds her close, she notices his skin is cold and asks if he's been outside. He admits he needed to cool his head but quickly denies it was because he was angry with her. He gazes down with a smoldering look, asking if she has any idea what she's doing to him. Stuttering, Maxi asks if she's tormenting him. Leaning in, his voice a low whisper, he asks if she wants him. Riftan finally admits the truth. Yes, she's tormenting him, and it's absolute agony. As he pulls her even closer, whispering for her to stay just like that, Maxi's mind races. This man, the mightiest warrior in the land who felled a dragon, is completely undone by her presence. All the rules she was taught about being modest and poised suddenly mean nothing. She has a singular, desperate desire to bind him to her forever, so he can never again claim he doesn't need her. Lost in the moment, she hears him murmur that she's driving him crazy. With the desperate need to bind him to her forever, Maxi gives herself over to the moment. All her insecurities and his frustrations melt away as they finally close the distance of 3 long years. In the quiet light of dawn, she awakens to find Riftan already sitting up, his intense gaze fixed on her. He softly tells her it's early and she should go back to sleep. When she watches him with a vulnerable expression, he tells her not to look at him that way, leaving Maxi bewildered by the raw emotion in his eyes. Riftan ponders her desire to learn magic. He doesn't get why she's so bent on it, but figures knowing some defensive spells couldn't hurt. Still, he makes it clear he'd never allow anything to happen that would force her to use them. Clutching the sheets to her chest, Maxi blurts out that she's not doing it to protect herself. Her mind flashes back to every moment he's seen her as weak, trembling in fear, fainting from shock. With a heart full of despair, she wonders how he could ever be expected to trust her. Maxi reflects on the morning's events, concluding it wasn't a bad start. She believes that once she proves her skills, Riftan will finally see her as capable. She stammers a quiet thank you. Leaning in, Riftan warns her to tell him if the mage Ruth tries any weird experiments. Maxi assures him it will be fine, calling Ruth a dedicated teacher. With a deep sigh, Riftan tells her to rest and leaves the room. The door clicks shut, leaving Maxi alone in the massive bed, wondering if things are really okay now. Just as he promised, Riftan gives Maxi her space. He completely stops talking about magic and avoids the library, leaving her to study with Ruth. But his sudden distance feels cold, making Maxi feel like he's deliberately ignoring her new passion. Her old insecurities begin to bubble up, convincing her it's because she's still not good enough in his eyes. She believes that if she can just master healing magic, then Riftan will finally see her as useful. As she works, her train of thought is suddenly broken when a voice calls out her name. The voice belongs to Ruth, her magic teacher. Maxi looks totally defeated, confessing her frustration. She practices with a magic stone every day, but she still can't cast a single spell and feels like a complete failure. Ruth calmly tells her to slow down, explaining that mastering magic is a long, difficult process. He offers a theory. Maybe she just isn't compatible with the Firestone. After a moment of thought, an idea strikes him. With a finger raised, he suggests they try practicing in a totally different location to see if that helps. Maxi stammers, asking what on earth he means. Ruth explains that mana concentrations are different everywhere. The magic is much denser in places full of natural things like plants and water, which could help her make real progress. He realizes that since all the knights are busy with drills, it's the perfect time to find a secluded spot. But a cold wind howls outside, rattling the windows. Maxi nervously asks if he really expects her to go out there. Ruth just brushes it off, saying a little fresh air will do her good. Fed up, she retorts that he's the last person to lecture her about being cooped up. Maxi fires back, indignantly pointing out that at least SHE makes her rounds of the castle once a day, implying he never leaves his books. Her comment hits a nerve. With a sharp, fanged smile, Ruth retorts that he can't exactly leave the library, can he? He reveals he's been totally swamped, investigating monster migrations and building a new monster detection device for the walls. He's so busy he wishes he could split himself in two. Maxi is stunned. He explains this is to prevent another werewolf attack. It all clicks for Maxi. She remembers Sir Heberon mentioning a meeting about this. Guilt hits Maxi as she realizes she never considered how exhausted Ruth must be. Seeing him yawn, she tentatively offers to help organize his magic formulas, insisting it's a task she can handle. But Ruth instantly shoots her down with a firm no. He explains that Riftan already looks ready to throttle him just for being her magic tutor, making her his personal assistant would be a death sentence. Softening his tone, he tells her the best way to help him is to focus on her own studies, which will be more valuable in the long run. Accepting her fate, Maxi tells Ruth she'll leave him to it. The wizard just gives a lazy, dismissive wave, telling her to enjoy the fresh air for both of them. Flustered, Maxi insists she's going out to collect mana, not to amuse herself. But Ruth isn't buying it, just shrugging with a sarcastic sure. As she heads for the door, Ludi stops her, worriedly asking if she'd like a warmer cloak. Maxi quickly turns her down, handing her a book and explaining she'll just be sticking to the garden path. Maxi insists she can focus better when she's alone. Seeing her determination, Ludi's relents, simply asking her lady not to stay out too long. Maxi quickly promises she won't and heads into the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The moment she's outside, the biting cold hits her hard. She shivers, briefly considering warming herself by the kitchen fire. But she immediately dismisses the thought. With the knight's training, the kitchen staff will be swamped. Not wanting to be a bother, she shakes her head and pushes onward into the chill. Clutching her mana stone, Maxi feels a surge of hope. She figures being surrounded by nature might be the key to finally succeeding. Hyping herself up, she swears she won't give up, no matter how many times it takes. She sits against the wall, focuses with all her might, and gets nothing. A weak gust of wind is the only result of her efforts. Crushed, Maxi slumps in defeat. She can't understand what went wrong. She followed every single step perfectly, but once again, it was a complete failure. Maxi hypes herself up, determined to finally make some progress. She knows all the basic theories, but she needs to feel even a flicker of magic to advance. Feeling immense pressure to prove her worth, she clasps her hands and desperately begs for the spell to work, clinging to Ruth's words that she is talent. She pours all her focus into the attempt, only to be met with absolute silence. The magic fizzles out before it can even begin, leaving her completely crushed by the failure. Overwhelmed by her failure, Maxi's hope finally shatters. She concludes that she has no real talent for magic. Any skills she possesses were just pure luck. As tears stream down her face, she accepts that she was never meant to be a sorceress. Determined to find another way, she resolves to go inside and ask Ruth for help. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name. Maxi turns, startled, to find Riftan standing in the archway. His expression is serious as he asks what she's doing out there all by herself. Riftan notices her distress and asks if she's feeling unwell. Flustered, Maxi insists she was just taking a break. But he sees right through her excuse, demanding to know why she's out there all by herself without her maid. She stammers that she just wanted some air. His eye twitches with irritation. He sternly reminds her that being on castle grounds isn't a guarantee of safety. With so many strangers around, she shouldn't be wandering unattended. Maxi flinches at his sharp tone and quickly apologizes for being careless, causing a heavy sigh to escape him. Riftan's scolding tone melts away as he gently brushes her hair back, admitting he was just worried. Maxi promises to be more careful, and he rewards her with a soft kiss on the cheek. He then takes her hand, catching her completely off guard. Since she wanted fresh air, he declares they're going to the lake as he promised. Flustered, Maxi argues that he must be tired from his intense training. A smirk plays on his lips as he asks if she really hasn't figured out just how boundless his stamina is. Riftan boasts that he could march for 3 days straight without breaking a sweat. As their horses move through the quiet woods, an exhilarating sense of freedom washes over Maxi. She feels truly alive for the first time. Noticing her bright expression, Riftan remarks with a small smile that her riding has gotten much better. A blush creeps up her cheeks as she stammers that she practiced whenever she could. His simple praise, "Well done," makes her beam, even if she feels like a child being complimented by a grown-up. Riftan leads the way, guiding Maxi deeper into the woods. He warns her that the path ahead is rough with tree roots and asks if she can handle it. Gripping her reins tightly, a determined Maxi stammers that she will try. A pleased smirk spreads across Riftan's face. Satisfied with her answer, he gives the command to press on. With a sharp cry of "onwards," he spurs his horse into a gallop. They charge forward through the forest, their sudden movement startling 2 deer grazing nearby. They burst out of the dense forest, and the sight that greets them is breathtaking. A vast, crystal-clear lake lies nestled between towering cliffs, its surface shimmering under the pale sky. Maxi is utterly captivated, her breath catching as she stammers that the view is stunning. Riftan watches her, a small smile playing on his lips as he notes he was worried the lake might have already frozen. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it all, Maxi asks in disbelief if a body of water this enormous could actually freeze solid. Riftan casually explains that in the north, much bigger lakes freeze solid enough to walk on. Stuttering in disbelief, Maxi asks if the ice wouldn't just crack. He pats her horse's neck reassuringly, explaining it's perfectly safe if the ice is thick enough. With a confident smirk, he jokes that unless a hydra is lurking below, the chances are slim. Intrigued, Maxi asks if he has ever walked across one. Riftan reveals that while on a raid, he once had to cross a massive glacier for 3 days, leaving her utterly speechless. To put it in perspective, Riftan points to a mountain across the lake. He explains that the glaciers he crossed were blocks of ice far larger than that peak. Maxi's mind is completely blown. She stammers, wondering if such things are made by magic. For her, ice was just the thin, fragile film that covered water pails on cold mornings. In that moment, the vast difference between their lives hits her hard. She's barely ever left her father's castle, while Riftan's world seems magnificent and full of life, a world she can hardly comprehend. Hearing his grand stories, Maxi quietly admits she wants a life like that for herself, too. She shyly asks if he has traveled to all 7 kingdoms. Riftan lets out a short laugh, replying that he hasn't been to Erex or Saiken. He then shares a story, starting as a mercenary in Lividon before taking on brutal raids that led him to Balto. The pay was good, but it was no place to live. His fate changed when he went south to Ossyria and joined a sword-fighting tournament, which led to his recruitment into the legendary Remdragon Knights. As they ride, Maxi timidly asks why Riftan was ever in Dristan. He explains it was because of a political dispute between her father, the Duke, and southern Dristan. A sudden realization hits Maxi. Her father had taken over fertile lands, and after a major armistice, Dristan began demanding them back. The king had ordered the Remdragon Knights to mediate the situation. The truth dawns on her. That was the real reason Riftan had visited Croiso Castle so frequently before their marriage. As she processes this revelation, Riftan's intense gaze falls upon her. Riftan suddenly whips his head around, catching Maxi off guard. He asks a strange question. Did he really visit her father's castle that often? Confused, she stammers that he came at least every 2 months, sometimes even once a month. This information seems to startle Riftan, who goes quiet and mutters to himself. When she asks what he said, he dismisses it as nothing. The abrupt silence makes Maxi's heart sink. She immediately begins to worry, wondering if she said something wrong to upset him. A wave of sadness washes over Maxi. She thinks Riftan seems so distant whenever he goes quiet like this, and she selfishly wishes she could hear all his thoughts. Just then, he breaks the silence, pointing out that the nice weather has turned, and it's starting to snow. He tells her they should hurry back. As a single snowflake lands on his hand, Maxi looks up in total wonder, asking if this is really snow. Surprised, Riftan asks if she's never seen it before. She admits she's only ever seen sleet, her eyes wide with awe. Maxi is completely captivated, admitting she's never seen snow so perfectly white. Riftan gruffly snaps her out of her daze, telling her to sit up straight before she falls off her horse. Startled, she promises to be careful. As she watches the delicate flakes, she thinks they're marvelous, like soft dandelion puffs. A powerful realization dawns on her. There's an entire world of new experiences she's never had. As this desire for more awakens inside her, Riftan suddenly tightens his grip on the reins, a determined thought flashing through his mind. Overwhelmed by this new sensation, Maxi realizes she wants to feel it all. In a sudden burst of impulse, she urges their horse into a full-on gallop, sending them bolting across the snowy landscape. Riftan is caught completely by surprise, shouting her name in a panic. He desperately tells her to slow down, warning her of the danger, but his words are lost to the wind. For the first time, a look of pure, unbridled joy lights up Maxi's face as her vibrant red hair flies freely behind them. As Riftan watches her, a vivid memory flashes through his mind. He recalls the first time he ever saw her, looking like a goddess on a white horse, bathed in golden light as petals fell around her. The image had been burned into his memory. But back in the present, the memory brings a grim intensity to his face, his expression tightening. The exhilarating rush fades from Maxi as she finally slows the horse. Turning back, her joyful smile is gone, replaced by a quiet uncertainty as she meets his heavy gaze. Maxi hesitantly calls out to Riftan, but he doesn't turn back. He simply states the clouds are gathering and they should return to the castle before the snow gets worse. Warning that she'll catch a chill, he urges her to hurry before turning his horse and riding away. Left behind and completely stunned, Maxi wonders what just happened. She recalls the intense look on his face, questioning if she imagined it. Shaking her head, she quickly tells herself not to be silly and follows after him, totally bewildered by his sudden coldness. Riding back in heavy silence, Maxi's fleeting joy has vanished. She reflects on Riftan's reputation as the strongest and most daring knight in the entire land. The thought makes her feel small and foolish. She scolds herself, thinking it's absurd for someone like her to ever pity a man of his stature. As they arrive back at the castle, servants are already clearing the heavy snowfall from the steps. One worker chides another for slacking, telling him to keep sweeping before the entrance freezes over completely. Outside, the castle staff gossips about the rare snowfall as a servant asks what to do with the firewood Lady Maximilian sent over. The steward, Rodrigo, orders it to be shared generously so no one freezes, a testament to Maxi's quiet kindness. Meanwhile, Maxi relaxes by the roaring fireplace, her cats purring contentedly in her lap. Her maid, Ludis, offers her a comforting cup of warm milk. A blushing Maxi gratefully accepts, but the moment the milk appears, her furry companions go wild, meowing insistently. She stammers, confused, asking if they didn't just eat. As Maxi watches her cats drink their milk, Ludis comments on their healthy appetites, sure they'll become great hunters. Their peaceful moment is shattered by a knock on the door. Ludis announces the castle mage, Ruth, is here to see her. Confused since they have no lesson planned, Maxi hesitantly agrees to see him. The door swings open to reveal a completely drained-looking Ruth. He wishes her good morning, but it's well past noon. Seeing his exhausted state, a worried Maxi asks if something bad happened, but he quickly brushes off her concern. Ruth explains that he's thought of a brilliant new training method, asking Maxi to join him outside. He leads her to a courtyard and instructs her to stand in the center of a glowing magic circle. Maxi hesitates, recognizing the basic rune, and nervously asks what this new method is. Ruth reminds her how a sorcerer can expand an apprentice's mana pathway. She stammers, recalling that it involves injecting mana to widen the flow. He confirms this is an advanced version. He will use the circle to divert mana directly into her body. Ruth instructs Maxi to raise her hands, explaining that the mana will flow through the rune and make her part of the magic circuit. A nervous Maxi stammers, asking if she can really do that. With a bold grin, Ruth admits it's technically cheating but confidently assures her that her mana pathway is developed enough to handle it. Maxi isn't so sure, remembering all the brutal training he's put her through before. He gently places his hands over hers, telling her to focus. A warm light glows as he explains she'll benefit just from feeling the mana flow. Ruth tells Maxi she must focus, explaining the benefit of feeling how to direct mana. A warm, golden light flows between their hands. Maxi thinks it's an odd, ticklish sensation, almost like her hands are submerged in warm water. Suddenly, she gasps and flinches back. Ruth warns her not to lose focus or break the flow. The feeling becomes overwhelming. With tears in her eyes, Maxi cries out that he never told her it would feel like this. An invisible thread of energy slithers up her arm, and a massive surge of power rushes through her. Tears fill Maxi's eyes as she gazes at the orb of light in her hands. She had always thought of mana as a formless, intangible mass, but she was completely wrong. In this moment, she finally understands. Mana isn't just power, it's the vast, intricate fabric that makes up the entire world. Sorcerers are simply people who can loosen a few of those threads and weave them into a completely new pattern. As this realization dawns on her, the golden energy explodes with a brilliant flash. The newly woven pattern of golden energy is magic. Dazed and flustered, Maxi stammers Ruth's name. He calmly tells her to remember this feeling, remarking that the first thing ever created was light. But Maxi is completely drained. Her palms are hot, and she feels out of breath. Ruth just smirks, casually revealing that high mages circulate mana twice as fast as this. It suddenly dawns on Maxi why he always looks so worn out. Before she can recover, Ruth announces he's letting go, ordering her to maintain the flow herself. With Ruth's command ringing in her ears, Maxi desperately tries to focus. A small ribbon of golden light ripples between her hands, but it's weak. The mana flow wavers and flickers for a moment before completely fizzling out into darkness. Crushed, she stammers that the light disappeared. But Ruth isn't mad. Instead, he tells her not to be so disheartened, saying she did well for a first try. Stunned, Maxi asks if he really means it. He just smirks, reminding her he doesn't give empty praise and is pushing for another round immediately. Ruth tells Maxi to keep practicing with a basic light rune. It's the best way for her to accumulate mana. But her second round of attempts is a total disaster. The light flickers for 7 seconds, then 5, then fizzles out completely. Panicked, Maxi stammers, doubting if she'll ever be able to do this on her own. Ruth, however, remains completely unfazed. He calmly tells her not to worry, promising he'll assist her anytime. With a bit of practice, he says she'll master mana control, and then they can finally move on to healing magic. A deep voice calls her name, pulling Maxi from an exhausted sleep. She groggily opens her eyes to find Riftan standing in her room, his face etched with worry. He asks if she's unwell, revealing he heard she went to bed without eating. Flustered, Maxi stammers a weak excuse about being tired from reading, but Riftan isn't convinced. He closes the distance, gently cupping her face. He reminds her that while he told her to do as she wishes, that didn't mean she should neglect her own health. Overwhelmed, Maxi can only start a stuttered apology. Riftan squeezes her cheek, his voice firm as he warns her to take better care of herself. If she keeps this up, he threatens, he'll revoke his permission for her to learn magic. Mortified, Maxi quickly promises she'll be careful. Satisfied, he leans down and places a gentle kiss on her forehead, telling her he'll be back early for dinner. After he leaves, Maxi reflects on her mistake, admitting she just got too excited. As if on cue, a small, steady orb of light suddenly glows between her hands, leaving her completely stunned. Driven by a newfound fire, Maxi pours all her energy into magic training. The orb of light between her hands glows brighter with every attempt, filling her with a joy she's never known. She feels a glimmer of hope, believing in her own progress. Riftan's promise to be home for dinner, a rare treat, only fuels her determination. But a chilling thought cuts through her happiness. She realizes the only reason he'd come back early is if the monster threat is getting closer. Ruth's actions confirm her fears. Every carrier pigeon has been sent to gather intel. But as she studies, Ruth suddenly appears, announcing it's time to put her learning into practice. He suggests she try the healing rune on a human for the first time. Maxi immediately panics, stammering that her mana control is too unsteady. She's terrified of failing, but Ruth calmly assures her that even if she messes up, healing magic is harmless. Ruth explains that mastering magic is all about repetition, which improves both speed and precision. A nervous Maxi agrees to try, but stammers as she asks who her test subject will be. Ruth cheekily admits that while mentors usually offer themselves up for practice, he personally despises pain. A devilish grin spreads across his face as he spins around. He declares they're in luck. The castle is packed with knights practically begging for an injury. As he suggests they go outside, it suddenly dawns on Maxi exactly who he's talking about. With a devilish grin, Ruth suggests they find her a test subject outside. Maxi is completely baffled by his talk of men begging to get hurt, but follows him anyway. Her confusion turns to horror as they arrive at the training grounds. Below, the entire knighthood is sparring. Ruth surveys the scene, gleefully noting she has so many options. Panicked, Maxi stammers, terrified of what will happen if Riftan sees her fail. Ruth simply shoots her a smug, confident smile, clearly enjoying her predicament as he selects his first volunteer. Ruth assures the panicked Maxi that Riftan is busy training squires, so he won't be around. As Maxi starts to relax, she watches in horror as Ruth eagerly scans the knights, searching for the perfect victim. She wonders if her anxiety was written all over her face. They approach the knight Heberon, who immediately grumbles, reminding Ruth that he only calls for a mage when there's a crippling wound. That's when Ruth spins Maxi forward with a smirk, announcing that she's the one who will be doing the healing today. The entire training ground goes quiet. All eyes lock onto Maxi as the knights murmur her name in surprise. Taking a shaky breath, she nervously clasps her hands and stammers that although she's still a beginner, she wants to help treat their injuries. One of the knights steps forward, politely shooting her down. He says they're grateful for the offer, but they can handle minor wounds on their own. Just as Maxi's face falls in disappointment, Ruth claps a hand on her shoulder, declaring that minor wounds are exactly what they came to see. Ruth calmly explains that Maxi is learning healing magic and needs subjects to practice on. Hebron chokes on his drink in disbelief, sputtering out a single word. Magic? The other knights are just as shocked, with one stepping forward to ask if she really knows magic. A flustered Maxi nervously admits she's only just begun learning. Hebron still looks skeptical, worried about any lasting side effects. But Ruth dismisses his concerns, insisting there's absolutely no risk, even if she fails. Maxi, however, still looks completely terrified by the attention. With a heavy sigh, Ruth's expression turns deadly serious. He lectures Hebron and the other knights, reminding them just how important healers are on the battlefield. Thumping his chest for dramatic effect, he declares he is sacrificing his precious time and sleep to teach Lady Maximilian for the sake of Anatole. He can't believe they're refusing to help because they're a little scared. Finally, Hebron snaps. Plugging his ears, he shouts that no one refused, but insists he doesn't have a single scratch on him for her to heal. Hebron gets a brilliant idea, pointing toward the stoic blonde knight, Sir Ricardo. He asks if Ricardo didn't get scratched during their joust, and tells him to volunteer. Maxi recognizes the man and freezes, swallowing nervously. Ricardo scoffs, turning the tables by suggesting Hebron volunteer for the bruise his lance left. Hebron bellows that it was nothing but a flea bite, but Ricardo calls his bluff. Just as the blonde knight turns to leave, a hand stops him. It's Riftan, calmly pointing out the fresh cut on Ricardo's cheek. Ruth points to the cut on Sir Ricardo's cheek, declaring it the perfect size for Maxi's magic. He politely asks for the knight's cooperation. Ricardo dismisses him, insisting a tiny scrape will heal on its own. Ruth slyly adds that he'd hate to see a scar ruin such a handsome face. Annoyed, Ricardo coldly retorts that he'd rather have a permanent scar than be treated by an incompetent mage. The cruel words sting, but a fire ignites in Maxi. Clasping her hands, she stutters that she will not fail and pleads for a chance to try. Sir Ricardo looks down at Maxi, a mocking sneer on his face as he asks if she really wants to try. His voice drips with venom as he questions if she's even capable of reciting spells. The insult hits Maxi like a physical blow, and the world around her goes dark. She stands frozen, barely able to stammer the word spells. Her hands tremble violently before she clenches them into fists, grabbing her dress. Fighting through her terror, she quietly insists that she has no need to prove herself to a man like him. Before Maxi can finish her sentence, a shadow surges past her. In a blur of motion, Riftan grabs Sir Ricardo, lifting him by the collar with raw strength. The blonde knight chokes in disbelief, snarling and asking how he dares. But Riftan's face is a mask of pure, unrestrained fury. He leans in close, his voice a dangerous growl, as he questions how Ricardo could dare speak to his wife with such disrespect. The threat in his eyes is unmistakable, leaving the other knights frozen in shock. With a final, contemptuous shove, Riftan drops Sir Ricardo into the dirt. The other knights rush forward, pleading for their commander to calm down as the blonde knight chokes on the ground. But Riftan has already turned his back on the mess. His voice softens completely as he tells Maxi they are returning to the castle. From the ground, Ricardo screams after him, questioning his pride. Unfazed, Riftan simply wraps his heavy cloak around Maxi's shoulders, shielding her from the scene and leading her away with a look of pure determination. Sir Ricardo explodes with fury, demanding to know how Riftan can defend Duke Croiso's daughter after all the suffering the Duke caused. He spits that Maxi is nothing but the insult is cut short. A sharp crack echoes as Riftan strikes the knight, sending him stumbling. Before anyone can react, Riftan is on him again, grabbing Ricardo by the collar with pure rage in his eyes. The other knights desperately swarm their commander, trying to pry him away and screaming for him to restrain himself before he goes too far. Sir Ricardo snarls, asking if Riftan is looking for a real fight, but another knight yells that he's gone too far. Horrified, Maxi can only whisper Riftan's name, frozen in place as the chaos unfolds. Ignoring them all, Riftan shoves the blonde knight away, letting him collapse into the dirt. Without a backward glance, he issues a final, terrifying promise. If Ricardo ever dares to speak about his wife like that again, Riftan will personally ensure he never speaks again. The other men can only stare, holding back a completely stunned Ricardo. Riftan storms through the snowy courtyard, pulling Maxi along with him and leaving the commotion far behind. Out of breath, she stammers his name, begging him to wait for just a moment. He freezes in his tracks, his back still turned to her. Overwhelmed by the raw display of his fury on her behalf, Maxi falters. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as she whispers a broken apology. In a flash, Riftan spins around to face her, his jaw tight and his eyes burning with an intense, unreadable emotion. Riftan's intense anger vanishes the moment he sees Maxi flinch. His expression softens, and he tells her he's sorry she had to endure such insults. He steps closer, gently cupping her chin and tilting her tear-stained face towards his. He swears to her that he'll make sure no one ever speaks to her like that again. His voice is almost a plea as he begs her not to cry. But looking into his fiercely protective eyes, Maxi's tears continue to fall, a mix of shock, fear, and a strange, budding hope. Maxi buries her face in Riftan's chest, insisting it wasn't his fault. The blame, she believes, is entirely hers. Her father's cruel words resurface in her mind, branding her as stuttering, insecure, and incompetent. Through her tears, she tells Riftan this never would have happened if she were a proper lady worthy of him. She heartbreakingly adds that if he had married Princess Agnes, he would have commanded far greater respect. Riftan freezes, his expression twisting in shock and pain as he finally grasps the true depth of her self-hatred. Back in their room, the tension shifts. Riftan gently asks if Maxi is alright, his voice soft with concern. But Maxi is completely drowning in shame. She avoids his gaze, stammering that he should get back to his duties. He points out that her eyes are red from crying, refusing to let her hide. Maxi insists a cold cloth will solve it, but inside, she's mortified. All she can think about is how the servants must have seen her sobbing hysterically, and she wishes the ground would swallow her whole. Flustered, Maxi tries to send him away, stammering that his steward is looking for him. But Riftan cuts her off, asking how he could possibly not worry. He takes her hand, vowing that Ursuline will never disrespect her again. Ignoring her protests, Riftan declares that it's his duty to worry. He gently kisses her hand, his eyes locked on hers, and confesses that she is the one he cares about most in this world. He pleads with her never to say such heartbreaking things again, leaving Maxi stunned into silence. Just as things are getting real, a knock at the door shatters the moment. Rodrigo, the steward, has an urgent matter. Riftan tells Maxi to stay and rest, promising he'll be back soon. As he leaves, Maxi stammers for him to take his time. But alone again, her insecurities flood back. She clutches her dress, realizing Riftan was right. A truly dignified noblewoman, someone like Princess Agnes, would have demanded that the knight pay for his insults. The comparison only deepens her feeling of inadequacy, leaving her to grapple with her own self-worth. Maxi's mind spirals into darkness. She's convinced that while Riftan hasn't figured her out yet, that blonde knight saw right through her act. He knew she was just a stuttering fool. The fear is crippling. How long until Riftan realizes her attempts to be a lady are a total sham? She worries he'll get tired of incidents like this and eventually have enough. The thought breaks her. Springing up, she flees the room, slamming the door behind her. As shocked maids call out her name, Maxi can only think one thing: how pathetic she is. Maxi's self-loathing hits hard. She feels despicable and calls herself a coward for doubting Riftan, who has only ever been kind to her. These agonizing thoughts are becoming unbearable. She has to distract herself, to do something, anything, to make them stop. With newfound urgency, she runs to a large set of doors and bursts into the room. Inside the grand library, the sorcerer Ruth is busy at his desk, completely startled by her chaotic entrance. He looks up from his books, stunned to see the lady of the castle standing there, looking frantic. Maxi bursts back into the library, startling the sorcerer Ruth. He sighs in relief, admitting she gave him a scare, and he wasn't expecting her back so soon. Noticing she's completely flustered, he asks what's wrong and gestures for her to take a seat. He explains he considered checking on her after the training ground incident. The only reason he didn't was because Riftan had a forbidding air about him. A flashback shows Riftan's menacing glare, promising to kill anyone who dared to look their way. He was in full-on protective mode. Fidgeting with her hands, Maxi timidly asks if Sir Ursuline was badly hurt. Ruth sighs, explaining that considering he was struck by Riftan, the knight is doing surprisingly well. He clarifies that the commander must have held back, otherwise Ursuline would have a broken jaw. The news makes Maxi break into a cold sweat. Ruth then apologizes for the whole incident, admitting it was careless of him to bring her there without warning. But Maxi quickly insists he shouldn't blame himself, telling him the fault was not his. Maxi tries to brush it off, assuring Ruth she's okay. She stammers that she understands why the knights would be concerned about her health. But Ruth isn't having it. He declares there is absolutely no excuse for Sir Ursuline to treat her with such disrespect. He explains the other knights already gave Ursuline a piece of their mind, and he's sure the knight regrets his actions. Recalling his condescending glare, Maxi finds that highly unlikely. Ruth admits Ursuline can be difficult, but he insists the man is a steadfast and loyal knight. Ruth explains that Ursuline's behavior is bizarre because he used to be the most loyal knight, following Riftan with unquestioning faith. But everything changed after the incident. Ruth hesitates for a moment, seeing Maxi's confusion. He then reveals the bombshell. The incident was when Riftan officially turned down Princess Agnes's hand in marriage. This explains everything. Ruth clarifies that because Ursuline's loyalty to the royal family runs deeper than any of the other knights, he has been objecting to Riftan's decisions ever since he rejected the princess. Ruth explains that Sir Ursuline comes from a powerful noble family and has been close to the royals his entire life. In fact, he swore a personal knight's oath directly to Princess Agnes. Maxi timidly asks if this means Ursuline wanted Riftan to marry the princess. Leaning against the wall, Ruth admits that, frankly, everyone in the knightly order expected it. On the battlefield, Riftan and the princess were an unstoppable duo and considered a perfect match. The knights were all anticipating an engagement announcement after the war. So, everyone was completely stunned when Riftan turned down the offer. Realizing he said too much, Ruth awkwardly clears his throat. Maxi quickly insists it's all right, stammering that his honesty has actually helped her understand Sir Ursuline's hostile attitude. A new worry surfaces, and she asks if Riftan's decision has caused a divide among his knights. Ruth immediately dismisses the idea, declaring the Remdragon Knight's bond is unbreakable. He explains that only Ursuline holds a grudge. Still, he tells her it would be a great help if she could placate Riftan, since the grim atmosphere isn't good for anyone. Maxi quietly agrees to try. Despite Ruth's reassurances, Maxi's mind is a storm of worry. She finally understands the truth. Riftan angered the entire royal family and even alienated his own men because he refused to abandon her. The weight of this choice crushes her, and she wonders if the knights will ever truly accept a stuttering fool over the celebrated princess. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly calls out to Ruth. He encourages her to speak freely. Fidgeting nervously, Maxi finally asks the devastating question, could his magic possibly fix her? Ruth blinks, caught completely off guard. Maxi explains, stammering that she knows existing magic can't cure her, but she clings to his words that new spells can be created. The mage confirms it's true. Many are researching cures for blindness and other afflictions. A flicker of hope lights up Maxi's face, but Ruth extinguishes it with a harsh dose of reality. He explains that unfortunately, no one has ever found a permanent cure for an inherent condition. Even if he dedicated his life to the task, a solution would take decades to discover. Maxi's hope shatters. Maxi's spirit completely shatters. Humiliated, she stammers that she was just curious and quickly tries to excuse herself before Riftan gets back. As she scrambles to her feet, Ruth suddenly shouts for her to wait. He stops her cold, looking genuinely guilty. The mage insists he can't just let her leave on such a sour note, admitting it feels like he's wronged her deeply. Confused by his sudden concern, Maxi watches as he waves away her apologies, clearly not finished with their important discussion. Ruth insists she sit back down, suggesting they figure this out together. Maxi awkwardly returns to her seat, the air thick with tension. After a heavy silence, Ruth gets straight to the point. He asks her if she has ever tried to overcome her impediment on her own. The question hits Maxi like a physical blow, shattering her fragile composure. Overwhelmed by a fresh wave of shame, the only thing she can manage is a tiny, broken apology. Maxi trembles with indignation, firing back at the mage. She asks if he really thinks she chooses to speak this way. Ruth quickly insists he meant no offense, explaining that speech habits can sometimes be improved with the right training. His words strike a raw nerve, and Maxi shoots to her feet. She declares that she had plenty of useless training as a child. When he asks what kind, a dark memory makes her flinch. She admits she just recited old poems and texts. Ruth scoffs, calling it a waste of time for someone who struggles with everyday conversation. Tears sting Maxi's eyes. How could he make fixing her speech sound so simple? A painful memory flashes in her mind, a time she practiced tirelessly on her own, giving it her absolute all. Defeated, she stammers that she's already tried everything, but her tongue simply refuses to cooperate. She feels utterly hopeless, convinced nothing she does will ever help. But Ruth completely flips the script. He calmly states that, on the contrary, he thinks her speech has improved quite a bit lately. Maxi stares back, completely stunned by the unexpected praise. Ruth asks if she seriously hasn't noticed. He explains that apart from when she's extremely flustered, she has been expressing herself with far greater ease. Maxi plops back down in her seat, completely stunned. She quietly wonders if she's really improving. Her mind floods with memories since arriving in Anatole, Riftan proudly showing her his land, meeting the staff, and confidently giving orders to the knights. She remembers recounting tales of his heroism and sharing quiet moments with him. Without even realizing it, she was slowly but surely finding her voice. A tender memory of Riftan's gentle voice washes over Maxi, promising to never hurt her again. His kindness, combined with Ruth's unexpected praise, sparks a new realization. She admits to herself that he's right. At some point, speaking became less daunting. A flicker of hope ignites. If she could master magic with practice, could she fix her speech too? Bolstered by this thought, she turns to Ruth with newfound determination. Gathering her courage, she asks him to tell her how she can truly improve, to show her the way forward. Ruth suggests Maxi practice speaking in comfortable settings, but she protests that she already does that. He cuts to the chase, explaining she must maintain her composure. From his observation, she speaks faster when agitated, which worsens her stutter. The truth of his words stings her. He advises her to articulate her words slowly and carefully. Maxi gives it a try, speaking with deliberate slowness. Ruth nods in approval, calling it excellent. Though Maxi feels self-conscious, he encourages her to keep at it while he researches other methods to help her improve. Ruth leans back, a small smile on his face. He's sure that if they try different methods, they'll find something that works. Bolstered by his confidence, Maxi manages a determined smile of her own and promises to do her very best. Her thoughts immediately drift to the coming spring. When the snow melts, nobles will travel to Anatole, and Riftan will have to socialize. A cold dread washes over her as she imagines them mocking her husband because of her speech. She can't allow that. If there's even the slightest chance to change, she has to try. With newfound determination, Maxi is ready to face anything. The very next day, Ruth puts her to the test, dragging her to the kitchens for some real-world healing practice. Her patient is a young boy, Krom, who burned his hand and is now trembling in her presence. The staff's laughter in the background only makes it worse. Seeing the boy's absolute terror, Maxi's compassion takes over. She realizes forcing him won't work. Instead, she gently explains she heard he was hurt and softly asks if she can take a look at his hand. The young boy hesitantly offers his burned hand. Maxi takes it gently, her heart aching as she sees the red, raw skin. She can only imagine how painful it must have been. Though he flinches at her touch, she holds firm. Closing her eyes, Maxi focuses, remembering Ruth's words that healing magic is perfectly safe. She just needs to concentrate on the formula. A brilliant golden light swirls from her palms, enveloping the boy's hand in a warm, mending glow. In an instant, the wound vanishes, leaving his skin completely restored. The golden light fades, and the whole kitchen erupts in shock. They can't believe their eyes. The boy's nasty burn is completely gone. He excitedly tells Maxi it didn't hurt at all, and thanks her profusely. Staring at her own hands, Maxi is stunned. She can hardly believe she healed him on her very first try. She turns to her teacher, bursting with pride, and exclaims that she did it. Ruth gives a satisfied smile, praising her exceptional first effort. Filled with newfound confidence, Maxi eagerly asks if anyone else needs healing. Before Maxi can even celebrate, a group of Dragon Knights appears, announcing they'd like to volunteer. Garrow apologizes on their behalf, admitting they were totally blind to her incredible skill before. All the praise makes Maxi blush and wave her hands frantically, stuttering that she's not that skilled. Seizing the moment, the boisterous knight Heberon steps forward with a grin. He claims he got hurt sparring and asks for her help, dramatically revealing a comically tiny scratch on his chest. Maxi and Ruth stare in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly call that a wound. Heberon looks crestfallen, thinking Maxi is still upset with him. Flustered, she quickly denies it, but before she can offer him a seat, the other knights suddenly swarm in. One claims a sprained wrist, another a hurt shoulder, all vying for her attention. Ruth sighs, explaining they're just feeling guilty about yesterday. Heberon bellows that he's bleeding out, but Ruth just scoffs. Seeing all these burly knights acting like children for her approval, a warm, happy blush spreads across Maxi's face as she agrees to help them all. Maxi places her hands over Heberon's chest, and a brilliant golden light engulfs them. The knights are blown away, shouting that it's a miracle as the scratch vanishes without a trace. Heberon heaps on the praise, declaring she's even more talented than a sorcerer and needs a new, distinguished title. Flustered but secretly thrilled, Maxi covers her beaming smile, a happy blush spreading across her face. Seeing her genuine joy, Garrow steps forward. He tells her this role suits her and offers that the knights will gladly volunteer if she ever needs them, promising to tell the others. Time flies by, and the brutal winter in Anatole finally starts to let up. But while the seasons change, Maxi's workload only gets bigger. She's buried under a mountain of tasks: housekeeping, budgeting, landscaping, and endless magic studies. She looks completely exhausted, feeling like the work will never end. Just then, Ruth informs her she's mastered healing magic and it's time to move on to defensive magic. Hearing this, Maxi just collapses onto her desk. It's nice to know she's making progress, but the thought of more work is just too overwhelming. Following Ruth's advice, Maxi secretly practices her speech by reciting bard songs. They're easier than stuffy old poems, but she's totally discouraged. After all her hard work, she feels like her stutter hasn't improved at all. How can she possibly practice more when her days are already so packed? Lost in her frustration, she doesn't notice a figure looming behind her. A deep voice suddenly calls her name, and she jumps. It's Riftan, asking what she was so focused on that she didn't even hear him come in. Caught off guard, Maxi panics, stammering that she was just ordering seeds to make the garden presentable for spring guests. But Riftan sees right through her, his expression softening with worry. He points out she's been overworking herself, keeping the same grueling hours as he does. Maxi dismisses his concern, but he gently tells her it's not a fair comparison. He explains that he's trained his entire life for this, while she is naturally more delicate. Overwhelmed with tenderness, he pulls her into his arms and softly kisses her forehead. Flustered, Maxi insists she's not frail, but before she can finish, Riftan effortlessly sweeps her up into his arms. With a knowing smirk, he teases the sheltered lady, carrying her like she weighs nothing at all. He remarks on how thin she is, so light he could hold two of her. Blushing, she retorts that maybe he's just too big. Riftan scoffs, admitting that none of the other women he knows are as slight as she is. His words make her heart pound, but an old insecurity resurfaces. Other women, she wonders. Maxi stammers that he's exaggerating, insisting she isn't that scrawny. But Riftan's gaze is intensely worried as he sets her down on the bed. He gently cups her face, admitting she's grown so thin that the mere sight of her in the wind makes him nervous. He knows it's because she's been overexerting herself with healing magic. Trying to defend her hard work, Maxi claims she needs the practice to improve. This only deepens his concern. He asks if someone has been disrespecting her, but she quickly shakes her head, insisting she's fine. Riftan's expression grows serious. He thinks about how she has always been a woman of few words, but lately, her only answer is that she's fine. Maxi quickly insists she truly is okay, adding that everyone has been very helpful. Relenting, Riftan suddenly lies down on the bed right beside her. Startled, Maxi whispers his name in confusion. He just pats the blankets, gently telling her to relax. He covers her eyes with his hand, softly insisting that she needs to rest. Surprised, she realizes he isn't pressing her for answers anymore. As she rests, Maxi has a sudden realization. Her stutter gets worse around Riftan because he's the one person whose approval she craves the most. Her quiet moment is shattered by an impossibly cheerful voice. It's the young squire, Elysian, greeting her with a huge smile despite a nasty gash on his face. Alarmed, Maxi asks how he got hurt. Another knight explains that Elysian took a nasty fall from his horse during training. He clarifies that it wasn't just a simple slip. The squire's spectacular wipeout in the mud caused a whole pileup of other casualties. Despite the bloody gash on his face, Elysian seems completely unfazed by his training accident. Maxi, however, is deeply concerned and tells him to sit so she can treat his wound. The young squire tries to brush it off, claiming his helmet was just too big and he doesn't want to be a bother. But Maxi cuts him off, firmly telling him to stop being foolish before pulling him to a seat. After tending to the squire, she finds herself joining the rowdy knights for a bustling, cheerful lunch, surrounded by chatter and clatter. The dining hall erupts with a clamor of hungry knights shouting for more food and ale. Amidst the chaos, a knight makes small talk with Maxi, telling her the stew is tasty. Blushing, she agrees and timidly asks if Riftan will be joining them. The knight explains that the commander is busy planning a monster raid for the upcoming spring season when beasts awaken. Suddenly, Riftan himself appears, clarifying that drakes live in the northern mountains. He warns that once the weather warms, mercenaries will swarm the region to hunt them. Riftan explains he's in a meeting with his top knights, planning for the horde of monsters migrating from the north. Hearing this, the young squire Elysian eagerly asks to join the next raid. But another knight immediately shoots him down, reminding him of his clumsy training accident. He lectures the squire, saying his carelessness might get his knighting ceremony postponed. Confused, Maxi listens as the knight explains the initiation ritual. To become a Remdragon knight, a trainee must bring back a monster's magic stone. Riftan adds that drakes are a good choice for beginners. Confused, Maxi asks what kind of monster a drake is. The knights explain that they're basically giant, wingless lizards similar to dragons. While they can't fly or breathe fire, they're still deadly. boasting incredible speed, tough scales, and a tendency to hunt in packs. The men laugh, teasing that the clumsy squire would be an appetizer for a drake. Hearing this, a chill runs down Maxi's spine. She turns to Elysian, worriedly asking if he'll have to face this brutal test all by himself, noting how young he and Garrow still are. Maxi's well-intentioned concern immediately backfires. She timidly suggests that someone should accompany the young squires for safety, but the boys are instantly offended. They declare they aren't children and that this is a necessary rite of passage to prove their worth. Another knight bluntly tells Maxi her words are wounding their pride. Flustered, she stammers that she didn't mean to cause offense. She was just worried. An older knight reassures her, explaining that if they can't handle such risks, they don't deserve to be Dragon knights in the first place. The tense mood breaks as a cheerful, red-haired knight named Heberon enters the room. He teases that he saw Maxi worrying over their little fledglings. He then praises the squires, boldly claiming young Elysian has talent that could rival Riftan's. The squire is flustered by the compliment, insisting he could never compare. Riftan, who had been listening silently, pulls Maxi closer and asks what was said. After she explains, he makes a sudden decision. He commands both boys to join the next reconnaissance mission, giving them the field experience they need. Riftan gives the two young squires a final, stern piece of advice, telling them to remember that monster raids are a whole different beast than regular battles. The boys stand at attention and eagerly accept his counsel. Across the table, Maxi can't help but steal a glance at her husband, who smirks when he catches her looking. Flustered, she suddenly announces she's tired and gets up to leave. Riftan points out her half-eaten plate, but she insists she's had enough. With a forced smile, she wishes them well and makes a swift exit. As the heavy door closes, Maxi is left alone in the quiet, rain-swept corridor. She walks along the stone walls, lost in thought. A bold idea begins to form. If she could learn magic and become powerful, maybe she could one day fight alongside the knights. But her newfound determination crumbles the second she pictures facing gruesome monsters. The very thought makes her shiver. Leaning against the wall, she groans in defeat, admitting to herself that she could never fight such terrifying creatures. After weeks of relentless winter rain, spring finally breathes life back into the land. With the new season comes a renewed sense of purpose for Maxi. Taking charge of her duties as the lady of the castle, she meets with a merchant to plan a garden. She explains her vision for a beautiful flower garden beneath the second-floor balcony. The merchant suggests starting with azalea saplings, which can be supplied immediately. Unfazed, Maxi pushes forward, adding that she also wants to fill all the flower beds, determined to make Anatole truly her home. The merchant suggests starting with daffodils, which he can get immediately. He pictures them alongside red azaleas, but Maxi's vision is bigger. She wants a greater variety of plants to truly make the garden hers. However, she quickly puts the brakes on her own excitement. Rushing this decision isn't smart. She decides it's best to get an expert opinion from Ruth the Wizard before finalizing anything. Later, her maid Liddy's drapes a warm cloak over her shoulders. Maxi thanks her quietly as they walk down the long castle corridor, ready to face the day. Maxi learns the market has reopened with the warm weather, attracting visitors searching for rare monster parts and magic stones. She knows the upcoming festival will bring even bigger crowds, all curious about the famed Riftan Calypso. This lights a fire under her. The garden must be perfect before they arrive. As she walks through the castle, an older servant intercepts her with a direct message. Lord Calypso has summoned her to the council room. Maxi stops in her tracks, completely caught off guard. Right now? What on earth could he want with her? Maxi's mind raced with confusion. A summons? Right now? She couldn't imagine what Riftan could possibly want. She anxiously asked the servant if there was a problem, but the woman knew no details, simply instructing Maxi to follow. Her heart pounded as she and her maids arrived at the massive council room doors. Riftan almost never requested her presence like this. After a sharp knock, a voice from within granted them entry. The door swung open, revealing a strange sight, a large birdcage surrounded by delicate white feathers floating in the air. Inside the council room, Riftan sat at his desk, intensely focused on a document. He didn't look up as he called out to Maxi, asking why she was standing by the door and telling her to have a seat. She stammered, asking if something was wrong. Riftan explained that he'd received a message from Drakium Palace and thought she should be the one to know. Confused, she could only echo his words. Running a hand through his hair, he let out a heavy sigh before dropping the news. They'll have guests in a few weeks. 20 to 30 people. Riftan continued, stating he wanted the best rooms and a welcome feast prepared. Gathering her courage, Maxi hesitantly asked who, exactly, they were expecting. He explained it would likely be an inspectorate sent by the king. The delegation would include the royal knights and Princess Agnes. That name hit Maxi like a ton of bricks. Riftan quickly clarified the princess was only there to inspect the land at the king's command. But for Maxi, hearing her rival's name sent a wave of ice through her veins, freezing her in her seat. Riftan casually explained that Princess Agnes was the only royal he knew and was already on friendly terms with his knights. The explanation hit Maxi like a punch to the gut. The rumors that they were once close enough to be engaged swirled in her mind, making her hands clench. Trying to keep her composure, she stammered that she would prepare the best rooms. Riftan told her to simply instruct the servants and not to trouble herself. The moment the door closed behind her, Maxi's mind raced. Why would the princess visit the man who refused to marry her? Rodrigo, the head butler, noticed Maxi looked pale and asked if she was feeling unwell. Forcing a smile, she brushed it off, claiming she was just a little tired. But as she turned away, a fierce determination took over. She couldn't let Riftan be humiliated in front of royalty. Snapping into action, she ordered the servants to get the gardener immediately. The entire castle was to be cleaned, and the guest rooms decorated with the finest tapestries and linens. Pushing her fears aside, Maxi resolved to focus on one thing: preparing the castle for its royal guests. Ruth found a completely exhausted Maxi and confirmed he'd heard about the royal visit. Dejected, Maxi stammered that she'd have to pause her magic lessons. Ruth noted it was a shame, as she was making real progress with both her magic and her speech. Worried, Maxi asked if he found her slow-speaking pace frustrating. Brushing off her concern, Ruth suddenly shoved a huge stack of books into her arms. With a proud smirk, he explained they were full of exercises to help her speak more eloquently, so she wouldn't neglect her training. Several weeks flew by in a flurry of intense preparations. The servants worked around the clock, scrubbing away years of grime and refurbishing the entire estate until it was fit for a king. The once gloomy castle was completely transformed. While her maids brushed her hair, they commented on the beautiful weather and the lovely garden. But Maxi was no longer a nervous wreck. With the calm confidence of a true lady, she simply asked her maid for an opinion on a necklace, fully embracing her role as the mistress of Anatole. As Maxi finalized her outfit, Luddies entered, announcing that the servants were assembled as requested. Maxi asked if Riftan had already gone out to greet their guests. Luddies confirmed he had just left. The news made Maxi's heart race. They would be here any second. Steeling herself, she instructed her maids to be meticulous with her appearance, as this would be her first time meeting the princess. Suddenly, a powerful horn blast sounded from the gates. Down in the courtyard, the entire household staff and the Remdragon knights stood in perfect formation, awaiting the royal arrival. A regal woman with flowing golden hair stepped down from the royal carriage, her confident smile capturing everyone's attention. She announced herself as Princess Agnes Drakina Rubin, expressing her pleasure at the meeting. Maxi's breath hitched. This was the woman rumored to be Riftan's intended bride. Gathering her courage, Maxi lifted her elegant green gown and performed a perfect curtsy. She formally greeted the royal, stating it was an honor and introducing herself with quiet strength not as a Croiso, but as Maximilian Calypse, the lady of the castle. With a deep breath, Maxi fought to keep her voice steady, hoping Princess Agnes would enjoy her stay in Anatole. In response, the princess offered a calm, unreadable smile, her radiant confidence a stark contrast to Maxi's quiet nerves. As the last traces of winter finally faded, the royal's official visit marked the arrival of spring at the castle. A palpable tension filled the air. This polite greeting was just the beginning of a very complicated stay, with everyone watching to see how the wife and the rumored fiancé would interact. Riftan backs his wife up, flatly telling the women he's not available to be lent out. They are completely stunned by the rejection. Watching from afar, Princess Agnes finds the entire scene hilarious. She can't believe the legendary Mago is actually speechless. Striding over, she compliments the women on their audacity. This sets off one of Riftan's knights, who furiously declares that Maxi is his commander's one and only. Unbothered, the women simply tell Riftan to find them at the local inn if he's looking for fun, before coolly walking away. Princess Agnes finds the whole situation hilarious, teasing Riftan that he's the one who should be hiding his face for getting hit on right in front of his wife. Riftan frantically tries to explain, swearing to Maxi that he was only trying to get rid of the women. But Maxi, still flustered and hurt, isn't convinced it looked that way. Grabbing the princess's arm, she declares they're still enjoying the festival and tells him to go have fun. Without another word, she dashes away, leaving a completely dazed Riftan standing there, totally confused. Princess Agnes thinks this is a brilliant idea, telling Maxi they should have their fun without the men. Grabbing Maxi's hand, she eagerly declares they should join the dance. They run off, joining a circle of women dancing and singing a folk song around a large oak tree. Lost in the joyful music and movement, a genuine, carefree laugh escapes Maxi's lips for the first time. She's finally letting loose, leaving a stunned Riftan and his knights to watch from a distance as she disappears into the happy crowd. As Maxi's pure, unbridled laughter rings out, Riftan watches, completely spellbound. For 3 long years, he had wished the wind could carry his voice to her, a desperate prayer from across the continent. He sees her now, truly sees her, and can't stay away any longer. The world around them seems to fade away. In a quiet, sun-drenched field, he steps forward and gently takes her hand. Caught off guard, she looks up at him, her lips softly forming his name in surprise. Without a word, Riftan pulls her into the quiet shade of a large oak tree, sweeping her into a passionate embrace. Stunned, Maxi tries to protest, stammering his name and worrying that someone might see them. But he silences her with a deep, possessive kiss that leaves her trembling. Her mind races with panic thoughts. What is he doing? What if they get caught? Ignoring her silent plea, Riftan just breathes her name, his voice low and intense, sending her heart pounding wildly against her ribs. Riftan's voice is a low command, demanding she look at him. He knows he's losing control, thinking he must be utterly mad to be this reckless out in the open. But he can't stop, pulling her tighter and burying his face against her neck. Maxi's mind is a mess. There in broad daylight, with the whole festival just a stone's throw away, her heart thunders against her ribs, a frantic rhythm of pure panic and undeniable excitement. Despite the distant music, she's completely captive to his overwhelming, desperate need. All of Maxi's fear dissolves into a single, overwhelming thought. She doesn't want this to end. Her heart hammers in her chest as she gives in to the moment, wanting him completely. Just as their passionate embrace deepens, a brilliant explosion of light erupts in the sky, shattering their private world. The spell is instantly broken. Riftan pulls away, muttering a frustrated curse directed at Princess Agnes. Startled and confused by the sudden interruption, Maxi stammers that something must have happened and that they need to go. The intense connection is lost. Riftan fumes, muttering about tossing the princess from his estate. Maxi quickly objects, telling him he can't treat a royal guest so poorly, but he just scoffs, calling her a trespasser. She then shyly admits that she enjoyed the day, revealing it was her very first festival. Her innocent confession completely disarms him. Staring at her with a newfound intensity, Riftan offers to hold festivals for her year-round. He gently cups her face, his earlier frustration completely forgotten as he focuses solely on her. Flustered, Maxi insists his grand offer is impossible. But Riftan is dead serious, promising her all the gold she needs to make it happen. Maxi quickly clarifies, that's not what she wants at all. She shyly admits she would be happier just coming back with him next year. Her simple wish completely floors him. A warm, genuine smile finally breaks through his tough exterior. He readily agrees, promising they'll enjoy the festival again, just the two of them. As a brilliant firework explodes in the sky, he pulls her into a perfect embrace. With their perfect moment over, Riftan announces it's time to head back. He dryly jokes that he needs to stop Princess Agnes before she burns down his entire estate. Still floating on air, a blushing Maxi happily agrees. But when they arrive, the mood instantly sours. Princess Agnes stands there, completely baffled by Riftan's fury. She insists everyone loved her grand firework show, but Riftan is radiating pure rage. A defeated Ruth apologizes, admitting he was powerless to stop the princess's chaotic display of affection. Struggling to keep his cool, Riftan sarcastically asks how often they encounter golden-haired, blue-eyed sorceresses. Princess Agnes lectures him on remembering his station, warning him about people with ill intentions. But she trails off under his intense glare. Nervous, Agnes admits she might have gone overboard with her excitement. Riftan's rage erupts, and he snarls that she absolutely took it too far. As the crowd begins to murmur, Maxi whispers his name. He gives her hand a reassuring squeeze, agreeing they should leave, and quickly steers her away from the scene. While they wait for Riftan to return, Princess Agnes apologizes for cutting their fun short, claiming she was just trying to liven things up. A flustered Maxi insists the fireworks were magnificent, admitting she'd never seen such magic before. Agnes explains it was a simple trick from the Mage Tower. But then, her tone shifts. With a sly grin, she says her grand display reminded her of a scene from the legends, when Riftan took Maxi into the forest. She leans in and asks what they really did in there, leaving Maxi completely red-faced and speechless. A flustered Maxi begs the princess to stop, but Agnes just laughs, finding it all too amusing. She calls Maxi naive for a married woman, pointing out how her face is as red as a ripe plum. But then, the princess's playful mood shifts. She thanks Maxi for the fun memory, announcing it's time for her to leave since it's clear Riftan can't be persuaded. As she speaks, a memory flashes in her mind, the image of Riftan standing between them, a cold, protective wall she knows she can never break through. Princess Agnes smiles, saying she's content just knowing he's doing well. But her tone shifts as she reveals a message from her father about trouble brewing in the capital. A worried Maxi asks what happened. Agnes dismisses it as another trivial land dispute, explaining that the lords get antsy every spring. She reassures Maxi that these squabbles rarely require the Remdragon Knight's intervention. But then, a sly idea forms. She suggests that if things did escalate, Maxi might accompany the order to the capital. Stunned, Maxi questions this, and Agnes reminds her, she's a mage, and they'd need healers. Maxi stammers that it's impossible, her mana's so meager, she fainted after just a few healing spells. But Princess Agnes dismisses her worries with a confident smile. She explains that mana grows with consistent practice, and what truly matters are talent and perseverance. Agnes notes that despite being new to magic, Maxi has already shown remarkable skill. Locking eyes with the stunned noblewoman, the princess declares that this is a God-given gift. She warns Maxi not to dare waste it. A newfound resolve hardens Maxi's gaze. She tells the princess that she doesn't consider magic immoral. Instead, it's a talent bestowed by God. Inspired by this validation, Maxi promises she will do her best. Agnes beams with encouragement, cheering her on just as her coachman finally arrives. As the princess departs, Maxi stands alone with her thoughts, clutching her cloak. A small, confident smile plays on her lips as she stands in the warm light, ready to finally embrace her own power and potential, no longer bound by her father's cruel words. With her royal retinue and carts of monster loot ready to go, Princess Agnes beams from her horse, thanking her hosts for their hospitality. A bashful Maxi stammers an apology, ashamed that she wasn't a better host for the princess. But Agnes just brushes it off, telling Maxi to drop the stiff formalities. Suddenly, the brash knight Heberon steps up beside Riftan. He smirks at the princess, joking that she arrived like a hurricane and is leaving like lightning, asking if she enjoys tiring everyone out all the time. Riftan smirks, agreeing that Princess Agnes is the most impatient person he knows. But Agnes snaps right back, telling him he has no room to talk. She insists that compared to him, she has the patience of a saint. Riftan just scoffs, grumbling about how much he's had to put up with from her. As the tension escalates, a horrified Maxi yells at her husband to stop being rude. Heberon begs them to stop fighting, but Riftan just points a finger, declaring that Agnes started it. Done with the drama, Agnes announces this unwanted guest is leaving and rides off. As the tense farewell ends, a flustered Maxi calls out, telling the princess to be careful on her journey. With a final, warm smile, Agnes wishes Maxi good fortune before her retinue rides away from the castle. The sound of hooves fades into the distance, and Maxi watches them go with a lonely expression. Suddenly, Riftan's hand gives her shoulder a gentle squeeze. He pulls her close against him and quietly says they should return to their chambers. Surprised by the tender gesture, a blushing Maxi agrees. The princess's visit came and went with the early spring buds, leaving the fields of Anatole in full bloom. Back in their chambers, Maxi tried to bring some of that vibrant life inside, filling the room with flowers. But when Riftan entered, he paused, noting that the entire castle now smelled like flowers. His neutral tone immediately sent a jolt of panic through Maxi. She and her maid froze, completely startled. Maxi's mind raced with familiar anxiety, wondering if her husband hated her efforts and if she had displeased him yet again. Riftan's flat observation about the flowers sends a wave of panic through Maxi. She hesitantly asks if her decorations are not to his liking, but Riftan isn't angry at all. He explains that after years on the battlefield, he's just more accustomed to the harsh sense of dirt, horses, and sweat. A sudden understanding dawns on Maxi. He's simply unfamiliar with a gentler life, much like her. Gaining a little courage, she tells him she's bought new ingredients for better meals. Riftan's face softens into a warm smile as he says he's looking forward to it. Riftan suddenly asks Maxi if she'd like to take a walk in the garden. He's noticed she's been subdued since the royals left and thought a change of scenery might help. A flustered Maxi insists she's fine, just feeling a bit lost without guests to host. She even tries to turn the attention back on him, saying he's the one who needs rest. Unconvinced, Riftan leans in close, gently taking her hand. He asks if she's bored and offers to host a banquet with local nobles. Startled by his sudden concern, she quickly says there's no need. Maxi quickly turns down his offer, stammering that she doesn't enjoy large gatherings like banquets. But Riftan remembers seeing her at the festival, smiling and dancing without a care in the world. He mutters that she seemed to be having fun then, which leaves Maxi completely confused. He leans in closer, trying to explain that he just wants to see her happy like that again, but stops himself mid-sentence, clenching his fist in frustration. Letting out a sigh, he changes his approach, asking if she'd be willing to take just a short walk with him. Maxi tries to backtrack, stammering that she didn't mean to refuse him. But Riftan simply cuts her off and tells her they're going. A small, knowing smile touches his lips as he reveals his true motive. He explains that he hasn't had a real chance to admire the beautiful garden she's worked so hard to create. Disarmed by his sincere compliment, Maxi quietly follows him outside. Riftan leads the way, glancing back at his hesitant wife as he guides her toward the garden for their long overdue walk. As they step into the garden, Maxi suddenly stops, a small gasp escaping her lips. She excitedly gets Riftan's attention, pointing toward a massive oak tree and exclaiming that it has grown new leaves. Riftan is genuinely surprised, admitting he was sure the old tree was completely dead. Maxi explains it must be thanks to Ruth's magic from the previous winter. A thoughtful expression crosses her face as she looks at the revitalized branches, remarking that even when something appears lifeless, it can still have life hidden deep inside, waiting to grow. Riftan isn't impressed by the old oak tree, wondering what's so special about it. He quickly changes the subject, guiding her toward the new flower garden she planted below the terrace. Maxi nervously explains that she had merchants bring in a variety of flowers, timidly hoping that he'll like them. A moment later, they're sitting among the beautiful blossoms. Riftan smiles, admitting it's even more beautiful up close. Maxi explains that the flowers are also practical herbs and spices. He teases her, asking if she made a garden they can eat. Riftan continues to praise her work, joking that her garden is as good for eating as it is for looking at. He laughs, saying he'll have to order the sentries to be careful so they can keep it intact. Flustered by the compliment, Maxi shyly asks if he truly likes it. Riftan's playful demeanor instantly fades. His gaze deepens, focusing entirely on his wife as she sits among the blossoms. With unwavering sincerity, he answers that he does. Very much so. But from the look in his eyes, it's clear he's not just talking about the flowers. Riftan takes a bite from an apple, declares it's delicious, and encourages Maxi to have one too. She nervously accepts. As she peeks at him, he admits that just a year ago, he never imagined he could spend a peaceful moment like this with his wife. This quiet happiness is a world away from the man who used to charge recklessly into battle. Trying to fill the suddenly intense silence, Maxi stammers a question about the road construction. Riftan simply smiles, confirming that it's going well. Riftan continues, laying out his ambitious plans for Anatole. He explains that once the road is complete, he'll expand the port. This will attract merchants from the south, creating a massive new source of income. Taking a bite of his apple, Maxi timidly asks if tolls alone can really be that profitable. Riftan clarifies it's much bigger than that. They will offer protection to these merchants and their cargo, and in exchange, they'll get a cut of the profits and access to rare goods. He tosses his apple core away, his intense gaze locking onto hers. Riftan suddenly grabs Maxi's hand, telling her to just wait. His ambition isn't just for his land, it's for her. He declares he will buy her the most expensive clothes in the world, more than she could ever count. He gently kisses her gloved hand, promising to cover her fingers in diamonds brighter than the sun. Vowing to adorn her from neck to ankles in jewels, his intensity makes her flinch. Overwhelmed, she drops her apple. Riftan swears she will live the opulent life of a princess, and he will make her the noblest woman in all the kingdoms. Maxi's heart pounds in her chest, calling his grand ambitions absurd. She stammers that the ancient empire of Roem fell ages ago, its noble line barely hanging on. But Riftan just smiles, gently taking her hand. He reminds her that she is a descendant of that very empire and the eldest daughter of the most powerful duke in Weden. If history had been different, he admits, a man like him would never have been worthy of even speaking to her. His expression darkens as he reveals the real reason for their marriage. Her father chose him not because he was suitable, but because he had a use for him. Riftan lays out the cold, hard truth of their marriage. He explains that as a common-born knight with no family to avenge him, he was the perfect, disposable pawn for her father. The Duke sent him on a deadly campaign he wasn't expected to survive, knowing his death would cause no trouble. The only reason the Duke approved their wedding was that he was betting on Riftan never returning. As Maxi tries to deny this horror, Riftan firmly states that he did survive. Their marriage is legitimate, and her father no longer has any authority over her. Riftan cups Maxi's face, declaring that he is her family now. But she trembles and denies it. In her mind, her father only ever cherished her sister, Rosetta. She believes the Duke deceived Riftan by marrying off his worthless daughter just to send him to a certain end. It was disgraceful, and Maxi thinks Riftan never deserved that. Seeing her distress, Riftan's expression softens with regret. He apologizes, saying he wasn't blaming her. He knows she never wanted this marriage anyway. At his words, Maxi flinches away, the painful assumption stinging her deeply. Riftan softens, telling Maxi he knows she was just a victim in her father's schemes. But she can't accept his kindness, pleading for him not to say it. Before her self-loathing can take over, Riftan silences her with a sudden, passionate kiss. Dazed, she listens as he holds her close, vowing to give her everything she could ever want. He promises her mountains of jewels and endless silks, anything to make her shine. He fiercely declares he will do whatever it takes to make her happy there with him, pulling her into a desperate embrace. Stuttering, Maxi confesses she's already happy just being there with him. A wave of pure relief washes over Riftan's face as he pulls her closer, simply saying good. As they share this tender moment, heavy footsteps trudge down a nearby hall before coming to an abrupt halt. They have company. The moment is shattered when guards hesitantly report a problem at the construction site, forcing Riftan to leave. Alone again, Maxi's self-doubt rushes back in, and she runs off, feeling foolish for her brief happiness. Her escape is cut short when she bumps into two winded knights, Gable and another man. They apologize for the urgent interruption and lead her to a room where a scout knight lies pale and feverish. The mage Ruth turns to her with a dead-serious question. Can she neutralize poison with magic? The knight's life hangs in the balance. The knights explain the grim situation. The injured man was attacked by werewolves, and the fast-acting venom makes him hypersensitive to light. Maxi suggests calling for Ruth, but he's at the construction site, too far away. If they delay, the man could lose his arm permanently. Desperate, they plead with her to try, insisting there's nothing to lose. Maxi's mind floods with self-doubt. She's only ever studied the theory of neutralizing poisons, never put it into practice. Recalling the complex formulas that demand absolute precision, she realizes the knight's life now rests entirely in her inexperienced hands. Maxi nervously asks if an antidote wouldn't be easier. With a sly grin, Ruth explains that simple antidotes are useless against the potent venom of high-level monsters. Given the dangers of the Anatolia Mountains, they must be prepared for anything. Taking a deep breath, Maxi focuses, placing her hands over the wound to guide her mana. But just as she reaches the final step, the golden magic fizzles into nothing. She stares at her hands in utter despair, lamenting that she should have practiced this instead of wallowing in her uselessness. Garrow's worried voice cuts through her thoughts, asking if it failed. Garrow gently tells Maxi she should rest, reminding her that she's injured as well. But she refuses, insisting the knight was hurt while protecting her, and it's her duty to tend to him. With fire in her eyes, Maxi begs them to let her try one more time. Sometime later, the frantic energy in the room has settled. Ruth approaches Maxi and offers her a cup of tea made from mandrago root, a powerful mana restorative. She quietly thanks him, but he just smiles, telling her that they're the ones who should be thanking her. Ruth sincerely thanks Maxi for saving their comrade's life. Flustered, she stammers that she was just glad she could help. The knights praise her, insisting the injured man would have lost his arm without her. But the mood quickly shifts when they reveal their real reason for rushing back. They have urgent news for Riftan. With a grim expression, the knight reports that monsters of the Ayn race are forming an alliance in the north. The room falls silent, the weight of a new war settling heavily in the air. Riftan questions the report, hoping it was just a simple goblin village. But Garrow shuts that down, confirming the latest intel from Livadon. A massive army of monsters, including intelligent trolls and lizardmen, had pillaged a huge territory in the north. Riftan groans, realizing the awful truth. He explains that under a treaty between the Seven Kingdoms, they will be required to send knights. As part of the Western Alliance, Whedon will be the first called. Maxi's blood runs cold as she stammers, asking if this means the Remdragon Knights will be sent to war. With a slight smirk, Riftan tries to calm his wife's obvious panic. He explains that the Remdragon Knights just got back from a 3-year campaign, so the king would most likely send his royal knights instead. But Heberon isn't convinced, and the tension in the room immediately spikes again. Another knight quickly cuts in, suggesting they continue this debate later. Feeling completely out of place, Maxi quietly decides to leave. She mumbles that the injured man seems stable now, and that she should go. A younger knight then gallantly offers to escort her back. As the young knight Elysian escorts her away, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the courtyard, and Maxi stops dead in her tracks. Everything clicks into place. The monster migration in the north means another war is inevitable, and knights from every kingdom will be called to fight. A fierce determination hardens her expression. Remembering the gratitude of the man she saved, Maxi makes a solemn vow. If the Remdragon Knights are forced to march into battle again, she will make sure her abilities are good enough to truly help them. Elysian calls out, and Maxi turns with a confident smile, telling him she's coming. As she walks, a powerful realization washes over her. All her life, her father's voice told her she was useless. But now, she knows he was wrong. The skills she learned in Anatole have real value. A new fire burns in her eyes as she fiercely declares to herself that there are things even she is capable of. The very next day, a pen scratches furiously across a page, signaling the start of her intense magical training. Lost in her books, Maxi is suddenly jolted by a loud thump as a heavy tome slams shut. She looks up, her heart pounding, to find Ruth the sorcerer standing right in front of her. She yelps his name in surprise, and he jumps back, equally startled. Flustered, Maxi accuses him of sneaking up on her, but he just scoffs. He sarcastically asks if he was supposed to announce the grand arrival of the great sorcerer. After a tense moment, Maxi finally collects herself and asks him what he wants. Ruth flips the script, asking why Maxi is suddenly studying a monster encyclopedia. Flustered, Maxi admits she heard about the monster army on the Pamela Plateau and got curious. She then nervously asks if the Remdragon Knights will be forced to join the campaign. Ruth confirms there's a high chance. Maxi panics, recalling the book described the region as a brutal wasteland. Seeing her distress, Ruth quickly calms her down, explaining that after a long debate, it was decided that Riftan would not be deployed. If called, either Sir Heberon or Sir Ursuline will lead the knights. Maxi asks in disbelief if he's telling the truth. Ruth explains that since the Dragon campaign just ended, Riftan is needed in Anatole for major construction projects. He assures her that unless it's an absolute emergency, he isn't going anywhere. But Maxi presses, needing to know what happens if things get truly dire. Ruth admits that a direct command from the king would be impossible to refuse. He reminds her of the knight's sacred, annoying code: protect the weak and obey your lord. Even if Riftan dislikes it, he is bound by that oath. Ruth explains that Riftan cannot publicly ignore these sacred duties. To do so would be a massive blow to the honor he fought so hard to gain. A wave of dejection washes over Maxi as she quietly says she understands. Her mind races, recalling Princess Agnes hinting that King Reuben already has doubts about Riftan's loyalty. Ruth spells out the political reality. The armistice of the Seven Kingdoms is a peace treaty. If a mobilization order is issued to uphold it, Riftan will have absolutely no choice but to answer the call. As the harsh reality sets in, Ruth realizes Riftan will be exposed to great danger once again. Determined, Maxi makes a shocking declaration. She will join the knights on their campaign. This catches Ruth completely off guard. After a heavy sigh, he explains that since he, a mage, must accompany the knights, Calyp's castle will need her magical abilities more than ever. Stunned, Maxi questions this, mentioning all the other mages in Anatole. But Ruth clarifies they are just unreliable mercenaries, and the immense weight of this new responsibility comes crashing down on her. Ruth explains that with him gone, Maxi would be the only healer left in Anatole who could handle extreme injuries. The sudden pressure is too much. Maxi collapses onto the table, feeling completely crushed by the immense new burden. She had sworn to find something she was capable of doing, but she never wanted this much responsibility. Seeing her tearful but resolute expression, Ruth smirks. He tells her he has a proposal for her. It's time to resume her magic lessons. Ruth cuts to the chase, proposing they resume her magic lessons, if the terrifying experience of mana depletion hasn't scared her off for good. He awkwardly admits he should have apologized sooner, but was too scared of Riftan's legendary rage. Maxi quickly brushes it off, insisting it was her own choice to go to the site. After all, she learned magic specifically to help during accidents. Ruth is taken aback by her resolve, admitting he was completely shocked by how boldly she rushed in to treat the wounded knights during the chaos. Ruth admits he never expected a sheltered lady from the capital to charge headfirst into a monster-infested zone. He apologizes for underestimating her sense of duty, claiming he lost sleep over the guilt when she collapsed. But Maxi isn't buying his act for a second, bluntly asking if his moral standards aren't actually pretty low. Offended, Ruth insists he genuinely felt bad. He quickly pivots, stating he now understands how dangerous vague knowledge can be. With a confident smirk, he promises to teach her everything from magical theory to responding in a crisis. Ruth quickly backpedals, insisting she misunderstood him. He wasn't criticizing her, he was praising her. He explains that her handling of the crisis was commendable, especially since she'd only just begun learning magic. He sincerely hopes she'll agree to his proposal to continue her lessons. Maxi grips the book in her lap, her resolve hardening. While she knows a few months won't make her an expert, it's better than doing nothing. Steeling herself, she agrees to do her best, even if Riftan won't be pleased. Ruth absolutely beams, overjoyed by her decision. Pleased with her answer, Ruth tells Maxi to meet him in the library whenever she has time. He suddenly pauses, pointing out that her monster book is horribly outdated, and gives her a quick lecture on the difference between lizardmen and trolls. Saying he has matters to attend to, he postpones their first official lesson until tomorrow. He then begins piling books on her table, promising to select texts that will help her study magic. Overwhelmed but grateful, Maxi thanks him. As soon as he leaves, she discovers the books are on advanced geometry and collapses onto the desk in despair. After a long day buried in books, Maxi's stomach lets out a massive growl. She trudges through the castle halls, thinking only of food, when a sudden panic breaks out below. Servants rush past, shouting about a terrible mess that needs immediate cleaning. Peeking over the railing, Maxi's blood runs cold. The men are carrying a set of familiar armor, completely covered in dark red stains. Her eyes widen in horror as she recognizes it. It's Riftan's. All thoughts of hunger vanish, instantly replaced by pure, heart-stopping fear for her husband. Maxi rushes towards the servants, her voice shaking as she asks if Riftan is hurt. They quickly reassure her that the stains are from a monster, not him. Riftan is completely unharmed and has gone to the well outside to wash up. This odd detail only deepens Maxi's confusion and worry. Why would he choose to wash outside? A sudden determination flashes across her face. Deciding she needs to see him for herself, she declares she's going to check on him. Without a second thought, Maxi gathers her skirts and sprints out of the hall. As the sun sets in a blaze of orange, Maxi bursts into the courtyard and stops dead. There at the well is Riftan, very much alive and completely shirtless. He splashes cool water over his bare torso, his powerful muscles gleaming in the golden light. He lets out a deep sigh, wiping a hand through his wet hair, the picture of exhaustion. Maxi's desperate fear instantly evaporates, replaced by sheer, dumbfounded shock. All she can do is stare, her cheeks burning as she takes in the unexpected sight of her husband. Riftan is surprised to see her and Maxi stammers, asking why he's washing outside. He explains he was covered in monster blood after hunting down the beasts that attacked his scouts. As he steps closer, a flustered Maxi suggests he bathe in their chambers instead. Acting on instinct, she reaches up to clean his face with her sleeve. Riftan gently stops her, warning her not to ruin her dress with the foul-smelling blood. But when she touches his skin, she realizes he's freezing. Ignoring his tough talk, she desperately rubs his arms, scolding him for being reckless and worrying he'll catch a cold. A small smile plays on Riftan's lips, clearly touched by her outburst. Taking control, he turns to the maids and fires off a series of orders, commanding them to prepare a hot bath and dinner for their private chambers. He then gently tells Maxi it's time to go back inside. Behind the closed door of their room, Maxi looks up at him. She shyly stammers that next time, he should come straight to their bedchamber instead of washing outside, surprising them both with her unexpected boldness. Riftan smirks, teasingly asking if she wanted him to come to their room just so she could faint at the sight of blood again. Maxi's face burns as she remembers the gruesome ogre head that made her pass out. She quickly stammers that it was only because she had never seen a monster before. Unconvinced, Riftan says he's skeptical. But Maxi stands her ground, insisting she's no longer frightened and he shouldn't worry. The teasing vanishes from his face. He looks at her seriously and declares he has no intention of ever making her get used to such a sight. The room falls into a thick, awkward silence. Riftan just stands there, his impressive physique on full display, leaving Maxi completely flustered by her own boldness. He finally breaks the quiet, his voice low as he says her name. Before she can respond, he commands her to hand him another towel. Baffled for a second, Maxi processes the simple request. She quickly scurries over to a table, grabs a clean towel, and nervously brings it to him, her cheeks burning as she avoids his intense gaze. Riftan takes the towel from her trembling hands, quietly thanking her before noting its good size. As he casually begins to dry his wet hair and chiseled chest, Maxi can't tear her eyes away. The sight of him, so powerful and close, sends her heart pounding in her ears. Completely overwhelmed by the intense moment, she covers her burning face with her hands. She frantically scolds herself internally, trying to stop acting like a lovesick fool who can't get a grip. Despite her resolve, Maxi can't help but peek through her fingers, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm. Her father's harsh lessons echo in her mind, demanding she act like a virtuous noblewoman. But the sight of Riftan's powerful physique completely shatters her composure. In that moment, a new, stronger thought pushes past the years of fear and conditioning. Riftan is her husband. The simple fact empowers her. Her trembling hand slowly lowers as a quiet determination settles over her, ready to claim her place by his side. Overcome by a sudden rush of boldness, Maxi questions if it's so wrong to want her own husband. Her hand moves on its own, her fingers gently grazing his chest. The unexpected touch makes Riftan flinch, and he whips around, asking her what she's doing. The moment shatters. Mortified, Maxi snatches her hand back and stammers an apology, insisting she didn't mean to. With a heavy sigh of frustration, Riftan runs a hand through his hair and tells her not to do that. Riftan abruptly covers his flushed face, begging for forgiveness before quickly taking it back. He confesses that he's been holding himself back for way too long. With a pained groan, he warns her that if she keeps tempting him, he can't promise to be gentle. He then suddenly changes the subject, scolding her for using her mana and worrying she'll become bedridden again. Maxi is left completely bewildered. The word gentle triggers a flashback to their rough and confusing wedding night, a time when he was anything but. She has no idea she's driving him insane. Recalling their first night together, Maxi realizes Riftan has never been gentle. She fidgets nervously, insisting she's perfectly fine and hasn't overused her mana. Taking a deep breath, she gathers all her courage and steps forward, closing the space between them. In a quiet, trembling voice, she tells him that he doesn't have to hold back. Her bold words shatter his restraint. Overwhelmed with emotion, he pulls her into a tight embrace. He gently tilts her chin up, and all the distance and misunderstandings between them finally melt away as they come together. Without another word, Riftan sweeps Maxi off her feet and carries her to the bed. The dam of restraint he built for 3 long years finally shatters. He pours all his pent-up feelings and desperate longing into their passionate reunion. Maxi is completely overwhelmed, caught in a whirlwind of raw emotion she's never experienced. This time, there's no confusion or fear, only a powerful, undeniable connection. For the first time, she truly gives herself to him, her world shrinking until only he exists, leaving her breathless and dazed. Riftan's resolve finally shatters. His voice is thick with emotion as he tells Maxi she's just too beautiful, admitting he can't hold himself back any longer. He confesses that every touch drives him mad, that she's perfect from head to toe. Flustered by the praise, Maxi shyly denies it, but he won't listen. He insists she is, his intense gaze proving his words. Their intimate world is suddenly shattered. A firm knock echoes from the grand chamber door. A servant's voice cuts through the silence, announcing that he has brought the Lord's bathwater, freezing the couple in the worst possible moment. The mood shatters. Annoyed, Riftan pulls away, telling Maxi to wait while he handles the interruption. But the fear of being left alone again, even for a moment, sends a jolt of panic through her. She lunges forward, grabbing his clothes and desperately calling his name. He freezes, completely stunned by her boldness. With tears streaming down her face, Maxi refuses to let go. She pleads that she doesn't want to wait anymore, begging him to stay. For the first time, she's showing him exactly what she wants, leaving him speechless. As Riftan pulls back, a wave of panic hits Maxi. She lunges forward, grabbing his shirt with surprising strength. Through tears, she cries out that she doesn't want to wait anymore, desperately pleading with him. The servant's voice cuts through the tension, making Riftan flinch, but Maxi just buries her face in his chest, whispering his name. Visibly torn, Riftan lets out a heavy sigh. He pulls her into a gentle embrace, asking her to hold on just a little longer while he deals with the interruption outside. Riftan gently cups Maxi's face, promising to be quick and asking her to wait. Reluctantly, he pulls a sheet over her and strides toward the door. Flinging it open, he orders the servants to enter and hurry. They immediately rush in, filling the large wooden tub with steaming water and setting out oils. Left alone in the bed, Maxi watches him with wide, uncertain eyes. As Riftan glances back at her, she flinches instinctively, pulling the sheet tighter around herself, suddenly feeling small and exposed in the bustling room. The sight of Maxi looking so small and scared makes something in Riftan snap. He roars that it's enough, ordering the startled servants to get out immediately. Without question, they scramble from the room, leaving everything behind. In the sudden quiet, Riftan turns, his expression a mixture of raw determination and deep emotion. He closes the distance in a single stride, sweeping a wide-eyed Maxi into his powerful arms. Held against his chest, she can only stare up at him, completely stunned by his sudden, possessive action. With Maxi held firmly in his arms, Riftan leans in, the golden light of the room enveloping them. He gently stops her, breathing that they should take it slow. But in a surprising turn, Maxi's fear is replaced by concern for him. With a soft touch to his chest, she reminds him he hasn't been well, pleading with him not to push himself. This simple act of care is everything. In this moment, their marriage finally begins, built not on duty, but on a deep, mutual connection that heals the wounds of their past. Overwhelmed, Riftan breathes Maxi's name. Any remaining doubt, she melts away in the warmth of his embrace. In the quiet, firelit room, the last barriers between them finally crumble, leaving only a profound connection that has been years in the making. Their long-delayed wedding night is not one of duty, but of mutual tenderness and healing. As the world outside fades, the only sound that matters is the gentle splash of water in the tub, signaling a quiet, new dawn for a husband and wife, truly united at last. In the quiet intimacy of the bath, Maxi murmurs that she can't move, overwhelmed by his closeness. Riftan gently teases her, claiming she's the one who seduced him first. He runs his hand over her arm, praising her soft skin. But Maxi's old insecurities creep in, and she says her freckles are unsightly. Riftan immediately counters this, telling her they're like sprinkled sugar and a feast for the eyes. He adds that he loves how easily she blushes, like a ripe peach. His heartfelt words begin to undo the damage of her father's cruelty. Riftan shares that the young knight Maxi healed was incredibly grateful, confirming she was a huge help. A rare wave of pride washes over her, but seeing his intense gaze, her concern shifts back to him. She asks if he's truly all right. He gently turns the question back, telling her to let him know if anything hurts, recalling how she collapsed from overexertion before. But this time is different. With a soft, confident smile, Maxi looks right at him and promises she will be perfectly fine, finally sure of her own strength. A profound realization washes over Maxi. For the first time, she feels like she can truly be honest with him. She briefly considers telling Riftan about her magic lessons with Ruth, a secret she's been keeping. But just as the thought forms, he holds her tighter, pulling her back against his chest. Startled, Maxi decides that conversation can wait for another time. Right now, there's no need for words. Lost in the warmth of the water and his secure embrace, she lets the outside world completely fade away, focusing only on him. The next morning, Maxi finds Ruth for her magic lesson, but the mage is completely passed out. She worries if he's even alive. She tries waking him, reminding him he'd told her to come as soon as she opened her eyes. After a gentle poke gets only a mumble, she begins jabbing him insistently. Ruth finally stirs, groaning that he hoped she'd come an hour later. Annoyed, he sits up and realizes she's been using a fire poker, shouting at her that he's not a piece of firewood. Maxi defends her aggressive wake-up call, insisting she couldn't just touch a sleeping man who wasn't her husband. Ruth, completely annoyed, snaps back, asking if she couldn't have found a gentler method. He complains that she's been terribly unkind to him, making Maxi feel a sharp pang of guilt. With a defeated sigh, she tells him to never mind. Rubbing his sore neck, Ruth finally sits up properly. Now that he's awake, he says they might as well begin, immediately quizzing her on whether she finished the books he assigned. Ruth cuts right to the chase, asking if she finished the books he assigned. Maxi's mind flashes back to her passionate night with Riftan, a clear distraction from her studies. She sheepishly admits she only managed to get through half. Ruth explains she can't learn powerful offensive and defensive magic without knowing the basics first. The promise of real spells lights a fire in her, and she swears she'll finish reading soon. With a sly grin, Ruth says they'll practice her current spells instead, revealing he already had the squires gather the necessary materials yesterday. Maxi freezes. Materials? A wicked grin spreads across Ruth's face as he tells Maxi he has some special materials that will greatly improve her abilities. He leads her outside, where two large barrels are buzzing ominously. The young squires, Elysian and Garrow, wait with proud smiles. Maxi's blood runs cold as she stammers, asking what on earth is inside them. With a perfectly straight face, Ruth explains these are her special helpers for practicing detoxification magic. The squires beam, eagerly announcing that they caught the creatures just for her. Ruth casually explains the barrels contain black-spotted swamp toads, creatures packed with a seriously potent poison. He tells Maxi that after a few practice rounds with these guys, she'll be able to neutralize almost anything. Before she can protest, he grabs one of the toads and swiftly ends it, letting its dark essence spill into a basin of clean water. With a chillingly calm expression, he orders Maxi to purify it. Maxi is horrified, but then sighs in relief, realizing her practice is on the water, not a person. This, he explains, is standard procedure. Ruth explains the basics. Neutralize the poison with mana. He instructs Maxi to infuse her magic from the edges of the basin, moving in a circle until she reaches the center. With intense focus, Maxi channels her energy, causing the dark water to swirl. A moment later, it splashes and turns crystal clear. She timidly asks if it worked, while the young squires cheer her on. Ruth admits it took 10 minutes and wasted mana, but it was a success. When she asks if they have to do it again, he simply grins. Repetition is key. Ruth declares that since the squires went to all the trouble of catching the toads, it would be a waste not to use every single one. The squire Elysian eagerly agrees, promising they can always catch more since serving a lady is a knight's greatest joy. He then bombards Maxi with a flood of concerned questions. Ignoring the chatter, Ruth places a dagger in Maxi's hand and asks if she'd like to try it herself. He instructs her to make a cut, then squeeze the creature to extract the poison. Maxi goes rigid with disgust as Ruth yells at her to squeeze harder. As the toad's essence spills out, Ruth erupts in cheers, totally geeking out over its potent contents. Maxi, on the other hand, is completely disgusted. She internally vows to get some serious payback with a fire poker the next time she catches him sleeping. Later, while she's trying to study, the maid Ludys brings her tea, a gift from the mage. Seeing how exhausted Maxi is, Ludy suggests she rest. But Maxi grits her teeth, determined to push through and finish her books for the day, refusing to let the disgusting lesson stop her. As Maxi grits her teeth, determined to master her magic books, her study session is interrupted by a knock. The steward, Rodrigo, enters with a message from Riftan. Visitors are on their way and will be staying for 2 days. When a surprised Maxi asks where they're from, Rodrigo admits he only knows they're preparing for 3 nights. Trying to sound in control, she instructs him to prepare rooms and a special meal. Alone again, her confidence evaporates as she wonders why 3 strange knights would suddenly appear in Anatole. Maxi's mind races. An injured scout returned just 3 days ago, surely not enough time for news to have reached the capital. Something feels wrong. Steeling herself, she calls for her maid, Ludys, and requests to have her hair arranged. Dressed to impress, Maxi clenches her hands together. She decides that seeing the visitors for herself is the only way to calm her nerves. Riftan didn't ask her to, but she reasons that it's the duty of the lady of the castle to formally greet all guests. As the visitors enter, a senior knight in full-plate armor bows deeply before Maxi. He introduces himself as Aaron Levia, stating he has arrived under the command of the Earl of Lovern. Maxi's heart steadies when she sees their banner isn't the royal family's golden bird. She stammers a polite welcome, wishing him a pleasant stay. Suddenly, Riftan's sharp voice cuts through the air. He asks the knight why he's dawdling if the matter is so urgent. With a dark glare, Riftan orders the man to stop wasting time and follow him immediately. As Riftan and the knights disappear upstairs, Maxi watches with a sense of unease. She can tell from his hostile tone that these men are not welcome, but she doesn't understand why. The mystery gnaws at her all evening. Unable to sleep, she finally seeks out her husband in the dead of night. Gathering all her courage, she timidly asks Riftan why the Earl's knights have come to Anatole. He stares back at her, his face etched with pure exhaustion and stress, but says nothing, leaving the heavy question hanging in the silent room. Riftan approaches Maxi, questioning why she is still awake. She shyly admits she was waiting for him, needing to know what was happening with the Earl's knights. He explains the Earl is struggling with monsters and is requesting an alliance, offering compensation and help with their new port in return for aid. While he speaks, Maxi tries to put his heavy sword back on its stand. The blade is too much for her, and she fumbles it with a small yelp. Riftan secures the weapon himself, then asks if she's okay before wondering why she'd even try that. Maxi timidly explains that she was only trying to fulfill her duty as a wife, lamenting that she rarely gets the chance to help since he's always working. Curious, she asks if all swords are so heavy. While washing up, Riftan explains his is much heavier than a normal blade and was difficult even for him at first. Pressing forward, Maxi asks if he will accept the Earl's offer. He admits he's unsure if it's worth dividing his troops. Her voice trembles as she asks the real question. Does this mean he is to leave again? Riftan explains that there's trouble brewing in the north, and his knights might get called into the conflict. Maxi's anxiety spikes. With a trembling voice, she asks if he will be the one leading them into battle. He immediately shoots down her fears, telling her he'd send Ursuline or Heberon instead. Still worried, she asks what would happen if the king himself gave the order. Riftan lets out a tired sigh, admitting it would be a problem, but then a sly grin spreads across his face. He assures her he can always make an excuse. Riftan confidently states that the king knows better than to demand too much from him, and Maxi visibly relaxes. Sensing his advantage, he leans in with a sly grin, teasingly asking if she dislikes the thought of him leaving. But this sends Maxi into a panic. Her mind flashes back to the cruel lessons of her youth, where she was taught a wife must be as still and silent as a corpse. The traumatic words paralyze her, and she struggles to speak. Finally, she quietly admits that she feels more at ease when he's around. Maxi quietly adds that the people of Anatole must also feel at ease when he's around. Riftan lets out a tired sigh, agreeing with her. Suddenly, he pulls her into a tight, warm embrace that catches her completely by surprise. He gently tells her not to worry, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. He makes a solemn vow to always protect her, no matter what. A single tear escapes her eye as she recalls a forgotten childhood dream, a fantasy where a strong, kind knight would one day come and save her. Maxi's childhood fantasy crashes into reality. Riftan is the knight she secretly wished for, the one who would hold her and promise her safety. Overwhelmed by his vow, she feels weightless as he effortlessly lifts her into his arms and carries her toward the bed. In the warm glow of the room, he leans down, his gaze unwavering, and seals his promise with a deep, passionate kiss. Tears of relief stream down her face, but for the first time in her life, she greets them with a genuine, peaceful smile. Riftan leans over Maxi, his voice heavy with emotion. He asks if she realizes that he burns up whenever he touches her, confessing that this intense feeling only grows stronger by the day. Visibly moved by his raw honesty, Maxi's hand trembles as she gently cups his face and whispers his name. Looking into her tear-filled eyes, he admits that sometimes his desire for her is so overwhelming that it hurts. With his heart laid bare, he closes the distance between them, sealing his vulnerable confession with a kiss full of longing and unspoken promises. Ruth explains that Riftan is more than just a warrior. He's a master strategist who would never make a move that didn't benefit him. Maxi is stunned, her admiration for her husband growing as she realizes he's also a sharp negotiator. Her thoughts are cut short when an instructor claps loudly, ending their chat. It's time to test the strength of her first magical shield. A nervous page raises a wooden sword. Maxi flinches, asking if this is really necessary, but Ruth calmly states that a physical strike is the only sure way to test the magic. The young page, Elysian, panics at the request. He argues that an aspiring knight can't possibly raise a weapon against a noble lady, even for training. But Ruth is having none of it. He snaps back that this is for Maxi's own safety, a skill that could one day save her life. Reluctantly, Elysian grips the wooden sword, his face contorted in a mix of duty and dread. He shouts an apology as he swings down hard. But instead of cowering, Maxi stands firm, hands clasped, and declares that she is ready. The wooden sword smashes down, but instead of hitting Maxi, it shatters against an invisible force. Fragments of wood and shimmering magic fly everywhere as her magical shield breaks apart. The training yard falls silent. Stunned, Elysian nervously asks if she's all right. For a moment, she stands tall, but the sudden drain of power is too much. Maxi sways and collapses to the ground. The young knight panics, screaming for Ruth to do something, crying out that her ladyship is in trouble. After Maxi recovers, Ruth announces her next lesson, casting a barrier. He explains it's a defensive spell that uses physical matter like dirt, costing way less mana than a pure energy shield. Annoyed, Maxi asks why he didn't teach her that first. Ruth grins, revealing the catch. The magic rune is way more complex. He grabs a stick and effortlessly carves a massive, intricate pattern into the ground. Staring at the insane design, a stunned Maxi suggests maybe they should just stick to practicing the shield after all. Maxi protests, asking what good a shield is if a twig can break it. Ruth dismisses her concerns, but she thinks the new barrier rune looks 4 times more complicated. He then drops a harsh truth. At her current mana level, a functional shield is a pipe dream. He smirks, suggesting she should learn as much as possible before he has to leave. The comment stops her cold. She asks if the Remdragon Knights are being deployed. Ruth confirms her fears, revealing they will soon be sent to Lividon to handle a growing conflict. Maxi anxiously asks how long they'll be gone. Elysian estimates it will be at least a month, breaking down the brutal journey of riding and sailing. Ruth appears, sighing that he didn't want to leave Anatole again for another decade. This only makes Maxi more worried, and she asks if it's really safe for so few knights to go to such a dangerous place. Elysian reassures her, saying they will combine forces with the knights in Whedon. Ruth then pulls out a map, explaining the full strategy. All the king's vassals will send troops, forming a massive allied army. Ruth explains the campaign should be over by fall, assuring her they'll be back by early winter at the latest. Maxi forces a bright smile, hiding her true feelings. The mage then adds that she'll have to perform some of his duties while he's away. The sudden pressure makes her panic internally, but she manages to promise she'll do her best. Though Ruth says he looks forward to seeing her progress, Maxi's mind races. The safest option would be to hire another healer, but she knows it's a long shot. With the war causing a mage inflation, no lord would willingly give up a valuable mage now. With a heavy heart, Maxi steels her resolve, telling herself she just has to try her best. After all, it's her duty as the lady of the castle. 10 days later, the deep sound of a horn echoes through the fortress. A royal messenger rides through the gates, carrying the official order from the king. The knights are to be dispatched immediately. From a high window, Maxi watches the solemn preparations begin, her heart sinking. The day she'd been dreading has finally arrived, and there's nothing she can do to stop it. Riftan enters their chambers, surprised to find Maxi there, having thought she was at dinner. Jumping to her feet, Maxi rushes toward him, her voice trembling as she desperately asks about the royal decree and if he's really leaving her. Riftan calmly tells her to relax, gently patting her head. He then reveals the incredible news. He isn't going to war. Instead, Ursuline Ricado will lead the knights in his place. Since every kingdom is sending troops, Riftan just needs to make a brief appearance so the Remdragon knights don't look bad. Riftan explains it's better for a highborn noble like Ursuline to lead the knights. Still reeling, Maxi asks who else will be joining the campaign. In response, Riftan unfurls a scroll and lays out the entire meticulous plan, detailing a force of 64 men, from key knights to their sorcerer. Maxi then nervously asks when they're scheduled to leave. He walks toward the window, calmly stating they'll depart at dawn in 2 days. Shocked by the short notice, Maxi's hand trembles. Despite his reassurance, she feels for the men and asks if there's anything she can do. A soft smile appears on Riftan's face as he turns to Maxi. He suggests she have the servants prepare a huge feast tomorrow night, since it's the only time they can hold a send-off party. Eager to contribute, Maxi enthusiastically agrees, promising to have them prepare only the best dishes. "Thank you, Maxi," he says warmly. In a sudden, impulsive move, she rushes forward and wraps her arms around his waist from behind, pressing herself against his back. Completely stunned by her boldness, Riftan freezes, looking down at her in surprise. Riftan looks down with a playful smirk, teasingly asking what she's doing and if she's trying to charm him. Completely flustered, Maxi stammers that he just looked like he was having a hard time. She awkwardly brushes his back, pretending to clean imaginary dust off his tunic. Touched by her clumsy affection, he turns around. He pulls her into a proper embrace and gently kisses her forehead. He murmurs that she's been especially adorable lately. Looking down at her with pure fondness, he confesses that he's a truly happy man. Maxi felt a wave of relief, grateful that Riftan himself wouldn't be facing the danger. The next morning, the entire castle courtyard was a whirlwind of activity. Men shouted orders and packed supplies, preparing for the campaign. As Maxi oversaw the preparations, a voice called her name. It was Ruth, the resident sorcerer, looking completely worn out. He declared he'd been searching everywhere for her. Just then, his stomach let out a thunderous grumble, revealing his true priority. Maxi shot him an unamused look, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. The next day, as preparations for the campaign are in full swing, Maxi is approached by the handsome, silver-haired knight, Elysian. She nervously explains she was just asking about their food supplies for the long journey. Elysian smoothly reassures her that finding provisions won't be a problem, as they can forage or resupply at nearby villages. But then his tone shifts. He asks if she has a moment, revealing there's something he wants to show her before he leaves. Completely blindsided by the mysterious request, Maxi stares back in surprise, wondering what he could possibly mean. Maxi stammers, nervously asking what he could possibly want to show her. With a sly grin, Elysian simply tells her that she'll see and asks her to follow. He leads her to a secluded stone tower and pushes open a heavy wooden door, welcoming her to his private space. The room is a complete mess, with books and scrolls scattered everywhere. Maxi can't help but comment on the unpleasant smell, and Elysian calls her rude for insulting his sanctuary. He then tells her to look, opening a large chest with a loud clunk. Stepping inside, Maxi realizes her mistake. It wasn't Elysian who led her here, but Ruth, the sorcerer. The tower room is a chaotic mess of books and scrolls. Ruth brushes it off, saying it just needs airing out, and starts rummaging through the clutter. But he's not looking for something he lost, he's looking for something to give her. He hands Maxi a huge stack of documents he prepared, explaining their study guides on magic runes and medicinal herbs for her to use while he's away. Maxi is left completely speechless by his unexpected kindness. Ruth lays out his gifts: books on magic runes, healing techniques, and even one on anatomy. Maxi is a little weirded out by that last one, but Ruth explains that knowing the human body is crucial for healing magic. He then launches into a rapid-fire lecture, pointing out scales, pots, and pre-written recipes. As he rattles off instructions for different salves and syrups, Maxi's head starts to spin. Completely overwhelmed, she begs him to slow down, asking if she'll really need all these remedies. Ruth simply states that no one can predict what might happen while he's gone. Ruth reminds Maxi that her healing magic has its limits, so it's always wise to be prepared. Satisfied that he's covered everything, he pulls out a key. He entrusts her with the key to his tower, giving her free access whenever she pleases, but warns her not to touch anything besides the books and herbs. Maxi stammers that his belongings must be important. He confirms they're priceless, leaving her stunned by his trust. She promises to be careful. Awkwardly scratching his head, Ruth asks her to look after Riftan and the knights in his absence. With a new sense of purpose, Maxi promises to do her best, though she worries about the knights leaving. Ruth brushes off her concern, telling her to focus on taking care of herself. He jokes that soon, the cold ground will be his bed. Touched by his gruff kindness, Maxi urges him to at least sleep well tonight and reveals she's arranged a special farewell feast for everyone. As she tries to properly thank him for all his help, Elysian suddenly appears, frantically waving his hands. He begs her to stop, insisting her serious words sound way too much like a final goodbye. Elysian panics, telling Maxi her serious tone is unsettling. He insists that just wishing him a safe journey is more than enough. Blushing, Maxi agrees and meekly wishes him a safe trip. Breathing a sigh of relief, Elysian says that's much better and wishes her well in his absence. He then adds with a sly grin that he hopes for some good news when they return. Confused, Maxi asks what he means. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Elysian clarifies he's hoping for news of a Riftan Calypse II, leaving Maxi completely red-faced and speechless. Completely flustered, Maxi suggests they head down for the feast. She internally panics, frustrated that bidding someone a simple farewell turned out to be so difficult. The next morning dawns cloudy and gray. Standing beside Riftan on the castle battlements, Maxi watches solemnly as the knights ride out, their mission officially underway. Just moments after the last rider disappears from view, the somber sky finally breaks. A single raindrop lands on Maxi's cheek before a heavy downpour begins, reflecting the sorrow of their departure. As rain batters the castle walls, Maxi lies in bed feeling sluggish. Her handmaiden, Liddy's, brings her a warm herbal tea to help with the pain. Unfortunately, Maxi's monthly visitor has arrived, crushing her secret hopes of carrying Riftan's child. She can't hide her disappointment. Seeing this, Liddy's kindly tells her not to be discouraged. She admits everyone was anticipating good news since her cycle was late, but the timing just wasn't right. Liddy's then tries to comfort her, sharing a story about a couple who took 3 years to have a child. Liddy's continues trying to comfort her, saying that if she waits patiently with a light heart, God will surely send them a beautiful child when the time is right. But Maxi's mind is already racing. Her monthly visitor was unusually late this time. Clutching her stomach, she racks her brain, trying to remember when her last one was. It's been 2, maybe even 3 months. A terrible, familiar insecurity creeps in. Maxi can't help but wonder if her body isn't like a normal woman's, if something is truly wrong with her. Maxi's mind spirals into a dark place. The late arrival of her monthly visitor convinces her that her body isn't normal. She frantically wonders how different she is, recalling that she and her sister were never close enough to discuss such personal matters. If she really has some kind of defect, why did her old nursemaid never say a word? Lost in her anxious thoughts, she glances at Liddy's, who notices her silence and asks if the tea is too hot. Maxi hesitates, debating whether to confess her deepest, most painful fears. Just as Maxi is about to confide in Liddy's, the door clunks open. Riftan stands there, soaked from the rain, his eyes immediately locking on his wife. He asks if she's ill. Startled, Maxi can only stammer his name, questioning why he's so wet. Ignoring her, he kicks his muddy boots right onto the bed, explaining he took a tumble in the soil while making preparations. He orders Liddy's to fetch hot water, then turns back to Maxi. While drying his hair, he asks again why she's in bed, wondering if she feels unwell. Flustered, Maxi insists it's nothing. With a flushed face, Maxi stammers that it's that day, a hint her old nursemaid swore he'd understand. But Riftan is completely lost. Taking a shaky breath, Maxi clarifies that she's bleeding. The warrior's mind snaps into high alert. Mistaking her condition for a wound, he roars, demanding to know where she's hurt so he can treat it. Panicking at his reaction, Maxi reaches out, frantically explaining that she isn't injured and that this is a normal, regular occurrence for all women. His confusion is absolute. Riftan's mind is a complete blank. Seeing his utter confusion, a mortified Maxi gestures for him to lean in. With her face burning red, she whispers a detailed explanation of a woman's monthly troubles directly into his ear. The new information hits the hardened warrior like a physical blow. While Maxi hides her face in embarrassment, Riftan slumps over, completely shocked. He finally looks up, admitting he had no idea. The war hero struggles to understand how someone can bleed without a wound, demanding to know why she never told him this before. Still reeling, Riftan can't wrap his head around it. He explains his life was spent entirely around men, first in a mercenary group and then in endless war campaigns. He asks what he could possibly know about women. A blushing Maxi stammers that she's sure he knows a lot, alluding to their past intimacy. He turns, confused, asking what she means. With a shaky voice, Maxi confesses that before their marriage, she knew nothing about her own body. It was he who taught her everything she knows. Riftan starts rambling, totally flustered. He explains that everything he knows about women came from the crude stories of mercenaries, and he now realizes half of it was garbage. Just then, a servant knocks to say his bath is ready. Later, skipping the bath entirely, Riftan holds Maxi in bed, his worry clear. He gently asks if she's in pain. Maxi admits her stomach hurts, and she feels weak, but says it's bearable. He notes how pale she looks and takes her cold hand, telling her he's glad she isn't truly wounded, but hates that she has to go through this. Riftan pulls Maxi closer, his concern still written all over his face. He gently kisses her neck, softly asking how often she has to go through this. A blushing Maxi hesitates for a moment before admitting that her body schedule is often irregular. Hearing this, the tough-as-nails commander simply tells her he hopes it ends soon, not wanting her to be in any pain. He holds her with a newfound tenderness, and they lie together in a quiet, peaceful embrace, a new, deeper connection blooming between them in the soft light of the room. As the rain subsided, a golden dawn broke over the misty foothills of Anatole. With the arrival of spring, Riftan's lands were changing and growing stronger by the day. Meanwhile, Maxi's quiet morning was interrupted when two of the Remdragon knights appeared at her door, looking incredibly awkward. They sheepishly admitted that their sparring practice had gotten a little out of hand. Eager to help, Maxi invited the injured man in, doing her best to manage her new responsibilities and proving herself as the lady of the castle. With the knights gone on a campaign, Maxi falls into a new rhythm. Ludis, the head maid, notes how comfortable the men have become seeking Maxi's help. Just then, another knight knocks, asking for a stomach remedy. Without hesitation, Maxi calmly invites him in. She has found her place in Anatole. During the day, she tends to the injured in the infirmary. By night, she buries herself in her studies, growing more confident and capable with each passing moment. She is no longer just a duke's daughter, but the true lady of the castle. Maxi's days become a whirlwind of books and bandages. In the sorcerer's absence, she diligently steps into the role of healer, finding purpose in her new responsibilities. But her fulfilling routine is shattered when a dark, intimidating figure blocks the infirmary doorway. It's Riftan, returned from his campaign. His eyes glow ominously in the dim light as he crosses his arms. With an icy tone, he demands to know exactly what his wife is doing with another man at this late hour, his possessive gaze freezing both Maxi and the terrified knight in place. Riftan's voice is ice as he confronts Maxi. He heard she's been working as the castle's healer and demands to know why he wasn't told. Trembling, Maxi explains she didn't want to trouble him with something so trivial while he was busy. Her excuse only fuels his rage. He slams his fist on the table, roaring that she deliberately hid it from him. While she weakly denies it, a group of knights peeks around the corner. Riftan realizes with fury that he was the only one in the entire castle kept in the dark. Riftan furiously declares he feels like a fool, demanding to know how Maxi could hide things from him when she knows how much he worries. Trembling, Maxi asks what she's done wrong, explaining that she was only helping the injured. He cuts her off, reminding her of her promise not to push herself so hard again. As the knights watch the drama unfold like a show, Maxi stands her ground. She insists she feels fine and her powers have grown, so why is he angry? He lunges forward, shouting that she is the lady of the castle, not its healer. Maxi's voice, trembling but firm, cuts through the tension. She tells him she's doing it simply because she can. The bold declaration leaves Riftan speechless. Pressing her advantage, Maxi explains that she's the only person in the castle who can use healing magic right now. She swears she won't push herself too hard again. Overwhelmed, Riftan can only sigh her name in defeat. She adds that the knights need her and finally feel comfortable seeking her help, so she can't just turn them away when they're in danger. Maxi presses her advantage, demanding to know why she's the only one forbidden from helping. She reminds him that as the lady of the castle, she has responsibilities. Riftan furiously retorts that she is the daughter of a duke, not a common soldier. Unfazed, Maxi points out that even Princess Agnes undertakes risky tasks. While the knights whisper that their commander is losing, Riftan finally snaps. He lunges forward and grabs her, roaring that the princess is a master sorceress. He furiously demands how Maxi could ever dare compare herself to someone like that. Riftan's anger instantly vanishes, replaced by pure panic. He stammers her name, desperately trying to explain what he truly meant, but it's far too late. With tears of fury streaming down her face, Maxi cuts him off. She screams that she doesn't want to talk to him anymore. The declaration strikes Riftan silent, leaving him utterly stunned. Without looking back, she turns and stomps away, leaving him frozen. The knights, watching their commander get completely shut down, wisely begin to slink away as Maxi disappears through the door. Later that night, Riftan finds Maxi in bed, her back turned completely towards him. He knows he messed things up badly. Kneeling beside her, he quietly says her name, insisting they need to talk. But Maxi gives him the silent treatment, pretending to be asleep. His frustration grows as he tugs at the blanket, demanding she get up. He knows she's awake and asks how long she plans to keep ignoring him. Finally, a muffled, heartbroken voice comes from under the covers. She quietly admits that she knows what she is to him. Riftan gives up. He releases the blanket and bitterly tells her to do whatever she wants. Looking completely defeated, he slumps onto the edge of the bed before leaving her side entirely. The next morning, sunlight streams into the massive, silent bedroom. Maxi sits up, finding herself alone. She reaches a hand across the sheets, her fingers brushing against the cold, empty space beside her. He never came back to bed. The emotional distance between them has now become a physical one, leaving Maxi more isolated than ever. The next morning, Maxi is consumed by sadness. Riftan's cruel words comparing her to the powerful princess replay in her head. The worst part? He never apologized. As her maids help her dress, Maxi can only think about the humiliation of him yelling at her in front of his men. Later, the knight Heberon spots her and cheerfully asks if she and the commander have patched things up. Maxi shoots him a look so cold it freezes him in his tracks. He immediately realizes his mistake. The other knights, completely clueless, just ask her for healing. Alone in the library, Maxi's hands tremble as she closes a book. The words inside only confirm her deepest fears. She believes her only purpose is to wait quietly in the bedchamber, ready for him to shower her with attention whenever he pleases. To him, she's nothing more than a doll or a cat. A wave of despair crashes over her. She realizes that no matter how hard she tries, this is all she'll ever be. With a single, bitter puff of air, she extinguishes her candle, surrendering to the crushing darkness around her. Maxi decides Riftan will never see her true abilities. If that's the case, she will forge her own path. For 3 long days, a cold silence hangs between them. Suddenly, Riftan bursts into the library, his intense gaze locking onto her immediately. He says her name, his voice strained with emotion. Before she can react, he grabs her hand with his own bandaged one. He declares that they need to talk right now. Maxi freezes, completely stunned by a sudden and forceful demand for her attention. But Maxi isn't having any of it. She turns and walks away, completely ignoring him. Furious at being dismissed, Riftan follows her, calling her by her full name, Maximilian Calypse, and demanding to know if she heard him. She keeps walking. They run into a bewildered Sir Heberon, and Maxi seizes her opportunity for the ultimate shutdown. Refusing to even look at her husband, she asks the knight to please inform the man beside her that she has absolutely nothing to say to him.
Savage.
Caught in the middle, a horrified Sir Heberon relays the message. He tells Riftan that her ladyship has nothing to say to him. Riftan explodes, yelling that he can hear her perfectly fine and demanding she look at him. But his rage vanishes in an instant. Defeated, he runs a hand over his face with a heavy sigh. His tone softens as he calls her name, finally admitting his words came out wrong. He swears he never intended to belittle her, he was just worried about her safety. Riftan lays out his genuine concern. He explains that being a healer is a massive burden, and he's terrified she will overwork herself again. But his words hit a raw nerve. Maxi accuses him of seeing her as incapable, someone who could never measure up to Princess Agnes. Riftan is completely thrown, wondering why she even brought the princess into this. He finally loses it, yelling that he couldn't care less about Agnes. His anger fades into desperation as he pleads for her to just look at him so they can finally talk. Riftan pleads with her, his eyes filled with raw honesty. He tells Maxi she has to believe him. He never meant to upset her. He only ever wanted her to live in comfort. But Maxi finally finds her voice, asking if that's all that matters, even if it's not what she wants. She confesses that she doesn't wish for a comfortable life. She wants to do fulfilling work. For her, learning new things and using magic is wonderful and fun. To have that purpose denied, she admits with a trembling voice, is what truly hurts. With tears in her eyes, Maxi confesses that being told to do nothing makes her feel utterly useless. The raw honesty finally breaks through to Riftan. He pulls her into a deep embrace, whispering that he understands. He gives her his blessing to do as she wishes, pleading with her to never make such a sad face again. But their tender moment is shattered by roaring applause. The knights were watching the whole time, cheering them on. A mortified Riftan orders them out, but Heberon just smirks, declaring the fun part is only beginning. Riftan's menacing glare sends a clear message to his knights. Taking the hint, they make a flimsy excuse about a construction shift and scurry out, the door clacking shut behind them. Finally alone, Riftan turns to Maxi and begins peppering her face with gentle kisses. A flustered Maxi pushes him back, telling him to stop. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she insists that she is still angry with him. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across Riftan's face as he admits she truly knows how to drive a man mad. Leaning closer, Riftan declares he's had enough, telling Maxi her silence was torture. She insists she was just angry, but he playfully calls her terrifying. He finally agrees to let her heal people, but says he's still hiring another mage. Maxi's insecurity flares up, asking if he doesn't trust her. Riftan reassures her that he knows she's talented. Everyone says so, but she's only been studying for a few months. He explains she can't be expected to handle hundreds of soldiers by herself and will need assistance. Maxi argues, asking how he could possibly know when she hasn't even tried. Riftan gently tells her not to be stubborn, explaining she's too busy with other duties to handle healing all day by herself. He frames it as simply getting an assistant. Realizing how much he's already compromising, Maxi reluctantly nods. Relieved, Riftan turns to leave, but pauses at the door. With a smirk, he tells her not to fall asleep before he comes to bed, confessing that simply sleeping beside her for the past 3 nights has been pure torture. The door clicks shut, leaving a beet-red Maxi to process Riftan's tempting promise for the night ahead. Later, she's completely wiped out, face down on a library desk when her maid, Luddies, arrives with herbal tea. As Maxi sips the drink, she recalls Riftan's insistence on hiring another mage. While his words had upset her then, she now understands. Staring at the mountains of paperwork, utterly exhausted, she realizes he wasn't doubting her ability. He was worried about her health. Just then, a sudden commotion from the courtyard snaps her to attention. The courtyard erupts with cheers. Now that Maxi is in charge, the infirmary is officially back in business. A massive line of injured knights and ailing servants quickly forms outside the door. Seeing the crowd, Maxi feels a wave of exhaustion wash over her, a single tear escaping her eye. She desperately hopes Riftan finds help soon. Right on cue, a frail, elderly man named Melric Aaron arrives. Coughing and swaying, he announces it's his honor to serve the greatest knight in all of Whedon. Maxi stares, utterly baffled by the ancient mage standing before her. Riftan slams his fist on the table, roaring for the messenger to be brought to him immediately. As the knights carefully escort the frail old mage, Melric, to his new room, a worried Maxi watches her husband tremble with pure rage. She timidly asks if he's going to complain to the Earl who sent him. Riftan explodes, confirming he absolutely is. He can't believe the ridiculous offer, one ancient wizard in exchange for his knights. Furious at being deceived, he sees that the Earl won't get away with this, his grip cracking the solid wood table. Maxi gently tries to calm her fuming husband, suggesting that perhaps Melric is just exhausted from the journey. She timidly asks if they can just give him a chance to rest. Riftan lets out a defeated sigh, pulling her into a comforting embrace. His real worry, he admits, is that he doesn't want the old mage to become another patient for her to look after. But it turns out, the old man is an absolute genius. Once he regains his strength, Melric proves to be incredibly competent, dazzling everyone with his vast skills and talents. While strolling through the gardens, Melric gives Maxi some crucial advice on healing magic. He explains that for minor injuries, it's best to let the body heal itself. Maxi asks if there are side effects, and the old mage reveals the danger isn't physical, but mental. If warriors believe they can be healed on demand, they become reckless. He insists that enduring a little pain is necessary for them to learn the consequences of their actions. Finally, he warns her that magic is the blood of the soul, and overusing it will ultimately harm the caster. Melric continues his lesson with a grim warning. The moment a healer believes it's their duty to save everyone, their life will be plagued by despair. He advises Maxi to learn how to judge a wound's severity and only heal those who truly need her kindness. As she practices, Maxi realizes how different his teachings are from Ruth's, who sees magic as all-powerful. Snapping her from her thoughts, Melric then offers to give her advice on her defensive magic. Surprised but eager for his wisdom, Maxi happily agrees to his tutelage. Later that evening, Riftan casually asks Maxi if the old mage is doing his job properly. Confused by the sudden question, she assures him that Melric is working hard. But Riftan presses on, wanting to know why she spends all her time with him in the infirmary and gardens. Realizing his suspicion, Maxi quickly clarifies the situation. She explains that she's been asking Melric to teach her about herbs and magic. She describes his profound knowledge and how he even grows the herbs himself. Riftan listens intently before quietly asking about the old man's health. Maxi nervously asks if Melric is healthy enough to travel, instantly panicking that Riftan plans to send him away. She quickly launches into a defense, explaining that Melric's knees are bad and a long carriage ride would be harmful. Growing more passionate, she praises the old mage's vast knowledge and pleads with Riftan not to send him back. Taken aback by her outburst, Riftan gently tells her to calm down. He reassures her he has no intention of sending Melric away, then softly asks if something is troubling her. Riftan dismisses Maxi's concerns, but then turns back, noticing her sullen expression. He playfully asks what has his lady sulking. Flustered, she insists she isn't. Unconvinced, Riftan gently lifts her chin, asking why she's pouting before placing a soft kiss on her forehead. A single tear escapes Maxi's eye. She stammers for him to put on clothes, so he won't catch a cold. Instead, Riftan pulls her into a tight embrace, whispering that she should be the one undressing. He says that after a rough day, he wants to end it on a high note with her. After a night of passionate reconciliation, Maxi and Riftan find comfort in each other's arms, their bond finally solidifying. But their newfound peace is shattered the next morning. A grim report from Livadon reveals a disaster. The monster horde is far larger than anticipated, and several villages have already fallen. While the knights question how Livadon failed so badly, Ruth the mage suspects something more. He questions how the monsters grew so powerful right under the northerners' noses, sensing a sinister plot is at work. Rodrigo tells Maxi the situation is dire but tries to change the subject, boasting about how much Anatole has grown. He explains that new inns are always fully booked and the town square now has a daily market. But the good news can't distract from the grim reality. Nearby, Ursuline asks if Whedon will have to send more knights north. Hearing this, a panicked Maxi asks if they haven't sent enough already. The knight retorts that if they had, the war would be over. Maxi's heart sinks, remembering the great debt Whedon owes Livadon. Rodrigo explains that Whedon is bound by duty. If Livadon requests aid, they must provide it to maintain trust among the kingdoms. Ursuline chimes in, calling it a matter of chivalry as innocents are in danger. The knights suddenly surround Maxi, putting her on the spot. They ask if she, their lady, agrees they should be doing more to help. Caught off guard, Maxi can only stammer. Inside, she feels a pang of guilt, but she's secretly relieved Riftan won't be among those sent to war. Just then, a firm hand takes hers, cutting her thoughts short. An attendant tells Maxi it's getting late and she should return to the hall. The young knights quickly offer to escort her, but she protests, saying she's perfectly safe within the castle walls. They insist, explaining they can't rest easy with so many outsiders around due to the new port construction. Just as one of them pleads to take her to her chambers, a large, gloved hand plants itself firmly on his chest, silencing him. Riftan has appeared out of nowhere. He wordlessly asserts his authority before tenderly turning Maxi's chin towards him. A sudden blast of trumpets shatters the evening calm. The knights on duty look on, confused by the late-night visitors, especially with Riftan away. One knight squints, his eyes widening as he recognizes the golden banner of the royal family. An armored messenger announces they bring a message from King Reuben himself. Since the Lord is out, the veteran knight Sir Oberon steps forward, declaring he will receive the royal decree in Riftan's place. Whatever this is, it's serious business, directly from the top. The royal messenger unfurls the scroll, his voice echoing with terrible news. The battle in Livadon has ended in a crushing defeat, and the allied forces have fallen. He clarifies that while half the army is scattered, the other half is trapped inside Louisville Castle, now under siege by a troll army. They won't last long. With a trembling voice, Maxi asks about Anatole's knights. The messenger confirms her worst fears. The Remdragon knights were on the front lines and are likely among those trapped. The world dissolves around Maxi as she staggers back in absolute horror. The memory of the royal decree, a gleaming sword representing the king's unbending will, haunted them. The order had commanded Sir Riftan to lead his knights to Livadon. Back in the present, chaos erupted. As Sir Oberon led the messenger away for more details, Riftan's knights argued furiously. Heberon slammed his fist on the table, roaring that they had to leave by tomorrow. He couldn't stand to wait. But Gable countered that the journey alone would take 20 days. Ursuline calmly pointed out that marching without a mage was suicide. Gable scoffed, saying the only mages around were hoarded by powerful nobles. Another knight suggested asking the church for help, but that idea was immediately shut down. The bureaucracy would take months. Furious, Heberon shot to his feet, declaring they didn't need a mage and had faced worse dangers before. He turned to Riftan, demanding his commander's agreement. But Riftan, with a grim and heavy silence, simply tapped the table. He stated coldly that it was impossible to leave tomorrow. He would find a mage, but he needed time. Riftan shot back that they had 3 days, no more. Heberon exploded, yelling that it was impossible. They had scoured the lands, and the only mage they could find was 80 years old. Overhearing the argument from the hallway, Maxi's heart sank with the same doubt. Gathering her courage, she burst through the door, silencing the room. Heberon spun around, his angry words dying on his lips as he saw her standing there. Stunned, he asked what she was doing there at this hour. Maxi nervously apologized for the intrusion, explaining she had something to ask. Riftan leans in, his voice dangerously low as he asks why their plans should concern her. Stammering, Maxi says she thought she might be able to help. But Riftan immediately cuts her off, ordering Gable to escort her back to her chambers. When the knight hesitates, Riftan's voice sharpens with authority, demanding to know why his order is being ignored. He then tells Maxi directly to leave and not wait up for him. Taking the lantern from her hands, he makes it clear that this conversation is over. The heavy door slams shut, leaving Maxi alone with Gable in the dark hallway. He tries to smooth things over, explaining that the commander is just stressed from the bad news and everyone is on edge. Maxi insists she couldn't just stand by. Gable explains this new mission is far more dangerous. They'll be in the wilderness with no access to healers. A monster's poison could be a death sentence. Hearing this, a shocking idea forms in Maxi's mind. She looks up at the surprised knight and asks, what if she were to go with them? Gable gently shakes his head, telling Maxi the commander would never allow it. Her momentary courage fades, and she agrees he's probably right. But as he walks with her, Gable stops and places a key in her hand. He asks her to watch over Riftan and the other knights, explaining they act invincible and are prone to recklessness. His words strike a chord within Maxi. Her expression hardens with determination. If Riftan is truly walking into grave danger, then she can't just stand by and do nothing. A decision is made. Inside, Riftan and Ruth scramble for a solution. Ruth explains hiring a mage through the official tower is a no-go. It would take over 10 days, and they don't have that kind of time. Not willing to wait, Riftan orders him to use his guild's network to find a mage immediately. But their conversation is cut short as the door creaks open. Both men look up, surprised as it clicks shut. Standing before them is Maxi, her expression a mask of pure determination. A stunned Riftan can only breathe her name, totally caught off guard by her arrival. But she stands her ground, stuttering that she deserves to know what's going on. Maxi states that she knows they need a mage, and starts to offer her help, but Riftan coldly cuts her off, demanding she leave. Humiliated and furious, Maxi glares back, seething with silent anger. Ignoring Riftan's fury, Maxi pivots and calls over a servant. She asks him directly what the chances are of finding a mage in 3 days. The man sweats, explaining that it's nearly impossible. The neighboring lords are unlikely to lend one out. Just as the grim reality sets in, Riftan explodes. He roars her name, telling her to leave because this doesn't concern her. But Maxi holds her ground. With unshakable resolve, she declares that she is his wife and a mage, so how could this possibly not be her concern? Riftan slams his hand on the table, ordering Ruth to win over one of Lovern's mages at any cost. Ruth is hesitant. His guild could try to infiltrate the household, but getting caught would ruin their reputation. Unfazed, Riftan throws a heavy pouch of coins down, the metal clinking against the wood. He calls it an advance payment, promising to pay tenfold upon success. With a stressed groan, Ruth agrees to try, but warns Riftan not to get his hopes up. The Earl's mages are loyal. Riftan just tells him to do whatever it takes. Maxi desperately pleads with Riftan, begging him to just listen. But he gives her the ultimate cold shoulder, turning his back and walking away without a word. His heavy footsteps echo through the hall as he leaves her standing alone, a look of pure desperation on her face. Just as he's about to disappear, a fire ignites within her. Maxi sprints after him, calling his name and shouting for him to wait. She finally catches up to him, catching her breath, but her eyes burn with an unyielding determination. Maxi pleads with him, begging him to listen for just one moment. But Riftan ignores her completely, his heavy footsteps echoing as he ascends the grand staircase. Refusing to be ignored, she stumbles forward, crying out his name in desperation as she rushes after him. Suddenly, Riftan whips around and grabs her, his grip firm. He glares down, his voice raw with frustration as he curses, demanding to know what on earth she was thinking. His intense gaze pins her in place, the air thick with unspoken anger and concern. Riftan pins Maxi against the banister, his voice thundering as he yells that she could have been hurt. But she fires back, stuttering that she wouldn't have had to chase him if he hadn't ignored her. He dismisses her words as nonsense, refusing to listen. Standing her ground, Maxi challenges him. How can he judge what she has to say if he won't even hear it? Her desperate plea finally cracks his armor. He relents, telling her to speak. She quickly warns him that traveling without a mage is dangerous, but he coldly cuts her off, promising to find a new one soon. Maxi stammers that finding a replacement mage will be difficult, but Riftan coldly dismisses her concern as his problem alone. Gaining a sliver of courage, she admits that while he may not see her as reliable, her skills have greatly improved. She offers to take Ruth's place on the journey. That's the final straw. Riftan explodes, his voice raw with fury as he reminds her that the road is dangerous. He roars that he would rather die than let her come with him. He turns his back and walks away, leaving her standing alone. His final words, that he would rather die than take her, echo in the empty hall, shattering what little hope Maxi had left. Each harsh rejection replays in her mind, confirming her deepest insecurity. He finds her useless and repulsive. The cruel declaration is too much to bear. How could he say something so devastating? Completely heartbroken and defeated, she can only stand there in stunned silence. With tears threatening to fall, she slowly turns and trudges away, her spirit utterly broken by the man she is sworn to. Maxi scoffs at the thought of staying put. Did Riftan really expect her to just sit around in her silk dresses, worrying herself sick while he faced untold dangers? Her mind snaps. Is that what he meant by a life of comfort? Her heartbreak instantly hardens into pure, unyielding defiance. Fueled by a burst of anger, she storms into the guardhouse, stunning the knights inside. One of them, Garo Levakian, looks up from cleaning his sword in total shock. He asks his lady what on earth could bring her to a place like this. With newfound courage, Maxi tells Garo she needs to talk about yesterday. Sensing her seriousness, the knight stops his work and tells her to proceed. Her mind is made up. If Riftan won't listen, she'll find another way. She gets straight to the point, mentioning she heard the expedition to Livadon requires a mage. Garo's hands freeze. Locking eyes with him, Maxi's voice is steady and firm as she declares she wants to take on the role. Her expression is one of pure, unshakable determination, the timid girl now a resolute woman. With newfound courage, Maxi tells Garo she heard the expedition to Livadon requires a mage. The knight stops his work, completely stunned. Locking eyes with him, Maxi's voice is firm as she declares her intention to take on the role. Garo, floored by her boldness, asks if the commander approved this. She admits Riftan refuses to listen. Trying to dissuade her, Garo explains Riftan has a plan to recruit another mage. But when Maxi asks what happens if that fails, his answer is blunt. They'll leave without one rather than take her. Another night, Heberon Nearth steps in, questioning if Maxi is certain she can handle the journey to Livadon without anyone getting hurt. Refusing to back down, Maxi insists her healing abilities have greatly improved, claiming she's even better than some mercenary mages. Heberon lets out a deep groan, crossing his massive arms. He confesses that he's actually considered her joining them. But he quickly brings her back to reality. This campaign is no small matter. She'd be on horseback all day and camping outside, not traveling in a carriage. It's a brutal journey with constant monster attacks, tough even for seasoned knights. Heberon lays it out straight. She would struggle and can't protect herself. Panicked, Maxi insists she knows defensive magic, even if she's never truly tested it. She then pivots, arguing that if it's a question of endurance, she's definitely tougher than the frail mage Ruth. In her mind, Ruth is just a lanky, exhausted weakling. If he can survive a campaign, so can she. Heberon smirks, amused by her confidence. Acknowledging her inexperience, Maxi declares that every master was once a beginner. Won over, Heberon takes her hand, calling her very persuasive. Heberon finally gives in, making a deal. If they can't find a mage within 2 days, he promises to try and persuade the commander. Maxi's face lights up, and she thanks him with all her heart. A moment of doubt creeps in, and she asks if she would truly be helpful. Heberon assures her she would be, but warns her to think it over, as a campaign is no laughing matter. With newfound resolve, Maxi clenches her fists. She insists she'd rather endure the hardship than stay behind, consumed by worry. Heberon smiles, finding her conviction truly reassuring. 2 days pass, and everyone is surprised. Instead of being downcast, Maxi has been intensely busy. She paces constantly, mumbling battle healer protocols and how to navigate using the stars. Her intense study session is broken when Ludys asks about supper. Maxi agrees, then timidly asks about Riftan. Ludys informs her that his lordship already ate in the council room. The hopeful look on Maxi's face drains away, replaced by the crushing realization that he probably won't be returning to their room again tonight. Crushed, Maxi clutches her notes, realizing her plan to reason with Riftan is ruined. His previous warnings about the grueling campaign and endless days on horseback flash through her mind, but her spirit isn't broken. As Ludys turns to leave, Maxi calls out, nervously asking for one more favor. The next morning, sunlight filters into the training grounds. A pair of determined hands yank the laces tight on a practical tunic. Maxi has traded her fine dresses for training gear, ready to prove she has what it takes, with or without his permission. Maxi looks down at her new outfit, feeling totally out of place. She anxiously asks herself if she looks strange, remembering how Princess Agnes seemed born to wear clothes like these. But after a quick test movement, realization hits her. It's so much easier to move without a dress bunching up. The practicality of the gear fuels her confidence. With newfound determination, she clenches her fists and psyches herself up. She declares she can do this and heads straight for the training grounds where the knights have gathered. In the war room, Riftan dismisses any notion of Maxi joining them, arguing that a noble lady can't handle the harsh road. Just as he finishes his thought, the doors creak open and Maxi herself walks in, dressed in practical training gear. The entire room falls silent. Feeling all eyes on her, Maxi stammers an apology for her clothes and offers to leave. But Heberon near pulls out a chair, insisting she stay since they were discussing her request. As she sits, she asks where Riftan is, only to learn he's conveniently stepped out. Gable Axion voices his serious doubts, listing the journey's dangers, rough camping, monster lairs, and questions if a noble lady can truly endure it. But Maxi stands firm. She explains that Sir Heberon already warned her and that she is fully prepared for the hardship. Heberon quickly backs her up, arguing that if a princess can handle a campaign, so can their lady. He even cheekily volunteers to be her personal guard, earning a smile. Gable then agrees she should come, precisely because it's so perilous. It's time she witnesses a knight's harsh reality. The resident mage, Ruth, lays out the cold, hard facts. He argues their journey through monster territory is far too dangerous without a mage. Then, he drops a bombshell, declaring he'll join the campaign as their official magic user. Maxi is absolutely floored by this unexpected support. But just then, the door bangs open. Riftan storms back into the room, his eyes blazing with fury. He crosses his arms and demands to know what in the world his wife is doing in a war meeting. Riftan's eyes blaze with fury as he demands to know what his wife is doing in the war room. Heberon quickly steps between them, trying to calm his commander down. He explains Maxi is only there out of concern, but Riftan scoffs, accusing her of conspiring with his men. Not backing down, Heberon fires back that it's Riftan's own stubbornness that forced her hand. Before things escalate, Gable intervenes, pleading for objectivity. He reminds Riftan that they need a mage, but the commander furiously declares his wife could never endure such a harsh campaign. Maxi finally finds her voice, fuming as she demands to know why Riftan gets to make the final call. He scoffs at her travel gear, telling her to stop being stubborn, but she fires back that he's the one being unreasonable. She argues that her enduring a little hardship is a small price to pay for the party's safety. As she desperately begs for just one chance, Heberon intervenes. He places a hand on her shoulder, firmly stating that she is right. He promises they will keep her safe, and Ruth confirms the journey is too dangerous without a mage. Garrow points to a map, arguing they can keep Maxi safe with proper precautions. But Riftan immediately shuts him down, bringing up the deadly Drake lairs on the proposed route. He dismisses his wife as a helpless noblewoman who would only be a hindrance. Furious, Maxi insists she is capable of defensive magic, but Riftan scoffs at her inexperience. Stepping forward, Elysian proposes a test. If Maxi can block the knight's attacks, she's proven her worth. Gable backs the idea, declaring that if she succeeds, Riftan must stop objecting. With a clenched fist, Riftan warns Maxi not to force his comrades into danger. He finally gives in, coldly agreeing to test her skills and ordering everyone outside. As he turns, Heberon whispers to a nervous Maxi, telling her to succeed so the commander can no longer object. In the training yard, Maxi builds her confidence, recalling her practice. But her resolve shatters when Riftan draws his own sword, telling her to cast her spell. The other knights immediately swarm him, shouting that it's not a fair fight. No one can block the commander himself. The knights desperately hold Riftan back, yelling that even their best mage couldn't block him. He shoves them away, accusing them of planning to go easy on his wife. Cutting through the chaos, Sir Gable claps his hands and offers a solution. Let her ladyship choose her attacker. All eyes turn to Maxi as she scans the imposing knights. After a tense moment, she points directly at a shocked Gable. When he asks why, she declares that she finds him the most trustworthy. Accepting his role, Gable steps forward to test her barrier. Gable calmly tells Maxi to signal when she is ready. Scrambling into position, a nervous Maxi tells herself to calm down and not panic. She focuses, channeling her mana to form a basic barrier before adding a powerful fortification rune. An enormous wall of earth cracks and erupts from the ground, towering over her. With her defense in place, Maxi steels her nerves and shouts that she is ready. Hearing her declaration, Gable gives his warning and charges forward, sword in hand, ready to test the strength of her earth-shattering spell. Gable's sword slices through the air, smashing against the massive earth wall with a deafening clang. Maxi flinches from the sheer force, but her magical barrier holds firm without a single crack. Completely impressed, Gable sheathes his sword with a smug grin. He turns to his commander, asking if that incredible display was enough to finally convince him. But Riftan's face is a thundercloud. With a clenched fist, he grits out that she can do as she pleases before turning his back on them and storming away, leaving everyone stunned by his reaction. Gable follows Maxi, telling her not to dwell on Riftan's outburst. He reassures her that the commander is a reasonable man whose anger will pass soon, but Maxi remains visibly shaken. Later, as she prepares to depart, her maids voice their worries. Though Maxi has proven her skills, they question if she must go somewhere so dangerous. With a shaky smile, Maxi tells them not to worry, she'll be with the continent's strongest knights. Still anxious, the maids swarm her, insisting she take more dresses and a hat for the journey. As the group prepares to leave, Maxi nervously explains she can only bring so much. But the young squire, Elysian, beams from atop his horse, promising to keep her safe no matter what. Though some of the older knights think he still looks like a boy, he and Garrow are considered the best squires there are. While Riftan wraps up his final duties, Garrow tells Maxi to get ready. With everything in order, Riftan raises a gauntlet fist and gives the order. Banners fly high as the Remdragon Knights ride out, their expedition finally underway. As the knights charge through the castle gates, one of them shouts for Maxi to move to the center for her protection. She nervously agrees, clutching her horse's reins. Once outside the walls, the world opens up into a breathtaking early summer landscape. Lush greenery shimmers under the sun, and everything feels bursting with life. Maxi seems almost dazed by the beauty around her as the Remdragon Knights ride across the sprawling hills. Their campaign officially marks the beginning of Ignizhes, the continent's scorching season of fire, promising a long, hot road ahead. The journey through the dense forest is grueling. One knight shouts their goal, to pass through 2 mountains today. Riding up beside a struggling Maxi, the young squire Elysian offers some encouragement, promising the path will get easier. But Maxi is already completely drained, her face flushed as she clutches the reins. She's clearly not built for this kind of travel. As the sun finally begins to set, Riftan's voice cuts through the air. He orders everyone to halt, declaring they will make camp for the night. The brutal first day is over. Riftan swings off his horse as his knights groan, realizing they won't be leaving Anatolium's territory today. They all turn to look at Maxi, who has practically melted off her horse into a useless puddle on the ground. Her legs are throbbing uncontrollably, and she can't feel a thing. Panic begins to set in as she wonders how she can possibly survive 10 more days of this. While her confidence withers away, she clenches her fists, ordering herself not to be weak. She just has to endure the mountains. After that, it's mostly flat plains. A young knight approaches the exhausted Maxi, telling her he has prepared a cot inside a tent for her. But before she can respond, Riftan steps between them, his presence commanding. He dismisses the other knights, ordering them to graze the horses and declaring that he will handle his wife. Mortified, Maxi insists she can walk to the tent herself. She forces her numb legs to stand, but the moment she's on her feet, Riftan swoops in and effortlessly lifts her into his arms, leaving her completely stunned. As Riftan carries her, Maxi is completely mortified, convinced she looks and smells terrible after the brutal day of riding. She weakly protests, insisting she should be helping the other knights set up camp. Riftan shuts her down with a single, intense glare, his silence more powerful than any words. He carries her into their tent and places her on a cot. Uncorking a small bottle, he calmly explains that since food will take a while, they should massage her sore muscles. Then, he bluntly orders her to take off her trousers. Maxi stares, completely baffled by his order to remove her trousers. She asks what he just said and he repeats it, explaining he needs to apply medicine so she can ride tomorrow. Flustered, Maxi insists she's perfectly fine, but Riftan isn't buying it, pointing out she looks like she's about to collapse. Before she can protest further, he grabs her boot and starts pulling it off. Maxi struggles, trying to take the bottle to do it herself, but he easily overpowers her, telling her she's too exhausted to even lift a finger. Maxi stammers that it's not true, she can do it herself. But Riftan leans over her, his expression unyielding. He tells her he knows she thinks little of his words, but she should at least pretend to listen sometimes. His sharp comment makes her recoil. Before she can argue further, he firmly takes her leg and begins rubbing the ointment into her exhausted muscles. The sudden, intense pressure makes Maxi cry out, telling him it hurts. His grip is strong, a clear signal that this battle of wills is already over. Riftan tells her to stay still, explaining that if they don't loosen up her muscles now, she won't be able to move in the morning. As his hand slides up her leg, Maxi flinches from the unexpected touch. Suddenly, a tearing sound fills the tent. Mortified, she whips around to see Riftan holding her ripped undergarments with a puzzled expression. Blushing furiously, Maxi insists she can do it herself. He just smirks, asking why she's so embarrassed and telling her to lie still, assuring her he has no ulterior motives. Riftan gently washes Maxi's leg, water trickling over his hands. She flinches at the tender touch, her cheeks flushing as he carefully cleans the dirt away. His expression is intense and focused, a silent determination in his eyes. Afterward, he presents her with a simple dinner he cooked over the fire. Maxi watches, captivated, as the smoked ham and cheese sizzle. He humbly admits it's not as fancy as the meals they had in Anatole, but says it will be good enough with some bread. With the tension from before finally settled, Riftan surprises Maxi with a hearty plate of food. She absolutely demolishes the meal, cleaning the plate in seconds. He watches, realizing she must have been starving, and offers her a second helping. But Maxi snaps back to reality, instantly horrified by how much she ate. Her father's cruel words echo in her mind, shaming her appetite. The exhaustion finally catches up, and her eyes begin to droop. As she drifts off to sleep, Riftan simply watches over her, his intense gaze softening. As Maxi drifts into a deep sleep, Riftan watches her, his expression unreadable. He gently brushes a strand of fiery hair from her peaceful face, a rare moment of tenderness from the hardened night. But he doesn't stay long. Standing up, he walks to the entrance of the tent and pulls back the flap, the night air rushing in. After one final, lingering look at his sleeping wife, he steps outside, letting the flap fall shut behind him and plunging the tent back into quiet darkness. The knights are on the move again, charging through the forest at a breakneck pace. Riftan shouts from the front, warning his men that they're almost clear of the mountains, but must stay vigilant. While his men are pros, Maxi is a different story. Every bone in her body screams in protest, and she's convinced she can't go on. She grimly thinks that if it weren't for Ruth's earlier help, she'd be strapped to her horse like luggage. Just then, the young knight Elysian pulls up beside her with a grin, telling her to look ahead. Maxi follows Elysian's gaze, lifting her exhausted head. And just like that, the dense, suffocating canopy of the forest breaks apart. A vast, sun-drenched plain explodes into view, stretching as far as the eye can see. One of the knights yells out in triumph, declaring that they are finally out of the forest. Maxi can only stare in stunned silence, her brilliant red hair whipping in the wind. After the grim, dangerous journey through the mountains, the sheer beauty and openness of the landscape leaves her completely breathless. The knights finally stop for a much-needed break by a small river. The young knight Elysian approaches Maxi, noting that she must be hungry since they skipped breakfast. Apologizing for the lack of a proper meal, he explains they need to keep moving and offers her a simple loaf of bread and a red apple. As she accepts the food, Elysian's eyes widen when he sees her raw, red hands, and he asks if she's hurt. Maxi bashfully explains it's from gripping the horse's reins, admitting her gloves weren't thick enough for the journey. The other knight, Garrow, urges Maxi to use magic on her hands, warning that they'll only get worse on the tough journey ahead. Elysian agrees, both of them looking at her with big, worried puppy dog eyes. But Maxi firmly refuses. She explains that healing herself is a waste of precious mana, especially since her hands will just get raw again once they start riding. Showing a new, tougher side, she confidently declares that she just needs to power through. Once she gets some calluses in a few days, she'll be totally fine. Maxi flashes a bright, determined smile, insisting her hands will get tough no matter how long she rides. The knights are left speechless by her unexpected grit, but Elysian isn't taking no for an answer. After a moment of silent thought, he tells her to wait right there and dashes off. A second later, a pair of sturdy black gloves sails through the air towards her. Elysian urges her to put them on. Stuttering, Maxi asks if they're his, but he just insists they are spares. Completely touched by his thoughtful gesture, Maxi clutches the gloves to her chest. Maxi shyly thanks Elysian as he helps her secure the new gloves. To her surprise, they fit her hands perfectly. But their quiet moment is shattered by Riftan's cold voice. His eyes are dark, and his armored fist clenches with silent fury. He barks at the knights to stop dawdling, warning that they're now entering dangerous Drake territory. Without another word, he spins around and orders everyone to move out. The knights scramble to mount up, leaving Maxi to follow as Riftan shoots one last, intense glare over his shoulder. Riding behind the knights, Maxi's heart sinks. Riftan wouldn't even look at her. Just yesterday, he was so caring and she thought he'd finally calmed down. Now, her old fears resurface as she wonders if he's still angry about her tagging along. At the head of the formation, Riftan throws a quick glance back, his expression unreadable as he sees her looking utterly miserable. Without a word, he faces forward and barks a single command. The entire company spurs their horses, thundering across the open plains and kicking up dust behind them. As the knights charge forward, the rhythmic thundering of hooves fills the air. Instead of fear, a strange sense of exhilaration washes over Maxi. With the wind whipping through her hair and a serene smile on her face, she feels an incredible sense of freedom. For the first time, she understands how wonderful it is to run without a single worry. Riding at the head of the group, Riftan risks a quick glance back, his stern expression softening into one of pure, unfiltered surprise as he sees her blissful face. Just as Maxi catches her breath, Gable rides up with a grim expression. He calmly tells her to prepare her defensive magic for when they need it. Utterly confused, Maxi stammers that she hasn't seen so much as a rabbit, let alone any monsters. Gable simply tells her to look up. Her gaze follows his, and her heart plummets. The sky is filled with a swarm of massive, winged creatures. Their colossal shadows darken the plains as they dive straight for the knights, shedding dark feathers that rain down around them. The knights look up, their expressions hardening as the winged creatures dive closer. The beasts reveal their horrifying forms, monstrous bird women with pale, scaly skin and piercing yellow eyes that glow with malice. As a storm of black feathers rains down around them, Gable's grim voice cuts through the air, identifying the monsters for a terrified Maxi. They are harpies. The sky darkens as the massive, screeching flock descends upon the group, their shadows swallowing the plains whole and signaling the brutal fight ahead. The harpies circle but don't attack, and a knight reassures Maxi they're safe for now, though they must remain alert. As the group approaches a steep cliffside, another knight instructs her to focus, warning her about the treacherous path ahead. But a new threat emerges. Peering over the ledge, Riftan spots 5 massive drakes lurking below. He immediately commands his men into action. The first 3 rows are to engage the beasts on the ground, while the others watch the sky. With a unified battle cry, his knights charge forward. The chaos of battle erupts as knights scramble into formation. Utterly overwhelmed, Maxi stammers, asking what she should do. One of the knights calmly instructs her to prepare a barrier just in case, but assures her they'll handle the harpies. On command, the men raise their weapons to the sky. But before the harpies can strike, the ground trembles violently. The drakes let out a deafening roar as they charge from the cliffside below, throwing the entire formation into a frantic two-front war. The battlefield erupts into total chaos as the knights desperately fight to restrain a colossal drake with heavy chains. Watching from a distance, Maxi shudders, realizing the monster is far more grotesque than any illustration could ever capture. One of the knights shouts to his commander that they have an opening. In a flash, Riftan seizes the opportunity, lunging toward the beast. His blade becomes a blur of motion, slicing through the air. A shower of crimson erupts, signaling a powerful and decisive blow against the terrifying creature. With an earth-shattering thud, the last visible drake collapses. A knight shouts in triumph, declaring they've defeated them all and ordering the men to extract the valuable magic stones. But the celebration is cut short. Another warning rings out across the cliffside. A final beast is hiding inside a dark cave. Immediately, a new command is given to drive the monster out into the open. As his knights regroup for another round, Riftan's expression remains grim, steeling himself for the fight that is far from over. With the battle concluded, Riftan immediately checks on Maxi, asking if she's all right. Brushing off his concern, she stammers, wanting to know if any of his men were injured. Her question is answered by a sudden, agonized wail. A knight named Eden was caught by the drake's acidic spit, leaving a serious burn across his shoulder. As others frantically pour water over the wound, one knight scolds him for his carelessness. But another is quick to defend him, reminding everyone that the drake hidden in the cave caught them all off guard. Flustered by the sight of the injured knight, Maxi tells him to stay put while she prepares to treat him. A brilliant light flashes from her hands, and the severe burn on his shoulder vanishes instantly. Overjoyed and relieved, the knight thanks her profusely, admitting how glad he is that she's with them. As another knight tells him to get his armor back on, Riftan gives his next order. They'll set out as soon as they've collected the magic stones. One of the younger knights hesitantly asks if they should hurry instead, prompting Riftan to ask if Mage Ruth hadn't explained. One of the knights explains the grim reality of their situation. If they don't remove the magic stones, the powerful gems will absorb ambient mana and reanimate the drakes as horrifying undead monsters. Burning the bodies is the ideal solution, but they lack the time and resources. As Maxi approaches him, a weary Riftan wipes the grime of battle from his face. He tells her the circling harpies aren't a threat, they're scavengers. The creatures simply followed them here, waiting for the knights to do the hard work and leave them a feast. A shiver ran down Maxi's spine as she nervously asked if the harpies would leave them alone once they were full. Riftan grimly stated there was a high chance the creatures would follow the knights for their next meal. He vowed he had no intention of letting the vultures tail them. Suddenly overcome with concern, Maxi rushed to his side and asked if he was hurt. After a brief pause, Riftan simply told her he was fine. Gathering her courage, Maxi looked up and timidly asked if he was still angry with her. Riftan stopped dead in his tracks. Trying to justify her presence, Maxi hesitantly asked if it wasn't fortunate she was there, pointing out that a knight had already been injured only 2 days into their journey. Unmoved, Riftan coldly ordered her back to the formation, stating they had to leave immediately. Maxi pleaded, insisting they could spare some time to talk. But his expression turned to ice as he shot back a devastating question. He thought she wanted to be treated as a mage, not as his wife. His words landed with crushing finality. Riftan's patience snaps. He reminds her with brutal honesty that she was the one who insisted on joining this campaign against his will. He coldly states that since she chose to be a mage here, she should damn well obey her commander's orders. With that, he turns his back and walks away, not even giving her a second glance. Maxi is left standing alone, completely frozen by the icy authority in his voice. His words hit her harder than any physical blow, leaving her watching him disappear into the gloom. Riftan's patience finally shattered. He coldly told her that if she wanted to be a mage, then she should obey her commander's orders. Without another word, he turned his back and walked away, his heavy footsteps echoing in the silence. As Maxi stood frozen in shock, the knight Gable approached her. He advised her not to take it to heart, explaining Riftan just gets intense when monsters are near, since one mistake could be fatal. But Maxi could only look down in defeat, stammering that Sir Riftan was right. The harsh reality crushed Maxi's spirit. She realized that on this mission, he wasn't her husband. He was her commander. And she was simply his mage. With this new understanding, she accepted that he had every right to demand her absolute obedience. Not sparing her a single glance, Riftan mounted his steed, his dark cape billowing in the wind. The sound of hooves echoed through the desolate landscape as he rode off, leaving Maxi to stand alone with the cold, hard truth of their new roles. The knight Heberon explodes with rage, laying into the 2 younger knights guarding Maxi. He roars at them for getting distracted, pointing to the dark vultures circling overhead as a sign of their incompetence. Completely scolded, Elysian and Garrow turn to Maxi and bow in apology. They confess they were just amazed at seeing a dead drake up close and swear to be more careful. Maxi timidly reassures them it's all right, but as she looks on, she sees the ominous birds swarming the monster's remains, a stark reminder of the mission's constant dangers. The gruesome remains of the drake force Maxi to look away, her body trembling. She timidly tells the knight Elysian that they must stay alert for monsters, but he calmly reveals the chilling truth. Goblins had already tried to raid their camp the night before, only to be swiftly dealt with by the Night Watch. Maxi freezes, realizing danger had struck while she slept. Elysian adds that their real concern is the drakes lurking in this very valley as the party ventures deeper into the ominous, suffocating canyon. After a long and grueling journey, the party finally clears the suffocating canyon and begins setting up camp. The knights groan and stretch, their bodies aching from the ride. Heberon complains loudly that the rocky path has wrecked his back. Spotting Maxi clutching a heavy bundle of firewood, Garrow rushes to her side, relieved to be out of drake territory. He and Elysian try to take the wood from her, insisting she rest. But a determined Maxi refuses, stammering that she needs to do her part for the team. Elysian wisely tells Maxi to save her strength for the hard journey ahead. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he suggests she cool off in the nearby stream. Maxi heads to the water's edge and dips her feet in, shivering from the freezing shock. But the cold soon becomes refreshing, and she relaxes on a rock, enjoying the quiet moment. Lost in thought, she wishes she could properly bathe, but it's impossible with all the knights around. Suddenly, a deep voice calls her name. Startled, Maxi looks up to find Riftan standing right behind her, his gaze intense. Riftan cuts through the awkward silence, telling Maxi the tent is ready, and she should get some rest. Maxi hesitates, realizing she has nothing to dry her wet feet with. Before she can figure out what to do, Riftan suddenly scoops her up into his arms. Startled, she calls out his name, but he just carries her through the camp, coolly correcting her to use his formal title, Sir Riftan. He gently sets her down inside the tent, promising to bring her meal soon. Maxi quickly objects, feeling uncomfortable that her commander would wait on her. Alone in the tent, Maxi is completely flustered by Riftan's confusing behavior. She admits to herself that she just can't figure him out. Her thoughts are interrupted when she catches a strong, horse-like scent from her travel-worn clothes. Realizing she has no spare pants to wash, she decides to at least change into a clean tunic. This simple act makes her appreciate the luxuries she once took for granted, like hot baths and fresh clothes. With a newfound perspective, she eagerly devours the simple meal of soup and jerky. After finishing her surprisingly delicious meal, Maxi lies down for the night. Though her body is screaming for rest, her mind is wide awake. She moans in frustration, tossing and turning on the uncomfortable ground, feeling every piece of sharp gravel through the thin straw bedding. Suddenly, Riftan's voice breaks the silence, asking if she's uncomfortable. Caught off guard, Maxi sits bolt upright, stammering a weak excuse about scratching her back. Riftan simply says she must be tired from riding all day, his observation leaving her feeling flustered and strangely annoyed. Maxi quickly backpedals, stammering that she wasn't complaining and that Riftan should just go back to sleep. But he isn't letting her off the hook that easily. With a slight smirk, he calls her name, his voice low. He starts laying out the grim reality of their journey, warning her they'll face more monster habitats, cross dry wastelands with no water, and eat even less. Fixing her with an intense stare, he cuts to the chase, asking if she really thinks she can handle what's coming. Riftan's intense question hangs in the air, challenging her will. But Maxi, tired of being treated like fragile glass, meets his stare without flinching and firmly declares that she can handle it. Flustered but determined, she asks how many times she has to tell him she doesn't expect luxury. Her passionate outburst seems to catch him by surprise. For a moment, his hard expression softens as he silently watches her, a flash of something unreadable in his eyes before he looks away, contemplating her words. With a simple, very well, Riftan ends their intense conversation and abruptly turns his back on her. Maxi lies down, a little confused by his sudden coldness. As she gets settled, her foot accidentally brushes against his. He immediately shifts away from the contact, creating a clear gap between them. Feeling the sting of his rejection, she hesitantly calls out his name and reaches for his back. But Riftan flinches violently away from her touch and, in a flash, springs upright, leaving Maxi completely stunned and wide-eyed in the dark. Without another word, Riftan turns away from Maxi, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He coldly announces that he will stay outside and tells her she should get some sleep. Before she can react, he pushes open the tent flap and steps out into the night, his footsteps quickly fading away. This new distance becomes the norm. For the remainder of their journey, Riftan makes a point to sleep somewhere else, leaving Maxi completely alone and wondering what she did wrong to push him away so suddenly. The journey is brutal, and Maxi struggles to keep up. Riftan maintains his cold distance, riding far ahead with his men. He makes sure she has food and a bed, but that's the extent of his care. Maxi learns he slept outside with only a blanket, remembering his curt excuse that he rests better that way. She can't shake the growing fear that he's still furious she insisted on coming. Is he so angry, she worries, that he can't even stand to be near her? The thought weighs heavily on her with every step. As Maxi trudges on, she's convinced Riftan is completely disillusioned with her. But the brutal journey is too taxing to dwell on it. The scorching heat is suffocating, and she's drenched in sweat, struggling for every breath. Noticing her distress, one of the knights, Garrow, hurries over with water and some salt. He warns her she'll collapse if she doesn't stay hydrated and reassures her that a village is just over the mountain. Grateful for the kindness, Maxi weakly thanks him, accepting the much-needed supplies. Garrow tries to encourage Maxi, promising her a proper bed to sleep in soon if she can just hold on. But as they move forward, the entire group suddenly stops dead in their tracks. Confused, Maxi peeks out from her hood, wondering what's happening. Without warning, Riftan whips around, his face a mask of pure urgency. He bellows at someone to cast a barrier immediately. His knights react instantly, their swords ringing as they're drawn. They turn to Maxi, their expressions panicked, desperately yelling for her to cast her barrier right away. From the darkness, goblins with glowing red eyes suddenly swarm the knights. All hell breaks loose as the Remdragon knights engage the monsters, their blades flashing in a deadly dance. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Maxi stands frozen by a tree. She hears a chilling screech and looks up just in time to see a goblin leaping down, its axe raised to strike. But before it can land, The young knight Elysian rushes in front of her. He yells a warning as his sword slices through the air, cleanly dispatching the monster just inches away from her. Frustrated by the endless swarm of monsters, the knight Ursuline roars that he's had enough. He prepares to unleash a powerful blade aura to finish the fight once and for all. But Riftan instantly screams at him to stop, warning that an attack that's strong will bring the entire cliff down on them. He orders a retreat, but Ursuline can't believe they're running. His hesitation is a fatal mistake. The ground begins to rumble violently as the rock face above them cracks and starts to crumble, threatening to bury them all alive. The entire cliff face gives way, sending a deadly avalanche of rock and dirt crashing down. Amid the chaos, Elysian grabs Maxi, desperately pointing the way to safety. He screams that the soil is eroding, but it's too late. Maxi tries to run, only for her foot to sink deep into the mud. She's stuck. Riftan whips around at her cry, his face a mask of pure horror as he sees the landslide about to swallow his wife whole. He can do nothing but watch as she is consumed by the crushing wall of earth, burying Maxi completely before he can even move. Buried in darkness, Maxi's mind floods with a single, terrifying thought. She is going to die here. But through the crushing roar of the landslide, a man's voice screams for her to cast a barrier. The urgent plea snaps her out of her panic. She refuses to let this be the end. Determined to survive, Maxi unleashes her power. A brilliant golden light erupts from her position, creating a powerful shield that violently blasts against the tons of falling rock and dirt, carving out a desperate pocket of safety amidst the chaos. The violent rumble finally subsides, leaving a mountain of freshly shattered rock where the cliffside used to be. Riftan immediately throws himself at the debris, tearing through the dirt and stone with his bare, unprotected hands. He digs with a frantic, desperate energy, refusing to accept that she's gone. Deep within the suffocating darkness, the crushing weight begins to shift and crumble. A sliver of light breaks through. Maxi pushes herself out of the rubble, taking a huge, gasping breath of fresh air. She's exhausted and trembling, but miraculously, she's alive. One of the knights, Garrow, praises Maxi's incredible magic, telling her she saved all of them. But he warns that the barrier is temporary and they have to move now. He quickly leads the dazed survivors away from the rubble. Looking back at the massive rockfall, Maxi is horrified by their close call and begins to panic, asking about Riftan and the others. Garrow holds up a hand to quiet her. He then lets out a sharp, loud whistle, cutting through the silence of the forest to signal their location to the rest of the group. Garrow quickly gives Maxi the good news. Everyone who is up on the cliff is totally fine. He explains that their small group got separated when the path crumbled beneath them, leaving their way back completely blocked by the rockfall. Maxi timidly asks if they can just climb over, but Garrow shuts that idea down fast. The rocks are dangerously unstable, and goblins could be lurking in the shadows. He's already sent word for them to meet up with Riftan in the village below. For now, they just have to keep moving. As they navigate the dangerous forest, Garrow helps a shaken Maxi, telling her to watch her step. He hides a pained grimace as his hand throbs from his earlier efforts. The young knight Elysian rushes to her side, asking if she's hurt, but Maxi insists she's fine. He decides they need to get on horseback immediately to cover more ground. Maxi nervously asks if goblins caused the landslide. Garrow confirms it's their go-to tactic, and Elysian grimly warns that since the trap worked, the goblins are definitely hunting them now. Riding hard, Maxi is on her last legs, feeling completely exhausted and wishing they could just stop for a moment to rest. But just as she thinks this, one of the knights suddenly yells for everyone to charge forward at a full gallop. The group thunders through the forest, only to grind to a jarring halt moments later. Confused by the sudden stop, Maxi looks ahead into the darkness. A low, menacing growl rises from the trees as dozens of glowing red eyes appear. The goblins have found them. Elysian, his armor already stained from the fight, screams for Maxi as a menacing growl rips through the trees. Another knight bellows for her to keep her eyes forward and just keep riding. But it's too late. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Maxi's horse rears up in a panic, letting out a terrified neigh. The sudden, violent movement throws her from the saddle. The knights yell her name in horror, but the momentum carries them forward, leaving Maxi completely alone on the forest floor as they disappear into the suffocating darkness. Maxi desperately tries to calm her horse, pleading for it to stop, but the animal is lost to terror. Just as a goblin closes in, a massive fireball explodes nearby, illuminating the dark forest. Out of the inferno, a knight on a charging white horse appears. The steed rears up, bringing its powerful hooves down on the creature with a brutal, sickening crunch. The goblin is instantly silenced, a clear and violent warning to any others lurking in the shadows. A savior has just crashed the party. The fight is over almost as soon as it begins. The mysterious night shows no mercy, and the sounds of the one-sided takedown are brutal and final. Maxi flinches, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of her rescuer. Shaking and out of breath, she can barely process the chaos that just unfolded. When the sounds of battle finally fade, she finds herself on the back of the powerful white horse, riding through a quiet, misty part of the forest. Looking around at the unfamiliar trees, she realizes she's totally lost. Alone and terrified, Maxi flinches at a sudden rustling sound from the nearby bushes. She desperately hopes it's just the wind, but a gut feeling tells her she isn't alone. Her worst fears are confirmed when she spots a grotesque creature hiding in the shadows. Her heart pounds in her chest. She knows the smart move is to stay quiet and wait for the knights to find her, to avoid provoking the monster. But as it stirs again, raw survival instinct kicks over. She clenches her fists, screaming for her horse to run as she bolts into the darkness. Maxi bolts through the dark woods, pure adrenaline fueling her every step. Behind her, the grotesque creature closes the distance with terrifying speed. She pushes herself to run faster, but her foot catches on a hidden root in the darkness. Her momentum sends her flying, and she crashes hard onto the forest floor. A pained gasp escapes her lips as she hits the dirt. Lying there, helpless and injured, tears stream down her face.
All she can think is how truly scared she is.
The steady plodding of the horse's hooves does nothing to calm Maxi's frayed nerves. Every shadow seems to hide a monster, and every rustle of leaves makes her jump. Overwhelmed with fear, she feels like countless eyes are watching her from the darkness. Tears stream down her face, but she grits her teeth, forcing herself to get it together. Her horse lets out a tired breath. They're both reaching their limit. She knows if she can't escape the mountains by nightfall, she'll be trapped alone in this terrifying place. Lost in the dense wilderness, Maxi fights back tears of desperation. She admits she has no idea how to navigate or read the landscape, but she has to find a way out before nightfall. A sliver of hope appears as she remembers talk of a village on the other side of the mountain. The magnificent creature calmly approaches her. It lets out a soft snort and gently nuzzles against her cheek. A small, relieved smile spreads across Maxi's face as she realizes how docile it is. She softly asks the beautiful animal what it's doing out here, all by itself. Maxi feels like she's living in a fairy tale, but the magical moment is shattered by a harsh command to get back. Before she can even turn, a powerful force, Riftan, shoves her hard from the side. Maxi lets out a terrified scream as she's knocked off her feet and plunges into the freezing water. The icy shock engulfs her as she sinks beneath the surface, completely confused and horrified by her husband's sudden and violent action. Sinking into the crushing darkness, Maxi panics as her lungs burn for air. She can't breathe. Her vision blurs as she reaches a trembling hand toward the faint light of the surface, feeling her consciousness slip away. But then, a flash of defiance hits her. She refuses to be dragged down like this. Suddenly, a powerful figure in armor cuts through the water, grabbing her just as she's about to pass out. Maxi is pulled upwards and breaks the surface, sputtering and coughing, held securely in Riftan's strong arms. Riftan drags Maxi onto the rocky riverbank. She collapses, violently coughing up freezing water as she gasps for air. Through chattering teeth, she tries to thank him, but Riftan cuts her off. He grabs her by the shoulders, his face twisted in absolute fury as he demands to know what she was thinking. Totally bewildered by his rage, Maxi can only stare. He screams that she was touching a monster, a kelpie. He asks if she has any idea what could have happened. Stunned and trembling, Maxi stammers that she didn't know. Still shivering from the cold and shock, Maxi explains that she thought the monster was just a wild horse. But instead of more yelling, Riftan suddenly pulls her into a tight, protective embrace. The whiplash from his fury to this intense relief is too much for Maxi to handle. Tears stream down her face as she weakly calls his name and apologizes. In that moment, all of Riftan's anger vanishes. He gently presses a kiss to her forehead, his voice suddenly soft as he asks if she's all right and if she's hurt anywhere. Maxi insists she's all right, but Riftan's relief quickly turns back to frustration. He scolds her, asking how many times he has to tell her not to stray from the group. He admits how terrified he was when he heard she was missing, his grip on her tightening. She tries to explain that a goblin had frightened her horse, but he just lets out a heavy sigh, his anger finally fading. Just then, the sky opens up and rain begins to pour. Riftan's tone softens, telling her they need to find shelter before asking if she can walk. Maxi forces herself to agree, stuttering that she can walk, but her body screams otherwise. She feels completely drained, as if she could give out at any second. Riftan is no better. He's also at his absolute limit, running purely on adrenaline. Ignoring her response, his armored hand firmly grabs her wrist. As the rain intensifies and thunder rumbles overhead, he pulls her close, ready to lead them to safety. There's no time to waste standing around in the storm. They have to find shelter, and they have to find it now. As the rain pours down, Riftan finds them shelter in the hollow of a large tree, holding Maxi protectively. She weakly asks where the others are, and he calmly explains that he told them to go on ahead. Riddled with guilt, Maxi stammers, asking if he split the group just for her. Riftan brushes off her worry, saying he promised to catch up once he found her. Amazed, she asks how he possibly tracked her in this chaos. He reveals he simply followed her trail, tracking the disturbed soil and broken branches through the forest. Maxi nervously asks if he ever suspected the tracks were for monsters. Riftan confirms he knows a monster track when he sees one, making her shudder at how close she came to real danger. Her anxiety then shifts to the others, and she starts to worry they might have been attacked. Riftan firmly cuts her off, telling her to focus on resting. He pulls her into a comforting embrace, gently kissing her forehead. He explains that goblins hate water, so the others are safe in the rain. He urges her to stop her needless worry and get some sleep. As the heavy rain continues to fall, Maxi eventually drifts off to sleep, nestled securely in Riftan's arms. When she finally stirs, the storm has begun to soften into a gentle shower. Blinking her eyes open, she looks up and sees Riftan holding her, his own eyes closed. The man who had been a whirlwind of fierce energy just moments before is now perfectly still. He's completely exhausted and has fallen into a deep sleep while watching over her, finally letting his guard down now that she is safe. Watching him sleep, Maxi realizes the legendary knight is completely exhausted. She wonders just how tired he must have been to pass out like this. Even though he's a beast on the battlefield, he hasn't rested for days. Feeling a wave of guilt for all the trouble she's caused, she gently brushes his hair back and whispers a quiet apology. Suddenly, Riftan's eyes snap open. He heard her. Before she can explain that she didn't mean to wake him, he leans in, his face just inches from hers, leaving her stunned and breathless. Before Maxi can process what's happening, Riftan leans in, silencing her apology. She flinches from the sudden movement, her attempt to say his name cut short as he connects with her in a firm, desperate kiss. Completely stunned, she lets out a small gasp, her hand clenching the fabric of his shirt. Just as quickly, he pulls back. His gaze is heavy, filled with an exhaustion and raw emotion she's never seen before. Confused by the sudden intensity, Maxi can only whisper his name as a question, searching for an explanation. Riftan's eyes flutter open, his gaze heavy as he slowly comes to. Seeing him awake, Maxi softly calls his name, her mind still racing from everything that just happened. He simply looks at her for a beat before announcing that the rain has stopped. Without any warning, he stands up, telling her they need to find a place to camp and to stay close since the path is slippery. Maxi is left completely bewildered. Just a moment ago, he kissed her with such desperation, and now he's acting like nothing happened at all. As night falls quickly in the mountains, Riftan leads them to a small cave for shelter. Inside, he gets to work striking stones together to build a fire. Seeing that the wood is damp, Maxi timidly offers to use her magic to light it. Riftan immediately shuts her down, telling her not to waste her mana. Maxi is baffled by his response, trying to explain that the firewood is too wet to burn. But just as she speaks, Riftan's skill pays off, and the damp kindling sparks to life, erupting into a warm, crackling fire. Maxi is shocked the fire is burning so well. Riftan coolly explains he just picked logs that weren't soaked and scraped the bark off, adding their clothes will be dry soon. While she's wrapped in a blanket, he gets to work on dinner. He pulls out some seriously old-looking jerky, telling her it's all he grabbed in his rush to find her. Maxi is horrified, wondering if that stuff is even safe to eat. But Riftan ignores her, confidently slicing it up and tossing the pieces into a pan to cook. The jerky hits the pan, sizzling as Riftan expertly cooks it over the fire. He pours the simple stew into a bowl and hands it to Maxi, telling her to use bread since they don't have spoons. He starts to warn her that it might not taste great, but she needs the energy. Before he can finish, Maxi is already chowing down, completely famished. Surprised by her appetite, Riftan just tells her he's glad she likes it. To her, the warm, savory meal is the most amazing thing she's ever tasted. Maxi is completely blown away by the simple meal, telling Riftan she's impressed he can cook. He just shrugs it off, explaining it's a survival skill he learned back in his mercenary days. This new info catches Maxi off guard, and she timidly asks how old he was when he joined. He quietly reveals he was only 12. Maxi is stunned into silence by this. Pushing for more, she asks where he lived before that. His answer, the eastern part of Whedon, makes her freeze, a wave of shock washing over her as the pieces click into place. As Riftan tends to the fire, Maxi senses his hesitation to discuss his childhood. But her desire to understand him is overwhelming. Searching for a neutral question, she timidly asks what his parents were like. He turns, his gaze intense as he questions her sudden curiosity. After a tense silence, he finally answers. Riftan reveals the woman who gave birth to him was a maidservant from another continent, and his birth father was likely a knight. This strange phrasing, birth father, leaves Maxi confused and wanting to know more. Riftan bluntly admits he was born outside of marriage and never even met his real father. He explains the man was a knight who had a brief affair with his maidservant mother during a war. When the knight discovered she was pregnant, he simply paid her off with a small dowry, found her a husband, and disappeared. He apparently died in a pointless dispute later. Maxi cautiously asks about his mother. Riftan reveals she passed away when he was 12, which is when he ran away to become a mercenary, leaving Maxi to doubt his neutral feelings toward his stepfather. Riftan tells Maxi they need to descend the mountain as soon as day breaks. Cutting her questions short, he orders her to stop the interrogations and get some sleep. Maxi quietly agrees, but her mind races with regret. She calls herself a fool for asking about his family, realizing that, of course, he has secrets he doesn't want to share. Seeing him still sitting guard, she timidly asks if he's not going to sleep. He bluntly tells her to stop worrying about him, then reaches out and firmly squeezes her hand, a silent but meaningful connection. As Maxi rests, Riftan gently runs a hand through her hair, watching over her. He makes a simple but powerful promise. He will keep her safe, so she just needs to relax and get some rest. For Maxi, this is a revelation. She used to be terrified of everything, even the shadows lurking behind trees. But with Riftan's hand securely holding hers, the suffocating darkness finally loses its power. Realizing he's right, she decides to focus on recovering her energy, feeling completely protected by his side for the first time. Maxi is filled with a new resolve, determined not to be a hindrance to Riftan. They soon arrive at a fortified village, and Riftan pounds on the heavy wooden gate. A guard cautiously opens it, demanding a pass for entry. With total authority, Riftan announces his name and title as commander of the Remdragon Knights. As he confidently explains that he was separated from his party on the king's orders, a nervous Maxi peeks out from behind his broad shoulders, letting him handle everything. He asks if his knights arrived the night before. The guard insists on personally escorting them to the inn. The second they step inside, the entire place explodes with noise as the Remdragon Knights leap to their feet. Shouting for their commander and his lady, the men immediately swarm the couple, ecstatic and relieved. One of them, Garrow, admits they were worried sick, though they never lost faith in Riftan. He turns to Maxi, asking if she's okay. Maxi stammers that she's fine and apologizes for the fuss, but Garrow earnestly tells her they're the ones who should be sorry. One of the knights praises Riftan's incredible tracking skills, but Maxi notices several men are missing. She timidly asks where the others are, worried for their safety. Riftan immediately reassures her that everyone made it back the previous night. Cutting the reunion short, he orders Maxi to head to their room. She tries to argue, wanting to wait for the others, but he completely ignores her. Instead, Riftan loudly commands the innkeeper to prepare a hot bath and fresh clothes for his wife. Maxi is left completely flustered, her face burning red at his public declaration. Feeling completely refreshed after her bath, Maxi emerges in clean clothes, wondering where Riftan went. She peeks over the balcony railing just as the rest of the knights look up and spot her. Relief washes over them, but one young knight, Elysian, is completely overwhelmed. Tears streaming down his face, he bolts towards her, grabbing her hands and desperately asking if she's hurt. He and Garrow apologize over and over, insisting they failed as regards. Stuttering, Maxi quickly reassures them it wasn't their fault, explaining that her horse simply got spooked and ran off. Overwhelmed by their concern, Maxi pushes her chair back, asking if anyone is hurt and needs her healing magic. But the calm wizard, Ruth, assures her everyone is fine. He gently guides her back to her seat, insisting she eat after her long ordeal. A little flustered, Maxi thanks him and asks where Riftan has gone. Ruth explains that their commander is meeting merchants to get supplies. Suddenly, a massive feast is presented just for her. Ruth clarifies that they won't leave until morning, telling Maxi to simply relax for the day. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the knight's kindness, Maxi shyly agrees to the meal. The day's exhausting events finally catch up with her, and she falls into a deep sleep. Hours later, she wakes up completely disoriented in the dark room. Her last memory is of returning from dinner, a meal Riftan never showed up for. As her eyes adjust, she pushes herself up and suddenly freezes. She's not alone. Riftan is sitting on the edge of the bed, his silhouette silently watching her in the dim light. Watching Riften finally sleeping peacefully, a bit of Maxi's lingering fear melts away. She gently touches his shoulder, amazed by the quiet moment. Trying not to disturb the exhausted knight, she carefully attempts to slip out of bed. But just as she moves, a strong arm swiftly pulls her back. Before she can react, Riften draws her into a warm, protective embrace. Held securely against him, Maxi feels not a hint of fear, only a profound sense of comfort as she settles into his arms, finally feeling safe. The next morning, Maxi wakes up with her heart racing, still wrapped in Riften's arms. As he sleeps soundly beside her, a profound sense of peace washes over her, a feeling she's never known. Later, in the busy courtyard, the knights prepare to leave, loading supplies for the long road ahead. Just as they are about to finish, a door is flung open. Maxi stands there, dressed and ready for the journey. A completely surprised Riften, already in his armor, turns to see his wife looking more determined than ever. Maxi blushes furiously as she realizes Riften is already awake and watching her. He calmly explains he let her sleep since she looked exhausted. Plus, he adds, it takes a while to load the supply carts. Hearing this, Maxi gets curious. Riften tells her the rest of the journey will be on smoother plains. Relieved by the news, Maxi breaks into a huge, radiant smile that completely catches Riften off guard. Staring at her for a moment, he suddenly tells her to show him her hands. Confused, she hesitantly holds them out. Riften places something cold and heavy into Maxi's waiting hands with a soft clatter. It's a dagger. Completely shocked, she stammers his name, asking what this is all about. He calmly explains that he got it for her the day before, making sure to pick out the lightest one he could find. Looking her straight in the eyes, he tells her she must carry it with her from now on, even if it feels like a burden. Stunned into silence by this unexpected and protective gesture, Maxi can only blush. Riften admits he doesn't enjoy giving her something so grim, but he can't shake the intense fear he felt hearing she was lost in the mountains, unarmed and totally alone. He explains it's only wise that she carry a knife for her own protection. Touched by his deep concern, Maxi clutches the dagger and promises to use it. Riften quickly clarifies that it's just a precaution he hopes she never needs, but still, he promises to teach her how to use it soon. Completely moved, a blushing Maxi thanks him again with pure sincerity. As dusk falls, the wind whips through their desolate camp. Maxi feeds the horses, thinking to herself that she'd heard this land was a wasteland, but she never imagined it would be this barren. It finally clicks why Riften's men loaded so many heavy water barrels onto the wagons that morning. There isn't a single stream in sight. Watching the horses, she worries if they'll have enough provisions. Surrounded by dust and grime from the rough journey, all she wants is the simple comfort of being able to wash up. As Maxi bustles around feeding the horses, a pair of familiar boots steps into frame. It's Riften, and he immediately questions why she isn't resting like he told her to. Flustered, Maxi insists she's perfectly fine, adding that the journey is getting easier. After considering her words for a moment, Riften tells her to come with him. He then suddenly announces that it's time for her first lesson on how to use her new dagger. Completely caught off guard, Maxi can only stare in stunned silence as he leads her away. Maxi scurries after Riften, confused about needing a weapon. He calmly clarifies that she needs to learn how to wield the dagger he gave her, and now is the perfect time. Suddenly panicking, Maxi yells out, terrified she might accidentally hurt him. Her outburst gets the attention of the nearby knights, who begin to watch curiously. Riften just smirks, confidently telling her she couldn't injure him even if she tried. As his men whisper about the bizarre training session, he orders her to stop worrying and draw her weapon. Flustered, Maxi thinks he's being rude and grabs the hilt. With a sudden burst of confidence, Maxi wonders if she has a hidden talent for sword fighting. She warns Riften to be careful as she yanks hard on the dagger's hilt, but it doesn't budge. Completely stuck, she stares at the sheath, confused about why it isn't working. Riften calmly advises her to think about the angle and pull more horizontally. Following his instruction, the blade finally slides free with a sharp ring. Maxi proudly presents the weapon, only for him to point out that she's holding it completely backward. Riften instructs Maxi to attack the armor on his forearm. Squeezing her eyes shut, she makes a clumsy jab that barely taps him, earning a few snickers from the knights. Riften corrects her form, telling her to lower her body and thrust instead of swing. Taking his advice, Maxi lets out a fierce yell and rushes forward, only to trip on a rock. The dagger flies from her hand, slicing through the air before plunging deep into the ground, just inches from the shocked onlookers. Everyone stares in stunned silence at the near miss. The dagger quivers in the dirt as one of Riften's men, Heberon, scratches his neck and declares the situation hopeless. The other knights burst into laughter, joking that they'll just have to protect her themselves. Completely out of breath, Maxi hunches over, humiliated. Riftan calls an end to the lesson, asking if she's okay. Fueled by a new determination, Maxi promises she will do better tomorrow and asks if he'll teach her again. He looks down at her for a long moment before simply saying, "We'll see," then surprises her by reaching for her hand. Riftan sheathes his dagger, telling Maxi she must be hungry and should get some rest. She timidly asks him to come too, but he just says he'll join her later. Maxi's face falls, realizing he isn't coming to their tent. While the knights tease their commander about sharing a bed, which he quickly shuts down, Maxi looks down at her grubby clothes. She concludes he's avoiding her because she's filthy from training and knows they must conserve water, making her feel even more insecure about their relationship. Maxi lets out a heavy sigh, wishing they would find a stream, or even just a puddle, so she could finally wash. But their journey is unforgiving. For 5 long days, they ride under a blazing sun with no relief. Instead of finding water, they've only had 2 dangerous run-ins with monsters. The constant heat gives Maxi a splitting headache, and she regrets not bringing a hat. As if things couldn't get worse, one of the knights reports to Riftan that their water supply is almost completely gone, adding a new layer of urgency to their expedition. Riding tall, Riftan announces that finding water today is an absolute must. Just as morale is about to hit rock bottom, one of his knights offers a sliver of hope. He calculates that if they push on, they can reach Cardical Forest by afternoon. They only need to endure for 4 more hours. The news electrifies the group, who erupt in a massive cheer, ecstatic to finally leave the wasteland. But as the wind whips across the plains, Maxi squints at the horizon, completely baffled. How could a forest possibly exist out here? Just as promised, a massive forest appeared on the horizon after only 4 hours of riding. Maxi was completely floored. How could an entire forest pop up out of nowhere? While she tried to wrap her head around it, Riftan was already ordering his men to set up camp. They mentioned preparing for rain, but with clear blue skies, Maxi didn't believe it. Sure enough, the weather turned in an instant. A heavy downpour began, leaving Maxi to sit in silence, all alone in their tent as the rain hammered down outside. As Maxi sits alone, she wonders if Riftan is some kind of prophet for perfectly predicting the rain. Just then, he lifts the tent flap and interrupts her thoughts. He found a place for her to wash up and tells her to grab some soap and follow him. Completely overjoyed at the thought of a bath, she asks if there's a river nearby. But Riftan simply leads her outside to a full-blown muscle show. The knights are all shirtless, using the downpour as a public shower. Maxi's brain practically explodes as she stammers, mortified by the scene. Riftan states a simple fact: they don't know when they'll get another chance to wash. Maxi's mind goes into overdrive. Does he really expect her to bathe right here, in the open, with all his knights? While she's dying to scrub off the travel grime, the thought of doing it in public is an absolute nightmare. Just as she's about to panic, Riftan wordlessly grabs her hand. He tells her to follow him, pulling her away from the main camp and leading her deeper into the rainy woods for some much-needed privacy. Riftan quickly sets up a makeshift privacy screen with a massive cloak, blocking the view from the camp. He tells Maxi that no one can see her now, giving her the all-clear to wash up. Completely stunned, she can only stammer his name. With his back turned, Riftan explains that he's ordered his men to stay far away and that he'll stand guard personally. She has nothing to worry about. Maxi is left completely speechless, her face flushed, as this rough-and-tumble knight shows this incredible moment of consideration just for her. With her privacy guaranteed, Maxi finally lets go. She quickly pulls off her grimy shirt and travel boots, tossing them onto a nearby branch. Stepping into the downpour, she lets the cool rain wash over her completely. A wave of pure relief hits her, and a soft, happy blush appears on her cheeks as she closes her eyes. For a brief moment, surrounded by nature with her long hair as her only cover, Maxi feels totally and completely free from all her worries, finally getting the chance to feel clean and refreshed. Maxi is completely in awe, unable to believe how amazing the cool rain feels against her skin. A small, private smile appears as she realizes her old nursemaid would faint from shock to see her like this. Letting go of all her inhibitions, she steps barefoot into the downpour and gives a joyful spin, her long auburn hair swirling around her. Who would have ever imagined this? A highborn noblewoman of Whedon, finally experiencing a moment of pure, unbridled freedom in the heart of the wild woods. As Maxi loses herself in this rare moment of freedom, she suddenly spots a figure through the heavy downpour. It's Riftan. He was supposed to have his back turned, but he's standing there, completely drenched, and just watching her. His expression isn't angry or amused, it's something much more intense and unreadable. The joy drains from Maxi's face, replaced by pure shock. Her private sanctuary is shattered in an instant.
Busted.
She freezes on the spot, her mind blanking out in a wave of utter panic and embarrassment. Completely mortified, Maxi scrambles to cover up and lunge for her discarded shirt. But Riftan moves in a flash, catching her wrist and stopping her from hiding. She weakly tells him to stop, but instead of letting go, his grip just tightens gently around her hand. He softly asks her to please just let him look at her a little longer. With a voice thick with unspoken feelings, he admits that she has no idea how much he's been through. Maxi just stares, confused, as a single tear traces a path down his cheek. Before Maxi can fully process his raw vulnerability, Riftan surges forward, closing the space between them in an instant. He captures her lips in a sudden, desperate kiss, pouring 3 years of unspoken longing and hardship into the single, overwhelming moment. Completely stunned by the force of it, Maxi's hand falls limply to her side. He pulls back just enough to breathe her name, his gaze heavy with a profound intensity. Overwhelmed and breathless in the pouring rain, Maxi can only manage to whisper his name in return, her world completely upended. His voice is thick with emotion as he whispers her name, practically begging her to understand. Any resistance Maxi had completely dissolves in that moment. She holds him back, pulling him in as if she's afraid he'll disappear. The forest is their only witness as the rain continues to fall, drenching them completely. They're just two people clinging to each other, finally bridging the gap that had separated them for 3 long years. In that one desperate embrace, something between them fundamentally shifts for good. Maxi is jolted from her sleep by the unexpected splash of cool water. Groggy, she blinks her eyes open and sees Riftan sitting beside her, his expression unreadable. He quietly asks if she's awake. Confused and flustered, Maxi questions what he's doing as he gently takes her hand. He reveals a wet cloth, explaining that he just wants to wipe her down. As she flinches from the cold touch, he calmly apologizes, leaving Maxi completely speechless at his tender and unexpected act of care after everything they've been through. As Riftan gently cleans her arm, he awkwardly points out that she's a bit swollen, causing Maxi to blush deeply. It seems their passionate reunion in the rain didn't exactly end when they returned to the tent. Overcome with emotion, Riftan whispers her name, but then immediately recoils. He apologizes, frustrated with himself for losing his composure after trying so hard to hold back. Maxi is completely taken aback by this. She looks at him in utter disbelief, asking if he was really restraining himself this entire time. Riftan's composure finally snaps. He pinches her cheek, his voice tight with frustration as he asks how she could be so oblivious to the torture he's been putting himself through. Totally flustered, Maxi tries to explain, saying she assumed he was exhausted and felt she wasn't looking her best. But Riftan completely dismisses her insecurities. He recalls a memory of seeing her before, her face flushed, eyes sparkling, and clothes soaked from effort. In that moment, he thought she was absolutely radiant, and he clearly never forgot it. Riftan continues, dreamily describing her tousled hair billowing like clouds. Maxi is completely baffled, wondering who he's even talking about. He then lets out a heavy sigh, confessing that holding himself back around her has been the hardest campaign of his entire life. The admission clicks for Maxi. That's why he's been sleeping outside. Just as she processes this, her stomach growls loudly, shattering the moment. Remembering she missed her meal, Riftan passes her an apple, promising a proper breakfast in the morning once the rain stops. Riftan's mood shifts from frustration to regret. He sighs, feeling guilty for how exhausting the march must have been for her. Overcome with self-reproach, he drops his head into his hands, but Maxi quickly tells him to stop. Gathering all her courage, she shyly admits that while his intensity earlier surprised her, she actually liked it. Her honest confession completely undoes him. He immediately pulls her into a tight embrace, burying his face in her hair and asking in a strained voice if she's really trying to drive him completely mad. The next morning, it's clear a major turning point has been reached. A soft, happy glow surrounds Maxi, a sign that the walls between her and Riftan have finally crumbled. Back at the camp, a young knight brings her a steaming bowl of potato soup for breakfast. Stunned by the large portion, another knight explains it's to make up for their small dinner during the storm. The young knight, Elysian, then cheerfully details their travel plans, explaining they'll reach the port by tomorrow to begin the final leg of their journey. A silver blade suddenly slices through the air, taking down a rabbit in the bushes. A startled Maxi watches as the young knight Elysian proudly announces their lucky find. Another knight, Garrow, quickly scolds him, saying he shouldn't perform such acts in front of a lady. But Maxi completely surprises them. Her eyes light up as she happily asks if this means rabbit for dinner tonight. Seeing her cheerful confidence, a touched Garrow simply tells her he's glad to see she's getting stronger. With their breakfast finished, Riftan's focus shifts back to the journey. He commands his men to start packing, announcing they'll depart immediately. He then turns and leads a very confused Maxi away from the group. A moment later, she finds herself sitting alone in the back of a rattling supply wagon. Stunned by this special treatment, she timidly asks if it's really okay for her to be the only one riding. The knights riding alongside quickly insist it's no problem at all, trying their best to ignore their own aching backs from the long march. Riding in the wagon, a knight suggests Maxi should conserve her energy. Her face immediately turns bright red as she panics, wondering if the men somehow know about the intimate reconciliation she and Riftan shared. To prove her worth, she insists on helping with dinner. 20 days later, the dynamic has completely changed. Maxi is now a natural part of the camp, confidently stirring a huge stew for the group. As their long expedition finally nears its end, they all share a meal around the campfire, a true band of comrades. The rhythmic clopping of hooves finally slows as the company reaches a crest overlooking the sea. After weeks of travel, their long trek is over. Riding at the head of the group, Riftan looks down with a solemn expression, his armor glinting in the sunset. He announces that they have finally arrived. Below them, a massive port city stretches out, its harbor filled with countless ships. This is the final stop before they sail home to Anatole, marking the end of one long journey and the beginning of another. The sounds of crashing waves and crying gulls welcome the company to the port city. The streets are a whirlwind of activity, and Maxi is immediately overwhelmed by the chaos. She nervously averts her gaze, completely flustered by the local women lounging on balconies in their revealing attire. Taking command, Riftan orders a knight to inform the Merchants Guild of their arrival. When Maxi looks confused, he explains that the guild sponsored their campaign. Thanks to the guild leader's royal connections, they'll be staying at a high-quality inn instead of a rough campsite. The inn is far from the rough campsite Maxi expected. It's incredibly high-class, leaving her completely stunned. A staff member rushes out to greet them, bowing respectfully. Riftan introduces himself as the commander of the Remdragon Knights, and the attendant confirms they were expected, leading them inside. From their room's window, Maxi is captivated by a gorgeous golden sunset over the ocean. She exclaims what an amazing view it is. Watching her, Riftan tells her to enjoy it while she can. They depart tomorrow morning. Maxi whirls around, shocked, asking how they managed to get a ship so quickly. Riftan casually explains that Princess Agnes made the arrangements, having left 4 days prior, and ordering a ship to be ready for them. Maxi is taken aback, stammering the princess's name. He confirms Agnes is leading the royal knights on this campaign, and thanks to her, they can leave immediately. As he speaks, Riftan gently takes Maxi's hand. The news hits her hard. All her insecurities rush back as she pictures the capable princess fighting by Riftan's side. Noticing her mood shift, Riftan looks down and softly asks if she's tired. Maxi quickly insists she's all right, just lost in thought. Riftan lets it go, telling her that's good to hear. His touch is surprisingly gentle as he smooths her collar, informing her that he's already arranged for a bath. He then asks if she has anything to change into. Completely flustered by his closeness, Maxi's face flushes red as she stammers that she doesn't. Riftan's gaze intensifies. Leaning in, he quietly suggests that in that case, maybe they won't be needing clothes at all. Riftan pulls her close against the fiery sunset, his voice low as he tells her she won't be needing any clothes tonight. The intimate moment finally bridges the gap between them, forging a new and much deeper connection. The next day, their voyage begins, with their ship cutting through the ocean waves. But the journey gets off to a rocky start for Maxi. She's hit with a terrible bout of seasickness for the first time in her life, leaving her completely miserable and dizzy in bed as a concerned Riftan comes to her side. Riftan gently checks on Maxi, asking if her dizziness has passed. She weakly tells him that lying down has helped a little. He reassures her it's normal for first voyage and advises her to stay in bed. Then, taking her hand, he explains that since the crew is all male, he'll be the one to personally attend to her. Maxi is completely taken aback by his unexpected gentleness. Overwhelmed by this new side of him, she can only stammer a quiet, "thank you," feeling genuinely cared for, maybe for the first time. Once Maxi recovers from her seasickness, the voyage continues smoothly. To pass the long days at sea, she and Riftan start playing simple dice games. Turns out, Maxi is a total natural, excitedly exclaiming that she's won yet again. Riftan looks on, completely amused by this new, playful side of her. He admits he had no idea his wife was so talented with dice. Feeling bold, Maxi cheekily asks what he'll wager for the next round, suggesting he could promise to never wear a certain pair of awful pants again. With their dice games and lighthearted bets, time on the ship passes peacefully. On calm days, they find simple things to do. Riftan teaches Maxi how to handle her dagger, and they brush the manes of their horses, Rem and Talon. But it's the evenings that reveal their new dynamic. When the sun sets, the fierce commander lets his guard down completely. He rests his head in Maxi's lap, asking her to read him poems and old stories. As she reads, she gently strokes his hair, finding a quiet joy in caring for the man she's finally connecting with. The peaceful days at sea felt like a dream, but the calm is shattered when Riftan appears, fully suited up in his armor. Fastening his gear with a metallic click, he gives Maxi a stern order: stay inside the cabin tonight. A nervous Maxi peeks out, stammering to ask if there's a problem. His expression is dead serious, as he explains their ship is passing through siren territory and they'll reach it by nightfall. Maxi is stunned, repeating the terrifying word, sirens, in total disbelief. The vacation is officially over. Riftan tries to calm his wife, assuring her they're just being cautious. He explains that it's going to get noisy because sirens lure sailors with their singing, so the crew will have to make their own racket in response. Still terrified, Maxi asks if he's absolutely sure it isn't dangerous. In a tender moment, Riftan pulls her close and gives her a soft kiss on the forehead. He gently tells her not to worry about what's happening outside and to get some rest. With his wife safely tucked away, their ship sails into the dark, choppy sea. Heavy thumps echo through the cabin as Maxi sits bolt upright in bed. Outside, the sailors begin to sing, their booming voices a defense against the coming danger. The racket is meant to be a shield, but it only sets her more on edge. Peeking through the window, she spots a dark, menacing shape in the distance, the Siren's Island. Gripping the window frame, her knuckles white, she sends out a desperate prayer into the stormy night, pleading for Riftan's safety as the ship sails into the heart of the peril. The ship makes it through the perilous night, and as dawn breaks, a relieved Maxi peeks out from her cabin. She's immediately spotted by Sir Gable and Sir Heberon, who seem surprised to see her on deck. Believing the danger has passed, she timidly asks if they're safe now that the island is far behind them. But Heberon's usually cheerful face is dead serious. He warns her that they can't be sure, as sirens have been known to chase ships. He firmly tells her it's not safe yet and to get back inside now. Sir Heberon tries to lighten the mood, telling Riftan not to be so serious. He then turns his charm on Maxi, complaining that the sailor's rough singing gave him a headache and asking to hear her purer voice. Riftan is not having it and immediately tells his knight to get lost. Ignoring Heberon's grumbling about him being petty, Riftan gently leads Maxi away. He explains that the men ate stew to recover their energy and insists she have some too, offering her a warm bowl with a caring look. As Maxi happily sips her warm stew, a young musician with a lute steps forward. He politely offers to play a tune for her, guessing she's had enough of the sailor's rough singing. He assures them he knows most ballads and just needs her to name one. Flustered by the attention, Maxi initially says no, but the musician's kind persistence works. She quietly admits there is a song she'd like to hear. The only catch: she doesn't know the title, only a few of the lyrics. Riftan listens in, curious. Maxi softly recites the few lyrics she can recall, a sad tale of a knight who rises to the heavens and a beloved waiting for the melting snow. The musician's face lights up in recognition. He joyfully identifies the tune as Adelian's poem, an old ballad from the Roem Empire. Beaming, he explains that he's quite fond of it himself, though different regions have their own versions. Promising to do his best, he settles down and strums his lute. A beautiful, clear melody fills the air as he begins his performance. As the musician plays, the ballad's tragic story unfolds. The song tells of a beloved, symbolized by a lone oak tree, and a plea for a dragon to carry her fallen knight's body to a peaceful rest. Maxi listens, completely captivated by the beautiful, sorrowful melody that speaks of eternal love, even in death. When the final note fades, the musician gives her a gentle smile. The performance is met with a wave of applause and impressed whistles from the knights, who call it a true treat for the ears. Maxi, with a happy blush, tells the musician his performance was wonderful, though slightly different from a version she remembered. The musician explains that his lyrics are from the old Roem Empire capital, then worries she didn't like it. Maxi quickly reassures him, her face lit up with a genuine smile as she calls the song beautiful. Suddenly, Riftan interrupts, calling out to the musician. He coolly tosses a gold coin through the air, declaring it a reward for making his wife happy. He then commands the young man to keep entertaining Maxi for the rest of their voyage. One of the knights pipes up, saying their journey will end by tomorrow. The musician, clutching the huge gold coin, quickly agrees to play whatever Maxi wants. When Riftan jokingly threatens to take the payment back, the kid practically begs to serve her. As dawn breaks, Riftan gently tells Maxi it's time for her to rest. But the news of their arrival fills her with anxiety about the future. He leaves the cabin to stand guard against dangerous sirens, promising he'll be back when she wakes up, leaving her alone with her worries. Maxi's anxiety grows as she asks why their journey is almost over, recalling he'd said it might take 10 days. Riftan explains that good weather and favorable winds have cut their travel time short. He details their route, explaining they'll soon arrive at the Grand Basilica. Hesitantly, Maxi asks what comes next. Riftan's face grows serious as he reveals their timing is tight. He will likely have to head straight to the battlefield. The weight of his words crushes Maxi, leaving her standing in stunned silence as her short-lived happiness completely evaporates. Seeing her distress, Riftan gently tells Maxi not to worry. He tries to comfort her with his plan, explaining that she will stay at a large, beautiful monastery in Levon where she'll have a pleasant time. But this is the exact opposite of what she wants. Maxi stammers that he has it all wrong. Her anxiety building, she calls out his name, gathering every ounce of her courage. Then, her voice trembling but full of desperation, she asks if she can go with him to the battlefield. With every bit of courage she can find, Maxi asks Riftan if she can go with him. He stares back, completely silent and caught off guard. She desperately pleads, explaining that she doesn't want to be left all alone in an unfamiliar place. But with every bit of courage she can find, Maxi asks Riftan if she can go with him. He stares back, completely silent and caught off guard. She desperately pleads, explaining that she doesn't want to be left all alone in an unfamiliar place. But her plea is met with a cold rejection. Riftan's face hardens as he tells her not to make a fuss. He reminds her how difficult it was for him to agree to her accompanying him this far. His harsh dismissal shatters her fragile hope, leaving her utterly defeated. Not giving up, Maxi points out that his knights could use a healer. But Riftan isn't having it. He tells her there are plenty of professionals in Livadon, and he refuses to put her in danger. Her face falls, and Riftan tries to smooth things over, even offering her a spot in the royal palace. Maxi firmly shakes her head. That's not what she wants. She asks how far the battlefield is. Riftan answers that it's only a 3-day journey, leaning in close to emphasize just how near that really is. Riftan softens his tone, reassuring Maxi that she'll only have to stay at the monastery for a few months. He makes a bold vow to end the battle before the start of autumn and take her back home to Anatole. Leaning in, he places a gentle kiss on her forehead, promising not to make her wait long. Maxi breaks down in tears as he pulls her into a tight embrace. Gathering herself, she asks him to promise he'll return for her as soon as possible. He firmly agrees, sealing his vow. The next morning, Maxi wakes to the sound of birds chirping outside the window. She sits up, captivated by the sight of them flying past. Riftan, awake beside her, asks what she's looking at. She shyly answers that she's watching the birds, noting they haven't seen any since they left the port. He explains that birds are only found near land, a rare sight in the middle of the ocean. Realizing they've arrived at their destination, Riftan declares it's time for them to get up and prepare to disembark. Their long journey is finally over. After their long journey, the couple finally gets ready to disembark. Their ship sails from the wide open sea into the bustling Chrysanth River, the lifeblood of southern Livadon. Standing on the deck, Maxi is completely blown away by the sheer number of ships crowding the waterway. Riftan calls her name, telling her to look straight ahead. As she turns, he reveals their destination, Levon, the spectacular capital. A massive city with brilliant white walls rises before them, leaving Maxi absolutely stunned by the magnificent view. As they ride into Levon, the entire city explodes with cheers. The people scream Riftan's name, hailing him as a legendary hero, the incarnation of a war god. Riding beside him, Maxi is completely stunned by the reception. She expected the locals to be wary of foreign knights, but instead, they're celebrating him. It finally dawns on her just how famous and beloved her husband is, even in this distant land. A mounted official then approaches, formally welcoming the champion of Weden and acknowledging his long journey to their capital. The official greets Riftan, thanking him for coming to Livadon. Riftan acknowledges the man, Grand Duke Druakaran, noting it's been a while. With a loud laugh, the Duke says he's honored Riftan remembers him, then asks if it's been 6 years since Riftan put his brother in his place. Coldly, Riftan corrects him, stating it's been 7. Watching this tense exchange, Maxi realizes they are on bad terms. The Duke extends a hand, but Riftan ignores it completely, leaving the nobleman hanging with a wide, strained smile. Ignoring the snub, the Grand Duke erupts in laughter. He gives Riftan a hard slap on his armored leg, booming about how much he's grown into a great knight. Watching this, Maxi realizes she misjudged the situation. They aren't enemies. The Duke is just incredibly forward. Riftan cuts straight to business, asking about the war. The Duke reveals that a total of 3,500 reinforcements have arrived from Weden and Balto. But there's a catch. Every single soldier was sent directly to the battlefield the moment they arrived, signaling a desperate fight ahead. Riftan cuts right to business, asking about the Temple Knights. The Duke explains they're traveling by land and will be late. He cheerfully suggests Riftan head to the palace for some rest, promising a welcoming ceremony for the Dragon Knights. But Riftan flatly refuses. He says they rested enough on the ship, and he doesn't want to waste time. He declares his intent to leave for the front as soon as the High Priest is ready. The Duke sighs at his impatience, but is interrupted when Riftan makes one more request. He turns, calls out Maxi's name, and beckons her forward. As Maxi rides forward, the clatter of her horse's hooves fills the courtyard. Riftan turns to the Grand Duke and bluntly introduces her, stating that this is his wife, Maximilian. The Duke is visibly shocked, barely able to repeat the words, "your wife." He was clearly not expecting this bombshell. Unfazed by his reaction, Riftan makes his request clear. He wants the Duke to arrange living quarters for Maxi before he leaves for the front lines. All the while, Maxi sits anxiously on her horse, caught in the middle of the tense exchange. The Grand Duke is already on it. He tells Riftan that he sent a messenger to the Basilica and arranged for 300 of Livadon's best knights to join him. With supplies being prepared, they'll be ready to go soon. The Duke then smirks, admitting he's surprised. He asks why Riftan wants his wife at a monastery instead of the palace. Riftan's answer is blunt. He wants her kept out of politics. The Duke agrees, noting Riftan has already angered the king. Leaving Maxi in the palace would only make things worse. Suddenly, a panic scream for Riftan shatters the conversation. The Grand Duke finally agrees, promising to ask the High Priest to personally see to Maxi's welfare. Riftan gives a quick nod of thanks. But poor Maxi is having a full-blown panic attack, her heart pounding like a drum. She can't believe how bold he's being. The Duke then cuts to the chase, asking why Riftan would bring his wife on this difficult journey at all. Before Riftan can answer, his knight Hebron steps forward. He proudly explains that Lady Calypse is a talented healer, and they needed her skill since their main mage had already left. The Grand Duke is totally buying the healer story. He praises Maxi, calling it a decision worthy of Riftan's wife, and promises to make her stay comfortable. A quiet Maxi nervously thanks him. Soon after, they arrive at their destination, the Grand Basilica of Levon. The courtyard is a chaotic scene of war preparations, with countless wagons being loaded with supplies. Maxi is stunned by the scale of it all, wondering if the carts are full of food and weapons. Just then, a knight's armor clanks on the stone as he reports that all preparations are complete. The knight announces that the two priests Riftan requested are ready to go. Riftan is impressed by how fast everything is moving, but the Duke just grins, admitting he prepared everything in advance. He then gets Maxi's attention, telling her to come forward for an introduction. A nervous Maxi steps up as he presents the High Priest himself. She stammers out her name, and the priest, Sam Mordecai, gives her a gentle smile. He tells her he's aware she'll be staying and encourages her to consider the Basilica her home. With the formal introductions over, Riftan addresses the High Priest, officially leaving Maxi in his care. He instructs them to contact Duke Aron if any trouble arises. Later, as he prepares to depart, he turns to Maxi, reassuring her that she will be well looked after. The finality of the moment hits her, and she suddenly grips his armored arm, not wanting him to leave. His gaze softens slightly as he tells her to be well. Then, without looking back, he walks away, leaving her to watch his silhouette fade into the setting sun. Maxi watches in disbelief as Riftan walks away. She can't believe he's really leaving just like that. Two of his knights, Elysian and Garrow, glance back with a kind smile, promising her they'll return. As the army rides toward the horizon, Maxi is crushed, wondering how he could be so cold and indifferent. But just when all hope seems lost, the sound of horse hooves suddenly stops. Before anyone can react, Riftan swings himself off his horse and strides back toward her, leaving everyone stunned. The knights call out to their commander in confusion, but Riftan doesn't stop. He sprints back towards a frozen Maxi, who watches in total disbelief. She's completely stunned, unable to process his sudden return. Before she can even get a word out, he sweeps her right off her feet in one powerful motion. Without any explanation, he lifts her into his arms and begins carrying her away from the Basilica, leaving everyone behind completely speechless at his unbelievably bold move. Riftan carries Maxi to a quiet spot under a large tree before finally setting her down. He looks completely overwhelmed, covering his face with his gauntlet and letting out a heavy sigh. A bewildered Maxi asks what's wrong. He admits he knows he's being a fool, but can't help it. Reaching out, he gently places a single copper coin into her palm, telling her to always keep it with her. He explains it was the first coin he ever earned as a mercenary, a good luck charm he's kept ever since. Maxi is left speechless. Stuttering, Maxi tries to give the coin back. She insists that he should be the one to carry it since he's heading into danger. But Riftan simply leans in closer, his expression soft but serious. He tells her that he no longer needs luck, confident that he can survive without relying on such things. The real reason he gave it to her, he explains, is for his own peace of mind. Knowing the coin is in her possession will allow him to feel at ease, believing she's safe. He gently kisses her hand, leaving Maxi overwhelmed with emotion. Tears stream down Maxi's face as she finally speaks from the heart. She stammers that even with his lucky coin, she'll be worried sick about him while he's away at war. This is the first time she's ever voiced her feelings so openly. Hearing her genuine concern, Riftan's intense gaze softens completely. He leans in and places a gentle, reassuring kiss on her forehead. Pulling back, he looks her straight in the eyes and quietly asks if she will truly worry for him, a moment of pure, raw vulnerability between them. Overwhelmed with emotion, Maxi can only give a shaky nod through her tears. That's all the confirmation Riftan needs. He immediately pulls her into a deep, heartfelt kiss, pouring years of unspoken feelings into the moment. When they part, Maxi looks him in the eye and stammers out a request, asking him to promise he will return unharmed. A confident smile spreads across Riftan's face as he swears he will. She then asks if he'll be back soon. He simply says yes, sealing their connection with a solemn vow for the future. The heavy moment finally arrives as a gust of wind blows by. Riftan tells Maxi he really must go now. Unable to speak, she clenches the fabric over her chest, desperate for him to stay. He takes her hand in his, a firm and reassuring gesture. In her heart, she silently prays that nothing bad will happen to him and that only good things will come his way. He presses her hand to his helmet, a silent vow, before their fingers slip apart. And just like that, he rides off to war, leaving Maxi to watch him disappear into the sunset. With Riftan gone, the loyal butler Rodrigo gently tells a devastated Maxi that they should head back inside. He offers to show her to her room, but she can only stare into the distance, still reeling from the farewell. The group stands on the steps of a grand monastery as night blankets the sky, leaving Maxi to face the long, quiet days ahead. A new chapter begins, with the time at the monastery passing uneventfully as Maxi waits, carrying the weight of Riftan's promise and the uncertainty of his return. Maxi's days at the monastery fell into a quiet, somber routine. Though her room was elegant and the meals were served on time, a heavy gloom hung in the air. After morning prayers, she and the other noble women would retreat to their chambers, anxiously waiting for news of victory. Unfortunately, the reports were grim. Word spread that the front lines were at a standstill, as the troll army's barrier was proving far more difficult to breach than imagined. Clasping her hands tightly, Maxi wishes she could receive just one letter. Any word from Riftan would be a comfort. Maxi felt like she was drowning in the endless, silent waiting. The days at the monastery were heavy and still, each one stretching into the next without change. But during morning service, the solemn quiet is suddenly broken. Hushed whispers begin to ripple through the crowd of anxious noblewomen, and Maxi can feel a shift in the air. Her heart pounds with a mix of hope and dread. Another lady turns to her, nervously asking if there has been any word from the front lines yet. The lady is shocked Maxi hasn't heard the gossip. Scooting closer, she reveals that the legendary temple knights from the great church of Osiria have arrived. This is a huge deal. They plan to hold a service and then ride straight to the front lines. The woman is thrilled, convinced these holy warriors will guarantee a swift victory. But Maxi isn't so optimistic. She just agrees quietly, her face clouded with worry as she pictures another group of soldiers marching off to that dangerous battlefield. The heavy toll of the monastery bells rings out as Maxi prays, her face etched with worry. While others see hope in the new arrivals, her mind fills with images of the legendary temple knights of Osiria. These aren't just soldiers. They are paladins knighted by the Pope himself, elite warriors who are masters of both the sword and holy power. Suddenly, Maxi can't stay still. She bolts from her seat, dashing through the gardens and leaping down the stairs, determined to see these famed guardians with her own eyes. It all clicks into place for Maxi. According to holy doctrine, monsters exist to challenge God, so any knights devoted to him would undoubtedly lead the charge. That means Riftan's Remdragon knights must be on the front lines, too. This realization sends her flying through the halls, her breath catching in her chest. She bursts into a study, a desperate plan forming in her mind. Grabbing a quill, she realizes that even if the two orders have different destinations, their paths might cross. There's a chance they could meet, if only for a moment. Maxi clutches the letter, her brilliant plan hitting a serious wall. The cathedral is filled with the temple knights, and their vibe is beyond intense. She'd heard they went through rigorous training, but she wonders if that included a class on looking scary. The whole atmosphere is way too serious for her to just walk up and ask one of these holy warriors to be her personal mailman. As she hesitates, a sudden vision flashes in her mind, a hand gently blessing a young soldier. Even with powerful reinforcements, a single tear falls, a somber reminder of war's cost. Maxi desperately scans the intimidating crowd, searching for just one gentle-looking soul who might be willing to help. Her eyes lock onto a knight with pale blonde hair, his head bowed in what looks like sorrow. For a moment, he seems approachable, but then he looks up. His gaze is sharp and intense, shattering any hope of a friendly chat. Back in the crowd, Maxi clutches the letter so tightly her knuckles turn white. Fear or no fear, she's made up her mind. She has to take this chance. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name, Lady Calypso, jolting her back to reality. A concerned woman rushes to her side, noting how pale she looks and offering to get a cleric. Maxi quickly dismisses the offer, claiming she was just dizzy. The stranger introduces herself as Itzilla Kalima, from a family of knights. When Maxi timidly gives her own name, Maximilian Calypso, Itzilla's eyes widen in complete shock, repeating the familiar surname with disbelief. Itzilla's jaw practically hits the floor. She asks if Maxi is truly Sir Riftan's wife, stammering that she heard Maxi was at a monastery but thought it was just a silly rumor. Getting flustered, Itzilla apologizes for being so blunt, explaining it's just her personality. Maxi timidly asks about a name Itzilla mentioned, Alyssa. Itzilla explains Alyssa is her brother's fiancée and then drops a bombshell. Her brother was one of the knights trapped in Louisville Castle, which is why she's here anxiously waiting for news. Maxi's blood runs cold as Itzilla reveals her own brother was trapped inside Louisville Castle. Stuttering, Maxi asks if he made it out. Itzilla gives a small, relieved smile, confirming he wasn't among the recent fallen. She then offers a bigger piece of hope. She was told most of the knights from the castle escaped safely. For a second, Maxi dares to believe, but her hand clenches her dress. Her heart pounds as she reminds herself that most doesn't mean everyone, and definitely doesn't mean Riftan is safe. Itzilla explains she only approached because Maxi looked so pale, she thought she might collapse. A little defensive, Maxi stammers that she won't be fainting. Itzilla seems surprised, admitting Maxi is stronger than she looks. For a moment, Maxi's mind races, wondering if this woman is mocking her. But Itzilla adds that speaking to someone face-to-face is making her feel better. Maxi watches her, amazed by how composed the younger woman is. She wonders if this strength comes from being raised in a family of knights, so different from her own life. As the sun begins to set, the mood turns grim. Itzilla quietly informs Maxi that funerals for the fallen will take place over the next few days, keeping the clerics busy. Clasping her hands tightly, a desperate Maxi asks if the knights will be returning soon now that the battle is over. But Itzilla's face is dead serious as she asks if Maxi truly hasn't heard the news. She then delivers the final, crushing blow. The coalition army has decided to continue marching north. The war is far from over. Itzilla lays out the brutal truth. The army is pushing north to reclaim the remaining castles, chasing the monsters all the way to the Pamela Plateau. Maxi's heart sinks as she remembers Riftan's promise to return home quickly. His words about not making her wait long now feel like a cruel joke. Fighting back tears, she stammers a desperate question: when will the war finally end? But Itzilla offers no answers. She simply announces she's returning to her room, the scrape of her chair against the floor echoing Maxi's complete and utter despair. As Itzilla prepares to leave, she mentions her friend Alyssa is waiting for her. Confused, Maxi asks if Alyssa has been hiding in her room the whole time. Itzilla explains that Alyssa is a sensitive soul, unable to face the grim aftermath of the battle. She's terrified she might find her beloved, Elba, among the fallen. Concerned, Maxi asks if Itzilla is okay. With a sad smile, Itzilla simply states that as a knight's daughter, she's used to such things. Then she walks away, leaving Maxi to stand alone, completely heartbroken and overwhelmed. A week later, Lord Oberon approaches Maxi with a surprising offer. He asks if she would consider moving to Arran Castle for her own good. Maxi is completely confused by the sudden request and asks him to explain. Oberon lays out the grim situation. The clerics are overwhelmed with tending to the fallen soldiers, meaning they can no longer look after the noblewomen. With her staff now cut in half, Oberon worries how he will face Riftan if his wife isn't properly cared for while he's away on the front lines. Lord Oberon presses his case, promising Maxi she'll have everything she needs if she just moves to Arran Castle. However, Maxi firmly but politely refuses. She explains that she's gotten used to her life here and, more importantly, with the war going on, she could never truly be at ease anywhere. Seeing her resolve, Oberon relents, but leaves the offer open. As he turns to go, Maxi suddenly panics, shouting for him to promise he'll let her know if he needs to. She's terrified that Riftan will think she was a burden. A mournful bell tolls over the city, a constant reminder of the war's heavy price. Following the recapture of Louisville, the grim reality sets in as carts carrying the fallen arrive day after day. The air is thick with sorrow while clerics work around the clock, performing purification rituals to ensure the dead can rest peacefully. But this vital task leaves no one to tend to the living. With no staff left to serve them, the noble women are forced to fend for themselves, a new and humbling reality in the midst of tragedy. Maxi finds a sense of purpose while brushing a horse in the stables. She realizes that without the experience from her past expedition, she'd be completely lost right now. Keeping busy is the only thing that stops her anxiety from creeping in during these tense times. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name. Two other noble women, Lady Edsilla and Lady Alyssa, approach her with friendly smiles. Maxi recalls that since a slightly awkward first conversation, the three of them have started talking and getting to know each other much better. Lady Edsilla admits she was also getting restless and asks if Maxi has any news. Hopeful, Maxi presses for information, but Edsilla has a different idea. She warmly clasps Maxi's hands, explaining that she and the other ladies are on their way to the shelter to help those in need. With a kind and hopeful smile, she formally invites Maxi to come along with them. Stunned by the sudden offer to be included, Maxi is left speechless, trying to process the unexpected gesture of friendship and purpose. Lady Edsilla lays out their noble mission with a simple plan: collect voluntary donations, exchange them for coin, buy relief supplies, and deliver them to the shelter under the protection of the Basilica guards. Later, inside a rattling carriage, Lady Alyssa tells Maxi that her generous jewelry donation was truly unnecessary. Edsilla quickly agrees, adding that simply having Sir Riftan's wife visit is more than enough comfort for the people. But Maxi humbly explains that since she is also relying on the kindness of the monastery, she feels it's only right to do what she can to help. Lady Alyssa excitedly points out their destination, the shelter. As the carriage halts, Edsilla instructs Maxi to stay put while they go inside to speak with the clerics first. Peeking out the window, Maxi's heart clenches at the grim sight of desperate women and children huddled inside. Alyssa soberly remarks that they must be the families of soldiers who perished in the war, now left with nothing. A chilling thought strikes Maxi as a new resolve hardens her expression. If she were to lose Riftan, their fate could easily become her own. Maxi is hit with a terrifying thought. What would happen if she were to lose Riftan? She knows her status would save her from begging, but her only alternative is returning to her cruel father. A chilling memory of his control makes her shudder. He could simply sell her off in another marriage to suit his own plans. Just as panic begins to set in, a sharp knock on the carriage door jolts her back to reality. A guard announces that the clerics are ready to greet them, and it's time to step outside. With a new sense of purpose, Maxi presents their donation, a silver coin clinking as a symbol of their support. An elderly cleric greets them, his face weary but his voice full of gratitude as he thanks the ladies for visiting their humble shelter. One of the ladies explains they heard the shelter was facing hardship and brought food and other necessities. The old man is stunned by their generosity, explaining that their timing is a miracle. He confesses they were on the verge of requesting royal aid and couldn't be more grateful for their help. One of the ladies asks the cleric if the situation is really that dire. With a heavy sigh, the old man explains the grim truth. The long war has flooded the city with struggling orphans, widows, and refugees fleeing from monsters. He shamefully admits that they can barely scrape together one meal a day for everyone. Determined to help further, the ladies ask to inspect the shelter to see what other supplies are needed. As the cleric agrees, Maxi seems lost in thought, her eyes wide as she's sure she just saw something unmistakable. The cleric asks the ladies to follow him, and a heavy door groans open. The sight inside is shocking. The room is dark and cramped, filled with sick and desperate people huddled on the floor. Overwhelmed, the noble women immediately cover their faces, recoiling from the terrible stench. The old cleric sadly informs them that the second floor is just as crowded. One of the ladies, visibly shaken, says she has seen enough. She admits she never realized how bad it was and vows to collect more donations to help them. The noblewoman promises the cleric they'll gather more donations, and he gratefully urges them to do so. True to their word, the ladies of Livadon begin a massive charity effort. They collect everything from precious jewels and gold coins to warm blankets and fresh food, visiting the shelter regularly to deliver aid. It wasn't about some grand sense of justice. For them, the real reward was seeing a hint of light and a flicker of a smile return to the faces of the people they helped. However, this period of goodwill was about to be interrupted. During their next visit, Maxi is stunned to find the shelter's supplies have dwindled to almost nothing. She asks the cleric what happened to all the blankets and clothes they just delivered. The old man shamefully admits they've been dealing with a string of thefts. With the city guards stretched thin, there's nothing he can do. He then delivers even worse news, urging the ladies to stop visiting. A dangerous sickness is spreading due to the heat, and for the weakened refugees, it could be a death sentence. The cleric reveals the grim truth. The refugees are so poor they can't afford medicine or even proper funerals, forcing them to bury their dead in secret. The noble women begin to murmur anxiously, terrified that a plague will spread if things continue. The cleric tries to calm their fears, saying isolation should contain the sickness. However, he then explains the real danger. Word of their charity is spread, causing unrest in the city. He begs them to stop visiting, admitting he couldn't live with himself if their kindness ended up getting them hurt. One of the noble women suggests they just raise more money for medicine. But the cleric explains it's not that simple. Medicine prices have skyrocketed, and worse, there's a huge supply shortage. It's a problem that money can't fix. Just as despair sets in, Maxi timidly speaks up. She tells them she noticed an abundance of lizard grass growing nearby. With a little hesitation, she asks if they could use the plant as medicine, catching everyone completely off guard with her practical and unexpected idea. Just as hope seems lost, Maxi timidly gets everyone's attention. She stammers, suggesting they could use a plant she's seen growing nearby called lizard grass as medicine. The cleric is completely stumped, admitting he's never even heard of such a herb. Pushing past her stutter, Maxi describes it in detail, a plant with diamond-shaped leaves and black spots that helps soothe stomach pain. Then, to prove her point, she reveals she's already holding a few sprigs, leaving the others stunned by her unexpected knowledge and resourcefulness. Maxi continues her impromptu lesson, explaining that lizard grass becomes toxic as it matures. She instructs the cleric that they must only use the younger leaves and boil them first to remove any dangerous properties. Realizing they have the plant growing right in their own yard, the cleric's hope is renewed, and he quickly leads her outside. As other clerics present her with the collected herbs, Maxi confidently points out the safe ones, warning them that the dark-spotted leaves are poisonous. Everyone is stunned by her knowledge, realizing the cure they needed was growing like a weed right under their noses. As the clerics prepare the lizard grass remedy, Maxi reflects on the sad irony. The cure was a common weed all along, and if anyone else had known, this tragedy could have been prevented. The herbal medicine works quickly, bringing immediate relief to the sick. Believing the matter is resolved, the other noble women depart, satisfied with their work. But as Maxi watches them leave, a terrible shudder runs through her. A frantic shout from the street confirms her worst fears. The number of patients has suddenly skyrocketed, and the crisis is far from over. Maxi's success immediately backfires. Word of her cure spreads like wildfire, and soon, their shelter is mobbed by sick people from all over the region. When Maxi asks why they aren't at a proper hospital, the cleric delivers the crushing news. Most healers are away with the army, making them the city's last line of defense. He bows deeply, begging her to share her knowledge of herbs. The immense pressure sends Maxi spiraling, but she finds her courage. Steeling herself, she agrees to do her best, bringing a wave of relief to the desperate clerics. With healers and medicine critically low, news of Maxi's miracle cure explodes across the capital. Her bravery inspires the other noble women, who ditch their graceful patronage to get their hands dirty. They start assisting the priests and even venture into the forest to study medicinal herbs. Though some gossip that such work is beneath them, one woman declares their hardship is nothing compared to what their husbands face on the battlefield. She says it's far more gratifying than just waiting at home, terrified of what news the war might bring. One of the noble ladies tells Maxi that her kindness is sure to bring the soldiers good luck on the front lines. And it seems like she's right. As summer arrives, good news floods the capital. Ships loaded with supplies arrive in the port, and reports from the north tell of one victory after another. Later, another woman points out that fewer wagons carrying wounded men are coming in. She excitedly tells Maxi this is a great sign. The army is pushing back the monsters. Just one more castle stands between them and total victory. As the good news rolls in, another noble woman tells Maxi that the war might finally be coming to an end. Staring out at the sparkling water, Maxi quietly hopes the next messenger brings even better tidings. The thought of peace sends her mind racing back to Riftan and his promise to finish the fight and take her back to Anatole. She daydreams of their home, picturing the orchards, the wildflower fields, and the sparkling lakeside. More than anything, she wishes she could set sail and return home with him right now. Before the summer festival ends, the sound of galloping hooves shatters the city's calm. A messenger on horseback thunders through the streets, yelling about urgent news from the front lines. The noblewoman beside Maxi lights up, convinced this is the final victory she's been waiting for. She excitedly tells Maxi that the army must have recaptured Ethelena Castle and urges her to hurry back to find out. But as her friend dashes off, Maxi is frozen in place. A terrible feeling washes over her, her face filled with dread instead of hope. Her heart pounds, and the basket of herbs slips from her hands. A chilling thought solidifies her fear. Good news comes by carrier pigeon, not a knight on horseback. This level of urgency could only mean something terrible has happened. Back at the monastery, the mood is grim. The high priest, Oberon, greets Maxi and cancels evening prayers, telling everyone to rest in their rooms. Unable to ignore her anxiety, Maxi asks him about the messenger. With a heavy sigh, Oberon decides she deserves to know the truth and prepares to deliver the grave news. The high priest addresses the crowd of noble women, suggesting it might be best for them to return to their families. The women murmur in confusion, demanding to know what's happening. With a heavy heart, Oberon delivers the devastating news. The tide of battle has turned against them. He explains that the monsters have overwhelmed their forces, pushing the army all the way back to Balto. The war is now a brutal stalemate. For Maxi, the world stops. Her face drains of all color as she's hit with terrifying visions of the battlefield. Alone in her room, Maxi chews her thumb nervously as Oberon's words play over in her mind. He had tried to soften the blow, claiming the war would simply be a long one and they could no longer host the noble women. But Maxi knows better. If the situation wasn't dire, why send them all home in such a hurry? Her mind spirals, concluding the surprise attack must have caused massive damage. A sickening wave of fear washes over her as she worries about Riftan's safety. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door startles her. The door creaks open, revealing an unexpected visitor, Lady Edsilla. She apologizes for the late hour but has something important to discuss in private. A moment later, Maxi learns Edzilla's unbelievable plan. She intends to disguise herself as a cleric and sneak onto the battlefield. Utterly shocked, Maxi yells out, but Edsilla quickly claps a hand over her mouth. She begs Maxi to keep her voice down, explaining that if her attendant found out about her risky scheme, she would be dragged home without a second thought. Edsilla assures Maxi that this isn't some reckless whim. She has a thought-out plan. She explains that since most male clerics have already been sent to war, the army is making an exception and recruiting women. This is her perfect opportunity to sneak in. Maxi is horrified, warning her that it's too dangerous and she'll definitely be caught. But Edsilla dismisses her fears, confident that the cleric's head-covering robes will hide her identity. She just needs to be careful until she's past the main gates. She's already looked into it. Edsilla tries to calm Maxi down, explaining that the rear support unit doesn't actually fight on the front lines. They just treat the injured and cook for the soldiers, which she insists is very similar to her work at the shelter. But Maxi is still terrified for her friend, pleading with her to reconsider since she's only 18. She tearfully asks Edsilla to think of the people who would be devastated if anything happened to her. Edsilla knows the proper thing is to go home and pray, but she refuses to simply waste away with worry. Edzilla's frustration boils over as she declares she's tired of doing nothing but sitting around. Realizing she got too emotional, she apologizes for getting carried away, clarifying that wasn't what she came to say. She then reveals her real purpose. The support unit leaves in just 5 days, and she wants to learn as much healing magic as possible before then. Locking eyes with a stunned Maxi, Edsilla asks for her help in this dangerous scheme. Maxi is completely speechless, her heart pounding at the impossible request. Maxi's heart hammers in her chest. This is a terrible idea. She knows she has to stop her friend. Even if Edsilla comes from a family of knights, a noble woman won't last long in a war zone. Maxi's first thought is to tell the clerics immediately. But then, an entirely different plan takes root. She agrees to help, but with one shocking condition. Looking Edsilla straight in the eye, Maxi begs to be taken with her. Edsilla is floored, insisting Maxi can stay safely at the monastery, but Maxi knows she can't just wait and worry. With trembling hands, Maxi finds her voice. Overcoming her stutter, she tells Edsilla that she doesn't just want to go, she must go. The determination in her eyes is unmistakable. Realizing her friend is dead serious, Edsilla agrees to the dangerous plan. She promises to get Maxi a cleric's habit and tells her to meet in the rear courtyard after the afternoon service to prepare. The plan is set, and there's no turning back. 5 days later, under the cover of night, the time for their secret departure has finally arrived. In a dark monastery hallway, a soft knock echoes on a heavy door. It swings open, revealing a cleric with a stone-cold expression. She is definitely not happy to see them. Maxi and Edsilla hold their breath as the woman lets out a frustrated sigh before quietly telling them to come inside. As they sneak past, Maxi wonders about the strange reaction. Once the door clicks shut, the woman turns to face them. She admits she didn't believe it at first, but now she sees with her own eyes that they are dead serious about their plan. The cleric and Itzilla are already bickering. The woman, who reveals her name as Selena, admits she was hoping they would change their minds on the way over. Maxi realizes Itzilla's helpful friend is not happy about this dangerous plan at all. Giving in with a sigh, Selena knows she can't stop the stubborn noblewoman. She tosses them their disguises and tells them to get changed. After complaining about Itzilla's constant demands, Selena turns to Maxi and warns her to back out. But Maxi holds her ground, firmly introducing herself. She is all in. Maxi gently holds Selena's hand, thanking her for the advice, but respectfully declining. Her decision is final. Realizing she can't stop them, Selena sighs in defeat. She makes them promise not to get her in trouble, muttering that no one would ever suspect noble women of disguising themselves to go to war anyway. Peeking out the window, Selena explains that the group departs at dawn. When she gives the signal, they must get on the carriage as quietly as possible. As the sun rises, a convoy of carriages begins to roll out of the city gates. At the crack of dawn, the command rings out and the convoy rumbles out of the city gates. Hidden inside a rattling supply wagon, Maxi and the other women begin their long, uncomfortable journey. She quietly asks Selena how long it will take to reach their destination. Selena whispers back that it could be 7 to 10 days, maybe even longer with such a large group. Then she drops a bombshell. Duke Arn himself is leading this expedition, so they're taking every precaution. Hearing that a powerful duke is in charge, Maxi flinches, realizing just how serious this mission truly is. When the convoy finally stops, the reality of their journey hits hard. Selena hands out the rations. Plain, hard bread. Itzilla is not having it, demanding to know where the wine and cheese are. But Selena shuts her down quick, explaining that the good stuff is for the knights. They're just support staff now. To prove she won't back down, Itzilla defiantly starts crunching on the bread. Impressed, Selena asks Maxi how they even managed to escape. Maxi reveals her genius plan. She paid people to create a fake departure, making everyone think they simply went home. Selena can't believe such a simple trick actually worked, but Maxi explains she had a backup plan. She bribed some folks to create a distraction during morning prayers, allowing her to slip away unnoticed. Just as she finishes, another woman asks Maxi why she seems so nervous. Maxi's anxiety spikes as she confesses that Duke Arn is supposed to be her official protector. If he recognizes her here among the support staff, she'll be in huge trouble. Her new friends quickly try to calm her down, assuring her a powerful duke won't notice one cleric. Despite Maxi's fears, the expedition gets underway smoothly. It turns out Itzilla was right on the money. Duke Arn doesn't give their little group of clerics a second glance. But their problems are just getting started. The reality of the road is an absolute nightmare. They're dealing with a grueling schedule, tiny rations of stale bread, and the constant, bone-jarring rattle of the cramped wagon. All that, plus the nonstop fear of being found out, starts to wear them down. The tough-talking Itzilla is hit the hardest, looking flushed and completely exhausted. Maxi worries about Itzilla, who looks pale and sick from the journey. She suggests Itzilla roll up her sleeves, but the other woman insists she's fine. Maxi reflects on their rough condition, covered in bruises and bites, knowing she just has to endure until they reach the castle. Suddenly, the wagon screeches and lurches violently, throwing the women into a panicked heap. Before they can understand what's happening, a knight with a blood-splattered helmet rips the door open, screaming that they are under attack and need to get out now. The clerics are shoved out of the wagon into the middle of a full-blown battle. Knights scream for them to hurry and gather together so a protective barrier can be cast. All around them, soldiers clash with monstrous trolls. One beast takes a devastating hit that sends it staggering, but to everyone's horror, its deep wounds begin to glow and seal shut. A soldier yells to his commander that they're outnumbered, and the situation is too risky. Furious, the commander screams back, refusing to believe the fight is a lost cause and pushing his men forward. The commander roars at his men to keep fighting, screaming that Serban Castle is just ahead and they must hold the line. But the massive troll stomps forward, its red eyes locked on its targets. A soldier yells out the monster's secret. They have to take its head off completely, or it will just keep regenerating. As the beast charges, heavy chains whip through the air in a desperate counterattack. Huddled together in the middle of the chaos, Maxi and Itzilla can only watch the terrifying battle unfold, completely powerless. Just as the knights are being pushed back, heavy chains snake through the air, wrapping tight around the monster's thick neck. A dark, imposing figure descends into the chaos, their massive sword slicing through the air in a single, decisive arc. The troll is immediately overpowered. This mysterious warrior steps onto the grim battlefield, completely unfazed. The exhausted soldiers stare in disbelief before one shouts with renewed hope. It's the Temple Knights. Reinforcements have arrived, and a piece of the fallen beast is dragged away, signaling a swift and brutal turning of the tide. With the battle over, the Temple Knights begin the grim cleanup. A commander shouts orders, telling his men to gather the fallen and tend to the wounded, roaring that they are almost at Serban Castle. Amidst the chaos, Maxi quietly decides to use her healing magic on the worst injuries, hoping to remain discreet. A knight spots her and, without questioning her, points to another soldier in need of help. Maxi freezes, terrified by the carnage. After the knight yells at her to hurry, she steels herself and steps forward, trying to ignore a nearby twitching hand. As Maxi kneels over a wounded soldier, a low growl rumbles nearby. A spray of dark liquid hits her face, and she looks up in terror to see the massive troll regenerating right in front of her. While these monsters can heal from almost anything, they have one fatal weakness: losing their head for good. Before the beast can fully recover, a massive, dark blade slices through the air with incredible force. In the troll's place stands a fearsome silhouette with glowing red eyes. Maxi can only stare up, completely stunned by the brutal, swift end to the battle. As the troll starts to regenerate, a low growl rumbles nearby. But these monsters have one fatal weakness: they can't recover if their head is permanently removed. Suddenly, a massive, dark silhouette with glowing red eyes looms over Maxi. Before the beast can fully heal, the warrior charges forward, dragging a heavy, spiked weapon. A huge blade slices through the air in a single, decisive arc. The fight is over in an instant, leaving Maxi splattered and staring up in stunned silence at the fearsome figure who just saved her life. The knight steps forward, his face hidden by a hood. He calmly looks down at Maxi and asks a chilling question, wondering if she knows how to properly check if a troll is truly finished. The mysterious figure in the cloak doesn't waste a second. He orders the knights to get the wounded soldier to a tent immediately. Still kneeling on the ground, a shaken Maxi thanks him over and over for saving their lives. Her savior turns his full attention to her, his piercing gaze making her freeze. He asks if she's hurt. Maxi stammers that she's just a little startled, but his intense stare doesn't let up. She's completely unnerved, wondering why this man keeps looking at her so intently. Maxi's heart hammers in her chest. Her mind races with a single, terrifying question: has he recognized her? If this mysterious warrior knows who she is, she has absolutely no idea what she would even say. But after a moment that feels like an eternity, the man turns and walks away without another word. A shaky breath escapes Maxi's lips as she realizes he must not know. Later that night, while the rest of the camp sleeps, Maxi lies awake. Her eyes follow the cloaked figure as he slips away from the fire and vanishes into the darkness. The sound of quiet sobbing pulls Maxi into the woods, where she finds one of her maids, Ludys, crying alone. The rustle of Maxi's approach startles the young woman. Forgetting her own terrifying day, Maxi immediately asks if Ludys is hurt. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ludys explains that the day's events were far worse than she ever expected. She feels foolish for breaking down, especially when Maxi was the one who nearly lost her life. After composing herself, Ludys gently asks if Maxi is ready to head back to the camp. As Maxi listens, Ludys composes herself and asks if she has ever told her about her brother, Elba. She reveals that Elba is engaged to another lady, but there's a painful complication: his right hand is permanently damaged. 2 years ago, a jousting tournament ended with him suffering a severe arm injury. Even though he was healed with divine magic, the effects lingered. He claimed he went to war to uphold his family's honor, but Ludys confesses the real, guilt-ridden reason: he went to war because of her. Ludys explains the harsh rules of noble society. When two families agree to an engagement, a dowry matching their status is expected. For a noble woman, breaking that promise is a social death sentence. Her own father sold their last piece of land to prevent her from facing that dishonor. Overcome with guilt, Ludys admits she tried to tell them she didn't mind, but her words felt empty. She then reminds Maxi of the grim reality they witnessed earlier: not all soldiers who fall in battle ever make it back home. Itzilla explains the grim reality of war: fallen soldiers are often buried where they fall. She used to find comfort in not having seen her brother's body, but that thought now feels hollow. Overwhelmed with guilt, she wishes she'd joined a monastery to prevent her family's suffering, confessing she could never forgive herself if her brother met that same fate. Maxi spends the entire night consoling her heartbroken maid. The next morning by the water, she's completely exhausted and emotionally drained from the whole ordeal. After the emotionally draining night, Maxi is glad to see her maid has recovered so quickly. But she's also surprised. She wonders if the secret to Lydia's strength is her family's love, a father who sold land and a brother who risked his life, all for her. To Maxi, that kind of devotion feels completely unreal. As her hand touches the water, her own deep-seated insecurities begin to surface. She questions if her life would have been different had she been smarter, more beautiful, and free of her stutter. Would her own father have ever treated her differently? As Maxi loses herself in somber thoughts by the water, a sudden crunching sound shatters the quiet morning. She flinches, whipping around to find the source of the noise. Her eyes widen, and she freezes on the spot. Leaning against a nearby tree is none other than the wizard, Ruth, watching her with a calm, unreadable expression. Caught completely off guard, Maxi is left speechless, barely managing to stammer out his name as she processes the unexpected encounter with the reclusive mage. Ignoring her question, the knight takes a heavy step forward, his expression grim. He explains that he tried to get information from her father, the Grand Duke, but the man pretended to be completely oblivious to the situation. The wizard, Ruth, takes a step forward, demanding to know how Maxi even managed to smuggle herself onto the expedition. She panics completely, shouting for him to stay back. Trying to make a quick getaway, she stammers that she has work to do. But his next words stop her cold. He calmly informs her that he successfully delivered her letter. Maxi freezes, her fear instantly replaced by concern for her husband. She timidly asks if Riftan was unhurt. Ruth just scoffs, remarking that nothing seems capable of wounding that man, and Maxi finally lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Ruth looks completely unimpressed, asking if she really came all this way just to confirm Riftan was safe. Panicked, Maxi begs him to keep her presence a secret, promising she won't be a bother to anyone. The wizard bluntly tells her she didn't need to do this. Her being there changes nothing, and Riftan would have been fine either way. But that casual confidence gets under her skin. Maxi snaps back that Riftan is not invincible. She tearfully confesses she just wanted to see him, even from a distance. Her heartfelt admission leaves Ruth completely speechless. Ruth tells her the knights are camped a full day's journey away, making it unlikely she'll ever run into Riftan. Dejected, Maxi quietly says it doesn't matter. She'll be happy just being close enough to hear news about him. Her simple, heartfelt wish seems to get through to the wizard. He finally admits it would be easier to just ignore her presence than to go through the trouble of assigning her a personal guard. Relenting, Ruth tells her to do as she pleases and starts walking, with Maxi following close behind. Maxi looks down at her torn, stained clothes, finally taking a moment to wonder if the danger has truly passed. From her hiding spot, Maxi spots Sir Elliot talking to a cloaked figure. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the person. It's Ruth, the mage from Anatole. A wave of relief hits her. At least they're both unharmed. As they walk away, Maxi asks the other women to alert her if they hear any news about the Lividon Knights. An idea suddenly clicks. This is her chance to get answers. But her plan is a total bust. Later, she sits alone, completely defeated. She tried sitting near Ruth to get his attention, but he didn't spare her a single glance. Deciding she can't wait around for answers, Maxi walks up and taps Ruth on the shoulder. He turns, looking utterly exhausted, and she quietly whispers his name. His eyes go wide in total shock. Before he can make a sound, Maxi clamps a hand over his mouth, desperately telling him to be quiet. No one can know she is here. Ruth immediately starts freaking out, his muffled voice questioning her strange robes. He panics, demanding to know if the Duke, or worse, if Sir Riftan, has any idea she snuck away from the estate. Maxi quickly explains that she disguised herself as a cleric to join the support unit, working as a caregiver for the wounded. She begs him to keep her secret, but Ruth is totally freaking out. He complains that she's dragged him into her mess and is terrified of what will happen if Riftan finds out. Offended, Maxi fires back, annoyed that he's not even happy to see her after she was so worried. Just then, a guard approaches, asking if there's a problem. Ruth instantly panics, shouting that everything's fine, leaving the guard to awkwardly walk away. With the guard gone, Ruth has a full-on meltdown, burying his face in his hands. Maxi awkwardly apologizes, explaining she just got impatient and was worried sick since no one knew when the war would end. She timidly asks how he is, and more importantly, if Riftan is safe. After taking a huge breath to collect himself, Ruth asks which tent she's working in. She tells him it's the farthest one on the eastern end. He gets up, promising to find her in an hour or two, leaving Maxi stunned and worried about how suspicious that will look. As Maxi worries about being discovered, one of the younger knights, Elysian, admires the incredible stitch work on his arm. He calls it impressive and neat, but Maxi secretly frets that it's crooked. Another healer asks who did the work, and Ruth looks ready to take all the credit for himself. Before he can, the other women happily reveal it was Sister Meg, praising her as the most skilled healer among them. Elysian listens intently, a curious expression on his face as he learns about this mysterious and talented caregiver. Impressed by her skills, Elysian approaches Maxi, admitting he never realized how fearless she was. Their chat is cut short when Ruth appears, and he is absolutely fuming. He immediately starts poking holes in her flimsy cover story, warning her that the basilica is probably turning itself upside down searching for her. As he lectures, his thorny magic jabs at her, reminding her of the massive trouble she's in. He asks what on earth she was thinking, especially considering how furious Riftan will be, but Maxi just couldn't wait any longer. Maxi explains to Ruth that she just wanted to be closer to the battlefield to understand what was really going on. She tries to downplay the danger, arguing that since they're so far from the action, there's no way Riftan could possibly find her. But Ruth lets out a heavy sigh, telling her it's not that simple. He drops a bombshell. Within the week, the entire rear support unit is being ordered to the front line. The army is preparing for the final battle and needs every single person, including healers, right in the thick of it. Ruth explains that this massive troop movement is for the final battle, which will happen within a week at most. He tries to ease her worries, mentioning that the injured men are stable and a royal healing mage will have them patched up in just a few days. He admits he wants to send her away immediately, but there's no way to do it without her cover being blown. With a heavy heart, he tells her the safest option is to stay. He then begs her to promise she won't let Riftan see her. Maxi argues that Riftan is nearly a kilometer away, so there's no chance of being spotted. But Ruth's expression turns grim as he warns her not to get any closer. He explains that Riftan has senses keener than a wild animal, a built-in Maxi detector that will go off if she's near. Defeated, she agrees to see the knights off later. As Ruth leaves, he orders her to stay hidden. Suddenly, Maxi freezes in panic. In all the chaos, she never asked which of the Dragon knights had been wounded. By dusk, the results were incredible. Thanks to Maxi and Ruth's non-stop work, a third of the injured soldiers were already back on their feet. One knight gratefully grabs Ruth's hand, in total awe of the healing magic. He admits he thought he'd be out of commission for at least a month. While the other healed men celebrate, happily tossing a deadpan Ruth into the air, Maxi feels a strange emptiness. All her grueling effort, the sleepless nights and constant worry, goes completely unnoticed. She's left wondering why she feels so hollow. Ruth finally connects the dots, realizing why Maxi has been acting so strange. He puffs out his chest, totally offended, reminding her he's one of the best mages on the continent, not some rookie. Maxi shrinks, admitting she just wanted to get stronger to lessen his burden, and shyly asks about secret mage tower training tricks. But Ruth's tone softens, warning her that rushing her training is dangerous. He then drops a bombshell of praise. Her attentive care has saved dozens of lives, and even the other clerics recognize her skill, leaving Maxi completely speechless. Ruth tries to console Maxi, telling her she did everything she possibly could. He shares a hard-learned lesson from his own past. A healer who believes they can save everyone is doomed to a life of frustration and despair. But Maxi is still drowning in guilt, wondering if it's just the arrogance of a novice to believe that more power could have changed things. She finally asks which of the Dragon knights were wounded. Seeing her true fear, Ruth confirms the injured knight was Sir Heberon. Maxi's heart drops as she frantically asks if he's badly hurt. Ruth explains that Sir Heberon's injury is tricky. It's a monster's curse that only divine magic can fix. Maxi's real fear finally surfaces as she timidly asks about Riftan. Hearing he's safe, she's ecstatic when Ruth announces they're leaving tomorrow. But her joy evaporates instantly. Ruth points to a grim fortress on the horizon, warning that their journey to the front line will be extremely dangerous. With monster forces still roaming, he tells her to stay on high alert, ready to cast a barrier at a moment's notice. Just as Ruth promised, the order to depart comes down the next day. The entire procession, a long line of carriages carrying the wounded and essential supplies, rumbles out of Serban Castle. Inside a gently swaying wagon, Maxi travels with the other clerics. One of them whispers that the journey is much more comfortable than she expected. Maxi timidly agrees, noting their leisurely pace. Her companion explains they're moving slowly for the injured, adding that the trip is short. Impressed, Maxi observes that she must know the area very well. The cleric introduces herself as Nora, explaining this is her hometown. She smiles, confident they'll arrive safely. But she just had to jinx it. The wagon lurches to a violent stop, and shouts ring out from outside. A red goblin attack. The clerics panic as a knight orders everyone to stay inside. Nora blames herself, but another cleric remains calm, reasoning that if things were truly bad, the knights would have cast a barrier already. She creeps to the door to listen, telling the others to be ready. Suddenly, the wagon rattles strangely, and they all whip around. The shouting outside quiets down, and the clerics whisper nervously, wondering if the attack is over. One bravely peeks out, asking a passing knight if the fight has ended. The knight flashes a reassuring smile, explaining the monsters were taken care of instantly. He says the Dragon Knights were patrolling the area and intervened. Hearing this, another cleric asks if that means Sir Riftan is here. The confirmation hits Maxi like a lightning bolt. Her heart hammers in her chest at the thought that Riftan is just up ahead before the knight orders her back inside. A voice calls out, announcing they'll reach Ethelena Castle in about 2 hours. The wagons rattle through a narrow mountain pass, flanked by impossibly high cliffs. One of the clerics gasps, amazed by the massive rock face. Maxi, however, looks up in pure terror, gripping the side of the wagon. She nervously wonders if the cliffs will come crashing down on them. Nora quickly reassures her, explaining that this wall of rock is the castle's guardian, protecting it for centuries. That's why she was so shocked to hear such an impregnable fortress had fallen. Nora bitterly remarks that their blind faith in the castle's strength is what probably doomed it, causing Maxi to flinch. As the wagons finally enter the imposing fortress, Maxi can't shake the feeling that nowhere is truly safe. A guard stops their carriage, reporting directly to Riftan that a group of female clerics has arrived to treat the wounded. Hidden inside, Maxi's heart thumps wildly, knowing he's just feet away. After a quick glance from the mage Ruth, Riftan, without even looking back, curtly orders the guards to let them pass. The carriage rumbles to a halt inside the fortress, revealing a massive, bustling military camp. A knight named Gable directs Maxi and the other clerics to a large tent designated as their quarters. He informs them that the wounded will be moved next door and to report any critical cases immediately. Inside, the clerics whisper in relief, surprised by the spacious tent. Nora nervously comments on a Dragon Knight being on inspection duty, prompting Ruth to cut in. He warns her that Riftan is inspecting the battle formation and she must stay completely out of sight. As a horse's hooves approach, Maxi wonders if they're being overly cautious, since Sir Gable didn't even recognize her. But Ruth insists they can't take any risks. He explains that Riftan becomes completely illogical when it comes to her safety and begs her to spare the camp from his destructive fury if he finds out. Just then, a deep voice cuts through the air, stating, "There you are." Ruth whips his head around in shock. Maxi flinches, pulling her hood down tighter. Looking up, she sees the towering figure of Riftan on his warhorse. Ruth is completely busted, stammering as he tries to speak to the commander. Riftan glares down from his warhorse, his voice dangerously low. He demands to know what the mage is doing here when he was supposed to report on Hebron's wound immediately. Completely panicked, Ruth quickly explains he was just briefing the new female clerics who had arrived from the basilica. Riftan's eyes narrow suspiciously. He repeats the word basilica, his intense gaze slowly scanning the robed figures. Under her hood, Maxi finally looks up, her eyes wide with terror. Before anyone can react, Riftan's hand darts out and rips Maxi's hood back, exposing her identity. Thinking fast, Ruth frantically waves his arms to create a distraction, desperately asking about Sir Hebron's condition. Riftan ignores the diversion, stating that Hebron isn't getting any better and that it's on Ruth to find a way to dispel the curse. Taking the opportunity, the sweaty mage boasts that the knights can't last a day without him and quickly makes his escape. The other clerics decide to follow, leaving Maxi frozen in place, alone with her husband. The walk back to Riftan's tent is uncomfortably silent. As the sun sets over the camp, Maxi sees her husband talking seriously with the young, silver-haired knight, Elysian. Hiding behind a tree, she strains to hear their conversation, her anxiety building with every passing moment. Her hand tightens on the rough bark. Is he talking about her? Before she can learn anything, heavy footsteps approach from behind. A different knight looms over her, his voice sharp as he demands to know exactly what she thinks she's doing there. She's been caught. Startled, Maxi stammers that she was just leaving. The huge knight blocks her path, a nasty grin spreading across his face as he asks if she's looking for company. She quickly denies it, but he isn't convinced, telling her to be honest and offering his help. When Maxi tries to push past him, the man's hand shoots out, grabbing her arm in a crushing grip. Pain shoots through her as he demands she stop playing coy. Terrified, she struggles, silently screaming for someone to help her. Just as the knight's grip tightens, a cold voice cuts in, asking what's happening. A mysterious man in a dark, hooded cloak emerges from the woods, and the brute immediately lets Maxi go. The newcomer, a paladin named Sir Quahol, calmly states that Maxi is a cleric from the basilica. He reminds the other man that there's a severe punishment for harming someone under the church's protection. The knight just scoffs, asking how he was supposed to tell if she was a cleric or just another woman there to entertain the weary soldiers. Sir Quahol shuts the brute down completely, his voice dangerously low. He orders the man back to his post before he's punished for insulting a cleric. The knight practically growls with frustration but knows when he's outmatched. He mutters a quick dismissal and stomps off into the night, leaving Maxi shaking behind her rescuer. The mysterious paladin turns to her, warning her to stop wandering around by herself. He explains that with a third of the soldiers being ruthless mercenaries for hire, the camp is a very dangerous place. The paladin gives her a stern warning. If she wants to avoid another nasty situation like that, she needs to stop wandering around the army barracks by herself. Still shaken, Maxi quickly stammers that she will keep his advice in mind. Seeing she's rattled, the mysterious man offers to escort her back to her tent. He even promises to post a guard at the women's area from now on to ensure their safety. From that day forward, life at Lena Castle finally settles into a new, more peaceful routine. With the soldiers now handling the cooking, the female clerics could finally focus on tending to the wounded. For a moment, it seemed like things were improving. But that peace was shattered when a cleric named Idsilla stormed into their tent, panting with fury. She declared she couldn't take it anymore, ranting about how she was constantly harassed by the soldiers on her way back from washing clothes. Dropping all composure, she vowed to teach the brutes a lesson they would never forget. Another cleric sighed, agreeing that hiding their faces hasn't stopped the men from following them. The clerics whisper about how to solve their soldier problem. One woman suggests asking the high priest for help, while Maxi thinks the basilica's own soldiers could act as guards. Unseen, Ruth peeks from around a corner, sighing dramatically that the suspense is killing him. Later, Maxi asks him if Riftan might have overheard them, but Ruth says he's too preoccupied. He explains Sir Heberon is suffering from a powerful curse that no magic, not even his own, has been able to break. Maxi turns pale, stunned by the shocking news. Trying to downplay the danger, Ruth tells Maxi not to worry. He insists Heberon has survived far worse and practically has 9 lives. But his reassurances quickly turn into a strange warning. He tells her to focus on staying out of Riftan's sight. Sensing her confusion, Ruth reveals the real reason. He explains that she hasn't heard the news yet. Riftan is leading the Remdragon Knights to the battlefront tomorrow morning. They'll be on the front lines for 7 straight days. The devastating news hits Maxi hard, and she shudders with pure, unadulterated terror. Panicked, Maxi asks if a huge battle is about to kick off. Ruth quickly reassures her, explaining it's more of a stalemate. The two armies are facing each other across a treacherous gorge, and neither wants to risk the first move. He adds that the coalition has the advantage with plenty of supplies, while the monsters are still weak from their last defeat. They'll just rotate troops to wear the enemy down. Ruth tells her to relax, as he's staying behind to treat Heberon, and to call him if she needs anything. With a stutter, Maxi tells Ruth she understands and genuinely thanks him for all his help. The very next morning, as the faint light of dawn breaks, the Remdragon Knights set out for the battlefront. Maxi watches from the shadows, her heart sinking as the massive fortress gates grind shut with a heavy thud, sealing her husband away. Although a third of the soldiers are gone, daily life in the camp continues almost unchanged. But for Maxi, a small yet profound shift has occurred. The long, agonizing wait has officially begun. Thankfully, the female clerics get permission to bathe at a nearby spring, a small comfort in the grim camp. While waiting their turn, Maxi apologizes to another cleric, Idsilla, for volunteering them for the last group to avoid being recognized. Idsilla just smiles, reassuring Maxi that they're in the same boat and suggests they get some work done first. But just as she dashes off, another woman runs toward them in a panic. She screams that a battle has suddenly broken out near the front lines, and the injured soldiers are being brought back immediately. The camp descends into pure chaos as injured soldiers are carried in one after another. With a desperate call for all hands, everyone scrambles to help the wounded. By the time dusk finally settles, a tattered and exhausted Maxi can finally rest. She grimly recalls Ruth's earlier reassurances, realizing how naive she was to think any part of a war could be safe. Luckily, no Remdragon Knights were among the injured this time. But as she sits alone, a heavy dread fills her. There's no guarantee they'll be so fortunate the next time. As the sun sets over the fortress, Maxi finds a quiet moment to herself, her thoughts drifting to Riftan and the knights. She wonders what they're doing, hoping they're safe. Her peaceful moment is shattered when Idsilla suddenly rushes over, calling her name and saying she's been searching everywhere. Before Maxi can react, Idsilla grabs her hand, insisting they hurry to the spring before it gets dark. Maxi hesitates, but Idsilla reassures her that they can't stay filthy and that soldiers are guarding the forest, so it's safe. Still out of breath, Maxi listens as Idsilla promises to have the guards stand watch over them. She urges Maxi to go on ahead, but Maxi hesitates, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Still, the thought of soaking in the water before the sun completely sets is too tempting. As they walk, a sudden rustle in the woods makes her freeze. A strange chill runs down her spine. Hearing footsteps and a splash from the spring, she pushes aside a branch, wondering aloud if someone else is already bathing there. Maxi figures the other groups must have been delayed by the sudden rush of patients. She'd volunteered to go last hoping for some privacy, but a loud splash ruins that plan. Peeking through the foliage, her eyes widen in shock. It's not just anyone bathing in the spring, it's Riftan. Stumbling back in surprise, she accidentally snaps a twig. The sharp crack echoes in the quiet woods, and Riftan's head whips around. His sharp voice cuts through the air, demanding to know who's there. Maxi freezes, totally caught. Riftan's voice cuts through the quiet, demanding to know why he was disturbed. Terrified, Maxi's heart pounds in her chest as she instinctively whispers apologies, begging for forgiveness. The water splashes as he moves towards her, his footsteps heavy on the bank. He commands her to raise her head, but she remains frozen in fear. As he steps closer, a young knight suddenly dashes between them, blocking his path. He stands protectively in front of Maxi, offering a sincere apology to the stunned commander for the interruption. The cleric tries to defuse the situation, explaining they were tending to the wounded and didn't realize the spring was occupied. She apologizes and asks to leave, but Riftan isn't having it. He states that he hasn't given them permission yet. His attention then locks onto Maxi, hiding in the back. He demands to know how many times he has to tell her to raise her head. Standing her ground, the cleric explains Maxi has a scar and is self-conscious, reminding him they are clerics under church protection. Stunned by her defiance, Riftan is left completely speechless. After a tense moment, Riftan surprisingly relents, telling them they can leave. The cleric quickly thanks him and guides the trembling Maxi away. But just as they turn, a stray branch snags Maxi's hood, pulling it back completely. Her brilliant auburn hair tumbles free, catching the light in a stunning cascade of color. Riftan freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. Staring at the familiar shade of red, he finally realizes who he's been terrorizing this whole time. Utterly floored, he asks in total disbelief what she is doing there. With a loud crash, Riftan storms into the room, looming over a startled Maxi on the bed. He demands answers, firing off questions about how she followed him and if she understands the insane danger she's in. He looks at her simple cleric outfit with disbelief and asks if her powerful father knows she's here. Trembling, Maxi confesses it was her choice. She admits she hid her identity and joined the party, all because she was so worried about him. Utterly floored by her confession, Riftan grits his teeth, muttering her name in pure, frustrated disbelief. Riftan's frustration finally boils over. He demands to know what she was thinking, disguising herself and traveling through dangerous territory. He roars that she could have been attacked or worse. Maxi tries to defend herself, stammering that the church protected her and it wasn't that bad. But Riftan cuts her off, yelling that she was just lucky. He grabs her, furiously stating that while anyone else can face this danger, she, a noble woman, never should. His raw desperation to protect her leaves Maxi utterly speechless, a single tear escaping her eye. Finding her voice, Maxi unleashes a torrent of emotion. She cries out that she's not a duke's daughter anymore, she is the wife of a knight. She's no longer a Croiso. With every ounce of strength she has, she screams her new identity. She is a Calypse. The declaration stuns Riftan into complete silence. His anger vanishes, replaced by quiet shock. He turns and asks softly if that's why she followed him, because she truly sees herself as his wife. Flustered, Maxi insists she just wanted to be by his side. Riftan cuts the intense conversation short, declaring that's enough for now. A brief flashback shows Maxi, dressed in black and clutching red flowers, remembering how long she has waited. Back in the present, Riftan turns away, admitting that if they continue, he'll only say things he'll regret. Promising to return after he's cooled down, he leaves the tent. Outside, he orders the knight Ursuline to guard her. Seeing Maxi's heartbroken expression, Ursuline steps forward and offers to get her companions, Ruth and Elliot, to keep her company. Ursuline assures Maxi she'll feel better with some company. Just then, the tent flap flies open and a swarm of knights bursts in, shouting her name. They're stunned but relieved to see her, crowding around to ask if she's okay. The mage, Ruth, dryly remarks that she finally got caught, teasing that he thought she would have lasted longer. The others realize Ruth knew her identity the whole time. Garrow, who had respected her wishes, suddenly has a chilling thought about what her disguise as a cleric could mean for her and Riftan. Garrow connects the dots and realizes Ruth has known Maxi's identity for a while. He explodes, demanding to know why the mage didn't tell him immediately. Ruth calmly explains he wanted to handle things quietly, but Garo argues he had no right to make that call. Before the fight gets worse, Maxi steps in. Flushed with embarrassment, she takes the blame, admitting she begged Ruth to keep her secret. Mortified, she wishes she could disappear. Seeing her distress, Garo's anger melts away. He offers to get her food, and she shyly asks for some water to wash up. Later that night, Maxi's eyes flutter open. She sits up, totally confused about when she fell asleep. She vaguely remembers washing up and eating the meal a knight brought her while she was waiting for Riftan to return. That's when she realizes she's not alone. Riftan is sleeping right beside her. A wave of concern hits her as she gently touches his face, noticing how thin he's gotten. Just then, his quiet voice cuts through the silence, asking if she's here because she is Maximilian Calypse. Maxi's heart drops. She wasn't trying to pressure him or make him feel obligated. All she wanted was to finally be by his side, to show him that no danger or hardship mattered as long as they were together. Finding herself unable to explain this with words, she decides to show him instead. Leaning forward, she gently closes the distance between them. In that one soft, tender moment, she pours out all the feelings she could never say out loud, giving him her unspoken answer. This is where she belongs. The kiss is filled with unspoken promises. Maxi desperately needs Riftan to understand that being his wife, being Maximilian Calypse, is the most important thing in her world. As they pull apart, Riftan breaks the intense silence, murmuring that her hair tickles. Startled, Maxi stammers an apology, asking if she woke him. He shakes his head, admitting he couldn't sleep a wink. Gently stroking her cheek, he says he still can't believe she's really here. Fearing his anger, Maxi quickly apologizes for following him, confessing she just wanted to be by his side. Tightening her grip on his arm, Maxi continues her confession, stammering that she also wanted to help him in any way she could. With all her walls down, she finally whispers that she truly, deeply missed him. Riftan is stunned into silence by her raw honesty. He finally breathes out her name, and she flinches, expecting him to be angry. Instead, he gently touches a lock of her red hair, his expression unreadable. He pulls her in for a kiss, pouring 3 years of pent-up longing and unspoken feelings into one overwhelming moment. The scene shifts, and it's clear their reunion has reached its emotional peak as all the walls between them finally crumble. As they move closer, she flinches slightly, whispering his name. In that raw, honest instant, their marriage truly begins, forging a bond far deeper than words ever could. Riftan looks completely overwhelmed, finally having her back. Breathing her name, Riftan admits he wishes he could forget the war and take her home that very instant. Their passionate reunion is interrupted when a guard outside yells for the commander to attend a meeting. Visibly annoyed by the terrible timing, Riftan slumps down in frustration. He shouts back that he'll be there soon. Before leaving, he gives Maxi a firm warning not to even think about leaving the tent, promising he will return shortly. She just watches him go, bundled up in the blankets. Maxi meekly protests that she has things to do, but Riftan shuts that down with an intense glare. He refuses to let her wander around a camp crawling with rough soldiers, warning her not to take a single step outside the tent before he storms out. An hour later, Maxi is all alone and incredibly bored. She can't sleep and is just wondering when he'll be back. This sudden stillness after weeks of travel is driving her crazy. Just then, the sound of loud bickering from outside the tent suddenly grabs her full attention. Curiosity getting the best of her, Maxi peeks out to see what the argument is about. Her jaw drops when she sees the last person she expected, Princess Agnes. Before Maxi can retreat, the princess bursts into the tent, grabbing her hands with a massive smile. Agnes is thrilled, exclaiming she couldn't believe the rumors were true and that Maxi was really here. Stunned, Maxi asks what a princess is doing in a military camp. Agnes's friendly vibe immediately vanishes as she explains that they were just discussing that very serious matter. Princess Agnes drops a bombshell, asking Maxi what she thinks about becoming an official mage for Whedon. Before Maxi can even process the question, we see the argument she'd overheard just moments before. Riftan was absolutely furious, insisting it was his right alone to decide where his wife stays. But Agnes shot back, claiming her authority as the coalition's commander gave her a say. The wizard Ruth, tired of the public spectacle, finally got them all inside the tent. He explains that since Maxi's cover is blown, the only solution is to formally introduce her as a mage. Agnes tries to calm Maxi down, saying the mage title is just a formality. But Maxi, feeling completely overwhelmed, stammers that she'd rather just stay with the female clerics. This is the absolute wrong thing to say. Riftan snaps, demanding to know if she's mocking him, furious she was ever in that situation at all. The princess calmly explains that affiliation determines who protects you in the camp. She declares that from now on, Whedon's army will protect Maxi. But Riftan slams the table, roaring that he'll be the one to protect his own wife. Princess Agnes lays out the cold, hard facts. How can Riftan possibly protect Maxi 24/7 during a war? She warns that if Maxi stays simply as his wife, they'll become the camp's biggest joke. Just then, Maxi finds her voice. Squeezing his hand, she insists she wants to share that burden with him, bravely asking him to please just give her a chance to prove herself. Looking him straight in the eye, Maxi insists that she knows she can do well. The tent falls silent. Finally, Riftan relents, sighing that she can do as she wishes. He knows she'll ignore his objections anyway, but he adds one non-negotiable condition. He's assigning men to guard her immediately, and she cannot refuse. Standing before the others, she formally introduces herself, stuttering slightly as she announces she will be working as a healing mage under the name Maximilian Calypse. The scene shifts to a garden where Maxi is gathering herbs. Another woman approaches, explaining to a shocked Maxi that her cover is blown. It seems a few people recognized her from the basilica, and others were already getting suspicious about who she was. The other woman suggests they could just tell everyone who Maxi is, but Maxi quickly shuts that down. She feels like she was the one being a burden and doesn't want special treatment because of her noble status. She is determined to do her part as a cleric. The woman then mentions that soldiers from the front lines will be rotating out soon, giving Maxi a perfect chance to see Riftan. But Maxi firmly states she won't meet him. She doesn't want him worrying about her. Still, just thinking about him brings a bashful, happy smile to her face. Maxi's resolve is shaken by a wave of shame. In her rush to prove herself useful, she realizes she never considered how her presence would be a burden to Riftan. The memory of his anger makes her heart ache. After promising she wouldn't cause trouble, she now feels completely lost. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Sir Elysian rushes over with urgent news, announcing that by Lord Calypse's direct order, he is once again assigned as her personal guard, starting immediately. It seems staying under the radar is no longer an option. Elysian, looking a bit flustered, quickly accepts his duty, promising Maxi she can leave it all to him. He then formally announces it's time for her to return to the main camp under his escort. Maxi panics, trying to get out of it by saying she still has herbs to mix. But the other cleric isn't letting her off the hook. With a huge, encouraging smile, she volunteers to finish the work and shoos them on their way. As they walk, Elysian explains that he's just been doing simple chores since he arrived. Maxi apologizes for troubling him, but Elysian is quick to reassure her. He puffs out his chest and passionately vows to risk his very life to keep her safe. A bit flustered, Maxi thanks him, thinking his earnestness is adorable. Elysian then reveals his big ambition. After the war, he plans to challenge Sir Heberon to become Riftan's official right-hand man. Realizing his intense resolve, Maxi apologizes again. Elysian gives her a stern look before blushing, stating he'll let her trespass slide, just this once. Maxi can't help but gush internally over how cute he is. As they walk back to the main camp, Maxi hesitantly asks Elysian when Riftan might return. The young knight informs her that Riftan is in a strategy meeting and will likely be back in the evening. Their conversation is cut short when Ruth, the mage, suddenly appears and calls out to her. He looks completely frazzled, explaining that he needs her help. Sir Heberon is in immense pain from the curse, and Ruth was hoping she could provide a remedy. He begins anxiously rambling about how the army's morale is hitting rock bottom. Maxi quickly agrees to help, telling Ruth she has a remedy left over. However, she insists on personally examining Sir Heberon's injury first. Ruth is completely floored, staring at her with obvious disbelief. Annoyed by his skeptical look, Maxi puffs up with pride. She explains that she's been studying hard with a new mage in Anatole, confidently suggesting her healing arts might work even better than his magic. This gives Ruth pause. After a moment of serious thought, he finally gives in and tells her to follow him. A booming voice calls out as they enter the tent. It's Sir Heberon, sitting up in bed, looking anything but pained. He lets out a loud laugh, saying he's surprised to see Maxi and compliments her courage for visiting. Stuttering, Maxi explains she heard he was hurt and asks about his wound. But Heberon looks totally fine, even asking if they're there for a drinking party. Maxi is completely bewildered. Ruth made it sound like he was on his deathbed, but the knight seems ready to party. Maxi looks at Sir Heberon's injury, and her bravado immediately disappears. This is far worse than she thought. It's not just a wound. Dark, corrupted lines are spreading across his skin like a curse, and the infection is clearly getting worse. She nervously asks how this could have possibly happened. The answer is a terrifying lizard man with glowing red eyes. Ruth explains that these creatures are wickedly smart, some of the most intelligent dragon subspecies, and are fully capable of using advanced magic to inflict these kinds of nasty curses. Ruth explains his theory. The monster that attacked Heberon was a superior specimen, on a whole other level. As Maxi and the young knight Elysian leave the tent, Ruth admits all he could do was temporarily numb the pain. He tells her that even her small bit of help was huge, and confidently declares he'll break the curse in no time. Impressed, Elysian looks at Maxi with total admiration, thinking she's the coolest. He suggests they return to the barracks, but Maxi walks in silence, her expression now clouded with deep worry. As they walk, Maxi suddenly stops. Still worried about Sir Heberon, she nervously asks Elysian if they can make a quick detour to the infirmary tent. The young knight is a bit confused since it's getting late, but Maxi insists. She explains she wants to get more of the pain reliever she used, just in case, promising it won't take long. She gives him a pleading look that he simply can't refuse. Totally defeated by her earnest request, Elysian sighs and agrees to a quick trip, and Maxi lights up, victorious. On their way to the infirmary, a hulking knight suddenly blocks their path. He smirks, crudely demanding to know what a woman is doing wandering around the barracks. Protective as ever, Elysian steps in, telling the brute to show her ladyship the proper respect. The knight just scoffs, mocking Elysian before making a disgusting suggestion about why they might be out so late. In a flash, Elysian's sword is at the man's throat. He coldly states that if Sir Riftan hadn't ordered them to avoid trouble, this insult would have cost him his head. Before the brute can retaliate, a voice cuts in from a nearby tent. One of the knights calls out, warning the troublemaker not to mess with Elysian. He explains with a grin that the young squire has a nasty temper hiding behind his pretty face. So nasty. In fact, he's called the devil's spawn. Just then, another man with silver hair tosses a pair of dice, complaining about his bad luck. He then turns to Maxi with a charming smirk, inviting her to come over and join their little game. She questions how he can even call himself a knight, screaming that he is the one who should be ashamed. Richard goes quiet, a strange understanding dawning on his face. He mutters that he finally gets it. She's the perfect wife for someone like Riftan. With a sudden, aggressive push, he sends her stumbling backward, causing her to fall hard to the ground. As Maxi hits the dirt, she forces herself not to cry, refusing to give Richard that satisfaction. But before he can even react, a dark blur of motion intercepts him. In a flash, Richard is slammed to the ground, completely overpowered. It's Riftan. His face is a mask of pure, cold fury as he pins the other knight down. Leaning in close, Riftan gives him some friendly advice. He'll probably live longer without his tongue. Someone screams his name, trying to break through the red haze, but Riftan is already delivering another devastating blow, leaving no doubt who's in charge. The other knights shout for Calypso to stop, realizing this has gone too far. The young knight Elysian quickly moves to shield Maxi, telling her to get behind him. But Riftan is lost in a red haze, his eyes fixed on the man kneeling before him. With a furious roar, he lunges forward again. He grabs the knight by his hair and slams him down with brutal force. A sickening impact echoes through the room as Riftan's opponent is left stunned and broken from the unrelenting assault. Riftan forces the knight's head down, holding a blade dangerously close. He tells the man, Breston, that he's been getting on his nerves for a while and has finally succeeded. With a chilling calm, Riftan promises to grant his wish, starting with the tongue that dared to disrespect him. But just as he's about to make his move, a commanding voice shouts for him to stop. A blonde woman rushes in, demanding to know what he's doing. Riftan simply smirks, explaining that the man insulted his wife and must now pay the price. The knights erupt into chaos, accusing Riftan of cowardice for attacking a defenseless man. But his loyal men fire back, insisting the other knight deserved it for disrespecting Maxi. Overwhelmed by the shouting, Maxi timidly steps forward. She places a trembling hand on Riftan's arm, flinching but holding firm. She tells him she's okay and pleads for him to let the man go. Her quiet plea cuts through his rage. He finally releases his grip, stands, and walks away without a single word, leaving her stunned. The humiliated knight, Breston, struggles to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. He lunges forward, screaming that this isn't over and demanding a formal duel. Riftan glances back, completely unfazed as Maxi peeks out from behind him. He coldly tells the knight he should be embarrassed for losing so badly. If the man truly wants to be annihilated, Riftan gladly accepts his challenge. But before anything else can happen, the blonde woman roars for them to stop, unleashing a powerful blast of magic to break up the fight. The blonde woman explodes with power, declaring she'll not permit any personal duels. She reminds them they are at war, and she won't tolerate them fighting over foolish pride. Defeated, the other knight can only glare as Riftan turns his back and walks away. Maxi struggles to keep pace with his long, angry strides and stumbles behind him. Before she can fall, Riftan whips around and scoops her up into his arms. Maxi is completely shocked, telling him to put her down. But he just gives her a firm look and tells her to stay still. He carries her away. As Riftan carries her away, a young, silver-haired knight named Elysian suddenly blocks their path. He immediately asks for their forgiveness, blaming himself for failing to protect her ladyship. Seeing the young man's distress, Maxi quickly tells Riftan that it wasn't his fault. She tries to explain how the other men appeared out of nowhere and started the trouble. But Riftan cuts her off with a firm command, telling her not to say anything right now. Maxi falls silent, her heart pounding as fragmented memories of the confrontation flash in her mind. She recalls the men's venomous words, their insults calling her husband a mutt. The insults hurled at Riftan echo in Maxi's mind. Back in their room, the silence is heavy until she finally whispers an apology, blaming herself for the public humiliation he endured. Her words ignite his temper. Riftan springs up, his voice booming as he demands to know why she's apologizing. He furiously insists the other knight was just trying to get a reaction. Raging, he grabs her hand, declaring that if it weren't for him, she never would have been insulted by someone like that in the first place. Riftan's expression darkens with fury, his teeth clenched in a silent promise of revenge. He vows that once the war is over, he will challenge the man who insulted her to a duel and make him pay. But Maxi sees his rage and is consumed by guilt, not relief. In her mind, this is all her fault. If he had married Princess Agnes, his name would be praised, not ridiculed. Overwhelmed, she buries her face into his chest. His anger instantly vanishes, replaced by worry as he asks if she's hurt and needs a healer. Riftan's concern explodes into frustration. He shakes Maxi gently, demanding to know why she can care for thousands of wounded men but neglects her own injuries. Fed up, he declares he's getting the healer, Ruth, and turns to leave. But in a moment of bravery, Maxi grabs his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. She insists she's all right, promising to get treated later. All she wants is for him to stay. Her quiet plea makes him pause. Trembling, she finally asks if he hates her for coming or if he has already grown tired of her. Riftan cuts her off, demanding she stop talking such nonsense. His voice is tight with emotion as he asks if she really thinks it's possible for him to hate her. He explains that he doesn't hate her. He hates seeing her in this awful, dangerous place, working until she drops. His gaze softens as he gently touches a strand of her hair. A radiant vision of her on their wedding day flashes in his mind, a stark contrast to the tired, injured woman sitting before him now, making his heartbreak clear. Riftan gently takes Maxi's hand, his expression filled with a deep, unspoken emotion. He finally reveals what he has always wanted. He didn't want a princess or a title, he wanted to give her the world. He confesses his dream was to dress her in the finest silks and furs, to adorn her with countless gems and pearls. He wanted her to live in a magnificent castle, wanting for nothing. With a heavy heart, he admits that every battle he fought, everything he's ever done, was all for her. Stunned by his raw confession, Maxi gently touches his face. She quietly insists she doesn't need all those expensive things he described. With a trembling voice, she admits that truly, just being able to stay with him is more than enough for her. Her simple, honest words seem to shatter his composure. He pulls her into a desperate, tight embrace, holding her as if he might lose her. The overwhelming emotion takes over, and he finally closes the distance, sealing their newfound understanding with a deep and passionate kiss. The raw emotion of their kiss leaves them both breathless. Overwhelmed by years of unspoken feelings, Riftan gently lays Maxi down, his voice thick with emotion as he whispers her name. He's finally showing her just how much she truly means to him, but as he pulls her closer, old fears and deep-seated trauma cause her to suddenly flinch. This kind of tender affection is completely alien to her. Her eyes snap open, filled with surprise and confusion, as she experiences a loving touch for the very first time. Riftan suddenly stops, his eyes fixed on a dark bruise on Maxi's arm. He asks if he was the one who hurt her, his voice tight with concern. But Maxi shakes her head, telling him to ignore it. In a breathy voice, she whispers his name, urging him forward. Her vulnerability shatters his restraint, and he moves to deepen their connection. Suddenly, she flinches hard, tears spilling as she begs him to wait. The trauma she's held in for so long finally comes crashing down, overwhelming the beautiful moment. As Maxi trembles, she realizes this moment is nothing like the trauma of their first night. Noticing her panic, Riftan immediately pauses. He gently takes her hand, his voice soft as he tells her to relax and just breathe. He promises her it's all right, his every touch now incredibly tender and patient. With this gentle reassurance, he shows her what it means to be truly cherished. Their connection finally deepens, marking the true, emotional start of their life together as husband and wife. After reaching a new level of intimacy, Riftan gently asks Maxi if she's hurting. She reassures him she's just tired, but he's annoyed with himself, feeling he should have been more patient. However, Maxi's mind is already on something else. She nervously asks if the earlier conflict will cause trouble for him. Riftan immediately shuts down her worries. He makes it clear that the other night was just looking for an excuse to pick a fight and that none of it was ever her fault, finally putting her anxious heart at ease. Still reeling from the confrontation, Maxi is absolutely fuming. Not at Riftan, but for him. She can't believe another knight would mock him after he'd done nothing wrong. Seeing her so fiercely protective, Riftan can't help but be amused. He explains that the other knight is just a jealous nobleman who can't stand that a commoner has earned the same glory. Maxi worries this will lead to infighting, but Riftan gently reassures her. He promises he isn't looking for a real battle, he just needs to give the guy a warning. Riftan decides that's enough talk about jealous knights for one night. Suddenly, the sky outside their tent explodes. A massive clap of thunder rips through the darkness, and rain begins to pour down. Without a second thought, Riftan is already getting out of bed. Maxi is shocked, asking if he's really going out in weather like this. He calmly explains the horses will be agitated by the storm, and he has to check the stables and post more guards. Before leaving, he gives her a gentle kiss, telling her to stay safe inside. Before heading out into the raging storm, Riftan promises to send Garo to her at first light. He assures her that with his most loyal knights guarding her, no one will ever bother her again. Sometime later, a soaked and miserable-looking Elysian appears. He offers Maxi a deep, formal apology, looking completely distraught. The young knight then begins muttering to himself, furious that he failed to protect her and Sir Riftan from the insults. Maxi can only watch in utter confusion, wondering what on earth has gotten into him. Garo then steps forward, promising they will ensure she is thoroughly protected from now on. Still worried about the chaos, Maxi asks to visit the infirmary to check on the injured, surprising the knights with her concern. They assure her it's perfectly safe to go. Garo informs Maxi that Riftan has been called away to the central barracks for an emergency meeting. He explains that under the cover of the storm, a portion of the troll army advanced on their position. Now, all the allied forces have been summoned to figure out the enemy's plan. Maxi immediately gets anxious, realizing Riftan is in the same room as the knights who insulted them. She stammers, asking if the meeting will go smoothly. Garo assures her that while the Boltonian knights were angry, the Remdragon knights are far more furious. Garo insists that no one is foolish enough to start a fight amongst allies when the enemy is right at their doorstep. He trusts that even their rivals have enough common sense to avoid it. Maxi, however, isn't buying it. A highlight reel of past insults plays in her mind, knights disrespecting her and calling Riftan names. Despite her anxiety, she steels herself and tells the knights she's ready to go to the infirmary. As thunder rumbles outside, she firmly asks for an escort to lead the way. As heavy rain batters the tent, Maxi sits alone, waiting. The sun has set, and Riftan still isn't back. She figures the brawl she worried about must have been avoided, but that doesn't bring her any peace. A worse thought creeps in. If two men who despise each other are forced to talk for this long, it means the war situation is so dire they have to set aside their hate. She wonders if this new attack changes everything. Suddenly, the tent flap flies open, and Riftan stands there, soaked from the storm, calling her name. Riftan, dripping from the storm, asks why she's still awake. Startled, Maxi scrambles to her feet, pointing out that he's completely soaked and offering to get him a bath. But Riftan cuts her off, telling her not to bother. He has to leave again immediately. A battle has broken out at the front. As he changes, he reveals his grim plan. He's going to use this opportunity to force an all-out war and end things for good. He warns her he'll be gone for a while, and then pulls her into a firm embrace, vowing to finish it quickly. With her heart pounding, Maxi grabs his arm and begs him to promise he won't do anything reckless. But Riftan just turns the tables, telling her she's the one who shouldn't do anything reckless. Hesitantly, she asks if he's still angry with her. As he fastens a piece of his armor, Riftan admits he's been fighting to keep his anger under control. He declares that he won't be satisfied until she is back home in Anatole, completely unharmed. His cold resolve, so different from the night before, leaves her frozen in stunned silence. Maxi hesitantly whispers his name, confused by his sudden intensity. Riftan looks down and asks if she truly doesn't understand the effect she has on him. He confesses that he's been fighting his own needs for months out on the battlefield, getting to the point where he'd just imagine her with him. He explains he didn't want their reunion to be in a place like this, rushed and impersonal. But with her standing right in front of him, he admits through gritted teeth that he just can't hold back any longer. With his confession hanging in the air, Riftan fights to keep his composure, his jaw clenched. Maxi is speechless, her cheeks flushing as she tries to process his raw honesty. Deciding to put a stop to it, he turns away and fastens his cloak, making a solemn vow to end the entire war in just 1 month. As he heads for the door, he glances back, pleading with her to be careful. Then, in a swift motion, he's gone, leaving Maxi alone in the room with his powerful promise echoing in the silence. Just as Riftan reaches the door, Maxi rushes forward and grabs his cloak, stopping him in his tracks. He turns back, completely shocked by her sudden action. She begs him not to go while he's still angry. She explains, her voice trembling, that if the battle drags on, they might be separated for a long time, and she can't bear the thought of him leaving on such a cold note. Clenching the fabric of his cloak, she desperately pleads with him to make her a promise before he goes. Still clutching his cloak, Maxi lays out her demand. She pleads with him to promise he'll come back from the war without a single scratch. In return, she vows to be careful while he's gone. Her raw vulnerability completely shatters Riftan's composure. He suddenly pulls her into a fierce, desperate embrace, burying his face in her hair and holding on for dear life. Overwhelmed by this sudden, powerful connection, tears of relief finally stream down Maxi's cheeks as they hold each other in the quiet room. Her raw vulnerability completely shatters Riftan's composure. He pulls her into a fierce, desperate embrace, burying his face in her hair and holding her for dear life. While holding her close, he gives her strict instructions for while he's gone. He explains that Lena will be lightly guarded and orders her to always take Garo and Elysian with her. If trouble arises, she must go to Ruth. He then tells her not to see him off, wanting this goodbye to be theirs alone. He places a gentle, final kiss on her forehead. Maxi tries to protest, but Riftan firmly commands her to stay inside where it's safe. His face is a mask of hardened resolve, hiding the pain of their goodbye. His hand slips from hers as he gives a final, quiet promise that he'll be back for her. Without another look, he turns and vanishes into the pouring rain. The flap of the tent echoes his departure, leaving Maxi standing completely alone in the sudden, deafening silence, clutching the promise he just made. The rain crashes down, mirroring Maxi's heartbroken sobs after Riftan's departure. But a new, horrifying sound slices through the storm, a chilling wail from the cliffs above. Startled, Maxi rushes outside with her guards, demanding to know what that awful noise is. Elysian's face is grim as he gives her the answer. Banshees. Maxi's blood runs cold. She stammers, recalling the terrifying legend that banshees appear to foretell a death. Though her guards dismiss it as superstition and urge her inside, the damage is done. A new, bone-deep terror for Riftan's safety grips her. The night is filled with the chilling cries of the banshees, leaving everyone on edge. The next morning, Maxi finds Ruth looking completely exhausted and buried in paperwork. He grumbles that he didn't get any sleep and is already overwhelmed with managing supplies and defenses. Maxi voices her fear, stammering that the legends say banshees are a sign of misfortune. But Ruth immediately dismisses her worries as groundless belief. He calmly explains that banshees aren't monsters, just spirits, and they will leave on their own once they finish grieving. Ruth explains that the banshees have disappeared with the sunrise, their grieving done for now. But Maxi's anxiety lingers. She hesitantly asks what will happen to the men on the battlefield if things go south. Seeing her distress, Ruth gives her a task to distract her, copying complex magic runes for a defensive device. Maxi immediately panics, stammering that she's not qualified for such an important job and is terrified of making a mistake. Ruth dismisses her worries, telling her to just be careful. Taking the task seriously, Maxi clenches her fists, but her mind still races with fear for Riftan. Maxi's voice trembles as she asks what will happen. Ruth calmly explains the grim reality. He doubts Riftan can even force a full-scale war. The monsters are smart, knowing they can outlast humans by dragging things out with small, costly skirmishes. But the real problem isn't the monsters, it's the bickering allied forces who can't agree on anything. Just as hope fades, Ruth smiles. He assures her that if anyone can unite this chaotic army and win, it's Riftan. The Remdragon Knights have faced worse and always triumphed. As Maxi worries, a voice encourages her to have more faith in Riftan. Time passes and the war unfolds just as Ruth predicted. It's a frustrating stalemate. The allied forces are aggressive, but the clever monsters refuse a full-scale battle, retreating whenever the fighting gets intense. The only reports are of costly, brutal skirmishes with no real progress. For over a month, this deadlock continues. But then, one bright day, the stagnant war finally reaches a dramatic turning point as a crowd gathers outside the castle walls. A knight delivers a grave announcement to the crowd. The Allied forces have finally tracked the monsters and are marching to war, leaving only a minimal guard behind. As Maxi comforts a distressed woman beside her, every last soldier departs from Ethelena Castle. The tense wait begins as weeks drag on, the seasons changing from summer to autumn. Finally, news of a major breakthrough arrives. The enemy has been driven back to the Pamela Plateau. A weary but relieved Ruth closes his eyes, knowing the end of this brutal war is finally in sight. While Maxi prepares medicinal cells, Ruth rushes in carrying an armful of scrolls. He delivers fantastic news. The Allied forces are advancing smoothly and plan to corner the monsters for good. He calculates they'll only need about a month and a half's worth of supplies before the war is over. But there's one problem, Sir Hebron. The reckless knight is insisting on fighting to kill the monster that cursed him. Ruth fumes, ranting that it's only because of Maxi's medicine that Hebron is even well enough to throw a fit. As she works, Maxi gets lost in a beautiful daydream, imagining returning to Anatole to ride horses by the lake with Riftan before autumn ends. Suddenly, Ruth's voice snaps her back to the present. Startled, she realizes she's accidentally crushed the salve she was mixing. He points out her mistake and then looks at her with concern, saying she doesn't look well. He's heard she isn't eating or sleeping properly. Caught off guard by his direct questions about her health, Maxi can only stammer, unable to give him a real answer. Ruth corners Maxi, asking if she's getting enough rest. She stammers that she's fine, but he's not buying it. He cuts straight to the point, demanding to know how many times she's used healing magic that day. Cornered, Maxi weakly admits to using it 3 times. That's all Ruth needs to hear. He stands and orders Sir Ulysses and Sir Gero to make sure she rests. Maxi protests, but Ruth tells her bluntly that she seems to have no regard for her own well-being. The sharp words make her flinch, stunned by his direct concern. But Ruth isn't finished. He tells Maxi it's troubling to see a noble lady work herself to the bone. He adds that he sometimes finds it hard to believe she's really a daughter of the great House Croiso. The mention of her family is a low blow, and Maxi flinches. Clenching her fist, she reluctantly agrees to rest, just wanting him to leave. Finally, she snaps, telling him to just stop talking. Smirking, Ruth tells the knights her bad mood is proof she needs sleep and orders them to keep her in the tent. 10 minutes later, she drops onto the cot, completely defeated. Forced to rest by Ruth, Maxi lies on her cot trying to convince herself that he worries too much. In reality, she's barely holding on. The endless stream of wounded soldiers and constant nightmares have taken their toll, making it hard to even eat. She tries to find comfort in the idea that everyone is anxious and that things will return to normal once the war ends. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouts for her. Maxi jolts awake to find Sir Ulysses bursting into her tent, his face etched with pure terror. Sir Ulysses frantically tells Maxi they have to get away immediately. Before she can ask what's happening, he grabs her arm and starts pulling her out of the tent. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rips through the camp, engulfing everything in flames. The ground shakes violently as horrifying, undead creatures swarm the area, attacking the knights. Amidst the chaos, Ulysses shields Maxi from the blast, navigating through the wreckage. Looking at the unbelievable scene of destruction, Maxi stammers in pure shock, completely unable to understand how the monsters got inside. Ulysses yells that the ghouls are erupting from the ground itself. He realizes with horror that the enemy buried their undead forces inside the castle grounds. It was a trap from the start. Just as he pulls Maxi towards safety, a massive magical barrier rumbles to life, sealing the main gate shut. Maxi stares in shock, recognizing the defensive device from Anatole. But this makes no sense. Why would their own barrier activate now, trapping everyone inside with the monsters? Her panicked thoughts are cut short as a figure suddenly dashes past them. The figure is Sir Gero, who yells for them to follow him. The clerics are casting a protective barrier, and they have to get there now. As they race through the chaos, a worried Maxi asks about the others, but Gero assures her the wounded have been moved to safety. Slicing through a ghoul, Ulysses reveals the horrible truth. This was a trap. He suspects the enemy hid part of their undead forces, waiting for the perfect moment to attack from inside and out. Just then, the southern defense line begins to crumble as soldiers are overwhelmed. A lookout's voice trembles, wondering where all the monsters came from. His question is answered by a deafening blast that shakes the fortress to its core. An endless horde of monsters swarms the main gate, their red eyes glowing in the firelight. With attackers inside and out, the situation is beyond dire. The scene shifts to the dark shelter where Maxi and the other non-combatants are huddled together. Looking at the terrified faces and a woman weeping silently, the crushing reality sinks in. They are completely and utterly trapped. Maxi reaches the shelter and finds another woman named Itzilla. The relief is brief, as Itzilla reveals that someone is missing and many of the wounded never arrived. Panic begins to spread. A woman asks tearfully if their army has been defeated. Swallowing her own fear, Maxi steps forward to calm her, insisting it was just a surprise attack and that their defenses will hold. She tells them not to worry, but her forced bravery does little to comfort the terrified people huddling in the darkness, all of them realizing just how cunning their enemy truly is. The chilling truth sinks in for Maxi. The monsters aren't mindless beasts, they're strategists who planned this ambush perfectly. If the fortress falls and the enemy gets their supplies, the entire war is lost. Just then, a deafening explosion shakes the shelter. The door bursts open, and a soldier urgently calls for the female clerics. He says there are many wounded men who need immediate first aid. Another soldier explains the ghouls are contained for now, but they desperately need every available fighter. Hearing this, Itzilla decides she has to go find her missing friend. Taking charge, Maxi tells Itzilla to be careful and instructs 2 men to help move the wounded. She announces she will use healing magic on the most severe cases, but the sorcerer Ruth warns her to conserve her mana. Maxi insists this is a special situation. The faster the knights recover, the safer the castle will be. Suddenly, their debate is cut short by a furious Heberon. He yells at Ruth to stop nagging, roaring that he's had enough of sitting on the sidelines. Ruth fires back, asking if Heberon is trying to get himself killed. As their argument escalates, Maxi runs right into Heberon and Ruth. Seeing his chance, Ruth immediately drags her into it. He explains that the stubborn knight is trying to get back on the battlefield, a move the sorcerer guarantees would be a death sentence. Backing Ruth up, Maxi nervously tells Heberon it's too dangerous. But the knight just dismisses their concerns, insisting her medicine has him feeling fine. Maxi has to deliver the hard truth. Her potion only dulls the pain. His serious injury is still there. Heberon isn't hearing any of it. He thanks Maxi for her concern but insists that since it's wartime, he's going to fight as long as he can move. Before anyone can stop him, a massive, fiery explosion rips through the sky, completely shattering the castle's defensive barrier. Wasting no time, Heberon shoves past everyone and sprints towards the battle. He yells back a quick apology to Maxi, promising he'll get treatment after it's all over. Ruth and Maxi can only watch, stunned, as the reckless knight charges straight back into danger. With the barrier shattered, Maxi knows she has to help. She sprints after the sorcerer Ruth, offering her magical support. But Ruth just whirls around, telling her to stay back because it's too dangerous. Maxi refuses to listen, insisting that if the barrier falls, it's all over for everyone. Seeing this, the young knight Elysian furiously orders Garrow to escort her to safety immediately. As Garrow grabs her arm to pull her away, Maxi struggles against his grip. She screams at him to let her go, refusing to abandon her friends on the battlefield. Ignoring Maxi's furious screams, Elysian and Garrow drag her away from the chaos. She demands they let her go, but the knights don't even look back. Instead of taking her to a shelter, they haul her directly to the stables. Before she can process what's happening, Garrow lifts her onto a horse. He explains their real mission. They're riding to catch up with the Knight Order and warn the Allied forces about the invasion. Stunned, Maxi can only ask why they didn't just send a messenger pigeon, sensing the situation is worse than she knew. Garrow explains that a messenger pigeon would be too slow for this crisis. Confused, Maxi asks why she has to be the one to go, but Elysian quickly cuts her off, insisting there's no time to explain. Garrow adds that the faster they reach the Allied forces, the more they can limit the damage to the castle. With that, they ride out. As they leave, Elysian orders the guards to seal the entrance completely. A magic sigil flares to life, and the gate is blocked by solid stone, trapping everyone else inside. Riding through the night, Garrow tells Maxi he understands her confusion but urges her to prioritize following their instructions. With no time for questions, their horses charge forward, plunging into a pitch-black tunnel. A heavy grinding sound echoes behind them as the hidden entrance is sealed off, leaving them in complete darkness. Garrow then explains this is a secret passage Riftan discovered, a route unknown even to the monsters. Their plan is simple. Get through the passage, ride along the steep mountainside, and head north to warn the Allied forces of the attack. As their horses thunder through the night, Maxi nervously asks how long until they reach the Allied forces. Elysian estimates they'll arrive by tomorrow if they rush. But Maxi's mind is on the people they left behind, desperately wondering if the castle can survive. Elysian reassures her, confident that the 400 soldiers and Ruth the mage can hold the line. Their only mission is to get help. Suddenly, Maxi realizes something is wrong. She knows the Pamela Plateau is to the north, but they're riding east, directly towards the rising moon. Maxi's voice cuts through the wind as she halts her horse. She points out this isn't the way north. Grabbing Garrow's reins, She demands he tell her exactly where they are going. Garo freezes, totally busted, and unable to form a single word. His guilty silence is all the confirmation she needs. But before Maxi can press him for the truth, Elysian surges forward from behind. He snatches her reins and forces her horse into a full gallop, leaving her questions unanswered as they thunder through the dark forest. Maxi wrenches her horse to a halt, insisting she must go back, declaring she can't run away alone. But the knight blocks her path, his voice dead serious. He asks if she truly knows what the ghouls inside the castle are. He reveals a horrifying truth. They are the corrupted remains of the people who died when the castle first fell. To return now means suffering the same terrible outcome. He pleads with her to consider how losing her would destroy Riftan. Desperate, Maxi begs to at least rescue a few people, mentioning an 18-year-old girl. Garo desperately tries to explain their actions, stating the secret passage must remain hidden or it would cause chaos. He begs her to understand, insisting her safety is their highest priority. But Maxi's deeply rooted insecurities boil over. She screams that she isn't important enough for this, that she's not the noble lady they all think she is. Unmoved, Elysian cuts the argument short. He declares it's too late to turn back, especially with monsters roaming nearby. He firmly orders her to calm down and follow them, shutting down any further debate. Elysian shuts down any further argument, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. He declares it's too late to go back, especially with monsters scouting the area. He lays out the new plan. They will ride southeast to Baron Gideon's fortress, ordering her to calm down and follow. As her horse is led through the dark woods, a tear slides down Maxi's cheek. She desperately wants to survive and see Riftan again, but she knows everyone left behind feels the same. Recalling her promise to be careful, she accepts the grim logic. Staying behind would only create another monster. As they ride under the cold moonlight, Maxi grapples with a grim reality. She realizes this escape was unavoidable. Her mind tortures her with images of everyone she left behind: Ruth, Cernirtha, Idasilla, and all her wounded friends. A wave of self-hatred washes over her as she thinks of herself as nothing but a coward. Cursing under her breath, she accepts that she's just running away to survive on her own. The steady clop of the horse's hooves is the only sound in the suffocating darkness of the woods. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the darkness, lighting up the night sky. The fortress they just fled is engulfed in flames, and Maxi's heart plummets. Garo confirms their worst fears. A defensive wall has already fallen. He reports it's not just a few monsters, but a full-blown army of trolls and hobgoblins. Elysian grimly adds that their numbers are easily in the thousands. Maxi looks back, her face a mask of horror, realizing she left her friends to face an impossible battle, one she can do nothing about. As Garo warns they have no time to waste with monster scouts nearby, Maxi suddenly gets their attention. Stuttering, she points towards a massive cliff and pitches a wild idea. What if they could collapse it on top of the monster army? Elysian immediately shoots it down, questioning if it's even possible and reminding her she lacks the mana for such a powerful spell. But Maxi isn't deterred. She begins explaining a loophole in magic theory, describing how a barrier spell uses its environment as a base, and forcibly removing part of it creates a powerful distortion. Maxi rapidly explains her theory. She says that by applying repeated impacts to the same spot, they could weaken the cliff's foundation. Even a tiny crack would be enough to bring a massive section crashing down on the enemy. With desperate eyes, she begs the knights to give her a chance, arguing that even the slightest possibility is worth trying. She asks for just 15 minutes, promising to retreat without protest if she fails. After a tense silence, Elysian reluctantly agrees, but on one condition. If she fails, they leave immediately. Maxi quickly accepts his terms. Without a word, Elysian and Garo exchange a final, determined look. Just as they do, massive monster scouts burst from the surrounding darkness, blocking their path. Wasting no time, Garo screams at Maxi to run for the cliff, yelling that they will create a diversion. Elysian joins in, urging her to go immediately and promising they'll follow right behind her. Her face is etched with worry, but she trusts her knights completely. She turns and sprints up the rocky incline, slamming her hand against the cliff face and unleashing a torrent of blue magical energy. Maxi desperately urges her horse through the dark, rainy woods, her face pale with terror. Out of the shadows, a monstrous creature lunges at her, its sharp claws just inches from her face. Before the beast can land its attack, a massive black sword slices through the air, intercepting the monster in a brutal flash. The sheer force of the impact sends the creature flying backward. The violent motion causes Maxi's horse to rear up in panic, throwing her to the cold, wet ground below as chaos erupts around her. Maxi hits the ground hard, but before she can even gasp for air, a hulking monster grabs her from behind, its massive hand closing around her throat. She chokes, struggling in its grip. From the mud, a hand snatches a broken tree branch, clenching it tight. In a flash, the simple stick is thrown with incredible force and pinpoint accuracy. It strikes the creature right in the eye. The monster lets out a blood-curdling shriek, its grip instantly loosening as it stumbles back, severely wounded. Dazed, Maxi stares at the unfolding carnage. Just as Maxi tries to recover, another goblin-like creature grabs her from the mud, its monstrous face snarling as she screams in absolute terror. She's completely trapped and defenseless. But in the blink of an eye, a figure moves like a bolt of lightning. A blade flashes out from its scabbard. With one insanely fast and brutal swing, the monster is completely obliterated. The creature disappears in a violent red mist, its attack cut short in the most final way possible, leaving Maxi stunned in the middle of the carnage. Splattered with the evidence of the fight, Maxi stares forward with wide, horrified eyes. The monster that grabbed her is simply erased from existence. A single, devastating downward slash cuts through the chaos, and the creature vanishes completely in a brutal display of power. The world turns red for a moment as the aftermath settles around her. The sheer violence of her rescue leaves Maxi utterly speechless, trembling in the sudden, eerie silence of the rain-soaked forest. The fight is over, but the silence is deafening. Surrounded by the grim evidence of the battle, Maxi kneels in the mud, completely overwhelmed. Her head pounds, and her memory is a fractured mess. Fragments of the last few hours flash through her mind, escaping through a secret passage, the frantic climb up the mountain, and a deep worry for her companions, Elysian and Garrow. Then, through the fog of confusion, one thought cuts through with absolute clarity. She remembers her destination. She was trying to reach Etheline Castle. The chilling realization hits her. Etheline Castle, the sanctuary she was fighting to reach, is being annihilated. From her position on the ridge, Maxi can only watch in horror as the fortress is engulfed in fire and chaos. Massive, ogre-like creatures swarm the walls, their brutal assault tearing the castle apart. Splattered with the evidence of her own recent struggle, she stands frozen, completely powerless. The destination she risked everything for is now just a fiery battlefield, and she is utterly alone. The sky fills with winged lizard men, their dark forms cutting through the smoke and fire, escalating the castle's destruction. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Maxi's shock turns into steely resolve. She knows what she has to do. Placing a hand on the ground, she senses the enemy's influence runs deep. A simple defense won't be nearly enough. But with no other options, she decides to try anyway. Pouring all her focus into her hands, a massive magic circle erupts on the ground, glowing with crackling turquoise energy. She's about to unleash something huge. Maxi's mind is racing. A basic defense is totally useless. She needs a way to shake the mountain to its very foundations. She realizes just moving dirt and rock won't do a thing. Her new plan is brilliant. She'll channel mana deep into the hollow ground, layering the power, and then build a barrier as high as it can go. With a look of pure focus, she prepares to slam it all down in one epic blow. The turquoise energy surges, digging deeper and harder, targeting the castle's own guardian barrier. Maxi pours every last bit of her power into the spell, desperately pleading for it to work. An insane amount of turquoise mana erupts from her hands, blasting into the ground with a massive flash. The entire mountainside cracks and groans under the force of her attack. But the immense power is too much for her body to handle. Drained and splattered from the struggle, she collapses to the dirt. As the dust settles, she looks at the result of her spell, utterly confused. All she can do is ask herself why. Lying on the cold ground, Maxi can only ask herself why it didn't work. The hope drains from her body as dark thoughts take over. She thinks that if Princess Agnes or even Ruth had been there, they would have succeeded. A proper mage would have saved everyone. But it was her. She believes this is all her fault, simply because she's the one who tried. Her father's cruel voice echoes in her head, calling her the useless Maximilian. If failure was always the only option, she wonders what she was even fighting for. Just when Maxi thinks she has failed, the entire mountain roars to life. Her desperate gamble paid off. The final defensive barrier completely shatters. The colossal structure comes crashing down on the enemy forces below, throwing the battlefield into total chaos. Maxi, barely conscious on the ground, can't believe it. She's out of breath, and her head is spinning. As she tells herself this has to be the end, a hand surrounded by glowing turquoise mana appears before her. She knows this is truly the last time she'll get a chance like this. With her last ounce of strength, Maxi thrusts her hand forward, channeling a storm of turquoise mana. The ground beneath her cracks as raw power surges from the magic circle. Desperate and overwhelmed, she screams for her target to collapse, begging for it to just give way. A blinding pillar of light erupts from her spell, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The world goes white-hot, then fades to silent black. All that remains is Maxi on the ground, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek, utterly and completely spent. The world shatters like broken glass. Maxi's desperate spell slams into its target, and the barrier she fought so hard against finally cracks and falls apart. The ground trembles violently as the entire structure erupts in a storm of fire and rock. Caught completely off guard, a massive dragon screeches as the very cliffs it stood on crumble into nothing. From the shaking earth, Maxi can only watch as her magic brings total, fiery destruction down upon the enemy, ending the brutal battle with one final, earth-shattering blow. With her last ounce of energy spent, Maxi's body goes limp and begins to fall through the smoky air. But before she hits the ground, she's caught by the young knight Elysian. He holds her gently, staring out at the absolute devastation with disbelief. In a voice filled with awe, he asks the unconscious Maxi if she can see what she's accomplished. The colossal rock wall she brought down didn't just break a barrier, it completely crushed the enemy forces below. Her one final, desperate spell wiped out the entire monster army. Holding the unconscious Maxi, Elysian stares at the battlefield in total disbelief. He asks her if she can see the absolute devastation she caused. The massive cliff face she brought down didn't just create a barrier, it completely annihilated the monster army below. More than half their forces were utterly crushed under the rubble, sealing the path and buying the knight's precious time. Amazed by her incredible power, he knows they have to retreat at once. He carefully lifts her, ready to get them both to safety. Maxi slowly regains consciousness, her body screaming in protest. The first thing she notices is an injury on Elysian's arm, and she immediately asks if he's hurt. The young knight is shocked she's worried about him when her own face is covered in blood. He tries to brush it off as monster blood, but she realizes it's coming from her own nose, a dangerous sign of complete mana exhaustion. Realizing how weak she is, Elysian tells her to get on his back. He promises to carry her somewhere safe so she can finally rest. As Elysian carries her, Maxi's world dissolves into a haze of pain. A chilling cold spreads through her body while her head and shoulder throb with agony. Despite her own condition, her only thoughts are for the safety of the castle and the others left behind. Elysian's urgent voice pleads with her to stay conscious, stressing they need a healer immediately. But Maxi's mind drifts. Her last coherent thought is a quiet hope that Riftan won't be too distressed by this, before her world fades completely to white. Elysian and Garrow race through the woods with Maxi. Garrow knows they can't waste time hiding their tracks. Getting her to a healer is the only priority. They find a small cave and quickly bring her inside for shelter. She's in immense pain, and her body is dangerously cold. The knights know better than to try setting her broken bone themselves, fearing they'll only cause more harm. Instead, Elysian finds a recovery herb, gently urging the barely conscious Maxi to swallow it. But she's too weak, and blood from her nose spills onto the fragile leaves. Maxi's body gives out as she starts coughing violently, unable to even swallow the herb. Elysian desperately holds her, pure panic in his eyes. He apologizes, his voice breaking as he blames himself for his foolishness and her terrible state. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the tension, asking why they're just standing there. But Elysian is frozen solid, his gaze locked on the ground. He stares in absolute horror at the blood spreading on the cave floor, realizing his lady is in far more danger than he thought. Seeing Maxi's critical state, Garrow declares they must find a healer at once. He quickly overrules the younger knight, arguing that he's faster on the mountain paths. Scooping Maxi into his arms, Garrow sprints through the forest with Elysian guarding their rear. Their frantic escape gets worse when a troll spots them, forcing them to push their limits. As they flee, Garrow learns with dread that Maxi's bleeding hasn't stopped at all. Just as their situation seems hopeless, another knight spots them from the treeline, shouting to his companion. The knights burst from the treeline, stumbling upon a group of mounted soldiers. A figure in a black hood eyes their tattered state and asks if they are deserters. Garrow frantically explains that they are probationary Remdragon knights and they're being hunted by a troll. He and Elysian drop to their knees, begging for protection. Garrow presents the unconscious Maxi, revealing that Lady Calypse was gravely injured while crossing the mountain. They plead for immediate assistance as the hooded leader silently looks down, taking in the desperate scene before him. The hooded leader stays silent for a moment before speaking. He warns the knights that they are on the eve of battle, so he can only offer basic emergency treatment. But Garrow desperately pleads with him, explaining that his lady has lost a dangerous amount of blood. Looking at Maxi's pale face, the man agrees. He declares his intent to use holy magic, placing a gloved hand over her. A brilliant golden light immediately erupts from his palm, enveloping Maxi in a powerful, healing glow. A mysterious presence drifts through the darkness, hearing the faint sound of someone sobbing. It wonders who could be in such deep sorrow, hoping desperately that it isn't too late to help. The scene finds Maxi sleeping, unaware that a tall, hooded figure is looming right over her bed. Suddenly, her peaceful rest is shattered. Maxi's eyes fly open in pure terror as a horrifying vision of a skeletal monster flashes through her mind. Trapped in a waking nightmare, a silent scream is frozen on her face. A blood-curdling scream rips through the quiet, jolting the knights from their watch. Garo spins around in a panic, demanding to know what happened. But his alarm quickly turns to overwhelming relief. He rushes to Maxi's side and sees her eyes are wide open. As Garo breathes her title, a calm voice cuts through the tension, announcing that she is finally awakened. Maxi stares up, dazed and confused, trying to process the scene around her after her terrifying ordeal. Maxi's eyes slowly open, and a calm voice states that she is finally awakened. Her knights scramble in relief, with one urging her not to speak while he fetches water. The man by her bed, a mage named Ruth, reveals the grim truth. She's been unconscious for an entire week. He explains just how grave her injuries were, admitting he thought she was beyond saving when she first arrived. More importantly, he tells her that Riftan was practically out of his mind with worry. Overwhelmed by everything, a weak Maxi can only stammer out an apology. Ruth holds up his hands, insisting he isn't there to scold her. In fact, he says they owe her a huge debt of gratitude. He explains that the rock slide she caused was a game-changer, crushing half the monster horde instantly. The survivors fell into chaos and were easily defeated by the castle's forces. He states that without her, everyone would have been wiped out. Looking her straight in the eye, he calls her the greatest contributor to the war. Overwhelmed and speechless, Maxi finally stammers that she's just glad she could help. Ruth reassures the groggy Maxi that it's normal for her voice to be weak and tells the knights to get her water and porridge. But Maxi only has one person on her mind, anxiously asking where Riftan is. The young knight Elysian explains that Riftan had to step out for a military council. He reveals that the moment Riftan arrived at the castle, he ran directly to her bedside, asking if she remembers. Maxi shakes her head, confused. Elysian admits with a grave expression that he's never seen his lord so completely shattered by worry before. Elysian finishes, explaining that Riftan was truly not in his right mind. A dark memory flashes, showing it took several men just to restrain the frantic commander. Sitting up in bed, Maxi whispers Riftan's name, completely bewildered. She had prepared herself for his anger, but this story of his extreme worry leaves her clutching the sheets in confusion. Seeing her distress, Ruth awkwardly scratches his head, realizing he spoke too carelessly. He reassures her that as the hero of the war, if Riftan dares yell at her, the entire castle will rush to her defense. With a cheeky grin, Ruth jokes that since he and Riftan have some history, the commander surely wouldn't kill him for talking so much. He then gently advises Maxi to clear her mind and focus on resting. But for Maxi, only one thing truly matters. After confirming that everyone is safe, a wave of pure relief washes over her. A beautiful, genuine smile finally breaks through the worry as she whispers how incredibly relieved she is, her selfless nature on full display for a quietly impressed Ruth. A priestess named Idisla brings Maxi some specially made herbal porridge, urging her to eat slowly. But even while recovering, Maxi's first concern is for everyone else, immediately asking about the infirmary staff. Idisla gently tells her to stop worrying and focus on herself, making Maxi feel like she's being lightly scolded. After confirming the priestesses changed her clothes while she was unconscious, Maxi anxiously asks about a missing item, a single, precious copper coin she had kept hidden inside her old robe. The priestess is confused, so Maxi clarifies. The coin was a precious gift from her husband. Stuttering slightly, she remembers Riftan telling her it was blessed with good fortune. The priestess's face falls as she realizes the ruined clothes and the coin were likely thrown in the incinerator. Without hesitation, she declares she'll go look for it immediately. Maxi tries to protest, but the kind woman just smiles, insisting it's hardly a difficult task. A short while later, a servant rushes in, holding out the soot-stained coin. They found it among the ashes. Maxi cradles her recovered treasure, which seems to glow with relief. The priestess smiles warmly, explaining that it was no trouble at all. Once everyone heard the coin was a precious gift for Lady Calypso, the whole staff rushed to search for it together. Another woman adds that everyone in the castle is sincerely grateful to Maxi. She insists they would have gladly searched an entire mountain for her, not just a pile of ashes. This overwhelming kindness catches Maxi off guard. Something feels strange. She flashes back to the respectful looks from Ruth and the others. Yes, she caused the rock slide, but she believes she was just trying to save herself. After the servant makes sure she's comfortable, Maxi lies in bed, clutching the recovered copper coin. Her relief turns to worry when she sees the ashes caked on, hardened by the heat, and she realizes she can't clean it herself. Hoping it's not permanently damaged, she decides she'll have to ask the wizard, Ruth, for help when he returns. Later that night, as she sleeps peacefully with the coin in her hand, a tall, armored figure quietly enters her room, watching over her in the pale moonlight. Maxi's eyes snap open, and she jolts awake to find an armored figure looming over her bed. It's Riftan. She stammers his name, shakily asking when he got back. But her husband doesn't answer, standing silently with his face shrouded in shadow. Her gaze then drops to the floor and widens in shock. Lying in a discarded heap is a banner bearing the royal family's crest, the very family pushing him to marry their princess. His silent return and this defiant act say more than words ever could. Before she can fully process his silent rejection of the princess, Riftan places her lost, burnt coin on the nightstand. Stunned, Maxi stammers an apology for not protecting his precious lucky coin, insisting she had always treasured it and kept it close. Instead of answering, Riftan takes a step closer. In one shocking motion, he draws his massive sword, the sound of steel slicing through the tense silence. Maxi flinches, her eyes wide with fear, but Riftan simply stares at the blade for a second. Then, he casually tosses the weapon aside, letting it clatter to the floor with the rest of his gear. He finally breaks his silence, calling the coin she was apologizing for a worthless thing. His blunt dismissal leaves Maxi completely stunned and confused. He grits his teeth, internally scoffing at the idea that a cheap coin could ever work as a lucky charm. Riftan then drops an absolute bombshell on his confused wife. He tells her that in 2 days, Princess Agnes will be returning to the capital, and Maxi is to go with them. Stunned, Maxi stammers that the war isn't even over yet. But Riftan cuts her off, explaining that the monster army's commander was unceremoniously taken out by falling rocks, calling it a lame ending for such a massive invasion. Riftan explains they have plenty of troops to mop up the rest of the monsters, so she's being sent back with the princess. Panicked, Maxi clutches her sheets and asks what about him and the Remdragon Knights. He lays out the whole secure travel plan, a duke's carriage, the princess's protection, and an escort from his knights. But Maxi cuts to the chase, her voice trembling. Is he not coming with her? After a heavy silence, she finds her resolve. Stuttering his name, she declares that if he's staying, she'll remain here too. This unexpected defiance stops Riftan cold. Riftan absolutely explodes, his voice cracking like a whip as he screams at her to go. Maxi freezes, completely terrified by his sudden and violent outburst. But his rage vanishes as quickly as it appeared, replaced by what looks like raw anguish. With his head bowed, he begs her to just leave this place. He confesses that he can't bear to have her here any longer. His words land like a devastating blow, and tears begin to stream down Maxi's face. He desperately pleads one last time for her to just go. 2 days later, Maxi sits numbly inside a carriage in front of Ethelena Castle. The door creaks open and Ruth peeks in, telling her that some people insisted on saying goodbye before she left. Behind him, Itzilla and the other healers from the infirmary stand waiting. Itzilla warmly takes Maxi's hand, wishing her a safe journey. Visibly concerned, Maxi asks if she's sure she doesn't want to come with them. Itzilla smiles gently, explaining she'll be returning home with her brother, and urges Maxi to take care of herself. Just then, Itzilla's brother steps forward, catching Maxi's attention by calling her Lady Calypse. He explains that since they may never meet again, he must offer his final farewell. He thanks her deeply for saving him, calling it a debt he can never repay with words alone. As the other healers bow respectfully, he promises to always pray for her happiness. The carriage lurches forward, and Maxi sadly whispers his words back to herself. From the castle gate, a lone figure on horseback watches her carriage disappear down the road. As Maxi prepares to depart, she accepts that she will likely never see this place again. But before her carriage can pull away, a frantic voice calls out. It's Elysian, one of the Remdragon Knights, sprinting desperately to catch her. He skids to a halt and drops to one knee, looking up at a completely stunned Maxi. With genuine remorse in his eyes, he explains he had to ask for her forgiveness before she left. He then sincerely apologizes for failing to protect her. Maxi looks down, her cheeks flushing as she quickly rejects Elysian's apology. She insists it's not true. She's only safe now because he and Garrow protected her. Trying to cheer him up, she tells him not to look so sad and promises she'll be back to full health soon. With a soft smile, she urges him to get well too. But before he can respond, the carriage lurches forward. It speeds away, leaving the young knight kneeling in the dust, his promise to Riftan echoing in his mind. As Maxi's carriage disappears over the horizon, Elysian remains kneeling in the dust, completely shattered. Tears stream down his face as he chokes out apologies to the empty road. The young knight is haunted by the promise he made, a solemn vow to protect her with his life, no matter what happened. Her kind words echo in his mind, making his sense of failure even heavier. Crushed by the weight of his guilt, he can only whisper one last, heartbroken apology, feeling like he has let everyone down, especially himself. As Maxi travels in a carriage with Princess Agnes, the princess casually explains their route north. She reassures Maxi that with the Remdragon Knights as guards, there's no chance of another attack. Still shaken, Maxi asks how the monsters managed to surprise them in the first place. Agnes reveals a chilling discovery. An ancient maze hidden beneath a nearby cliff face was sheltering 2,000 monsters. Maxi shudders at the thought of walking into such a trap. Agnes coldly adds that this mistake served as a wake-up call, prompting Riftan's knights to hunt down and completely destroy the retreating enemy. Lost in thought, Maxi recalls Riftan's terrifying anger, realizing no one would be foolish enough to get on his nerves now. She had never seen him so furious, not even during the dragon campaign. The memory of him throwing away a coin he had treasured for a decade flashes in her mind. His expression was one she had never witnessed before. Snapping back to reality, Princess Agnes awkwardly changes the subject, telling Maxi to focus on her recovery. She then wraps a thick cloak around her, declaring her a cocoon. Startled, Maxi can only stare up at her. Maxi sincerely thanks the princess for taking care of her. In response, Agnes flashes a huge, bright smile, telling her not to worry about it. As their carriage rattles along, Maxi eventually drifts off to sleep. But the moment she's out, the princess's cheerful act drops, and she watches Maxi with a serious, unreadable expression. Later, Maxi is gently woken up. She groggily opens her eyes to see Princess Agnes, who informs her that the Remdragon Knights are stopping to set up camp for the night. Princess Agnes asks if she should call for Riftan, but the question sends Maxi spiraling into a painful memory. She remembers their first night together, how she was so overwhelmed that she silently begged him to leave. In her mind, she couldn't bear to have him there any longer. She convinced herself that it was fine, that they had already said their goodbyes. The image of him walking away haunts her as she contrasts that distant memory with the determined man who has now come back to claim her. Maxi is lost in a painful memory of the day Riftan left for war. She remembers his unspoken disappointment that she wouldn't even see him off properly. Back then, a small, desperate part of her had hoped he would return for her soon. A sudden gust of wind pulls her from her thoughts. As the carriage travels further into the night, leaving the capital behind, a profound realization dawns on her. The most difficult and painful summer of her entire life had finally, mercifully, come to an end. Maxi's consciousness drifts away, like she's sinking into deep, dark water. Her body feels impossibly heavy as she struggles to stay awake. Voices and fragmented memories flash through her mind, a maid offering food, a doctor checking on her. She feels completely helpless, like a small child who can't do anything on their own. The world fades into a quiet blur, but the peace is shattered when a horse suddenly cries out in alarm, its panicked neigh echoing through the night and snapping everyone to high alert. The commotion snaps Maxi wide awake. A knight, Ursuline, steps in like a pro, explaining the horse is just restless from being cooped up. He takes the reins to calm the animal, and Maxi offers a quiet thank you. But the awkward silence that follows is deafening. Ursuline tries to break it, asking if she needs anything else from the city before they set sail. The question makes her think of the kind ladies she's leaving behind. Despite wishing she could say goodbye, she simply tells him no. Ursuline holds back his questions, worried that one wrong word could get Maxi's friend in trouble. Instead, he just tells her he'll walk her to the ship. As the sun sets, they board the massive vessel, ready to depart. The moment she's on deck, Maxi is immediately taken to a cabin so fancy it leaves her stunned. She feels it's all a bit much, since she barely walked a few steps. While she's feeling awkward about the over-the-top treatment, the deep blast of the ship's horn suddenly echoes across the port. The deep horn of the ship echoes across the water as it pulls away from the port. In her lavish cabin, Maxi lies down, the gentle rocking of the waves lulling her as it finally sinks in. She's really going home. Looking back, everything that happened after she left Anatole feels like a distant dream. But then, the memories rush back in sharp detail, the colors, the sounds, even the feeling of the air on her skin. It feels so strange. It was only for one season, but it feels like a lifetime of change. As Maxi drifts off, she reflects on her journey. She realizes every moment since Riftan took her from her father's miserable castle has been shockingly colorful and vivid. These new, bright experiences have completely overshadowed the decades of gray emptiness she endured before. A peaceful smile graces her lips as she has a powerful realization. She wonders if Riftan knows that because of him, she finally feels truly alive. But their quiet journey comes to an end as the ship docks at its destination, the massive, sprawling capital city of Drakium. As their carriage rattles through the massive capital city of Drakium, Ursulin excitedly points out all the famous landmarks. He shows Maxi the Grand Theater, the horse racing arena, the armory, and the blacksmith, but she seems completely dazed, staring off into the distance. Noticing her silence, Ursulin apologizes, thinking she must be exhausted. He explains he rushed her here to get the best medical care possible. Snapping out of her thoughts, Maxi reassures him she's fine. He then tells her that a high mage skilled in southern healing awaits at the royal palace. Ursulin sweeps the carriage curtain aside, eagerly telling Maxi to look as he points to the breathtaking Drakium castle. When they finally arrive and step onto the palace grounds, Maxi is left speechless. She whispers that it's huge, completely dwarfed by its grandeur. She used to think her family's castle was the most magnificent place in the world, but the royal palace is beyond anything she could have imagined. As they walk the halls, a heavy door creaks open, and a voice announces the return of Her Royal Highness, Princess Agnes, with her royal guards. King Reuben officially welcomes Princess Agnes back, expressing his immense joy that his prized treasure has returned safely from her voyage. As he tells everyone to raise their heads, his eyes narrow, spotting the unfamiliar armor of the Rem Dragon Knights. Ursulin steps forward to explain their presence, stating they are under Sir Riftan Calypso's orders to escort Lady Calypso. The king repeats the name, completely stunned. All eyes turn to a terrified Maxi, who nervously stammers that it is an honor to be in His Majesty's presence. Maxi finds a sliver of courage and introduces herself properly as Maximilian Calypso. The king stares down at her, a thoughtful look on his face. He finally realizes she is the reason the impudent knight has been repeatedly rejecting his offers. Maxi flinches at his sharp words, but Princess Agnes quickly steps in to defend her. The princess proudly explains to her father that Maxi is a powerful mage and the hero of a recent battle, which is why she's so injured. The king's interest is piqued. With her heart pounding, Maxi waits as he declares that Riftan is the pride of Whedon and his most favored knight. The king declares that since she is the wife of his favored knight, it would be wrong to neglect her. He promises to provide Maxi with anything she needs during her stay. While he wants a full report, he knows they're exhausted from war. With a wave, he dismisses them, announcing a grand banquet for that evening. As they leave, Princess Agnes leans over to a shaken Maxi, apologizing for her father's intimidating personality. Agnes insists the king is a benevolent man, but her words of comfort only make Maxi even more nervous. Princess Agnes notices Maxi is still a nervous wreck from meeting the king. Trying to cheer her up, Agnes promises to tell Riftan all about Maxi's heroic actions, insisting he'll be incredibly proud of her. Just then, their carriage stops before a beautiful, detached palace. The princess explains this is her private residence, built away from the main grounds where magic is forbidden. She reassures Maxi that it's the perfect, quiet place for her to focus on resting and recovering without any of the court's drama bothering her. A sharp-tongued royal mage named Simon suddenly appears, demanding to see the imbecile who recklessly drained their mana. Maxi flinches at the harsh word, but Princess Agnes immediately steps in, warning Simon to watch his tone. Ignoring her completely, the mage continues his tirade, questioning what kind of fool taught Maxi such dangerous techniques. While Agnes fumes at his rudeness, Maxi settles into a quiet routine in the palace. Under the princess's devoted care, she focuses solely on resting and recovering with the help of hand-picked maids and healers. Under constant care, Maxi receives medicine prescribed by the royal mage and healing from a priest. As a maid adjusts her pillow, Maxi notes how sleepy the medicine makes her feel. A memory surfaces of a healer's grim warning. She had completely depleted her mana, even the essential portion that sustains her life force. The healer strictly forbids her from using any magic for at least a month, telling her that one wrong move could shorten her lifespan. For now, sleep is a welcome relief, a temporary escape from the dark thoughts that plague her when she is alone. The medicine's powerful effect pulled Maxi into a deep, hazy state. As she drifted off, she felt herself sinking beneath her consciousness, floating endlessly in a quiet darkness. The days blurred into one long, continuous dream, passing by as if she were a goldfish in a bowl, simply existing. 2 weeks went by in this peaceful stupor. But then, the silence was shattered by a loud, echoing blast of horns from the castle walls. The sudden noise signaled a grand arrival, and Maxi, now fully alert, placed her hand against the window to see what was happening. That distinct sound makes Maxi's heart pound. As she stands by the window, a maid enters with a tray, surprised to find her awake and out of bed. The maid asks if there's anything she needs. Stuttering with a mix of hope and anxiety, Maxi asks if she can visit the main palace. She explains that she recognized the victory trumpet. If the new arrivals are from Levon, she says, they might have news about the campaign party. She just needs to go for a moment to find out. The maid reminds Maxi about her meal and tonic, but Maxi is determined. She explains the medicine makes her too drowsy and promises to take it as soon as she gets back. Reluctantly, the maid agrees, but insists on an escort. Despite Maxi's protests, her weakened state makes the help necessary, and two maids support her down the grand staircase. As they walk through a long corridor, she overhears a heated conversation. Inside a room, a pale-haired mage is being berated for his slow work. He sarcastically asks if all wind mages are this annoying. The door creaks open, interrupting a heated lecture. A blonde woman, Princess Agnes, looks up from her cluttered desk, surprised to see Maxi standing in the doorway. She asks what Maxi is doing downstairs when she should be resting. Stuttering, Maxi apologizes and explains she came hoping for news about the Remdragon Knights. Agnes's expression softens into a smile. She reveals that Maxi came at the perfect time. A letter from Riftan arrived that very morning. After rummaging through a mountain of papers, she triumphantly hands the letter to a stunned Maxi. Maxi's hands tremble as she reads the letter. While no knights died, she sees that some were wounded. Princess Agnes just calls the letter dull, reassuring Maxi the injuries must be minor or Riftan wouldn't have written. Agnes then complains about being stuck writing banquet invitations, but a robed man interrupts. He reveals the princess is actually stressed about an upcoming investigation from the powerful Mage Tower. Since 3 mages died during the war, the tower is sending inspectors to see if they were given any unjust orders, creating a huge political mess for the kingdom. Princess Agnes sighs, totally fed up with all the political drama. She explains that after every major battle, commanders like her have to beg clueless bureaucrats for more mages. Hearing this, Maxi gets a spark of hope. She timidly asks if Anatole could also request a mage, since they desperately need one. But the robed man stops her cold. He says any request from them will be rejected. Confused, Maxi asks why. He reveals the shocking reason. Their request will never be approved as long as they are harboring that renegade, Ruth Cerbel. Princess Agnes explodes with frustration, slamming her hands on the desk. She reveals that as long as the traitor Ruth is in Anatole, the Mage Tower will refuse to send them a mage. She's tried warning Riftan to get rid of the guy, but he won't listen. Maxi is completely stunned by this revelation. The aide adds that Riftan is suffering huge losses because he stubbornly insists on being loyal. Realizing he said too much, Agnes quickly promises to find other mages herself, then rushes a dazed Maxi out of the room to rest. Hearing about Riftan's stubborn loyalty makes Maxi's blood run cold. For a second, it sounds like Princess Agnes is talking about their own disastrous marriage. Later, she learns a massive victory banquet is being planned, and since the Remdragon Knights were key players in the war, they're sure to be there. This gives Maxi a sliver of hope. She finds herself wondering where Riftan is, wishing he could miraculously arrive sooner. Filled with a new resolve, she makes a silent promise. If he comes back looking for her, this time things will be different. 10 days later, Princess Agnes cheerfully checks in on Maxi. After confirming Maxi is feeling much better, she extends a sudden invitation to a banquet that evening. Maxi is completely thrown off. She's been told to stay in bed this whole time. Agnes reassures her it's just a casual pre-banquet dinner party with no pressure. But Maxi's anxiety kicks in, and she stammers that she doesn't like loud gatherings. Seeing her discomfort, Agnes sighs. She admits she wanted it to be a surprise, but figures she has to come clean now. Princess Agnes finally reveals the real surprise. Maxi's father, the Duke of Croiso, has arrived at the castle. The news hits Maxi like a physical blow, and her world immediately darkens with old fears. Trembling, she asks if the Duke knows she's there. Agnes reassures her that he went straight to speak with the king, which is why he hasn't seen her yet. The princess then suggests that a surprise appearance at the banquet would be the perfect reunion. Panicked, Maxi refuses, claiming she's too tired and worries he'll be upset if he sees her unwell. Accepting her excuse, Princess Agnes remarks what a shame it is, since everyone knows how much the Duke supposedly dotes on his daughter. She tells Maxi to rest well and departs. The door clicks shut, leaving Maxi alone with her crushing memories. The princess's words were an impossible lie. Her father despises being seen with her in public, terrified that the other nobles will discover the inferior trait in the Croiso bloodline. Her only hope is to remain invisible. If she stays quiet, maybe he'll simply make an excuse not to see her. Alone in the dark, Maxi desperately tries to calm her racing heart. She clutches her knees, muttering to herself that everything is okay. Since Riftan didn't divorce her, that should be enough to satisfy her father. He's a war hero now, after all. She repeats the thought like a mantra, trying to convince herself she's safe. Her fragile hope is instantly shattered when a lady-in-waiting enters. The woman looks at her grimly and delivers the one message Maxi prayed she'd never hear. Her father is waiting for her. Maxi's world stops. Maxi's voice cracks as she asks if her father is truly waiting for her. The lady-in-waiting's somber expression says it all. She recalls the Duke's terrifying reaction to the news of Maxi's poor health, explaining she had never seen him so furious. He wasn't worried, he was intensely agitated. As the servant hesitates to explain the reason for his rage, Maxi's heart hammers against her ribs. This wasn't the concern of a loving parent. It was something far more menacing, and she was the target. Maxi's mind desperately searches for an explanation. Maybe her father was angry because he was worried about her? No, that can't be right. Her heart thunders in her chest as she realizes she hasn't sent a single letter since leaving for Anatole. A chilling memory floods her mind, a nobleman's mocking congratulations to the Duke about his cherished daughter. The sarcasm cuts deep, and she freezes mid-step. The ladies-in-waiting look on with concern, but Maxi understands now. In front of others, her father had to keep up appearances. His fury was never about her safety. Maxi steels herself, recalling how her father always put on a convincing act as a loving parent for others. As grand doors swing open, a knight greets her politely, extending a hand to escort her. Forcing a smile, she tries to believe her father is just playing his usual part. She tells herself he isn't angry, that she's done nothing to displease him. This fragile hope shatters when the final door creaks open. A towering, shadowed figure stands waiting by the window, and his silent, menacing presence fills the room with dread. An object clatters to the floor, stopping Maxi in her tracks. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she wonders why he's so furious. Her father approaches, his voice like ice as he greets his daughter. He looms over her, demanding she greet him properly. Shaking uncontrollably, Maxi stammers out a response, but he cuts her off. He says he's heard everything, and with a menacing tone, mentions how everyone is talking. Suddenly, he grabs her. When a knight tries to intervene, the Duke shuts him down, insisting this is a private family matter. Riftan's knight stands his ground, reminding the Duke they have orders to protect Maxi. Her father scoffs, twisting their words to ask if they think he's a danger to his own child. He cuts off any argument, coldly stating that his daughter deserves to know the truth. After questioning their concern, he demands they leave him alone with her. Forced to obey, one knight whispers that they'll be nearby if she needs help. The heavy door slams shut, leaving Maxi trapped. Alone with the source of her deepest fears, her heart pounds in sheer terror. The Duke immediately orders Maxi to prepare to leave for Croiso Castle. His knuckles turn white as he explains he's arranging a royal marriage for her sister, and it can't have Maxi's presence ruining his plans. He yells at her for daring to come to the capital and bringing shame to his name. For a moment, Maxi is frozen in fear. But then she remembers who she is now. Maximilian Calypso. Finding a sliver of courage, she refuses to leave, explaining she must wait for her husband. This defiance only enrages her father more. Maxi weakly reminds her father that he was the one who wanted her to preserve this marriage. But her defiance only fuels his rage. The Duke roars that's exactly why he's taking her away and mocks the idea of Riftan coming for her. He then lands a devastating blow, revealing he knows about the rumors that she lost a child. He sneers, asking what man would keep a wife who can't provide an heir. Stunned by his cruelty, Maxi tries to deny it, stammering that he's mistaken. Maxi weakly explains that using magic took a heavy toll on her body, but her father isn't buying it. He cruelly asks how she could be so oblivious as to not even realize she had lost a child. The Duke then reveals his true motivation. Her situation made the king question her sister Rosetta's future, bringing immense shame on their family. He declares that while divorce is justified, it must wait until Rosetta is married. He gives her one final order: pack her things and leave before Riftan returns to avoid more scandal. Maxi's mind spins as her father's words sink in. She mutters that she can't allow this to happen, clinging to the memory of Riftan promising he would never divorce her. But the Duke has already turned to leave, his decision final. Suddenly, maids and knights appear, ready to escort her out. In a desperate move, Maxi grabs one of the maids, her voice trembling. She asks if it's true, if she really lost a child. She begs the woman to tell her that her father is lying, pleading for this nightmare to end. The maid's horrified, Pitying stare is all the answer Maxi needs. Her father wasn't lying. The truth hits her like a physical blow, and her mind fractures. Twisted memories flood her thoughts, her father's voice sneering that she was worthless, that she was no good to anyone. Then, a hazy, agonizing vision surfaces, confirming the devastating loss her body had endured without her even knowing. The shock is overwhelming, and the last of her strength gives out as her world fades to black, consumed by the unbearable truth. Maxi stumbles back, her voice shaking as she demands to know why they kept this from her. Garo, one of the knights, steps forward to explain. He says that their commander, Riftan, ordered them all to remain silent. After Maxi used her magic, she was in critical condition and nearly died. Riftan was terrified that the added shock of her loss would be too much for her to bear. The others try to console her, insisting it's all in the past, but for Maxi, the nightmare has just begun. She cries out that this isn't over for her. Maxi's world is crumbling, but she desperately clings to one last hope. She tries to convince herself that Riftan would never do this to her, that he wouldn't abandon her. But that tiny spark of faith is immediately snuffed out by a cruel reality. She knows exactly what happens to a noblewoman who can't produce an heir. As the terrifying weight of her future crashes down on her, her father's hand grips her shoulder. He coldly announces that he is taking his daughter back to Croiso Castle, her fate seemingly sealed by his words. Just as the Duke declares his intentions, a knight immediately objects. He argues that the Duke has no right to decide where Maxi lives without Sir Riftan's permission. But her father just scoffs, turning his cold gaze toward Princess Agnes. He puts her on blast in front of everyone, questioning how she thinks the servants see his daughter amidst all the rumors about her and Riftan. Enraged, the princess shouts that there's nothing between them, but the Duke isn't listening. He slams a staff on the floor, declaring he will take his daughter back to his castle. The Duke tightens his grip on Maxi's shoulder, his voice full of arrogance. He tells everyone that if Riftan wants his wife, he can come to Croiso Castle for her. One of Riftan's knights, Ursuline, is completely floored by this power play. He looks directly at Maxi, desperately asking if this is truly what she wants. The room is dead silent. Maxi, looking utterly defeated and trembling, finally gives her answer. With a soft, broken voice, she agrees. She tells them all that she wants to go back. With her devastating choice made, Maxi is whisked away in a carriage, trapped in a suffocating silence with her father. The steady rhythm of the horses' hooves is the only sound as they travel further from Anatole. One of Riftan's most loyal knights, Ursuline, escorts them with a grim expression, clearly hating every second of this. The Duke suddenly breaks the silence, giving an ice-cold deadline. Next spring. Maxi flinches hard at his words, the unspoken threat in his voice making her shrink into herself, utterly defeated and alone. The Duke finally reveals his twisted endgame in the carriage. He announces that Maxi's sister, Rosetta, will marry into the royal family next spring, and until then, Maxi must disappear and stay quiet. He tightens his grip on his staff, coldly stating he won't let Riftan see her, convinced the knight only wants a divorce anyway. This is all just a way to stall. He refuses to let Maxi ruin his decade-long scheme to secure both the throne and his own dukedom for Rosetta's future sons. Maxi feels sick, realizing she's just a disposable piece in his power grab. Maxi's stomach churns as the carriage pulls up to her childhood prison. She secretly wishes a monster would just appear and smash the whole thing to pieces. As they arrive, Ursuline rushes to her side, concerned by how pale she looks. But before he can get a word out, the Duke yanks Maxi away, shielding her from the knight. He coldly dismisses Ursuline's worry, claiming she's just tired. With a smug grin, the Duke tells the knight he can stay the night but must leave by morning, then drags his daughter inside. Ursuline glances back, his expression tight with concern, hearing Maxi's faint plea. But it's too late. Inside the cold mansion, the Duke wastes no time asserting his control, dragging his daughter down the hall. A sudden, violent shove sends Maxi crashing hard onto the stone floor. She gasps in pain, stunned by his cruelty. Towering over her, the Duke bellows for the steward to take her to her room at once. His final command is chilling and absolute. She is to be locked away, completely hidden from the world. Without a backward glance, the Duke leaves Maxi on the cold stone floor. A servant approaches, emotionlessly telling her to follow. As Maxi is led through the dark mansion, her mind is flooded with an image of her sister, Rosetta, looking perfect and serene on a sunlit balcony. This is the golden child for whom she's being sacrificed. The vision vanishes, plunging Maxi into the reality of a pitch-black room. Trapped and alone in the suffocating darkness, she can only manage to whisper her sister's name, the source of all her current misery. The sharp sound of footsteps echoes through the hall as the steward approaches. He finds Maxi collapsed on the stone floor, emotionlessly addressing her as my lady. With no strength left to resist, she painfully staggers to her feet. Maxi silently follows him, trudging through the dark, cold mansion like a prisoner walking to her cell. Other servants watch from the shadows, their faces blank, offering no comfort. She is led up the grand staircase, each step sealing her fate, until she finally arrives at the room meant to be her prison. In her room, a kind maid pulls Maxi into a comforting embrace, lamenting that Maxi's fate is as tragic as her late mother's. Numb to the gesture, Maxi sees a ghostly reflection of her mother's suffering in the exact same way. The moment is shattered by her father's cruel voice roaring in her mind, declaring that no man would keep a wife who couldn't provide an heir. The horrible memory forces her awake, only for her to face a worse reality. She's trapped back in the very mansion she swore she would never return to. Barely able to speak, Maxi tells the nurse she's exhausted and just wants to rest. Understanding immediately, the woman promises a warm bath and food before hurrying out. Left alone in the desolate room, Maxi takes in her prison, the cobwebs, the barred window, and the dust covering everything. Her legs finally give out, and she collapses onto the bed, her strength completely gone. Staring into the darkness, she wonders what to do, feeling like even the gods have turned their backs on her tragic fate. Maxi wakes to a throbbing headache, wishing she could sleep forever to escape her grim reality. Her first sight is an elegantly dressed blonde woman looking down at her, bluntly stating that she looks terrible. Confused, Maxi weakly asks why she's here. The visitor scoffs, revealing she came because the nurse was making a huge fuss, worried Maxi was starving herself. After a quick once-over, the woman coldly decides the nurse wasn't exaggerating. Mustering her strength, Maxi tells the unwelcome guest to leave if she has no other business. The blonde woman coldly asks Maxi if she's trying to die, warning that at this rate, she won't survive the winter, and their father won't care. Maxi tells her to mind her own business, but the woman just calls her pathetic for drowning in self-pity. Enraged, Maxi shouts that she has no right to judge her. The visitor snaps, saying she's sick of this foolishness. She viciously brings up how Maxi chased her husband to a battlefield, suffered a devastating loss, and returned a wreck, only to now starve herself into an early grave. The blonde woman scoffs, asking if Maxi really thinks her husband would care if she died. She viciously adds that he'd probably be glad to avoid a messy divorce and would remarry a princess before Maxi was even in the ground. Enraged, Maxi defends Riftan, insisting that he treated her well and genuinely cared. Her sister just tells her to wake up, reminding her of their father. She says that men are only generous while getting what they want from a woman, but they can easily become cruel when they don't get their way. Maxi clutches the fabric, insisting that Riftan is nothing like their cruel father. But her sister shuts that down instantly, asking a simple, brutal question. If he's so different, why did she come running back home? The words hit Maxi hard, and she can't find a single thing to say. The visitor twists the knife, accusing Maxi of not believing her own defense. She claims Maxi is just as cynical as she is, maybe even more so. Crushed by the harsh truth in her sister's attack, Maxi weakly begs her to just leave. Unable to take it anymore, Maxi weakly tells her sister she doesn't want to talk. The blonde woman just watches with an ice-cold stare before turning to leave. Pausing at the door, she delivers one final, cruel blow, admitting she had hoped Maxi would never come back. As the door closes, plunging the room into darkness, her final words echo in Maxi's mind, a constant, crushing disappointment. The door clicks shut, and Maxi collapses onto her bed, completely broken and utterly alone in the dark. Her sister's words ring in the darkness, questioning why she ran back home if Riftan was so different from their father. The cruel voice insists it wasn't love, and that Maxi never truly believed it was. If that's true, she wonders, then what was that feeling? Her mind flashes back to Riftan, to a bright world where she desperately wanted him to need her, where she wanted to stay by his side forever. But all her efforts to avoid losing him ended up destroying the very place she felt she belonged, leaving her kneeling and completely shattered. Lost in the darkness of her room, Maxi feels completely broken. She admits to herself she doesn't understand anything anymore. Her mind flashes back to the feelings Riftan gave her, joy, happiness, and being seen for the first time. But now, those memories are like shattered glass. She bitterly wishes she had never known that happiness, because the pain of losing it is just too much to bear. As a cold autumn wind blows outside, the warmth of those radiant summer memories fades away. Overwhelmed, Maxi's mind goes blank, and she simply stops thinking. A maid, Ludys, finds Maxi still wasting away in bed. Worried that something terrible is going to happen, she gently suggests a walk outside. Maxi weakly refuses, wanting to stay hidden in her despair. Getting desperate, Ludis tells her bluntly that she looks terribly pale after days in bed. She warns that if her husband were to see her like this, he might just turn around and leave. That final comment is the one that gets through. Maxi forces herself to sit up, and Ludis, relieved, helps the weakened girl to her feet. Maxi steps out of the place of exile, a decaying annex where her father hides away the women of the family who displease him. But as she and Ludis try to go for a walk, 2 armored guards block their way, crossing their spears. They deliver a stern order directly from the Duke. Maximilian is forbidden from leaving the annex. Ludis quickly apologizes, guiding a dejected Maxi back inside. Maxi is confused. Her father never cared about her walks before. Just then, her eyes catch movement in the distance. An entire unit of soldiers is marching straight for her prison. An old maid tries to comfort a gloomy Maxi, telling her not to be upset. She argues that since the master regularly sends a healer, it must mean he has at least some affection for her. But as Maxi nervously fidgets with her dress, something small and shiny falls from her sleeve. It's just a single coin. Before the maid can grab it, Maxi snatches it back desperately. The maid sighs, scolding her for picking up trivial trash like she did as a child. But with a trembling voice, Maxi insists the coin is important. The maid gives up and leaves Maxi alone with her thoughts. Clutching the small coin, Maxi is haunted by the memory of her sister's sharp words. Her sister had called her out, saying she never truly believes anything good will happen. And Maxi knows it's true. She admits to herself that she's always full of doubt, constantly imagining the worst, and convinced she ruins everything she touches. But then, a different voice cuts through the darkness. Riftan's. She remembers his gentle farewell, wishing that only good things would fill her life. A maid suddenly grabs Maxi, her face pale with terror. She finally understands why the guards were acting so strange earlier. The legendary Remdragon Knights are here. The news hits Maxi like a physical blow, leaving her stunned and completely speechless. Later, cloaked in a hood to hide her identity, Maxi secretly peeks outside. She scans the desolate courtyard, confirming her fear. Just as she expected, there's absolutely no one there. A wave of disappointment washes over her, but what was she even hoping to see? The maid grabs a trembling Maxi, revealing a devastating truth. Riftan actually came to see her, but her father drove him out of the castle. The maid insists the Duke only did it because he assumed Riftan was there to demand a divorce. She begs Maxi to just endure it and stay hidden until her father's temper cools. But this conversation triggers a horrifying memory of her father's cruelty, a violent flashback that shakes her to the core. The scene then shifts, revealing an old servant's path that connects to the ancient tower of the main castle. A desperate idea sparks in Maxi's mind. She thinks that if she can hide among the trees, she might catch a glimpse of Riftan, just as long as the knights haven't left yet. Pushing through her physical weakness, she struggles up the ancient tower stairs, gasping for air. Her body protests the sudden exertion, but she ignores it. All she wants is one single moment, one last look. As she stumbles around a corner, she slams directly into a tall, unmoving figure whose strong arm immediately steadies her from the sudden impact. Maxi looks up, stunned, and her world stops. The man she just crashed into is Riftan himself. He stares down at her, his expression a mix of shock and intensity. From her spot in the tower, she can see his knights already marching away from the castle. A sudden wave of clarity hits her. All her fear vanishes, replaced by a single, desperate thought. She just wants to be near him, to be held by him one last time, even if he no longer wants her in his life. Her heart aches with this newfound resolve. Just as her desperate hope surges, a knight in full armor grabs Maxi by the arm. His voice is cold as he reveals her father. The Duke was furious she'd disappeared. He demands to know why she disobeyed the order to stay put. Terrified, Maxi stammers that she only wanted to see someone from afar and begs him to let her go. But the knight ignores her pleas, revealing the Duke's chilling new command. She is to be taken to that room. He begins dragging her away, her last chance at freedom gone. The knight reminds Maxi just how strict her father is, questioning why she would ever do something so foolish. He drags her down the cold, dark corridor as she pleads for him to stop, but her words are useless. All she can do is stumble along, completely powerless. He coldly tells her that this is what happens when she disobeys her father's orders. He shoves her into a pitch-black room, and with a final, heavy thud, the door slams shut, sealing her in total darkness with her overwhelming terror. The wind whips through the castle courtyard, snapping a dark banner with a fierce dragon crest. Riftan, sitting tall on his black steed, is addressed as commander by one of his knights. Suddenly, A mysterious robed figure glides out from the shadows and silently hands him an envelope. Riftan takes the message, his jaw tight. He crushes the letter in his armored gauntlet, his face hardening into a stone-cold mask of determination. Whatever news that letter holds, it's clear he's made a decision, and nothing will stand in his way. The heavy clack of boots echoes through the grand hall as servants keep their heads bowed low. A heavy door groans open, and Maxi is thrown into a pitch-black room. The door slams shut with a final, booming thud, sealing her in complete darkness. A moment later, a lantern's glow reveals her father, the Duke, towering over her. As she trembles on the cold floor, he looks down with pure disappointment. He coldly informs her that his patience has finally run out, leaving her to face his wrath alone. Trembling on the floor, Maxi tries to explain herself. She stammers that she just wanted to see him from afar, that she wasn't trying to cause trouble. But her father isn't listening. There's a sharp, vicious sound, and the consequences of her disobedience land hard. He coldly asks when he gave her permission to speak. The Duke scoffs, blaming the lowborn knight for corrupting her and ruining 20 years of his efforts. Maxi gathers her courage, defending Riftan by saying he fought a dangerous war in her father's stead. This was the wrong thing to say. The Duke's rage finally explodes. A series of sharp, cruel sounds echo through the dark room, and Maxi collapses to the stone floor in agony. But the punishment isn't over. Her father viciously yanks her up, his face twisted with fury. He snarls, demanding to know how she dares speak to him in such a manner. As she struggles in his grip, he coldly asks if she has any complaints about her treatment, making it clear that her moment of courage has earned her nothing but more pain. The Duke looms over her, his voice dripping with false patience. He sarcastically allows her to speak her mind, mocking her inability to form words through her fear. All Maxi can whisper is that she was wrong. The sheer terror of the moment causes her to bite down hard, the taste of iron filling her mouth. Seeing this, her father scoffs in disgust. He shoves her away with a final, brutal motion, and she collapses to the stone floor. He coldly turns his back, his footsteps echoing as he leaves her broken and alone. The Duke reveals a long, thin whip, his intentions horribly clear. He issues a cold, humiliating command, warning Maxi that delaying will only make her punishment worse. Paralyzed by sheer terror, Maxi's hands tremble as she slowly turns, her body shaking uncontrollably. A vicious sound slices through the tense silence, followed by another. Through her agony, she hears her father's voice. He snarls that he never expected anything from her in the first place. He reminds her there was only one thing he ever demanded, and she had failed to deliver. As the Duke's rage explodes, he coldly reminds Maxi that her only job was to stay quiet and out of sight. He roars, questioning if that was too much to ask as he punishes her for her disobedience. Maxi collapses to the stone floor, her body trembling from the cruel ordeal. But before the Duke can continue, the heavy chamber door swings open. A knight in full armor stands there, his hand gripping his sword. His eyes lock onto the scene, his mind reeling as he tries to understand the horror unfolding before him. Riftan's voice, cold and sharp, cuts through the room as he demands to know what is happening. The Duke, completely caught off guard, grabs the knight's arm and sputters with rage. He yells at Riftan for daring to enter his castle and orders him to leave at once. But the threats are meaningless. Riftan ignores him, taking a slow, menacing step forward. He repeats his question, his voice now a low growl. The Duke desperately claims he was only disciplining his daughter. That word hangs in the air, met with Riftan's chilling disbelief. Riftan repeated the Duke's word with cold disbelief, his gaze fixed on the horrific scene. Unfazed, the Duke tried to justify his cruelty, claiming a healer was waiting downstairs and that such harsh methods were necessary. He then demanded to know how Riftan had entered the castle, warning him of the consequences for trespassing. But Riftan's response was chillingly simple. He understood. Ignoring the Duke's threats completely, the armored knight turned and began walking slowly toward Maxi, who was still huddled on the floor, trembling from her ordeal. Maxi watches through her tears as the armored knight takes another heavy step. But he doesn't move toward her. Instead, his gauntlet closes around a massive wooden table. The Duke freezes, stunned by the sheer audacity. In one explosive movement, Riftan unleashes his suppressed rage. The entire room erupts in a deafening crash of splintered wood and pure fury. The knight's power is finally let loose, leaving the Duke utterly paralyzed with fear as he witnesses the knight's terrifying strength firsthand. Without warning, Riftan's pent-up rage explodes. A brutal impact sends the Duke flying across the room, leaving him stunned and injured on the stone floor. He sputters in disbelief, calling Riftan scum and desperately screaming for his guards to seize the knight. But no one is coming to save him. Riftan closes the distance, grabs the nobleman, and a sickening thud silences his cries. Towering over the trembling duke, Riftan coldly asks why he's causing such a scene, sarcastically suggesting a high-level healer could easily fix his injuries. Two of Riftan's knights rush into the room, shouting for their commander to stop. They desperately warn him that the duke isn't a warrior and that Riftan's strength is far too much for him. But their pleas are useless. Consumed by rage, Riftan shoves one of his own men away with powerful force. In a final, brutal movement, a deafening crash echoes through the chamber as the duke is slammed against the stone wall. The old man slumps down, unconscious, leaving the knights frozen in shock. The mage Ruth appears at the doorway, only to freeze in utter shock. Across the room, Maxi is huddled on the floor, trembling amidst the chaos. As the other knights arrive, their horror is plain to see. But Riftan is already moving, shielding Maxi protectively with his body. He issues a deadly, low command, warning everyone not to touch her. The knights finally see her back, covered in the terrible evidence of her father's cruelty. They now understand the reason for Riftan's uncontrollable rage, as his eyes burn with cold fury. The mage Ruth cautiously approaches, telling Riftan to calm down. He explains he's not going to touch Maxi, he just needs to heal her. Though still seething with rage, Riftan allows him to pass. A soft blue light envelopes Maxi as Ruth kneels and mends her injuries, the other knights watching in grim silence. Once the healing is done, Riftan gently scoops Maxi into his arms. He wraps his own cloak around her small frame and carries her away from the chaos, leaving her father's motionless form behind on the cold stone floor. In the dark, quiet halls of the duke's estate, Maxi anxiously asks if her father survived Riftan's brutal retaliation. An ally, one of the household staff, appears with a lantern to light their way. He confirms the duke is alive, but barely. If a cleric isn't called immediately, he won't make it. The man then reveals their escape plan is already in motion. The maids put a sleeping draft in the guards' meals. However, one obstacle remains. The knights and soldiers patrolling the eastern wing are still wide awake. Just when their escape seems impossible, an unexpected ally emerges from the shadows. Maxi's half-sister, Rosetta. She warns that the guards heard the chaos and are heading straight for them. Rosetta urges them to leave immediately, but on one condition, that she is never connected to this. Riftan's knight quickly agrees. As they dash through the darkened halls, Maxi clings to Riftan, completely bewildered. Why would her cruel sister suddenly help her? Just then, an enraged roar echoes from outside, demanding to know what is going on. Their cover is blown. The Duke's guards finally corner them, drawing their swords and threatening war for this brazen infiltration. But the threat only makes Riftan's fury ice over. He declares that a war is exactly what he wants, promising to burn the entire land to ash, along with the guards and all their families. The soldiers recoil, completely terrified by his overwhelming presence. Just as Riftan steps forward, his knight Ursuline intervenes. He calmly reminds everyone that Lady Maximilian is a calypso now, and the Duke had absolutely no right to confine her in the first place. The golden-haired knight, Ursuline, told his companion to save his breath. With a cold smirk, he made a chilling declaration. As of today, the houses of Croiso and Anatole were officially enemies. He promised they would simply dispose of the guards blocking their path and be on their way. The Duke's men froze in terror. They were just a handful of guards facing the Remdragon Knights, the strongest military force in the entire kingdom. To make matters worse, Riftan's legendary crew even had a mage with them. They stood absolutely no chance. The Duke's guards stood no chance against the legendary knights. The confrontation ended in a flash, with the Remdragon Knights easily overpowering anyone who stood in their way. With their path cleared, they mounted their horses and galloped away from the Croiso estate. Riftan held Maxi tightly in front of him, her head resting against the cold steel of his armor. Exhausted and injured, but finally safe, she could feel the castle that was her prison shrinking in the distance as they rode off into the moonlit night. Riding hard through the night, Riftan puts miles between them and the Croiso estate. The overwhelming ordeal finally hits Maxi, and she breaks down completely, her small frame racked with sobs and hiccups. Tucked against his chest, she lets the tears flow freely. Riftan's gauntlet hand tightens around her, a silent, ironclad promise that he will never let her go back. He remains grimly focused on the path ahead, carrying her away from her nightmare and toward a new beginning, leaving her dark past behind in the dust. After riding hard, the group finally stops at an inn in the village of Zeno. Without a word, Riftan carries Maxi into their room and gently places her on the bed. Their moment of peace is cut short by a knock. It's the mage Ruth, offering hot water and clean clothes for the lady. Riftan's protective instincts flare up. He turns with a chilling look and tells the mage to bring them a meal in 1 hour. The door slams shut, leaving a nervous Ruth outside, making it crystal clear they are not to be disturbed. Inside the quiet room, Riftan moves to a basin of water. He soaks a cloth and approaches Maxi, who is huddled by the window. As the towering knight kneels before her, she instinctively flinches, expecting harshness. But his voice is soft as he offers to help clean the blood from her injuries. With surprising tenderness, Riftan carefully dabs at her skin, his focus entirely on her. He drops the stained cloth to the floor, his gentle actions a stark contrast to the cruelty she has always known, marking a quiet first step toward healing. Riftan's expression hardens as he finishes cleaning her wounds. His voice is dangerously quiet as he asks a simple question. How often did this happen? Maxi flinches, attempting to deflect, but he presses on. She stammers, desperately trying to downplay the situation, claiming her father was just angry today and that this doesn't usually happen. Clutching her dress, she insists he's just a stern man. But Riftan sees right through the lies. Unwavering, he demands to know exactly when her father started treating her this way, cutting straight to the heart of her pain. With a chilling, broken smile, Maxi asks if he truly wants to know the ugly truth. She reveals the cruelty started when she was just 8, a brutal punishment for her stutter. Twice a week, her father made her recite poetry, and any mistake resulted in a visit to that room. As dark memories flash by, Riftan's hand clenches into a furious fist, his knuckles turning white. His voice is cold as he drops a bombshell. He never planned on bringing her back to his home, Anatole, in the first place. Riftan finally opens up, confessing he almost left her behind. He thought that if she truly wanted to stay at her father's castle, he should respect her wishes. He admits he practically begged the Duke just to see her one last time, with a simple plan of checking if she was okay before leaving alone. But then, he says, her father told him that she had refused to see him. Maxi is horrified, stammering that it's a lie. Her denial makes something snap in Riftan. He smashes his fist against the wall, demanding to know why. Riftan's rage finally explodes. He grabs her, demanding to know if suffering under her father was truly better than waiting for him. He roars, asking if she really chose to stay in that hell overcoming with him. Shaking, Maxi reveals the crushing reason for her silence. She stammers that she thought he never wanted her back. A heartbreaking memory surfaces as she confesses the real reason. She believed he hated her because she lost their child. Stunned into silence, Riftan can only stare as she tearfully reminds him of his own words from their first night. With tears streaming down her face, Maxi cries out that he never told her anything. He just told her to go. Suddenly, Riftan grabs her, his own anguish finally exploding. He yells that he never wanted to see her get hurt anymore, his mind flashing back to all the dangers she's faced in Anatole. Consumed by guilt, he roars that it was all his fault, for her delicate condition, for making her follow him to this place. His anger shatters into despair as he says he should have just left her alone, knowing she never wanted to marry him. Riftan's voice breaks as he confesses his darkest thoughts. He admits that during the war, he believed it would be better for her if he never returned alive. He reveals that while she was unconscious, he was so consumed by despair that he almost left her. His anguish turns to raw fury, and he grabs her shoulder, demanding to know why she never told him how her father mistreated her. He roars that he would have protected her from that man no matter what. Overwhelmed and shaking, Maxi can only stammer in response. Riftan holds the trembling Maxi close, his expression grim as he realizes this moment was inevitable. Finally breaking down, Maxi confesses all her deepest insecurities. Through her tears, she admits she loved how he treated her like she was someone special, because deep down, she believed she was utterly worthless. She was always terrified that he would find out the truth. Her voice cracks as she tells him he was the very last person she ever wanted to show her real, broken self to, convinced he would be disgusted by what he saw. With tears in her eyes, Maxi asks if he finally understands just how pathetic she is. A painful memory surfaces of a time he tried to get to know her, asking what she disliked in the world. Even then, her heartbreaking answer was that she disliked herself. Crushed by her own past, Maxi collapses into sobs, finally confessing the deep-seated shame that has haunted her for years. She chokes out that she is just so ashamed of herself, finally revealing the core of her trauma and self-loathing to her stunned husband. Riftan listens in the shadows as Maxi breaks down, his own confession finally starting. He admits that he spent a very long time thinking about her. A powerful memory floods his mind, showing his devotion through the hardest times. He confesses that he never stopped thinking of her, not for a single moment, even back when she had no idea a man like him even existed in the world. For Riftan, from the very beginning, there was only ever Maxi. He rests his head in her lap, completely devoted. Riftan continues his confession, admitting that the more he longed for Maxi, the more empty and miserable he became. He tells her he couldn't stop, even though he kept trying to give up on her. The memories of his brutal past flash by, showing a lonely and relentless fight. He explains that thinking of her made him feel completely alone, no matter who was by his side. Though he repeatedly told himself to stop yearning for someone he could never reach, he always found himself chasing after her again, watching her from afar. Riftan continues his gut-wrenching confession, admitting that ever since he met Maxi, his heart has completely belonged to her. He asks her how she could possibly think she means nothing to him. His words hang in the air, directly challenging the lies she has always believed about herself. Maxi listens, tears streaming down her face, completely overwhelmed by this revelation. Suddenly, he can't hold back any longer. Riftan grabs her, pulling her into a desperate embrace and closing the distance between them in one swift, passionate motion. Overwhelmed by his confession, Maxi can only whisper Riftan's name as he pulls her into an unbreakable embrace. All the emotional walls they built finally come crashing down. Like the shattered pieces of a collapsed ruin, they just crumble together, crying endlessly. They hold each other through the long night, letting go of years of pain, loneliness, and misunderstanding. It's a raw, powerful release of every unspoken feeling they've ever had. For a very long time, they stay like that, finally connected by their shared grief and a fragile, newfound hope. As the sun rises, the group finally emerges from the dangerous Chaldical forest. Riftan announces they should reach the castle by tomorrow. His knight, Gable, admits he's relieved Maxi's father hasn't sent anyone after them, but the prideful Ursuline scoffs, asking if he's afraid. Gable retorts that it's better to avoid pointless fights, especially to protect Maxi. Annoyed by their bickering, Riftan shuts them down. Maxi observes this, realizing that since their reconciliation, Riftan has become fiercely protective, keeping everyone at a cautious distance from her. As they make camp, Maxi feels a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. She can't stop thinking about the knights and how they came all the way to her father's estate to bring her back. But her thoughts spiral as she wonders how much they know about what happened that day. Did they witness her utter humiliation? Feeling ashamed, she can't bring herself to meet their eyes, convinced they are pitying her. Just then, Riftan enters their tent. He quietly places a warm meal in front of her, simply telling her to eat. Lying by the crackling fire, Maxi can't get a wink of sleep. Her mind is racing with 1,000 terrifying questions. Riftan openly challenged her powerful father, and she knows that's a crime that can't be ignored. The Duke will never stay silent about this humiliation. Maxi's fears spiral into visions of war, imagining Riftan's home, Anatole, engulfed in flames because of her. Lost in her panic, she feels his hand tighten around her, a silent promise of protection in the dark. Even wrapped in Riftan's arms, Maxi's mind is a prison. Dark memories of her father's cruelty flood back, making her question everything. Were Riftan's promises of protection truly sincere? Sensing her silent panic, he pulls her even closer. He softly calls her name, telling her she doesn't have to worry anymore. Looking her straight in the eyes, he makes a solemn vow. From this moment on, no one will ever hurt her again. He will be her shield. With his promise echoing in the quiet night, he urges her to finally sleep in peace. After days of travel, the rhythmic sound of hooves finally brings them to a massive city. Riding behind Riftan, Maxi's eyes widen in disbelief at the bustling streets. But nothing could have prepared her for the reception that awaits them. As they pass through the gates, the air explodes with the thunderous cheers of a massive crowd. The people are ecstatic, celebrating their hero's return. Stunned and completely overwhelmed, Maxi realizes for the first time just how loved and respected her husband is in his own lands. She's not just a duke's daughter anymore, she's a hero's wife. Riftan looks out over his domain, Anatole, amazed at how much it has grown in just a single season. As they ride into the castle courtyard, he carefully helps Maxi down from the horse, telling her to take her time. His men immediately rush forward, their faces lit up with relief. A boisterous, red-haired knight greets them with a massive grin, ecstatic that his commander has finally returned. Noticing Maxi, he gives her a warm welcome too, happy to see that both of them made it back safely. The warm welcome continues as the red-haired knight asks Maxi about her journey. But before she can even respond, Riftan is already back in commander mode. He immediately starts issuing orders to lock down the castle, wanting double the guards on the walls and all gates strictly monitored. As the relieved castle staff rushes to greet them, Riftan barks out more commands for hot water, food, and clean clothes. His sudden intensity makes it crystal clear. After their near-fatal encounter, he's not taking any more chances with his wife's safety. Back in their private chambers, Riftan kneels and gently removes Maxi's shoes, exhausted from their long journey. Just then, a knock at the door interrupts the quiet moment. A maid announces that the bathwater is ready. When she sees Maxi's pale face, she asks with concern if she was hurt. Before the maid can finish, Riftan cuts her off with a sharp gesture. He orders the servants to place the tub by the fire and leave them alone. Once the room is empty, he lifts his wife into his arms, softly calling her name. Riftan gently tells Maxi he wants to wash her. She nervously tries to refuse, but he quickly reassures her, explaining he just wants to take care of her. The unexpected tenderness makes her blush. Trusting him, she stands still as he carefully removes her heavy outer robe. It pools at her feet, and he softly asks if she's cold. She manages a small no. His hands come up, not to undress her further, but to gently cup her face, his gaze full of nothing but care for his wife. Riftan suddenly buries his face against her, his voice low and full of rage. He growls that he should have torn her father apart for everything he did. Maxi stands frozen, completely stunned by his words. Not even her own family ever showed her this kind of fierce protection. To receive such unconditional affection from a man who is still practically a stranger to her feels impossible. She's completely overwhelmed, questioning how she could ever be so important to someone after being told she was worthless her entire life. Overwhelmed by his fierce protection, Maxi clings to Riftan as tears stream down her face. This sudden warmth feels completely unearned, and a terrifying thought grips her. If it can be given so easily, it can be taken away just as easily. What would happen to her then? Her father's lifelong cruelty has shattered her ability to trust. Even in this moment of comfort, she's plagued by endless doubt, fearing she has permanently lost the ability to believe in anyone, including the man currently holding her so tightly. Maxi's internal turmoil continues as she admits to hating this broken, untrusting side of herself. The next day, Riftan shows his care in a simple way, making sure she eats. He coaxes her with another bite, but she nervously worries that she'll become fat if he keeps this up. Riftan immediately reassures her, saying he wants her to gain weight. Trying to change the subject, she asks about her duties, only for him to reveal that her past work was so good, the winter preparations are already nearly complete thanks to her. Trying to prove her usefulness, Maxi nervously asks about the infirmary. But Riftan immediately tells her not to worry about anything but her recovery. He reminds her she was seriously injured and went through a horrible experience. Maxi protests, saying it's a busy time of year, but he cuts her off with a stunning declaration. To him, she is the most important thing of all. He then softly admits he likes watching her eat, revealing he used to fantasize about laying out a grand feast just for her a long time ago, leaving Maxi utterly speechless. Riftan drops another bombshell, revealing this dream began long ago at the very first banquet he attended at Croiso Castle. He recalls the massive feast, with endless courses of food he'd never seen before. But amid all the luxury, Maxi sat quietly beside her father, looking miserable and staring down at her empty plate the entire time. He confesses that even back then, he secretly watched her, trying to figure out what she liked to eat. He admits that he used to imagine hosting a banquet even grander than her father's, just to watch her eat happily. Riftan's confession goes deeper, revealing just how long he's been watching her. He tells Maxi he has pictured the satisfied smile on her face countless times. Back then, he just wished she would raise her head and look at him, even once. As he says this, his hand gently cups her cheek. Back in the present, he dismisses it all as a childish fantasy. But Maxi, completely flustered, explains her father's banquets were only for show. With a soft, genuine smile, she tells him the food in Anatole has been far more delicious anyway. Maxi shyly admits that enjoying such a variety of dishes every day is a first for her, too. Riftan's expression immediately darkens, and he asks if her father ever made her go hungry. Maxi quickly denies it, explaining the Duke simply never cared whether she ate at all. Hearing this, Riftan pulls her close, his voice thick with emotion. He tells her that he cares about everything related to her. Seeing her happy and healthy is all that matters. He warns her not to shrink away, confessing that her fear unleashes his fury for the man who hurt her. Riftan's expression is tight with emotion as he tells Maxi not to shrink away like that. He confesses that every time she does, it fills him with a burning rage for the man who caused her pain. Stunned, Maxi can barely speak, asking why he would feel so strongly for her. Unable to explain the depth of his feelings, Riftan gives up on words. Instead, he pulls her into a desperate, tight embrace. Just as quickly, he pulls away, overwhelmed, and says he will return at dinner before making a swift exit. With a final request for her to get some rest, Riftan quietly closes the door, leaving Maxi completely alone with her spiraling thoughts. His stunning confession echoes in her mind. He had been watching her for a long time, carefully observing her from a distance. The memory of her desolate past flashes before her eyes, and she realizes he must have witnessed her deep sadness even back then. Pulled from her reverie by a soft meow, Maxi looks up to see the small cat nudging her, a quiet comfort in the overwhelming silence. The little cat breaks her out of her spiraling thoughts, nuzzling against her hand for attention. For the first time in a while, a genuine, gentle smile graces Maxi's lips. Holding her new furry friend, she walks to the balcony doors, curious about the people she sees outside. Just then, a knock interrupts her. A maid, Liddy's, announces she's brought Maxi's medicine. A bit flustered, Maxi tells her to come in, and the serious-looking attendant enters the room, tray in hand. As Liddy's warns her about the cold, Maxi dismisses the concern, her attention fixed on the group of strangers below. She asks who they are, and the maid reveals they are mercenaries Riftan is considering hiring. This news confuses Maxi. With winter preparations going smoothly and monster threats decreasing, why would he need more fighters? When Liddy's mentions that Riftan ordered a meal to be prepared for the guests in the dining hall, something inside Maxi snaps. Her expression hardens, and she storms out of the room, leaving the maid to drop her tray in total shock. Liddy's calls out in a panic, but Maxi doesn't stop. She storms down the long hallway, a silent apology for the maid on her lips. Her heart pounds with suspicion as she approaches the dining hall where Riftan is meeting the mercenaries. Hesitantly, she peeks through a crack in the door. But instead of some serious, top-secret meeting, she just hears casual chatter and laughter. The atmosphere is completely relaxed, making her wonder if she completely overthought the situation and jumped to the worst possible conclusion. A hand on her shoulder makes Maxi flinch. She's been caught. A young, silver-haired man asks what she's doing here. Maxi stammers she heard guests had arrived, but he sees right through her, bluntly asking if she came to eavesdrop on the mercenaries. He warns her that Riftan would not be happy if he found out. A short while later, they're sitting together in a quiet room. After the man, Ruth, checks on her health, Maxi finally gets to the point, asking why mercenaries were suddenly hired from the southern continent. Ruth lets out a tired sigh, asking if she truly hasn't been told. He then drops an absolute bombshell. Riftan has formally declared war on her father's territory. The news hits Maxi hard, and she freezes in disbelief. Stuttering, she immediately asks if this is happening because of her. Ruth clarifies that the Remdragon Knights have always hated the Duke, and this was a group decision. Maxi protests, mentioning the treaty forbidding such conflicts, but Ruth explains this won't be a massive battle. It's a formal skirmish between their knighthoods, but with Riftan leading, the goal is clear: to completely dismantle her father's power. Ruth confidently reassures Maxi. Sure, her father has a big army, but he claims the Remdragon Knights are worth 10 of the Duke's forces combined. He tells her there's no need to worry. But Maxi is frantic, stammering that Riftan just returned from one war and the king will never approve of such a risky move. Ruth calmly explains their justification is solid. The Duke mistreated her, the Lady of Anatole. With that on their side, he says they can push forward no matter who interferes. Blushing, Maxi timidly asks if the other knights know about this plan, too. Ruth confirms none of the knights are gossips, but he gets serious. He explains that from the moment Riftan returned, his grim attitude told everyone that something terrible had happened to Maxi. While some knights had practical concerns about starting a conflict, the pro-war faction was just too unyielding. He tells her the entire knighthood, not just Riftan, is absolutely furious, and nothing will stop them now. Panicked, Maxi clutches her dress, stammering that war isn't a game, and they shouldn't do this just for her. Ruth simply cuts her off, softly saying, "My lady." Ruth gently reminds Maxi of her position, declaring that she is the noble Lady of Anatole and a mage of the Remdragon Knights. He explains their unbreakable code. They never forgive anyone who harms one of their own. He reveals that while some had practical concerns, a majority of the knights willingly consented to the war, with the rest sympathizing deeply. Ruth then compares her to them, recalling how she fearlessly fought for others at Etheline Castle. With a confident smirk, he declares they are the same, and they have every right to retaliate. Ruth cuts right to the chase, asking Maxi if she really doesn't want revenge on the Duke. He reminds her that despite being her father, that man is the source of all her suffering. Wringing her hands, Maxi stammers that she doesn't care about him. She just can't stand the thought of Riftan and the others heading back to war because of her. But Ruth is unmoved, coolly stating that fighting is their duty. He warns her she won't be able to endure it if she gets this worked up every time, before declaring the matter is already decided. Ruth's voice cuts through the tension, explaining that both the Duke and Riftan are well past the point of negotiation. He understands Maxi's concern for the people, but he pleads with her to simply follow Riftan's decision this one time. His words send Maxi spiraling into a pit of crushing regret. She thinks back on every mistake. If only she hadn't obeyed her father. If only she hadn't doubted Riftan. Tears stream down her face as she blames her own foolishness, convinced this entire disaster is all her fault. As the castle buzzed with activity, war preparations moved forward steadily. Wagons loaded with weapons and cannonballs arrived daily, while knights and mercenaries trained relentlessly in the grounds below. Watching it all from a window, Maxi felt a pit in her stomach. She knew they only had 3 or 4 days left before Riftan would lead the charge against the dukedom. But what truly hurt was his silence. Even after everything, Riftan hadn't shared a single detail about the coming conflict, leaving her completely isolated and in the dark. Maxi is completely frozen, trapped in a cycle of what-ifs. She desperately wants to talk to Riftan, to either apologize or beg him to stop this madness, but the words get stuck in her throat. Just thinking about facing him makes her mind and body shut down. Her lady-in-waiting, Luddies, notices her distress and kindly offers some tea. But Maxi's frayed nerves get the best of her, and she snaps at the poor girl. The outburst shocks Luddies into silence, and Maxi, full of instant regret, quietly asks to be left alone. As Maxi isolates herself, a commotion from the courtyard pulls her to the window. Her eyes go wide at the sight below. Knights bearing the golden royal crest are filing into the castle grounds. This is no ordinary visit. Snapping into action, she urgently tells Luddies that guests have arrived and she must prepare immediately. Downstairs, a confident blonde knight addresses the household staff. She declares that she has ridden a great distance to deliver a message from the king himself, asking their understanding for her unannounced arrival. Just as the tension builds, Riftan appears and takes complete control. He declares that if the message is truly urgent, there's no time to waste on pleasantries. Ordering his steward to prepare a room for the guest, he sends the royal guards to a place where they can rest. With that sorted, he locks eyes with the blonde knight and her companions, telling them to follow him. Watching from above, Maxi refuses to retreat to her room. Shaking with newfound resolve, she insists that she needs, to hear the story too. Hiding just out of sight, Maxi listens as the room explodes. Riftan is absolutely furious, roaring that the royal court has no right to interfere in his business. He fires back, asking how they dare stop him when they failed to protect his wife. The blonde knight, Princess Agnes, cuts through the noise. She admits her personal failure, but firmly states she's here on the king's orders. She warns that if Maxi's father falls, it will trigger a war and destabilize the entire kingdom. Riftan just scoffs, yelling that they're exaggerating the threat. Princess Agnes lays out the grim political reality. She insists that a war will weaken the kingdom and give their enemies the perfect excuse to invade, shattering the fragile peace treaty. This isn't a small dispute. It could destabilize everything. Unimpressed, Riftan fires back that the system has survived worse. Pushed to her limit, Agnes delivers the final threat. If he defies the king, his majesty will call in a foreign army to stop him. Riftan's hand tightens into a fist as he asks if she is threatening him. Princess Agnes tries to appeal to Riftan's honor, begging him not to disgrace his heroic title by starting a war. But our boy doesn't care one bit. He tells her he never wanted the title in the first place, so its reputation means nothing to him. Agnes warns she'll personally handle the fallout, but Riftan is done listening. He declares that he will defy the king's orders. Overhearing this final, unbending decision from the hallway, Maxi realizes she has to act. She bursts into the room, refusing to hide any longer. The sound of determined footsteps echoes through the hall, cutting through the tense argument. Every head in the room snaps towards the entrance as Maxi, her face hidden by a deep hood, walks straight into the middle of the standoff. Riftan's hardened expression shatters into one of pure, unfiltered shock as he stares at the familiar figure. Before anyone can say a word, she reaches up and pulls back her hood. The room falls completely silent, stunned by her sudden, defiant appearance. Maxi is done letting others decide her fate. Just as things start to settle, a new problem walks right through the door. A stunning blonde woman, none other than Princess Agnes, confronts a bewildered Maxi. Agnes coolly explains she joined the king's entourage, prepared to personally make a request if his majesty failed. One of Riftan's knights warns her against such a bold move, but she isn't fazed. Instead, she looks directly at Riftan, reminding him that he owes her a debt and pressures him to repay it by withdrawing the declaration of war, unless he thinks her help was completely worthless. Princess Agnes plays her final card, telling Riftan to go ahead and invade her land if his will is more important. She calmly states she would have no grounds to protest his decision. Tense and conflicted, Riftan acknowledges the huge debt he owes her. He reluctantly agrees to withdraw the declaration of war, and the princess breathes a sigh of relief. But Riftan makes one thing crystal clear. This is the only time he will back down. If the Duke attacks first, he absolutely will not let it slide. Princess Agnes assures them not to worry. The royal family is playing neutral, and she explains that Duke Croiso won't risk angering them. She promises that if Riftan backs down now, the crown will mediate any future conflicts. Frustrated and out of options, Riftan sighs in defeat. With the negotiations over, he turns his back on the princess and walks directly to Maxi, taking her arm. He looks coldly at Agnes, telling her she got what she wanted, and now it's time for her to leave for good. But Princess Agnes isn't done yet. She requests to stay until her horses recover, then stops Riftan as he's leading Maxi away. Agnes claims she wants a private word with her sister before she goes. The request immediately puts Maxi on edge, and she instinctively clutches Riftan's arm. Noticing her fear, Riftan whips around to face the princess. With a stone-cold glare, he demands to know exactly what she intends to say to his wife, clearly having none of it. Princess Agnes brushes off Riftan's hostility, claiming she only wants to catch up with her sister. She challenges his suspicion, asking if he truly thinks she would cause any harm. Just as he's about to shut her down, Maxi surprises everyone by speaking up. Finding her courage, she agrees to the private talk, addressing the princess by the name Rosetta. Seeing her chance, Rosetta suggests they walk in the garden, complaining that the room feels too suffocating. Riftan gently touches Maxi's shoulder, still not convinced this is a good idea. As Maxi starts to walk away with Rosetta, Riftan calls out her name, making her pause. Before she can react, he pulls her into a close embrace, his expression unreadable. He carefully adjusts her deep red cloak, making sure she's protected from the elements. Blushing, Maxi quietly comments that the wind is cold. Riftan looks down at her, his concern clear as he tells her not to stay outside for too long. With that, he releases her, and the two women head into the garden, a knight following close behind. In the garden, Rosetta dismisses their knight escort, wanting to speak with her sister completely alone. Though hesitant, the knight agrees to wait just above, telling Maxi to call for him if anything happens. As Rosetta leads her deeper into the grounds, a tense silence builds. Maxi grows more and more anxious, her mind racing as she wonders what the princess could possibly want to discuss. After a long, quiet walk, Rosetta finally stops and turns around to face her, her expression unreadable as she prepares to speak. Rosetta breaks the heavy silence with an update on their father. She reveals the knights found him right after Riftan left, and that healing magic saved his life. Maxi looks stunned by the news. With a hint of satisfaction, Rosetta adds that his jaw was set incorrectly, leaving him with permanently slurred speech. Maxi, completely baffled, admits she doesn't understand what Rosetta is thinking. Rosetta retorts that Maxi never tried to understand her. She insists this meeting isn't about blaming her or complaining, leaving Maxi to anxiously question what this is really about. Rosetta drops a bombshell, warning Maxi that their father has absolutely no intention of letting this go. A chill runs down Maxi's spine as she clutches her cloak. Rosetta explains that after the Duke's run-in with Riftan, he locked himself away before suddenly starting to send secret messages everywhere. She suspects he's just pretending to accept the royal family's warning while plotting something big behind their backs. Rosetta urges Maxi to tell her husband to prepare, revealing their father will probably make his move after her own marriage is finalized, leaving Maxi speechless. Rosetta spells out the grim reality of the situation. She explains that if their father had actually managed to harm Maxi, Riftan wouldn't have just backed down, he would have started a full-blown war. The princess admits she doesn't want their country to become a battlefield, adding that there are people she doesn't want to see hurt. Flustered, Maxi agrees she doesn't want a war either. Cutting through the tension, Rosetta looks at her sister and asks a direct, piercing question. Does she truly love that man? Maxi is left speechless, completely blindsided.